You have already sucked the blood of 998 virgins, you just need one more to be reborn. Then find a virgin born on September 9, 1990. At his dying moment, borrow his body and you can be reborn. Now you are still a mosquito. In these 3 years, your proboscis has almost worn out, go suck whenever you see a girl. But to find a qualified virgin, it's already good if you can find 1 out of 10 targets. An 18-year-old untouched girl is rare. You are not just a mosquito, but a living person, the young master of the Wen family in the capital, Wenshan. 3 years ago, your fiancée Lin Xinlan on the day of your engagement, conspired with her lover, Longhua, the god of war, Yi Chen. Carried out a brutal and inhumane massacre on your Wen family, you witnessed your parents being killed. Your own sweet and lovely sister was pressed on the bed and violated to death. As for yourself, you were even handcut by Lin Xinlan, chopped into minced meat, and then thrown outside to feed the wild dogs. You thought you were dead, but before dying, an ancestral mysterious jade pendant suddenly manifested, claiming to be an ancient beast god, worshipped by the 35th generation of the Wen family for nearly 1,000 years. Now that his merits are complete, he is about to ascend to immortality. At the moment of ascension, he deliberately passed on the inheritance of the beast god to you. Back then, you couldn't help but curse. My family was destroyed, people died, and I was killed. Is it too late for this to happen now? Upon hearing your complaints, the other party immediately told you a method of rebirth: find 999 18-year-old virgins, then dilute their blood on the night of the full moon. Then find a virgin born on September 9, 1990, and borrow his body at the moment of his death to return to life. So your soul possessed a mosquito. For 3 years, you've been tirelessly working day and night, inserting a tube whenever you encounter a girl. Now, you only lack the final virgin. Suddenly, you felt another target within 10 miles, a virgin born on September 9th at 9 o'clock. With a thought, you immediately changed direction and flew over. Arriving at the scene, you saw a group of strong men beating a man in his 20s. He wore black-framed glasses, his face covered in acne. His appearance and physique were indescribable. Seeing the situation, you felt hesitant to speak. Wang Weiming, you will divorce Chu Ruxue tomorrow. If you don't comply, I'll bring people to beat you every day. Among these assailants, the leader is a second-generation rich kid who struck the man's stomach with a stick, grabbing his hair. Did you hear that? However, the man being beaten looked at the rich kid fiercely and spat blood in his face. Sun Dalon, stop dreaming. The rich kid was instantly enraged, lifted the stick, and smashed it on the man's head. With a loud thud, the boy's head was smashed open, blood spraying several yards high. The next second, the boy's body went limp and fell down. Sun Xiao, you seem to have beaten this kid to death, a burly man next to him shouted. Sun Dalong was shocked, his face full of fear, but he quickly calmed down and hurriedly said, let's leave before anyone sees. Let's get out of here quickly. As soon as the words fell, the second-generation rich man quickly led the group away from there. Having witnessed this from above, he flew to the boy's side, checked his condition, and saw that his head was smashed. With only a faint breath left, he would die within 3 minutes. The timing, location, and people are all in place, but instead of being happy, you're as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Brother, you died too early. I haven't found one last virgin, and now I can't possess anyone. Hey, can you die slower? Let me go find the last virgin, then come back to save you. Seeing the boy's breath getting weaker, it seems he's about to leave this world. You can only stand there dumbfounded. Finally found a suitable sacrifice, but unexpectedly had to watch it slip away. Although this guy is a bit ugly, at least he's human. Just when you were frantically panicking, a clear and pleasant call came from not far away. Tang Yuan, come back to me. You immediately turned your head and saw 2 women running towards you with flashlights. In front of them, a husky was running wildly like a wild horse. Before long, the husky rushed to the boy's side, sticking out its tongue and licking his bloodied face. 2 women chased after, panting heavily from exhaustion. Mom, quick, look, there's a person lying on the ground. The 2 women, one older and one younger. The older one should be over 40 years old, but she looks like she's in her 20s, with snow-white skin and radiant complexion. As for the younger one, at first sight, she is stunning, truly captivating, the only flaw being her young age, only 18 years old, her temperament and charm not fully developed. Hold on, 18 years old, you were surprised, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, finding it unexpectedly amusing, finally finding the last virgin effortlessly. The mother and daughter just arrived in front of the boy, their faces immediately changed color. A moment of panic flashed across the mother's face. She immediately knelt down and examined the boy on the ground. Not good, he has intracranial bleeding, his life is in danger. Haitang quickly called for an ambulance. The mother shouted at her daughter. Su Haitang was shocked and quickly took out her phone to dial 120. The mother immediately performed CPR on the boy. Her technique and steps were extremely professional, clearly indicating that she was a doctor. Having seen this situation, without further delay, taking advantage of the girl making a phone call, immediately flew under his skirt and found a piece of fresh, tender, snow-white skin. Then, a needle pierced down, as the delicious and sweet fresh blood entered the mouth, feeling ecstatic, indeed a virgin. The next second, a sudden qualitative change completed the transformation you feel within your body. A powerful force suddenly burst forth, as if it were an earth-shattering event, creating heaven and earth. With a loud rumble, the night sky, originally cloudless, suddenly lit up with lightning and thunder. A strong wind blows. The blood of 79,999 virgins actually triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. After a moment of hesitation, already flew out from under the girl's skirt, directly flying towards the boy, who was covered in blood. You couldn't find a place to land, searched around. Finally found a clean piece of skin. Come, welcome the unstoppable and invincible beast god, accompanied by a shout of adolescent spirit. You wield the needle, plunging down with one stroke. This time, it's not about sucking blood, but about pouring all the blood of 999 virgins from your body into the other person's body, until the last drop of blood is drained. Your vision goes black, and you lose consciousness immediately. The next second, you slowly open your eyes. You see a fair and beautiful woman bowing down. A sweet kiss lands on your lips, followed by a fragrant aroma filling your mouth. Looking closely, the woman is the girl who just saved the boy. Mom, I've come back to life. I really came back to life. You are overjoyed and ecstatic. Suor was surprised to see the boy open his eyes. He was clearly rejected just now. How did he suddenly wake up? You noticed someone beside you, immediately quieted down, and suddenly locked eyes with Suor. The other person couldn't help but marvel at your radiant appearance, full of vitality, and the way your eyes sparkled. You smiled awkwardly, quickly thanking the sister for saving your life. Suor calmly stood up from your body, or more precisely, Wanwei's body. How did you end up like this? Suor asked. You hesitated, making up an excuse, just bad luck, ran into a few ruffians. I see your injuries are quite serious. Do you want to go to the hospital? Suor asked. You shook your head, quickly getting up from the ground. It's just a scratch, I'll be fine after a nap. Suor furrowed his brows, solemnly reminding, this is not a minor injury. Your head was cracked open, he said, pointing at your head. But in the next second, his eyes widened suddenly. The violent wound on the head miraculously healed, leaving only some sticky blood in the hair. How is this possible? Am I seeing things, or is Suor really wide-eyed and incredulous? Mom Tang Yuan is coughing up blood, and at that moment, Su Haitang shouts loudly. Immediately, Suor turns his head to look. The husky, who was lively just now, is now lying on the ground, convulsing and spitting blood. What's going on? The mother and daughter immediately go over. Ouch, I'm dying, it hurts so much. At that moment, a stranger's voice rings in your ear. You look around, searching, until you finally locate the person speaking. Help me. You look at the husky on the ground, your pupils shrinking dramatically, because it was the dog that spoke just now. After the brief shock, you quickly realize that this is one of the abilities inherited from your beast god lineage, the ability to understand the thoughts of all things. You then walk straight over, arriving behind the mother and daughter. You ask the husky, brother, what's wrong with you? The husky glances at you, dumbfounded, how can you talk to me? Because I'm a fairy sister, you smile, then activate telepathy and continue, don't dwell on that. If you want to save your dog, you must answer whatever I ask. The husky whimpers while nodding, okay. After a brief exchange, you understood what happened, and then you anxiously told the mother and daughter that he must have been poisoned by rat poison. Su Haitang suddenly exclaimed in surprise, saying, I remember now, Tang Yuan seemed to have eaten half a sausage next to the trash can. It wasn't that half sausage, but you denied it directly. Just now, the husky told you that the other person, after eating Su Haitang's birthday cake, felt unwell. So, relying on the instinct to survive, he broke free from the restraints and ran out, wanting to find some herbs in the wild for self-rescue. How could the birthday cake be poisoned? Unless someone poisoned it in advance, it's obvious that someone wants to harm this mother and daughter, and it's someone close to them. It's not about that half sausage. Where did the problem arise? He didn't eat anything unusual today. Su Haitang is missing a piece of the puzzle. You didn't explain this. Your ability is too extraordinary. If you tell others, they won't believe you and might even think you're crazy. Coincidentally, I am a veterinarian and know a bit about detoxification. Shall I give it a try? The mother and daughter were quite surprised upon hearing this, and of course, even you were very surprised. In that moment of physical contact, all the memories of the other person flooded into your mind. Wang Wei, 25 years old, a practicing veterinarian, the son-in-law of the local wealthy Chu family. His wife is Chu Rushua, a top beauty with a cold personality, currently the CEO of the Chu Group. Wang Wei's grandfather once saved Chu Rushua's grandfather. In gratitude, the latter arranged a marriage between the two. Wang Wei may seem like a winner in life, but in reality, he's quite miserable. Apart from his father-in-law, no one in his wife's family likes him. After 3 years of marriage, he hasn't even been on his wife's bed once, which led to the surprising fact that this guy, who was married, is still a virgin. Furthermore, because his wife is extremely beautiful, she attracts a lot of suitors. Those rich kids who can't have her use him as a punching bag and often cause trouble. So, you witnessed the scene where he was beaten up by the rich second generation. Heavens, he really came back to life. Su Haitang covered her mouth, unable to help but let out a gasp. The husky that was lying half dead on the ground just a moment ago miraculously recovered after you gave it a slight massage. Even Su Air on the side couldn't help but be shocked. A young man who can detoxify through massage? Su Air asked. Massage can do nothing. The reason this dumb dog got better is because I used my special abilities to gather and expel the toxins from its body, otherwise, it would have died for sure. That's because I used my divine powers to gather and expel the toxins from its body, or else it would have undoubtedly died. Of course, you didn't say these thoughts out loud. It's just that the effectiveness of Dao Chuan's skills is inconsistent. Maybe your dog was just lucky. The mother and daughter immediately expressed their gratitude to you, and even took out money to compensate you. But you waved your hand and refused. Two beautiful ladies, you saved me just now, and now I saved your dog. It's considered a life for a life. The mother and daughter smiled at each other, then exchanged contact information, considering each other as friends. By the way, sister, pay attention to the people around you, see if they have any prejudices against you. Suer's eyes flickered at the reminder, subconsciously asking, what do you mean? You didn't directly say it, but hinted that your dog was poisoned. It shouldn't be an accident. As soon as these words were spoken, Suer's face changed suddenly. After thinking for a few seconds, he then calmly said, Xiao Wang, thank you for your loyalty. Remember, later on, Sushi and her daughter waved goodbye to you while holding the dog. You stayed in place, lost in thought. Currently, you are faced with two paths. The first path is to inherit Wang Wei's identity. Stay in Beihai for a period of time, accumulating your own strength. As for the second path, it is to directly head to the capital and seek revenge on that couple with the dog. After careful consideration, you decide to choose the first path. You have just turned back into a human, and your strength is still too weak. Neither Lin Xinlan nor Yi Chen is someone you can currently contend with. At 10 o'clock in the evening, you returned home. You don't know how to deal with this unfamiliar woman. Even though you have inherited Wang Wei's memories, you are still unprepared to accept this wife who appeared out of nowhere. Chu Rushua does not live with her parents. Instead, she bought a large flat in the city center, where Wang Wei usually stays. You take out the key from your body, preparing to open the door. But you see two pairs of shoes at the door, one pair of high heels for women, and the other pair of leather shoes for men. You compare your shoe size, which is 40, with this pair, which is size 42. Someone is in the house, and you pause for a moment. Immediately sensing, you hear movement in the room. Darling, I love you to death. Don't rush, go take a shower first, then wash up. You furrow your brows, widening your eyes in disbelief. Am I this unlucky? Just reincarnated and already wearing a green hat. Although surprised, you are not angry. Thinking about the deceased Wang Wei, you mourn for 3 seconds and then leave. Just as you step forward, the elevator door opens behind you, and a woman in professional attire, wearing high heels, steps out. She is stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being descending to earth. She walks to the door where you were standing, opens it, and enters. The men and women inside the room, who were intimate, are immediately startled. The man, halfway undressed, quickly pulls his clothes back on, his face full of panic as he exclaims, Sister, why are you back? Chu Rushua, expressionless, first looks at the man, then glances at the heavily made-up woman beside him. Chu Ru, how do you have the key to my house? I saw you enter your password before. Chu Rugong lowered his head and said cautiously, Why did you bring a woman to my house? Chu Rusno questioned with an unpleasant tone. Chu Rugong cleared his throat and said, My parents froze my bank card. I have no money to book a room. You are such a mess. Get out of here quickly. Chu Rusno's face darkened as she glared and shouted. Without saying a word, Chu Rugong grabbed the girl's hand and dashed towards the door sneakily. Wait, sis, is there anything else? Chu Rusno asked, Has Wang Wei returned? Chu Rugong shook his head, I haven't seen him. Alright, you can go. Chu Rusno waved her hand. After his unreliable younger brother left with the dubious woman, He sat on the sofa, supporting his forehead. It was already 10 o'clock, his usual time. Why hasn't that guy come back yet? Shu Rusno was about to make a call to ask, but as soon as she picked up her phone, she felt something was off, so she resisted the urge to make the call in the end. She put the phone back in its place. Forget it, let's wait for him to come back before discussing. He wasn't worried about Wang Wei. He didn't have the slightest affection for this so-called husband. On the contrary, he was extremely disgusted, and the main reason he sought Wang Wei was to sign a divorce agreement with him. In the dead of night, with nowhere to go, you had to rely on memories in your mind and ended up spending the night at the pet hospital in the flower and bird market. This pet hospital was funded by Chu Rushue for Wang Wei to run, but due to Wang Wei's poor management, the hospital is on the brink of bankruptcy. It's called a pet hospital, but it's just a small clinic of around 100 square meters. Next to the entrance, the sign reads Wang Wei Hospital with the word pet in the middle. However, the light is broken, so it's not visible. You took out the key from your pocket to open the door, and as soon as you walked in, before you could get familiar with the surroundings, a group of people rushed in, with a doctor praising you. You turned your head and were instantly startled. You saw a middle-aged man covered in blood, holding a young girl in a pleated skirt. Behind him were two powerful bodyguards, also in a sorry state with bloodied heads. "I'm a doctor. What's wrong?" you asked. "We just had a car accident at the intersection." "Doctor, please save my daughter quickly," the middle-aged man said. You were stunned on the spot, with a frozen expression, and said, "Sir, I think there's a misunderstanding. Although I'm a doctor, I'm actually a veterinarian." "Then why does the sign say hospital?" the middle-aged man asked instinctively. You smiled awkwardly, scratching your head, and said, "You might have missed the word pet in the middle." The middle-aged man was speechless and quickly shouted to the bodyguards behind him, "Is there a clinic nearby?" The bodyguard truthfully reported, "Boss, we just searched around, but all the clinics are closed, and the ambulance will take at least half an hour to arrive." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned extremely serious. He then carefully examined the other party, who, despite being quite old, exuded a powerful and imposing aura. It's clear at a glance that he is not an ordinary person. As for the young girl in her arms, she was pure and charming, very beautiful. The bloodstains on her skirt not only did not diminish her beauty but instead revealed a touch of poignant fragility. However, this young girl is about to breathe her last. With a glance, he immediately used the insight ability bestowed by the beast god inheritance to observe the girl. That severely damaged spleen. Such a serious injury. If not rescued in time, within 3 minutes, the other party will surely leave this world. Originally, Wenshin had no intention of getting involved in these trivial matters, but considering that saving a life is more important than anything else, in the end, he decided to lend a helping hand. Wenshin spoke slowly, "Sir, how about letting me give it a try?" The middle-aged man's expression changed. "Aren't you a veterinarian?" "Being a veterinarian is true, but I have also worked in clinical settings before and have some knowledge of first aid," Wenshin casually made up an excuse. And he solemnly reminded, "Judging by the current situation, if not rescued in time, it may not hold until the ambulance arrives." The middle-aged man's face changed. At this point, he had no room for hesitation. He could only hope in the young man in front of him who claimed to be a veterinarian. "Young man, I entrust this to you." "I will do my best." Wenshin pursed his lips, not making any promises. Then, under Wenshin's arrangement, the middle-aged man placed the girl on a medical bed. Wenshin made some preparations and began the rescue operation. His method of saving people was simple. It was to transfer his own spiritual energy to the girl. If he could repair the girl's damaged organs or stabilize her condition, saving her life would not be difficult. However, the input of spiritual energy could not be done through clothes. It had to be done by placing his palm on the girl's skin, and the spleen was located in the area below the chest. So, Wenshin had to reach in with his hand. "Sir, when I treat your daughter, there may be some intimate physical contact, so..." The middle-aged man didn't even think in that direction. He only had one thought in his mind, which was to do everything to save his daughter's life. "Doctor, it's all ready at this point. Do whatever you need to do, as long as you can save my daughter, everything else is a minor issue." Wenshin cleared his throat and whispered, "If it's convenient, please step aside." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately understood. He waved his hand, signaling the two bodyguards to leave and wait outside. With no onlookers, Wenshin's psychological pressure instantly decreased. He untied the girl's skirt. Although he saw something he shouldn't have seen midway, out of professional ethics, he didn't dwell on it and quickly focused his attention, placing his palm on the girl's spleen. Then, he went all out, pouring spiritual energy into the area. After about a minute, the girl's originally pale face gradually regained color. Her eyebrows trembled lightly, showing signs of waking up. What a beautiful girl. Looking at the girl's face and figure as if created by a deity, Wenshin couldn't help but exclaim. He had consumed the blood of many virgins and had seen the most beautiful women in the world. But compared to this girl, she was definitely among the best, a rare beauty. Ha! Fu Tingting? Suddenly, as if sensing something, Wenshin called out the girl's name. At first glance, he didn't recognize her. But upon closer inspection, a familiar memory rushed into his mind. About a year ago, on a moonlit night, he had consumed a girl's blood and obtained her specific identity information. And that girl was none other than the one in front of him now. At that time, she was just 18, youthful and radiant. When he was a mosquito, he had an additional ability. After consuming someone's blood, a package of information would form in his mind, allowing him to grasp all of the person's stories. Of course, in most cases, Wenshin wouldn't access this information, unless the girl was exceptionally intriguing. It's like browsing a movie website with plenty of sources. 3,000 streams, but only taking a sip. If it's not top-notch, I won't watch it. Ahem, back to the point. This is Fu Tingting. She is the daughter of the richest man in Beihai, Fu Tianxiong. Fu Tingting is right here. Isn't the middle-aged man outside the door Fu Tianxiong, the richest man in Beihai? Thinking of this, Wenshin's expression changed, his face full of astonishment. Fu Tianxiong paced back and forth outside the door, his face filled with anxiety. He occasionally looked inside and turned to ask, "How long until the ambulance arrives?" "Just made the call, should be here soon," the bodyguard replied truthfully. Fu Tianxiong frowned, unable to help but sigh. He didn't know either whether the veterinarian inside could save his daughter's life. And for now, all he could do was wait, there was no other way. Hopefully, there will be a miracle. Before he finished speaking, Wenshin walked out of the room. Seeing this, Fu Tianxiong was shocked and quickly asked, "What's wrong with the young man?" In his opinion, the other party shouldn't have come out so soon. From the beginning of the treatment until now, it had only been 10 minutes. So, his first thought was, did something unexpected happen? However, Wenshin gave him an unexpected answer, "Mr. Fu, your daughter's condition has stabilized for now." With these words, Fu Tianxiong widened his eyes suddenly, thinking he had misheard, so he asked again. Wenshin nodded slightly, "Yes, all vital signs have recovered." Fu Tianxiong didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately walked into the room. The girl was still lying quietly on the medical bed. However, whether it was her complexion or breathing rate, everything had returned to normal. She didn't look like she was seriously injured, but rather as if she were asleep. This, Fu Tianxiong exclaimed, turning to Wenshin, "Young man, your medical skills are truly amazing." Wenshin chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Mr. Fu, you're too kind. It's mainly because Miss Fu has a good fate, her injuries are not fatal, so I could stabilize her condition." Fu Tianxiong carefully examined Wenshin. Although the other party looked ordinary, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. He was well aware of the situation when he brought his daughter here, and in just a few minutes, let alone treating the injury, even bandaging it would have been difficult. Yet, the other party managed to pull his daughter back from the brink of death. Wasn't this a miracle worker? "Young man, what's your name?" Fu Tianxiong asked. "My surname is Wang, and my given name is Fan," Wenshin replied. Fu Tianxiong's expression changed, immediately praising, "Dr. Wang, you truly can't judge a book by its cover. Although young, your skills are remarkable." Fu Tianxiong wasn't just flattering Wenshin, he was speaking the truth. Initially, when he found out the other party was a veterinarian, he was half disappointed. He thought he had bad luck, finally finding a hospital in the middle of the night, only to discover it was a veterinary clinic. Seeing his daughter on the verge of death, he had no choice but to resort to desperate measures. However, adversity brings unexpected opportunities. It was this compromise under the circumstances that miraculously saved his daughter's life and introduced him to such a talented young doctor. A master hides in plain sight. Today, I finally witnessed it. Fu Tianxiong marveled. Wenshin glanced at the sleeping girl on the medical bed. He was now able to become human, and the other party had played a significant role in it. Now, it was just a drop of blood in return for a gushing spring. Ahem. Just as the two were talking, the girl suddenly started coughing. Fu Tianxiong's face changed, and he immediately stepped forward to check. Wenshin said, "It's okay, the condition is improving, and he should wake up soon." "Oh." Fu Tianxiong breathed a sigh of relief. Wenshin asked, "Mr. Fu, you seem to have some injuries too, do you want me to take care of them first?" "These are just minor injuries, it's nothing," Fu Tianxiong replied. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, he exclaimed, "Dr. Wang, do you know me?" Wenshin was stunned, not reacting at first. Fu Tianxiong said, I never introduced myself, how did you know my surname is Fu? Wen Shen's gaze sharpened, instantly realizing he had slipped up. However, before he could explain, Fu Tianxiong smoothly said, have you seen me on TV, is that how you recognize me? Wen Shen lightly agreed, following up, the renowned richest man of the North Sea, if I didn't recognize you, wouldn't that mean I'm too ignorant? Fu Tianxiong chuckled, then took out a gold-bordered business card and handed it to Wen Shen, saying, I'm Fu Tianxiong, pleased to meet you, Dr. Wang. Wen Shen took the card, Mr. Fu, the pleasure is mine. Fu Tianxiong said, Dr. Wang, this happened suddenly, I don't know how to thank you, let's exchange contact information, and when time permits, I will definitely visit you again. Wen Shen felt somewhat flattered by this. Though he remained composed on the surface, his heart was blooming with joy. Making friends with the richest man of the North Sea would undoubtedly provide significant support for his future rise. After enduring a streak of bad luck, he finally had an opportunity. Could this be a turn for the better? Before long, the ambulance arrived. Fu Tianxiong bid farewell to Wen Shen and carried Fu Tingting out of the pet hospital. After they left, Wen Shen closed the doors of the pet hospital. He took a stroll inside, familiarizing himself with the place. Then he concluded with 4 words, empty, as expected. Wen Shen pondered. The original owner of this body had led a miserable life for a reason. His wife at home didn't care for him, his business outside was a mess, and even turning his pockets inside out wouldn't yield much. Hence, the broken sign outside remained unrepaired. Brother, you saved my life. I must live well for you, not just for survival but to show those who once looked down on you and mistreated you that the Wang family men are also remarkable individuals. With that said, Wen Shen began his actions. The first step was to transform this body. Nearsighted, hunched back, acne-ridden face, weak physique, with such terrible innate conditions, being despised by others was only natural. Even if it were Wen Shen himself, given another choice at that time, he would never choose this guy. Enough talk. While there was still some time, Wen Shen went to the cleaning room at the back. It was originally used for bathing pets, which was perfect for his body transformation. 999 virgin blood. Pure and in. Tremendous energy. As long as it could be fully developed, this despised body would soon undergo a complete transformation, shedding its old self like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon. Moreover, the girls he had absorbed were mostly beautiful. With layers of beautiful genes stacked upon each other, turning into a handsome guy should be a piece of cake. Wen Shen turned on the tap, filling the tub with water. Then, he undressed and lay down in the water, completely submerging himself. After a moment, a green fluorescent light began to envelop Wen Shen's new body, gradually spreading. The light grew stronger, illuminating the entire room. A night passed quietly. The next morning, Wen Shen woke up from his sleep. The originally clear water in the tub had turned pitch black and viscous, even emitting a pungent stench. This was because his body had completed the transformation of washing the marrow and all impurities had been expelled. Wen Shen stood up from the tub first, then walked to the shower to rinse his body. After a moment, when his body was clean, he turned and walked to the mirror on the side. Running his hand through his hair, a clean and snow-white face instantly reflected back at him. The acne that once covered his face had disappeared, replaced by skin as delicate as a baby's. His previous appearance was indescribable, but now he was handsome and dignified. Moving his gaze downward, his hunched body had become upright and straight. The muscle lines on his body seemed to be cast from reinforced concrete, exuding great strength. Additionally, he had grown taller. Originally 1.65 meters, he now stood at 1.78 meters. Seeing the transformation of his body, Wen Shen couldn't help but be amazed. This was just one night of transformation, yet he felt like a completely different person. If this continued a few more times, he dared not imagine what he would become. The fusion of virgin blood and a youthful body is indeed powerful, Wen Shen couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder in martial arts films, some masters resembling ascetic monks had to maintain a youthful body throughout their lives. At that time, Wen Shen didn't understand the youthful body technique. He thought it was ridiculous to suppress one's desires forcibly for strength. Now, feeling the power of pure yang and pure yin, he suddenly realized that in this world, everything came with a price. Wen Shen was very satisfied with this transformation. However, this was just the beginning. When he completed the fusion with the blood of 999 virgins, a superhuman body transcending human limits would be fully formed. After a brief pause, Wen Shen left the cleansing room and put on the clothes he had taken off earlier. It was fine not wearing them, but once he did, it felt awkward. Because his body had become stronger, it was like wearing children's clothes, covering the top but leaving the bottom exposed. Looks like I need to buy some clothes. After dressing neatly, Wen Shen picked up his glasses, glanced at them, and casually threw them into the nearby trash can. He wouldn't need them anymore. I'm hungry, time for breakfast. Wen Shen opened the door, ready to embrace the new day. When the first rays of sunlight fell on him outside, he felt refreshed. Ah, it feels great to be alive. Afterwards, Wen Shen found a random fly restaurant nearby and ordered a bunch of food. Having not eaten human food for a long time, he devoured it eagerly. He ate 7 or 8 bowls of noodles and nearly 20 steamed buns. The customers in the breakfast shop were startled by his appetite. After finishing his meal, Wen Shen paid and patted his satisfied belly, then went to the flea market to buy clothes. After changing into a suitable outfit, he checked his wallet and found there wasn't much money left. Well, it looks like making money is the top priority. Wen Shen shook his head with a smile at the sight. What is the greatest happiness for a person? Nothing but 4 words, wishes come true. Want to use the toilet, there's a pit to squat on. Want to sleep, there's someone to bring a pillow. Just then, as soon as he had the thought of making money, an opportunity presented itself. Upon returning to the pet hospital, he saw a Porsche Panamera parked by the roadside. Subsequently, a fair and beautiful woman got out of the car, holding a cat, her face anxious. She looked around on the roadside and then headed towards Wen Shen's pet hospital. Doctor, save my daughter. As soon as the beautiful woman entered, she urgently cried out. Daughter? Wen Shen was taken aback for a moment, then thought of the cat in the woman's arms. Nowadays, young people who have pets tend to treat them like their own sons and daughters. At first glance, Wen Shen's eyes were drawn to the cat in the beauty's arms. However, halfway through, his gaze was captivated by the snow-white patch on the beauty's chest. So beautiful. The beauty thought Wen Shen was praising the cat and immediately said, Thank you, my daughter Meng Meng is a 3-year-old leopard cat. Wen Shen coughed and immediately stepped forward to check on the cat. The cat was in a terrible condition. Not only was it listless, but there were also white bubbles coming out of its mouth, as if it could burp at any moment. As Wen Shen was observing, the cat in the beauty's arms quietly opened its eyes a crack. Meow, it hurts so much. Ouch, it hurts. Triggering his passive skill, Wen Shen instantly heard the cat's wails of pain. He reached out to touch its head and used telepathy to ask, What's wrong with you? The leopard cat weakly replied, I think I've been poisoned. Poisoned? How did this happen? Wen Shen's expression changed, and he instinctively asked. The leopard cat slowly began to speak. My owner is the international diva Zhao Fei, and it seems her manager has been bribed. He poisoned her coffee, and when I saw it, to prevent my owner from being poisoned, I took a sip, and then I turned into this. Zhao Fei? Wen Shen quickly looked at the beauty in front of him. She had come in wearing sunglasses, so he hadn't seen her entire face. But with the leopard cat's reminder, a sense of familiarity rushed to his heart. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed her. In his past life, Wen Shen had known Zhao Fei. At that time, she was still an unknown actress, naive and innocent, pure and lovely. At a certain party, she was about to be taken advantage of by a famous director. Wen Shen happened to witness it and intervened, playing the role of a hero to save her. After rescuing Zhao Fei, seeing the beautiful girl alone and helpless, he took her in as a younger sister in private. Then, using his family's resources, he paved the way for her in the entertainment industry. Fortunately, she was also hardworking, starring in several movies and releasing some songs, quickly becoming famous. However, at that time, she was just a well-known actress. Unexpectedly, after a few years, she had grown into an international diva. Looking at her now, she no longer had the innocence and greenness of before, but instead exuded the charm of a mature woman. Her temperament had changed, but her stunning figure and beauty remained unchanged. No wonder he didn't recognize her at first. Indeed, women change a lot in 18 years. Wen Shen was shocked. He never expected that under these circumstances, he would meet an old acquaintance. Zhao Fei gradually noticed that the young doctor in front of her was looking at her with a somewhat heated gaze and asked, Doctor, what's wrong with you? Wen Shen quickly shifted his gaze, pretending to be calm, and said, It's nothing. Then he added, Miss, judging from the symptoms, the cat you're raising seems to be poisoned. Poisoned? Zhao Fei was shocked. How could this happen? It hasn't eaten anything dirty. Wen Shen remained silent, but inwardly, he found it amusing. Yesterday he encountered a poisoned dog, and today a poisoned cat. Same situation, different people. If he didn't understand animal telepathy, he probably wouldn't know that these cats and dogs, at critical moments, would also be loyal to their owners. Wen Shen did not reveal the truth to Zhao Fei, because his current identity was not the former young master of the Wen family, but an unknown small animal doctor. Therefore, even though tumultuous emotions were brewing inside him, he kept them to himself. He couldn't reveal the truth to Zhao Fei. Let me detoxify it first, Wenshin said. Zhao Yifei was skeptical but still handed the leopard cat to Wenshin. With the experience of detoxifying yesterday, Wenshin operated smoothly today. He directly gave the leopard cat a cup of spiritual infused water. In no time, the leopard cat started vomiting and excreting, spitting out a clot of black blood. Zhao Yifei's pupils contracted rapidly at the sight. It's really poisoned. Wenshin looked at Zhao Yifei and asked softly, Miss, what was the last thing this cat ate before being poisoned? Zhao Yifei thought carefully, it didn't eat anything, just sneakily drank my coffee. Suddenly, she woke up, shouting, could it be that the coffee was poisoned? Seeing the girl's sharp and intelligent mind as always, Wenshin couldn't help but smile with relief. But when Zhao Yifei's gaze fell on him, he instantly wiped the smile off his face. Transforming into Sherlock Holmes in an instant, he reasoned systematically, the coffee couldn't have been poisoned unless someone tampered with it. Miss, who gave you that coffee? My agent. No, my friend, Zhao Yifei said. It seems your friend is not a good person, plotting to put you in danger. Wenshin shook his head, sighing deliberately. Zhao Yifei was stunned. Various expressions flickered across her face, surprise, fear, but mostly anger. Suddenly, Wenshin said, Miss, why do you look so familiar to me, like someone I know? Zhao Yifei took off her sunglasses. Then, that stunningly beautiful face that captivated all emerged before Wenshin. Although Wenshin already knew her identity, he pretended to be surprised when he saw her face. You are Zhao Yifei? Zhao Yifei nodded slightly, it's me. Heavens, Zhao Yifei is actually in my shop. Playing along, Wenshin danced with joy, exclaiming, I'm your loyal fan, I support every song you release, every movie you make. Zhao Yifei pursed her lips and said, thank you. The reason she was willing to reveal her identity was that on one hand, the other party recognized her, and on the other hand, she had a request. Doctor, can you keep this secret for me? What secret? The fact that my cat was poisoned, Zhao Yifei said. Every move of a star is significant. As an influential international diva, any scandal involving her would stir up massive public opinion. To prevent unnecessary trouble, she had to take precautions. Goddess sister, you can trust me to keep it a secret, but you have to promise me one thing, Wenshin said solemnly. Zhao Yifei had played a fairy in her early years, and her performance in the drama was extraordinary. Since then, her fans had dubbed her goddess sister. What thing? I won't allow anyone to harm my idol. I will protect you and help you find the person who poisoned you, Wenshin said indignantly, portraying a true fan to the fullest. If it were just a stranger, Wenshin would have fulfilled his duty in advance. But if this person was an acquaintance with an extraordinary relationship, he had to be on high alert. This might be a misunderstanding. Further investigation is needed, Zhao Yifei said calmly. Obviously, she had her own considerations and didn't want to escalate the situation. Wenshin also realized that his request was somewhat abrupt. They had just met by chance, and Zhao Yifei didn't trust him, which was only natural. Let's exchange contact information. If you're ever in danger, you can call me immediately. I'm not only good at treating illnesses and detoxifying, but I'm also skilled in fighting, Wenshin suggested, flexing his strong biceps. Zhao Yifei chuckled and nodded repeatedly. After exchanging phone numbers, Zhao Yifei saw that the leopard cat was safe. She took out a stack of cash from her bag and handed it to Wenshin. Immortal sister, it's a great fortune for me to meet you. How can I accept your money? Wenshin hurriedly refused. However, Zhao Yifei insisted, it's only right to charge for treatment. You've helped me greatly, and if I don't pay you, I won't feel at ease. Hearing this, Wenshin reluctantly accepted the money, appearing unwilling on the surface but feeling elated inside. The stack of money amounted to 10,000, enough to solve his urgent needs. Wenshin then escorted Zhao Yifei to the door and watched her leave in the car. Little girl, this is as far as I can help you. I hope you haven't forgotten about me, your big brother, Wenshin said with emotion. All his blood relatives were already deceased, and he wondered how many of his old friends remained after being implicated. Nevertheless, as long as he had breath in him, he believed he would reclaim everything he had lost in the past. Just as Wenshin was about to turn back, he suddenly heard the sounds of a fight coming from the roadside. Damn, let's kill this mutt. How dare it wander around on our turf? Block its path, don't let it escape. Charge! Wenshin looked over upon hearing the commotion and saw a group of stray dogs fighting. It turned out that it was them. Wenshin's gaze sharpened as he immediately noticed a group of stray dogs attacking a local dog. The local dog was being bitten and forced to retreat, but it fought fiercely, even though it was covered in blood. Its eyes still gleamed with fighting spirit as it counterattacked and dodged several stray dogs that yelped in pain from its bites. Despite being outnumbered and physically weak, the local dog held its ground. However, facing multiple attackers, it was eventually cornered and overwhelmed by the pack's tactics. After a few waves of attacks, the local dog was left battered and bruised, but it refused to surrender. Its eyes burned with fierceness and anger, provoking even more vicious assaults from the stray dogs. Seeing the local dog on the brink of death, Wen Shen's heart stirred. He grabbed a brick from the ground and rushed forward. Normally, he would have ignored such dogfights that were common in the streets, but he saw his own reflection in this local dog. Without a second thought, he decided to save the dog. The stray dogs scattered as soon as they saw someone approaching. Wen Shen looked around and, seeing that the dogs had fled, dropped the brick from his hand. He turned to the local dog in the corner, which was growling defensively. Clearly, it didn't trust Wen Shen and held a hostile stance. Upon closer inspection, Wen Shen realized that the local dog was not a purebred Chinese rural dog but a mix of unknown lineage, likely a mix of local and wolf dog genes. Despite its large frame, it was malnourished, leading to its current frail state. With proper care, it could become a remarkable dog. Wen Shen was about to observe it up close. The earth dog suddenly sprang up, barking wildly at Wen Shen. Seeing this scene, Wen Shen furrowed his brows, shook all over, and roared, "Get down!" With the inheritance of the beast god in him, Wen Shen possessed an irresistible pressure over all creatures in the world. Releasing this pressure, he was like the Buddha in the western heaven, slamming a huge palm heavily on the earth dog. In an instant, the ferocity and frenzy in the earth dog's eyes vanished rapidly, replaced by fear and submission. It meekly whimpered and obediently lay down on the ground, looking at Wen Shen with a docile expression. Unable to help but smile slightly, Wen Shen said with satisfaction, well done, the young can be taught." He then retracted his pressure, waved his hand, and beckoned the earth dog to follow him. The earth dog indeed obeyed, following behind Wen Shen into the pet clinic. Wen Shen decided to adopt this dog and train it as his top general. With the beast god's inheritance he possessed, he could not only understand animal thoughts but also nurture them. A weak earth dog, with his full effort in transformation, would definitely turn into a majestic super guard dog in just a few days. When it was fully developed and strong, it could embark on its path of revenge. Wen Shen tended to the earth dog's wounds and transferred a strand of his beast god's vitality to it. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. The earth dog, covered in wounds, visibly healed at an incredible speed. Its body underwent an unbelievable transformation. The originally skinny earth dog, as if injected with a biochemical agent, underwent a sudden change. Its physique grew wildly, its messy fur became shiny. In a short moment, the transformed earth dog turned into a tall, fierce black guard dog. Witnessing all this, Wen Shen couldn't help but be amazed. Before the transformation, he knew the earth dog would undergo a drastic change, but he never expected it to be so extreme, almost like a completely different dog. Is this the power of the beast god's vitality? Wen Shen looked at his hand, marveling, his eyes filled with disbelief. Currently, there were two forces within Wen Shen. One was the spiritual energy flowing in his elixir field, the foundation of his cultivation, which would allow him to learn various spells in the future or heal and detoxify people. The other force was the beast god's vitality, with a very specific function of only being usable on animals for physical transformation. The current state of this dog had evolved from the worst to the limit of dogs. If described in terms of levels, it was like the peak of Earth Dog 1.0, almost reaching 1.9, just a step away from evolving to version 2.0. From now on, your name will be Dahe, Wen Shen named the Earth Dog. Dahe immediately prostrated on the ground and said, "Master, Dahe reports to you." Seeing this earth dog so understanding, Wen Shen was overjoyed. "I saved you mainly because I admired your fearless ferocity, but I didn't expect your intelligence to be excellent as well. It seems I made the right choice in picking you." Dahe faithfully said, "Thank you, Master, for your grace. In the future, I will serve you diligently." Wen Shen nodded, having gained his first follower. Although just a dog, its future was immeasurable. Given time to grow, it would surely become a formidable warrior. Just as Wen Shen finished dealing with the earth dog, his phone in his pocket rang. Taking it out and seeing the caller ID showing Zhang Feiyan from the dog farm, Wen Shen immediately remembered who this person was. Zhang Feiyan was the owner of a dog farm. He raised many fierce dogs and even ran a large-scale dogfighting arena, specifically for wealthy people to enjoy dogfights. This dogfight was quite similar to cockfighting and bullfighting, just with dogs as the main characters. Two dogs were placed in an open area to fight each other. Spectators could place bets based on their own judgment and experience. If the dog they chose won the match, they would receive a high reward. As a veterinarian, Wen Shen established a long-term partnership with Zhang Feiyan. Whenever a dog in the opponent's arena fell ill, they would call him to treat it. After brewing up some emotions, Wen Shen answered the phone. However, what greeted him was a series of curses from Zhang Feiyang. "Wang, you fool, what mess have you gotten into? Boss Shang, what's wrong?" When Chen asked, puzzled. Zhang Feiyang continued to curse, "How dare you ask me what's wrong? Didn't I ask you to treat a Tosa a few days ago?" Tosa? A professional fighting dog bred in Japan, known as the Silent Killer. When Shen's heart skipped a beat as he whispered, "There was such a thing, didn't I already cure it? Cure my foot? That dog isn't mine, it was entrusted to me by Duan Kuan, the head of the Qinglong gang. Today, when he used that dog in a match, it started vomiting and defecating as soon as it entered the arena, and it was killed on the spot. Now, Duan Kuan is coming after me for compensation. That dog is worth 10 million, Duan Kuan told me to either pay up or provide a dog of equal value. Hurry up and come over." Zhang Feiyang continued to vent his frustrations. From his agitated state, it was evident just how angry he was. When Shen's eyes flashed as he carefully recalled the incident. The original owner of this body did indeed treat the Tosa. Whether it was cured at that time was unknown. However, judging from the current situation, it was highly likely that it wasn't cured. In the end, Zhang Feiyang reminded him over the phone, "Don't even think about running away. You should be aware of the Qinglong gang's influence in Beihai. Come over and admit your mistake honestly, maybe there's still a chance for you. If you anger Duan Kuan, you're as good as dead." The Qinglong gang was the largest underworld force in Beihai, deeply rooted and powerful. Although they had whitewashed their image, engaging in real estate and entertainment businesses, behind the scenes, they remained a ruthless criminal organization. After hanging up the phone, Wen Shen rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of annoyance. The original owner of this body was truly an unlucky fellow from head to toe. From the moment of taking over this body until now, within just a day, all sorts of troubles kept arising, and each one was so life-threatening. "Buddy, I seriously suspect you're the reincarnation of a star of calamity." Wen Shen thought he was already unlucky enough, but compared to the original owner, he suddenly realized it was just a drop in the ocean. "Oh well, since I've inherited your body, I can only grit my teeth and deal with these messes of yours." About an hour later, when Shen arrived at the dog-fighting arena. However, he wasn't alone, he brought the Tosa dog along. In case of any unexpected situations, this recently modified Tosa dog could also be of some help. Zhang Feiyang's dogfighting arena was massive, covering an area of at least several tens of thousands of square meters, with high and thick walls that seemed endless at first glance. From a distance, a continuous barking of dogs could be heard. Outside the main gate, many cars were parked, including several luxury cars. Presumably, some of the owners of these cars were here for leisure and entertainment, while others brought their fighting dogs to earn rewards as professional players. Upon reaching the entrance, Wen Chen made a phone call to Zhang Feiyang. In no time, the other party rushed out in a flurry. As soon as he saw Wen Chang, his expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but look him up and down. "Are you Wang Fan?" "Yes, it's me. How come you've become handsome, and you've grown taller too?" Zhang Feiyang said in amazement. If it weren't for the resemblance in facial features between the person in front of him and the Wang Fan in his memory, he wouldn't dare to believe that this person was Wang Fan. Wen Cheng didn't know how to explain, so he had to change the subject. "Boss Zhang, what's the situation?" Bringing up the matter, Zhang Feiyang couldn't help but curse, "You bastard, you've really put me in a tough spot. If it weren't for my reputation in Beihai, Duan Kuan would probably have torn me apart by now." Zhang Feiyang cursed as he led Wen Cheng inside. "When you meet Duan Kuan later, if he wants to hit or scold you, endure it. Whatever conditions he sets, you must agree, or else your life may be in danger," Zhang Feiyang reminded. 10 million, where can I find so much money?" Wen Cheng frowned. "I also bear some responsibility for this matter, so I'll contribute 5 million. You figure out the rest of the 5 million on your own. Isn't your wife running a company? Ask her for some, it shouldn't be a problem," Duan Kuan said. "Wife?" Wen Chang was stunned. He didn't dare to hope that his wife, who had cuckolded him, would lend a hand in this critical situation. Depending on heaven, earth, was not as reliable as depending on oneself. Therefore, Wen Chang had already made up his mind to take it step by step. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Duan Kuan sat with a gloomy face, slamming the armrest and cursing. Beside him, another middle-aged man was gloating, with a smile on his face. "Lao Duan, the Tosa you bought at a high price from Japan is nothing special. It was killed by my dogeo in just one round," the middle-aged man laughed. This man was none other than Wang Meng, the second in command of the Black Tiger Gate, the second largest force in Beihai. He and Duan Kuan had always been arch-enemies, from the battlefield to the business world, and now to the dogfighting arena. The dogfight agreed upon by both parties seemed like entertainment but was actually tied to a lucrative deal. The Qinglong Gang and the Black Tiger Gate were fighting fiercely over a piece of downtown land. As the two major forces were evenly matched, although they clashed daily, neither could overpower the other. In the past, disputes were settled by fights, whoever had the stronger fist held the power of speech. But now, in a society governed by law, they had to find alternative solutions. Hence, both of them enjoyed dogfighting and used it as an opportunity to settle their dispute. The one whose fighting dog lasted till the end would gain exclusive rights to the land. Just an hour ago, Duan Koan had lost several rounds in a row. Not only was the highly anticipated Tosa killed, but the remaining substitute dogs were also defeated. Now, he had no more fighting dogs left. Lao Duan, it seems like you're out of dogs. It looks like I, the Black Tiger Gate, will win this competition hands down. Wang Meng laughed heartily. His arrogant and conceited expression showed his satisfaction and pride. On the other hand, Duan Koan's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. Veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth, restraining his imminent outburst of emotions. At that moment, Zhang Feiyang brought Wencheng in front of Duan Koan. Manager Duan, I've brought the veterinarian who treated your Tosa before. Duan Koan glanced at Wencheng, instantly furious, and waved his hand to his men, shouting, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards headed straight towards Wencheng. Zhang Feiyang was shocked and quickly protected him. Mr. Duan, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to compensate with money? Duan Koan, unable to contain his anger, pointed at Wencheng and cursed, compensate your ass. Do you know that it was this kid who caused the trouble, causing me to lose billions? If it was just losing a game, Duan Koan wouldn't be so furious. The key was his dogfight with Wang Mang, which he ended up losing. Not only did he lose face in front of his enemies, but he also had to hand over land worth billions. Such a thing, no matter who it happened to, would be infuriating. He was already so angry that he wanted to kill someone to vent his frustration. Now, Wencheng's untimely appearance immediately triggered his uncontrollable emotions to erupt completely. Duan Koan glared at Zhang Feiyang and cursed, Zhang Feiyang, get the hell out of here, or I'll kill you along with him. Zhang Feiyang was stunned, caught in a dilemma. He never expected that Duan Koan's temperament would change so drastically in just a short time. One was someone he couldn't afford to offend, the other was a friend he had known for years. At that moment, he didn't know how to choose. Wencheng suddenly pressed Zhang Feiyang's shoulder and said, Mr. Zhang, please step aside. Since it's my mistake, I will bear the consequences. Don't act tough. Are you really tired of living to come out as a scapegoat at this time? Zhang Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said with a smirk. Seeing Zhang Feiyang willing to protect him at this moment, Wencheng was deeply moved. He didn't expect this guy to be quite loyal. However, he ultimately declined his offer. Pulling Zhang Feiyang aside, he walked up to Duan Koan. Mr. Duan, your dog's condition is my fault. If you have any grievances, you can take them out on me, Wencheng said, patting his chest. Duan Koan squinted his eyes slightly. He couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Oh, quite courageous. If your medical skills were as strong as your courage, we wouldn't have encountered such an unwarranted disaster today. Here's the deal. Jump off the platform. Whether you live or die is entirely up to your luck. If you die, it's your own fault. If you survive, it means your life is not meant to end. Wencheng glanced at the high platform in front. It was about 30 to 40 meters high. Jumping from such a height would either result in death or severe injury. Wencheng was no fool, he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Mr. Duan, I won't jump. Upon hearing this, Duan Koan's face darkened, and he sternly reprimanded, What did you say? Wencheng's expression remained composed as he said, Even if I die, it won't make up for your losses. Why don't you give me a chance to make amends? Duan Koan was taken aback and instinctively asked, How do you propose to make amends? Wencheng slowly said, When I came over just now, Mr. Zhang told me that all your fighting dogs were killed, and you lost everything. Duan Koan's facial muscles twitched fiercely. This kid really hit where it hurt. Seeing Duan Koan about to get angry again, Wencheng quickly said, I believe I can help you win back. No matter how much you lost, I will make sure you don't lose a single penny. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Meng beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Duan, no wonder this kid managed to kill your Tosa, turns out he's an ignorant fool. Duan Koan's expression became somewhat unpredictable. He first glanced at Wencheng, then shifted his gaze to the black Tosa on the side. He then asked, You're not thinking of using this dog to help me win back, are you? Wencheng nodded, exactly. Duan Koan cursed loudly, Are you kidding me? After raising dogs for so many years, Duan Koan could tell at a glance that the dog Wencheng was holding was a mixed breed. He admitted that the dog did look good. strong and robust, with jet black fur. However, when compared to a true fighting dog, it was simply out of its league. Wang Meng heard their conversation and laughed even louder. Lao Duan, if you want to embarrass yourself, I have no objections. My dogao at home just finished warming up, hasn't had enough fun yet, killing one more doesn't matter. Duan Kuan hadn't replied yet. Wen Shen turned to Wang Meng, grinned, and said, so be it, as you wish. Immediately, Wen Shen released the tether of the mongrel. Activating a telepathic call, he shouted, De hey, it's time to show your might, let me see your strength after the transformation. The mongrel, upon hearing this, a flash of killing intent flickered in its calm eyes. The next moment, it transformed into a black lightning bolt and dashed towards the fighting arena below. The onlookers around couldn't help but exclaim, so fast. In the arena, a tall and fierce dogao dog was on guard. It was the ace in Wang Meng's hand, a top fierce fighter in the world of fighting dogs, known as the tiger among dogs. Whether in combat skills or ferocity, it belonged to the top tier of dogs. Its size and momentum, compared to the charging mongrel, were only stronger and not weaker. Moreover, having just engaged in several fierce battles, the fresh blood on its body intensified its killing intent, resembling a hellish hound. Ordinary dogs would be scared out of their wits, but the black mongrel remained indifferent. In its eyes, the seemingly mighty dogao dog was nothing more than fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Woof woof woof! Accompanied by a roar, the two dogs clashed. Initially, it was thought that the black mongrel would be swiftly defeated by the dogao dog, but upon actual combat, it was discovered that this black mongrel was far more powerful than imagined. The spectators in the stands, witnessing this thrilling scene, began to discuss fervently. This mongrel is truly fierce. Fierce for what? No matter how powerful it is, it's just a mongrel. How could it be compared to dogao? In a moment, it will definitely be defeated by dogao. It's a pity, dogao is a top-class fighting dog. Only the top 3 fighting dogs can compete with it. This mongrel's limit is at best a third-class fighting dog. Many were surprised by the ferocity of the black mongrel, but they didn't hold high hopes for it, their faces showing a sense of regret. However, their self-righteous speculations didn't last long before a sudden change occurred in the fighting arena. Look, the dogao dog has been killed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their eyes to the arena. They saw the black mongrel, with a single paw, knocking the dogao dog to the ground, then biting its neck and ruthlessly tearing its throat with brutal force. A wail resounded. The terrifying dogao dog fell to the ground, lifeless. What? Wang Meng, who was smiling, immediately sat up in shock, his face filled with astonishment. Beside him, Duan Koan gasped, his eyes wide open in disbelief. How is this possible? No one had expected that the fighting power of this black mongrel would be so formidable. From its charge into the arena to the end of the battle, it didn't even take a minute. It must be noted that the dogao it killed in seconds was among the top 3 in the world of fighting dogs. And the dogao Wang Meng raised was an invincible general who had never been defeated since entering the competition. When they saw the black mongrel charge into the fighting arena, everyone present thought that this mongrel was seeking its own death, offering itself as a meal to the dogao. However, the actual result exceeded everyone's expectations. This impact was akin to a weak chicken with no strength, forcefully killing the renowned world boxing champion. I must be dreaming, right? A local mutt actually killed a Tibetan mastiff. Even the most sensational novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot twist. This is unbelievable. In terms of size and breed, these two dogs are not even in the same league. The Tibetan Mastiff is a fierce hunting dog capable of taking down tigers, while this black local mutt, seemingly ordinary, is terrifying. It truly challenges my understanding. Could this dog be a new breed, not a local mutt? No. I can assure you it's a local mutt, and not even a pure breed. Just take a drive to the countryside, and you'll see plenty of them. But this dog killed a Tibetan Mastiff. Gasps and praises erupted like surging waves on the stands. The spectators who came to watch the dogfight matches were all very knowledgeable about dogs. In their understanding, local mutts were only good for guarding homes, and fighting was considered utterly trashy. After a brief moment of shock, Duan Kuan clapped his hands and laughed out loud. Amazing. His astonishment was no less than that of the onlookers because he was directly involved in this event. Suddenly, he felt a sense of déjà vu, as if experiencing a turn of events. Zhang Feiyang mechanically turned his head and stared blankly at Wen Shen. Wang Fan, what did you feed this local mutt? No, is it really a local mutt? Wen Shen calmly replied, as a dogfighting arena owner, can't you even recognize a dog? Zhang Feiyang spat out in disbelief. In all my life, I've never seen a local mutt that could beat a fighting dog, let alone one that killed the world's top Tibetan Mastiff, Du Gao. Intentionally placing his hand near his mouth, Zhang Feiyang muttered softly, this dog cost Mr. Wang $3 million from America. Wen Chen remained silent, unperturbed. In his view, the black local mutt, enhanced by the power of the beast god, had not yet fully displayed its combat prowess. This was just the tip of the iceberg. While Duan Cohen was jubilant, Wang Meng's expression was extremely grim. As a prominent figure, he was visibly frustrated but managed to control his emotions, gritting his teeth and reluctantly saying, "Good, very good." He first gave Wen Chen a sharp look, then shifted his gaze to Duan Cohen. "Lao Duan, you're really lucky. You were out of cards, yet someone gave you a lifeline." Duan Cohen chuckled and retorted, "Xing Wang, I warned you not to be too smug too soon, but you wouldn't listen. Now, aren't you embarrassed?" Taking a puff of his cigar, Wang Meng squinted his eyes. "What's the rush? I don't just have one dog." As he finished speaking, the bodyguard beside Wang Meng, holding another fierce dog, growled menacingly, "Woof, woof, woof." Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the undisputed top dog in the dogfighting world, the pit bull. With a round head, sharp teeth, and a body covered in terrifying muscles, it was like a bioengineered monster. It was not a natural creature but a killing machine cultivated in a laboratory through genetic technology. Combining the best of all breeds, it was the ultimate war dog. With an unparalleled fighting spirit, incomparable strength, and an ironclad resilience, it was like a hexagonal warrior among dogs. Its most terrifying aspect was that during fights, its body secreted a hormone that suppressed pain. While other dogs' combat abilities decreased when injured, it only grew more ferocious and aggressive, making it even deadlier. Since its creation, the pit bull had always been the unrivaled champion in the dogfighting world. Even the silent reaper Tosa and the butcher Dugao cannot be compared to it. Seeing this fierce pit bull, Duan Cohen's smile froze instantly, even coughing involuntarily. Obviously, he was well aware of the strength of this pit bull. "Brother, your local dog might have met its match. This pit bull has an extraordinary background," Zheng Feiyang said with a furrowed brow. When Chen's expression changed, "What do you mean?" Zheng Feiyang said, "This dog is the #1 general under Boss Wang, winning him over $10 million in foreign dogfighting arenas." Upon hearing this, Wen Chen was expected to be frightened. However, he just responded with a casual "oh" and said no more. Wang Meng patted the pit bull's head and said fiercely, "Big baby, bite that local dog to death for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodyguard led the pit bull into the arena. Duan Cohen, seeing this, did not intervene. The only thing he could rely on at the moment was the black local dog brought by Wen Chen. Therefore, even though he knew the pit bull was extremely powerful, he had to continue the competition. However, just to be safe, he asked Wen Chen, "Brother, what are the odds of your local dog winning against this pit bull?" Wen Chen remained silent, just extending one finger. Duan Cohen's face darkened. "Only 1%? That can't be right. Judging by its ability to defeat Dugao in seconds, it should at least be 30%. Wen Chen calmly said, "Mr. Duan, I think you misunderstood me. I meant 100%. Duan Cohen was shocked, his eyes showing disbelief. Beside him, Wang Meng, upon hearing this, couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, you really don't know your place. Just because that local dog killed my Dugao, you think you're invincible. Wait until it faces my pit bull, then you'll know who the real king of dogs is." Wen Chen changed one finger into 3, "Boss Wang, 30 seconds. What do you mean?" Wang Meng asked in confusion. "If your pit bull doesn't die within 30 seconds, I lose," Wen Chen muttered. Boom! This statement was like a thunderbolt on a clear day, leaving Wang Meng dumbfounded. He had seen people showing off, but never like this. It was one thing to boast confidently, but to boldly claim to kill his pit bull in 30 seconds? Humph! Do you think your dog is a divine beast descended to earth? Faced with Wang Meng's mockery and doubt, Wen Chen calmly said, "Even if it were a divine beast, it wouldn't last 30 seconds. Wang Meng was stunned by Wen Chen's words. He had been in the martial world for many years and had never encountered someone who dared to speak to him in such a tone. If the other party was a prominent figure, he might have let it slide, but the fact that it was just an unknown veterinarian made him even more furious. How dare he make such arrogant remarks to him? "Kid, your dog better win, or I will make you pay for what you just said." Wang Meng threatened fiercely towards Wen Chen. Duan Cohen, who had just threatened to kill Wen Chen, immediately stepped forward to defend him. "Wang, when did this kid become your brother?" "Anyone who upsets you is my brother," Duan Cohen said, putting his arm around Wen Chen's shoulder, smiling. "Brother Wang Fan, I spoke out of turn earlier, please don't take offense." Wen Chen lightly agreed, "Mr. Duan, you are too kind. Call me Brother Duan instead of Duan Zong, I'm a few years older than you. From now on, you can call me Brother Duan, I've got your back." Duan Cohen patted his chest and said, "Okay, Brother Duan," Wen Chen replied, being forcibly acknowledged as an older brother. This was a situation he had never expected. However, observing Duan Koen's words and actions, he realized that the other party was also someone of character, so befriending him might not be a bad idea. Wang Mang looked at the two who were calling each other brothers, his gaze turning even more intense. Clenching his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "I hope you won't turn on this young man later and treat him unfairly." The perspective shifted back to the arena. The bodyguards had already sent the pit bulls up and released their restraints. At this moment, two dogs stood in the center of the arena, ready to confront each other. Originally, it was thought that these two dogs would test each other first. However, the aggressive pit bull, upon seeing the black mongrel, immediately lunged with its jaws wide open. "Who do you think will win this match?" "I don't know. If it were before, I would have chosen the pit bull without hesitation. It's the king of fighting dogs. But now, I think this black mongrel also has a chance. I believe the pit bull has a better chance of winning. This dog not only has high attack power but also a thick skin and strong endurance. Unless it's a top predator like a tiger or lion, I can't see how this black mongrel could win." The audience in the stands began discussing again. As they were exchanging opinions, the two dogs, one big and one small, had already engaged in a fierce battle. In terms of size, the black mongrel and the pit bull had no advantage over each other. As for momentum, the black mongrel seemed to be weaker. It appeared to be a one-sided match. However, in reality, the black mongrel was not only not weaker but even stronger than the pit bull in terms of strength and speed. Wow, this black mongrel, despite its small size, dares to confront the pit bull head-on? You don't say. The pit bull doesn't seem to have the upper hand. It's over for the pit bull. This dog is fierce, but it lacks intelligence when fighting. On the other hand, this black mongrel is targeting the pit bull's weak spots, like its hindquarters and buttocks. That's so cunning. In a fight to the death, there's no such thing as being too cunning. Winning is what matters. Just as they were speaking, the black mongrel, with its lightning speed, swiftly executed a move, first breaking the pit bull's basket. Then, it used another move, biting the pit bull's anus and pulling out its intestines. The ruthless tactics were comparable to Grassland's second brother. The entire scene was as bloody as it could get. Those who witnessed it couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spine. Damn, this black mongrel is brutal. Even with its intestines pulled out, the pit bull didn't collapse immediately and continued to attack frantically. However, the black mongrel moved agilely, swiftly dodging to the side. In no time, the genetically modified monster, with a thud, fell to the ground. It didn't even whimper until its last breath. Stepping on the pit bull's head, the black mongrel roared deafeningly towards the crowd in the stands, displaying its unruly posture. It seemed to be saying, "Everyone here is just for show." 29 seconds. Almost ran out of time. Wen Chen pressed the timer on his watch. Others thought he was bragging, but he was the only one taking it seriously. So much so that when the dust settled from the battle on the field, everyone's eyes showed an indescribable shock. Oh my goodness. Even the pit bull got killed? This is too exaggerated. It took nearly a minute to kill that Dugao, but to kill a stronger pit bull, it only took 30 seconds. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Tisk tsk, so terrifying. Duan Koen, seeing this, didn't know how to react. He was stunned for a few seconds, then he hugged Wen Chen, ecstatically shouting, "Brother, your dog is too fierce. I have never seen such a powerful dog in my life. I am willing to regard it as the most ferocious dog in the world." Wen Chen remained calm, waving his hand lightly. "Basic operation, don't be too excited." Wang Mang, who had just pretended to be calm, couldn't hold it anymore, twisting his cigar into a twist in frustration, cursing repeatedly, "Damn it." Seeing him so agitated, Duan Koen, who enjoyed watching the show, comforted him. "Boss Wang, this pit bull is nothing special. I heard you've invested several million US dollars in it, but now it seems like nothing more than an ordinary dog." Wang Meng glared at Duan Koen, his eyes burning with anger. What's wrong?" Duan Koen shrugged. Wang Meng took a deep breath, as if he remembered something, then quickly calmed down. "Duan Koen, I originally wanted to give you some face, to let you lose with some dignity. However, since you don't know what's good for you, I can only use my trump card." Then, he looked at Wen Chen and said, "Kid, you've got guts to push me this far, worthy of praise. But, I'll tell you, it all ends here." After saying this, Wang Meng gestured with his eyes to the bodyguard beside him, who immediately understood and went downstairs with a few people. Soon, they carried a large iron cage up together. The cage was covered with black curtains, concealing what was inside. However, the creature inside emitted a strange howling sound. Wow wow. The sharp and low-pitched sound was like a blaring siren. Hearing this sound, everyone couldn't help but look over, speculating one after another. What is being brought up in this cage? I don't know. This sound seems familiar, but I can't remember what kind of creature it is. I've never heard of a dog making such a sound, it's creepy. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Oh my god, could it be that thing in the cage?" Duan Cohen turned to look at the airtight iron cage. Although he didn't see what was inside, a sense of foreboding arose in his heart. Wang Meng's expression also began to become increasingly manic. He waved his hand, "Open it." The bodyguard next to him immediately lifted the black cloth. Then, the creature in the iron cage finally appeared before everyone. When they saw the identity of this mysterious creature, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Oh my, why did they bring it here? Is this thing also considered a fighting dog?" Now, the following events are going to get more and more interesting. Wow wow. The creature in the iron cage continued to make strange noises, banging against the cage, creating loud banging sounds. The surrounding bodyguards subconsciously took a few steps back, fearing that this creature might break free. If this creature bit someone, it would definitely result in death or serious injury. A gray-black, robust and massive body, sparse fur, an ugly appearance, and its unique howling. At this point, the identity of this creature was about to be revealed. Yes, the infamous grassland's second brother, the spotted hyena. Known as the chief of the anus department, it had unparalleled skills in anal extraction, standing alone in the world with no rivals. On the African savanna, apart from the lion daring to challenge it, no other animal is its match. It is definitely the top dog among dogs. However, although the spotted hyena is called a dog, it does not belong to the dog family but to the specialized hyena family. It is a completely different creature from the common dog. The spotted hyena locked in the cage is massive, weighing over 100 pounds, standing taller than a person when upright. In wildlife documentaries, spotted hyenas may not seem that big, but in reality, when compared, they are even stronger than Tibetan mastiffs. It is well known that spotted hyenas have a matriarchal society. Female hyenas are more powerful than males, and the one before their eyes is none other than a hyena queen. When Duan Cohen saw this scene, he immediately shouted loudly at Wang Meng, "Wang, can't you play fair? In a dogfight, you actually bring out a spotted hyena?" Wang Meng remained nonchalant about it. He seemed prepared and said, "Isn't a spotted hyena considered a dog? Can this dog be compared to others? What's the difference?" Wang Meng retorted, "You are clearly disregarding the rules." Duan Cohen scolded angrily. Wang Meng smiled and said, "You were the one who broke the rules first. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine." Duan Cohen asked, "How did I break the rules?" Wang Meng pointed to the black native dog in the arena and confidently said, "As far as I know, native dogs are not considered fighting dogs. If it can participate, why can't my spotted hyena? Is there a saying about the pot calling the kettle black? You're twisting the truth." Duan Cohen cursed in anger. The reason native dogs are not considered fighting dogs is that, in general, they are too weak to qualify as fighting dogs. And the reason spotted hyenas cannot be fighting dogs is that they are simply too terrifying. In the natural world, those who can defeat them are few, let alone other dogs. Usually, just seeing them would make one tremble in fear, so even facing them is commendable. It is no exaggeration to say that when a spotted hyena faces other dogs, it is like cutting vegetables, overpowering them with ease. Wang Meng turned his gaze to Zhang Feiyang beside him and said, "Boss Zhang, why don't you judge who broke the rules first?" Zhang Feiyang pursed his lips, looking troubled, and said, "Indeed, native dogs are not qualified to compete." Duan Cohen, unable to contain his anger, wanted to say more but was stopped by Wen Chen. "Brother Duan, it doesn't matter. I've said that even if a Tibetan mastiff descended, it wouldn't last 30 seconds. With just a spotted hyena, what is there to fear?" Hearing this, Duan Cohen couldn't help but look sideways, his face full of astonishment, and asked, "Brother, can your native dog really defeat a spotted hyena?" When Chen snorted, "How can a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon?" Duan Cohen was taken aback. He didn't know whether to question or believe. With his imagination, he couldn't fathom how a native dog could defeat the second strongest on the grasslands. Upon hearing Wen Chen's arrogant words, Wang Meng sneered and said, "You really know how to show off, even looking down on spotted hyenas. Alright, I look forward to seeing if your native dog can live up to your boasting." Seeing Wang Meng ignoring the rules, Duan Cohen had initially thought of stopping the match, but upon hearing Wen Chen's persuasion, he steeled himself and chose to trust him once more. After all, 2 miracles had already occurred. One more should not be a problem. Duan Cohen closed his eyes, afraid to think further, because the more he thought, the more guilty he felt. The spotted hyena locked in the cage was no longer considered a dog but a fierce beast through and through. And so, with both sides' consent, the match continued. Several bodyguards moved the iron cage onto the arena. After opening the iron gate, they quickly left, not daring to linger for a moment. This spotted hyena was not raised in captivity. It was captured from the vast grasslands, wild to the core. In preparation for this match, it was deliberately starved for several days. In a ravenous state, it would become even more ferocious and brutal, seeing all living creatures before it as a meal to fill its belly. A local dog against a spotted hyena? I've never seen such a cross-level competition before. Is there even a chance? I admit this local dog is formidable, but compared to the spotted hyena, it's like an ant challenging a giant. Well, this is no longer a match, but a one-sided hunt. Let's hope this local dog can hold on a bit longer. It's not that it's weak, it's just facing the strongest spotted hyena. The audience present had no faith in the black local dog. Even though its recent performance was extraordinary and unexpected, against the overwhelmingly powerful spotted hyena, it was like a mere illusion, unable to withstand a single blow. After releasing the spotted hyena, it charged straight towards the black local dog. Its eager posture seemed not for battle but for a meal. Yes, it saw this black local dog as a feast. When separated, the difference in size between the two dogs was evident. Together, the disparity was immense. It was like an adult fighting a child. Unexpectedly, the black local dog showed no fear upon seeing the spotted hyena. Instead, it growled low, full of fighting spirit. While the spotted hyena saw it as food, the black local dog saw the spotted hyena as its next trophy. Woof woof woof. A roar. The black local dog dashed like an arrow, engaging in a fierce battle with the spotted hyena. All eyes in the stands were fixed on the arena. They might never witness such an exciting dog fight again in their lifetime. A local dog against a spotted hyena. Just the title alone was unbelievable. It was expected to be a one-sided slaughter. However, when the two dogs finally collided, the reality far exceeded their expectations. The black local dog not only wasn't instantly defeated but stood its ground against the spotted hyena. The two dogs fiercely clashed back and forth in the arena. This is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. How can the local dog hold its ground against the spotted hyena, not falling behind? Damn! When did the Chinese rural dog become so fierce? I should go to the countryside and get a couple myself. With such a huge gap in physical fitness, it can still go head-to-head with the spotted hyena. Even if it eventually loses, this local dog can still hold its head high in defeat. The performance of the black local dog instantly drew enthusiastic cheers from the entire audience. While they didn't hold much hope for the black local dog to win, they highly praised its efforts. Duan Kuan shook his head in amazement. His nerves were more tense than anyone else's. Because to others, this was just a match, but to him, it involved billions in profits. If he lost, he would not only lose face in front of his old rival but also hand over the invaluable land. Since when Chen brought this local dog, he never thought he could turn defeat into victory. However, this local dog repeatedly overturned his expectations, making him understand the saying, even a dog can change the course of history. Come on! You must kill this spotted hyena for me. Duan Kuan's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists, muttering to himself. On the other hand, Wang Meng beside him was equally tense, his eyes unwavering. The psychological pressure he endured was no less than Duan Kuan's, even more so. Everything was under control, victory was assured. But with the appearance of this Black Earth dog, his so-called plans were shattered, and both of his aces were killed by the opponent. While feeling heartache, his anger surged even more. It was like playing a game where victory was within reach, but in an instant, the opponent showed signs of turning the tables. He was furious, anxious, hateful. His molars were almost crushed. Seeing Wang Meng's darkened face, his bodyguard, sweating profusely, couldn't help but comfort him. Boss, rest assured, we are the spotted hyenas. Even if that earth dog had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would never be a match for the spotted hyenas. Wang Meng took a deep breath, completely losing his previous confidence. Let's hope so. The perspective shifted back to the arena. The spotted hyena was indeed the second brother of the grasslands. Moreover, this spotted hyena was the queen of hyenas, extremely powerful in terms of physique in all aspects. The black earth dog, facing it, couldn't deliver a fatal blow. There was no way. The bloodline of this fierce beast was too thick, it could withstand even a lion's attack on the grasslands. Despite the terrifying bite force of the black earth dog, compared to a lion, it lacked some damage. However, the black earth dog quickly found the spotted hyena's weakness. Although this fellow had tough skin, its movement speed was slightly slow, and it focused on attacking without defending. The black earth dog could fully exploit this, engaging in guerrilla warfare, constantly draining its stamina. After devising a strategy, a cold light flashed in the black earth dog's eyes, shifting from lightning attacks to guerrilla warfare. The enemy advances, I retreat. The enemy stays, I disturb. The enemy tires, I strike. The enemy retreats, I pursue. The arena was vast, about hundreds of square meters, allowing the black earth dog to move freely, as its speed was faster than the spotted hyena's. As long as it didn't want to engage, the opponent couldn't even touch its fur. And so, the two dogs began their chase in the arena. When the spotted hyena ran out of breath and wanted to rest, the black earth dog didn't give it a chance, immediately counterattacking, biting and running, never being greedy. Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but shudder, feeling a chill down their spines. Humans, as the masters of all creatures, always believed their intelligence could dominate the entire natural world. However, when they saw the combat skills and tactics displayed by the black earth dog, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. If they were in the spotted hyena's place, they probably wouldn't come up with a good way to counter it. The spotted hyena is finished, this black earth dog is slowly bleeding it out. Like boiling a frog in warm water, as time goes on, the spotted hyena's attacks weaken, and when it can't run anymore, it will be the black earth dog's time to strike back. It's so exciting. I've watched dogfights for so many years, and when the two dogs meet, it's always a direct head-on clash. Never seen any dog using tactics before. The spotted hyena's physical qualities are indeed stronger than the black earth dog's, but in terms of intelligence, it's completely overwhelmed. This is a downgrade attack. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the black earth dog could defeat the spotted hyena. But at this moment, all opinions underwent an ultimate reversal. As expected, under the back and forth tugging of the black earth dog, the spotted hyena quickly ran out of stamina. Originally, the spotted hyena's endurance was considered top-notch in the natural world, able to run for 1 or 2 hours without panting. However, Wang Meng, in order to provoke its ferocity, had starved it for several days, greatly reducing its endurance. A strong start, followed by decline, and finally exhaustion. With no success in the initial attack, the spotted hyena had already completely lost the possibility of winning this match. Look, the black earth dog is launching a counterattack, accompanied by a cry from someone in the stands. The black earth dog, who had just been fleeing moments ago, transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged fiercely towards the spotted hyena. The spotted hyena was exhausted and howling non-stop. With no strength left to attack, it could only defend passively. The black earth dog, with its agile movements, circled around wildly, and greeted the spotted hyena in a rather intimate way. As the notorious chief of the proctology department, the spotted hyena probably never imagined that one day it would fall victim to such a notorious technique. In a brief moment, the spotted hyena's tail was bitten off. Its rear end burst open, flesh and blood mingling. After struggling for a while, the spotted hyena, losing too much blood, eventually collapsed with a mournful howl. Seeing this, the black earth dog wasted no time and pounced, biting its neck in one go. Thus, the self-proclaimed invincible under the lion and the grassland's second brother above the lioness, finally met his end. A gentle breeze blew. The black earth dog stood proudly on the spotted hyena's corpse, this time without a roar. Instead, it cast a cold glance around at the crowd in the stands. Anyone caught in its gaze couldn't help but feel frightened and intimidated. Did it win? Yes, the earth dog killed the spotted hyena. Oh my god, this earth dog seems to be quite cunning. To think it could actually win? After a deathly silence, suddenly thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the stands. Boss Wang, your spotted hyena is really something. My dog took a good 10 minutes to kill it. When Shen stopped the timer, turned to the dumbfounded Wang Meng beside him, and rubbed salt in the wound. Wang Meng's mouth twitched vigorously. Various emotions converged on his face, grinding his teeth, burning with anger and incredulity. Ha ha ha, when the mountains are high and the road is blocked, when the willows are dark, another village appears. I was ready to admit defeat, but lo and behold, luck was on my side. I won. This damn luck. Duan Kuan burst into laughter, showcasing his Versailles style. No one had expected this outcome. Even Zhang Feiyang, who had a good relationship with Wen Shan, stood frozen in place, mouth agape. Wang Fan, your dog is really amazing. Wen Shan remained calm and composed, as if everything was within his expectations. Kid, I, Wang Meng, will remember you. Wang Meng said to Wen Shan, his eyes revealing undisguised killing intent. Duan Kuan frowned. Wang, what's your problem with me? Don't mess with my brother. Losing and wanting to retaliate, your level is so low. Wang Meng snorted coldly, not wanting to stay any longer. With a wave of his hand, he left with his entourage. Before leaving, Duan Kuan added, Wang, don't forget to settle what you owe me for losing. Wang Meng paused for a moment, his shoulders trembling slightly, but without looking back, he soon disappeared from Duan Kuan's sight. Seeing Wang Meng leave, Duan Kuan immediately turned to Wen Shan, patting his shoulder and saying, Brother Wang Fan, don't worry. You've done a great service for my Qinglong gang, I will not only ensure your safety but also reward you generously. Wen Chen waved his hand. Brother Duan, my assistance this time is only to make up for my past mistakes, not for any reward. I understand, but when you do wrong, you should be punished, and when you do right, you should be rewarded. I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me face. Seeing Duan Koan put it this way, Wen Chen naturally had no reason to refuse and could only reluctantly agree. The end. Dan Koan took out a bank card and handed it to him. Dan Gu, this. Wang Fan, this is just a small token of my appreciation, no need to be so polite. How much is inside? Wen Chen asked cautiously. Dan Koan chuckled, you can check the balance yourself, don't worry, I won't shortchange you. No, I'm afraid you're giving me too much, I feel unworthy. Wen Chen said. Dan Koan then put his arm around his shoulder and said seriously, no matter how much I give you, you deserve it. Let's not talk about these trivial things, come on. I'll take you to meet some girls. The only thing abundant in my Qinglong gang is women. Later on, when Chen understood what Dan Koan meant by abundant women, it turned out that nearly 80% of the leisure and entertainment venues in Beihai were owned by him. His high-end clubs and bath centers were numerous, and all the staff working in these places were young, beautiful, and charming girls without exception. After leaving with Dan Koan, when Chen was taken to his newly opened upscale club, essential oil spa, bath massages, karaoke, and dancing all in one place. Both meat and vegetarian options available. In his past life, Wen Chen frequented places like this, but the original owner of this body was a straight-laced person who had never even been to the red light district, let alone such high-end places. Without a few $1,000s in your pocket, you probably wouldn't qualify to enjoy here. Wang Fan, this is a VIP gold card I got for you. You can come to any of my establishments for free, no matter what service or technician you choose. Dan Koan handed Wen Chen another card. Overwhelmed and pleasantly surprised, Wen Chen couldn't help but feel honored. He had to admit, the Dan Gu he just met, although sometimes fierce-looking, was truly unwavering in his loyalty to his brothers. I just received a batch of new girls, one of them is very young and fresh, originally meant for my own enjoyment, but since you're here for the first time, I'll give her to you, Dan Koan said. Wen Chen quickly waved his hand in refusal. However, Dan Koan was insistent, even saying with a stern face, if you don't play along, you're not giving face to me, Dan Koan. With things having come to this point, Wen Chen had no choice but to accept. He wasn't a saint either. In his past life, he was well versed in indulging in vices. Having been a mosquito for 3 years, now that he had a chance at a new life, it wouldn't be right to not indulge a little. So, following Dan Koan's arrangement, he entered a VIP room. After a short wait, there was a knock on the door. A sweet voice followed, hello, I'm technician number 99. Come in, the door's unlocked, Wen Chen said. The door to the room opened. A tall, young lady in a cheapao entered. She had a delicate appearance and fair skin, but her heavy makeup didn't enhance her beauty, rather it concealed her natural charm. Additionally, she was wearing 10-centimeter black high heels, probably for the first time, as she struggled to walk gracefully in them. I'm Meng Meng, pleased to serve you, Technician 99 said with a forced smile. However, her smile seemed strained, almost fake. When Chen asked, just started working? The girl nodded shyly, I started yesterday. Oh, Wen Chen replied calmly. It seemed Dan Koan hadn't lied to him, she was indeed a new girl, and still a virgin, after being a mosquito for so many years. I mastered a skill without learning it, and that is the ability to judge people and things. How old is this girl? What's her figure like? Is her blood good to drink? Is she a novice? He can tell at a glance. The girl in front of him is probably around 19 years old, just starting university. She exudes a scholarly aura, unlike a clueless young girl. Seeing Wen Chen sizing her up, the girl seemed a bit flustered and said hesitantly, guest, let me go prepare the water for you. Wen Chen nodded lightly and watched her walk into the bathroom to turn on the faucet above the bathtub. Later on, she came out and still spoke softly, guest, would you like to bathe first or have a massage? Massage, Wen Chen replied. Then please lie down. Face up or face down? Wen Chen asked. Either way. Wen Chen hesitated for a moment, then lay down directly on the bed. The girl took off her high heels and sat beside him. Her slender white hands touched his shoulders, starting to massage his acupoints and loosen his muscles. Wen Chen closed his eyes, quite enjoying the massage. However, as she continued, he noticed something was amiss. Because, for some reason, the girl started crying. What's wrong? Wen Chen instinctively turned his head. Indeed, he saw the girl with teary eyes, looking very sad. What's the matter? Wen Chen asked. While wiping her tears, the girl said, it's nothing, really. Wen Chen furrowed his brows and said softly, if you're unwilling to provide the service, then you can leave. He never wanted to force anyone. Even in bathing and massages, the same rule applied. With that said, the girl was visibly shocked, quickly shaking her head. No. Then why are you crying? Wen Chen asked. He hadn't intended to ask, but now that he did, the girl cried even harder. Tears streamed down, her voice choked with sobs. Seeing her distress, Wen Chen sat up, looking at her seriously. Startled by Wen Chen's movement, the girl hurriedly said, "Guest, please don't send me away. If you do, I won't get my commission, and I really need the money." Those in this line of work usually had no choice. No one did it for pleasure but solely for money. Wen Chen wasn't particularly interested in these melodramatic acts. Many women in this field like to weave tragic stories, evoking pity and sympathy from clients for better benefits. However, looking at this girl, so pure and innocent, she didn't seem to play such games. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel a bit curious about her story. Our boss told me that you are a very distinguished guest. If I serve you well, I can earn 30,000 for one session. The girl's eyes reddened as she spoke pitifully. Wen Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "You're a university student, right?" The girl looked surprised. "How did you know?" "I can tell." "Which university are you attending?" Wen Chen inquired. The girl seemed hesitant. Wen Chen added, "It's just a casual question. If you prefer not to answer, that's fine. North Sea Medical University, majoring in clinical medicine." "I'm a freshman," the girl said softly. Wen Chen's expression changed, and he curiously asked, "That's a prestigious university. Study well, and your future will be bright. Why choose this?" Throughout history, men have had two major hobbies: leading virtuous women astray and persuading courtesans to reform. Both are not righteous deeds, yet they consider themselves morally upright gentlemen. Just as Wen Chen was about to speak, he felt it was inappropriate and wanted to change his words, but the girl interjected, "Because I lack money, I need a lot of money." Wen Chen unconsciously asked, "Are you earning money for living expenses and tuition fees?" The girl nodded and shook her head. "Those are just a part of it, but more importantly, it's for medical expenses. My younger brother is seriously ill, and we have to spend a lot of money every day. I study clinical medicine to treat him." Upon hearing this, Wen Chen suddenly realized, "I see." The girl continued, "Originally, my family was quite well off. Although not wealthy, we never worried about food and drink. But since my brother fell ill, our family has been drained financially. We sold our car and house, but the treatment for him remains a drop in the bucket." As she spoke, her voice gradually faded, leaving only tears. Witnessing this scene, Wen Chen couldn't help but feel sympathy. Having experienced hardships himself, he couldn't bear to see others in dire straits. After a moment of silence, a thought struck Wen Chen, and he patted the girl's shoulder, saying, "Don't continue with this job. Once you're in, your life will be ruined." The girl suddenly looked up, panic-stricken, and said, "Sir, please don't send me away. I will serve you well. I won't cry or speak anymore. I'll start working on your project right away." She wiped her tears in a fluster and was about to throw herself at Wen Chen. He pushed her away, saying, "Miss, don't do this." The more he resisted, the more frightened the girl became. She skipped the foreplay and started undressing. Startled, Wen Chen grabbed her hand. "Miss, you've misunderstood me. Let me explain, okay?" With teary eyes, the girl looked at him, puzzled. As Wen Chen helped her put her clothes back on, he earnestly explained, "I told you not to continue this job because I want to help you. I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Take this money to treat your brother." Upon hearing this, the girl was stunned, staring blankly at Wen Chen. Amid her astonishment, there was more confusion. "Why are you helping me?" the girl asked. Wen Chen took a deep breath. His decision to help wasn't solely out of pity. There were countless suffering people in the world, and he couldn't save them all. The reason he extended a helping hand was that he saw a familiar shadow in this girl. He must have seen her somewhere before. The reason he didn't recognize her immediately was that her makeup was too heavy, concealing her true appearance. After careful recollection, a memory package popped up in his mind. Opening it, a rush of memories perfectly aligned with the girl in front of him. "Is your real name Li Shuyu?" Upon hearing this, the girl was dumbfounded, looking at Wen Chen in shock. "How did you know?" With a confirmed answer, Wen Chen was shaken. It was indeed her. The reason he could say her real name was that he had drunk her blood a year ago. It's truly a small world. He had encountered another person who had once saved him. As the saying goes, a drop of blood merits a gushing spring. If not for that drop of blood from her back then, perhaps Wen Chen wouldn't have reincarnated so quickly. Therefore, seeing her in distress now, he had to lend a hand. Li Shuyu's surprise quickly turned into fear. Despite her involvement in the world's affairs, she valued her innocence greatly. She changed her name to Meng to conceal her identity. Who would have thought that on her first day on the job, she would encounter someone she knew? In that moment, she felt like the sky was falling on her. How do you know me? Li Shuyu asked, her pretty little face filled with nervousness. Seeing this, Wen Shen hurriedly said, I have seen you before, and you even helped me. It was because of your help that I was able to save my life. Ah! Li Shuyu was dumbfounded on the spot. Her eyes shimmered as she carefully examined Wen Shen. Her doubts grew stronger. She was certain. She had never seen the other person before. When, where, and how did I help you? Li Shuyu asked 3 questions in a row. Wen Shen naturally couldn't tell the truth about this. After a moment of thought, he could only say, you may not remember that incident, but I have it engraved in my heart. I always keep my word and would never lie to you. Li Shuyu was stunned, her eyelashes trembling as she pondered. She truly couldn't recall where she had met Wen Shen before, but seeing his sincere appearance, despite her doubts, she ultimately chose to believe him. Because she couldn't find a reason for him to deceive her. Unless he didn't want to pressure her, so he came up with such a poor excuse. Yes, it must be like that. Thinking of this, Li Shuyu couldn't help but be moved to tears. Choked with emotion, she said, Sir, you are a good person. No, you are the good one. Wen Shen reached out, wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes, and asked, by the way, what disease does your brother have? Chronic leukemia. He has to take imported special medication every day to suppress the worsening condition, Li Shuyu said. Treating this disease must cost a lot of money, right? Wen Shen asked. Li Shuyu nodded, yes. Then the 100,000 I gave you might not be enough, Wen Shen said. Li Shuyu pursed her lips, her gaze determined as she said, I will work hard to earn money. No matter what, I must save my brother's life. What about your parents? Wen Shen asked. Mentioning this, the light in Li Shuyu's eyes dimmed instantly, and she sobbed, they died in a car accident on the way to raise money for my brother. Wen Shen's heart sank, so now, it's just you and your brother relying on each other? Li Shuyu lowered her head, biting her lip without a word. Wen Shen didn't intend to touch on sensitive topics, but unexpectedly, he hit the nail on the head. Misfortune always seeks out the unfortunate. If it weren't for this series of accidents, with Li Shuyu's personal qualities and talents, she would have undoubtedly achieved great success in the future. When he first met her, she had just turned 18, clad in white like snow, fresh and charming. Her whole being exuded a sunny aura. Now, seeing her again, she had the weariness and sorrow that shouldn't belong to her age. Here's the deal, I'll give you 100,000 each month. You can use some of the money for your education and the rest for your brother's treatment. Please don't continue with what you're doing now, or you'll truly ruin your future. Wen Shen said solemnly. Li Shuyu shook her head in refusal, I can't accept it, sir. You've helped me once, and I'm already grateful. If I take more money from you, I'll feel uneasy. What's there to feel uneasy about? You saved my life, and I'm repaying your kindness. If you refuse my money, then I'll be the one feeling uneasy. Wen Shen insisted firmly. Li Shuyu didn't believe him at all. She increasingly felt that Wen Shen was deliberately finding excuses to help her. If such a thing really happened, why didn't he say it? Sir, what's your name? Li Shuyu asked. Wang Fan, Wen Shen replied. Li Shuyu took a deep breath, as if she had made a significant decision in her heart. Mr. Wang, I can take your money, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Li Shuyu said. That means you want me to be your lover. I can't just accept your kindness for nothing and do nothing in return. Wen Shen fell silent. Li Shuyu admitted, if you don't agree, then I definitely won't take your money. Wen Shen found it both amusing and exasperating. How could there be such a straightforward girl in the world? Even if you give her money for nothing, she won't take it. Perhaps it was precisely this damn principle of hers that left a deep impression on him. Wen Shen shook his head like a rattledrum. Silly girl, how can you be my lover? I'm repaying a debt, and by doing this, you're making it seem like taking advantage of me, turning kindness into enmity. Li Shuyu stared straight at Wen Shen. Alright, Mr. Wang, explain to me clearly what you need my help with, and then I'll believe there's such a thing. Wen Shen fell silent again. How could he explain this bizarre situation? No matter who he told, no one would believe him, they might even think he was crazy. Seeing this stubborn girl, Wen Shen could only helplessly wave his hand. Fine, if you want to be my lover, then be it. But let me make it clear beforehand, I have a family, I can't give you a future, and I can't be responsible for you. Li Shuyu nodded repeatedly, not caring at all. She made this proposal not out of affection for him but simply because she didn't want to owe him anything for free. She had nothing to offer except her clean body for an equivalent exchange. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer money to you at the beginning of each month, Wen Shen said. Now, Li Shuyu no longer resisted and obediently followed Wen Shen's instructions. Mr. Wang, if I'm to be your lover, do I need to follow any rules or regulations? Li Shuyu asked. Not for now. When I have a need, I'll come to you. What you need to do now is study hard and succeed in the future, Wen Shen said. Oh, okay, Li Shuyu replied softly. Half an hour later, the two came out of the private room. During this time, they did nothing but talk about life and dreams. Although Wen Shen was sponsoring Li Shuyu, he still knew nothing about her situation. So, he suggested going to Li Shuyu's place to take a look, and incidentally, check on his brother's condition. If it could be treated, he would do it on the spot to save her from further trouble. Mr. Wang, where I live is very poor. If someone like you goes there, I'm afraid it will. Li Shuyu hesitated. In her eyes, a boss who could afford to sponsor a lover with 100,000 yuan must be either rich or powerful. In reality, Wen Shen was not a big shot, he was currently just an unknown small veterinarian. It's okay. If I don't understand your situation, I won't be at ease, Wen Shen said softly. Li Shuyu nodded slightly. Alright then. Why is it over already? Just as the two left the room, Duan Koan walked over. Normally, the service time here was often 2 hours. If someone left midway, it was mostly because the customer was dissatisfied. Meng, did you not serve well? Duan Koan glared fiercely, his voice cold as he scolded Li Shuyu. The imposing manner of a gang leader instantly made Li Shuyu tremble with fear. Wen Shen quickly explained, Brother Duan, you misunderstood. Meng served very well. Then why did you come out so quickly? Duan Koan asked. Wen Shen said, I like her too much, I want to sponsor her. I don't know if Brother Duan is willing to let her go? Hearing this, Duan Koan's frozen expression immediately turned into a smile. So that's how it is. I thought the girl was being impolite. Brother Wang Fan, since you like her, take her away. Thank you, Brother Duan, Wen Shen expressed his gratitude. Duan Koan waved his hand. It's unnecessary to thank each other between us. You've helped me so much. Even if it were 10 girls, I wouldn't even blink. After chatting for a while, Duan Koan originally wanted to send Wen Shen off in a car, but he refused. After all, he had to take Li Shuyu home later, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. And so, Duan Koan escorted Wen Shen to the door, and they waved goodbye. Brother Wang Fan, if you need anything, just call me. If I can help, I won't refuse. Okay, Duan Gu. Wen Shen turned around and left with Li Shuyu. Just then, an Audi R8 roared past. The person in the passenger seat suddenly shouted, Stop the car. The driver asked, What's wrong? The young man in the passenger seat did not answer. Instead, he stuck his head out of the window and looked back at the two figures getting farther away. Damn! I thought I was mistaken, but it's really that guy. I always thought he was an honest person, who knew he was also a lecher. This grumbling young man was none other than Chu Qingda's brother, Wen Shen's nephew, Chu Qingfeng. He followed his good buddies here to fool around, and coincidentally saw Wen Shen coming out of a high-end club with a sexy female technician. Who is that person? Someone next to him asked. That's my family's mongrel, Chu Qingfeng cursed. The other person immediately understood, your sister's man? Hey, your sister is such a beautiful woman, how did she end up with such a scumbag? It's like casting pearls before swine, what a waste. Daring to cheat on my sister behind her back, this mongrel is dead. Chu Qingfeng, unable to contain his anger, immediately took out his phone to take a picture. Damn it! Eating from my house, drinking from my house. Not being honest, sneaking out to cheat, wait and see how my family deals with him. Chu Qingfeng had long been displeased with the mongrel. With such a brother-in-law, it was a great humiliation to him, his sister, or the entire Chu family. That's why he had been looking for an opportunity to kick this mongrel out. But over the years, this guy had been watertight in his actions. He just couldn't find a good opportunity. And, with the old man protecting him, now, this guy couldn't bear the loneliness anymore and started having an affair. Plus, the old man's health was deteriorating. It was only a matter of time before this mongrel was driven out of the Chu family. After taking the photo, Chu Qingfeng's first action was to send the picture to his sister. And he vividly described the encounter with Wen Shen at the high-end club. He said all kinds of nasty things. Chu Qingda was still at the company, dealing with her affairs. But when she saw what her brother sent, her face changed suddenly. In the picture, Wen Shen was walking side by side with a voluptuous woman, chatting and laughing. No! More precisely, it was the original owner of this body, Wang Fan. At first, Chu Qingda didn't believe the authenticity of the picture. Although she didn't like Wang Fan, she still believed in his character. After so many years of marriage, he had never messed around outside or had any bad habits. That's why their marriage, which was famous but not real, had lasted so long. Faced with doubts, Xu Qingfeng sent a voice message, sounding very sincere. Sis, do you think I would lie when I saw it with my own eyes? I just asked the club's staff, and they said he had just finished his service and left. Now, Xu Qingga had no choice but to believe. She furrowed her brows slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Time will reveal a person's true colors. Originally, when she wanted to divorce Wang Fan, she felt guilty. Now, the guilt in her heart has instantly disappeared because of this matter, replaced by overwhelming disgust. Forget it, there's no need to be angry. Since we're getting divorced soon, I can do whatever I want, and nothing matters to me anymore. Xu Qingga rubbed her temples and took a deep breath. Meanwhile, Wen Shen was unaware that his activities at the club had been discovered by his brother-in-law and reported to his wife. He was now with Li Shuyu, arriving at the place she rented. It was a group-rented room in a village within the city. A large room of 100 square meters was divided into 4 smaller rooms. One of these rooms was where Li Shuyu and her brother lived. Mr. Wang, I apologize for the inconvenience, Li Shuyu said apologetically. Wang Fan glanced around and asked, how much is it per month here? 1,200. No kitchen or bathroom? Li Shuyu shook her head, there's only a public bathroom, and as for the kitchen, there's a stove set up in the corridor, usually only suitable for making light dishes. I see, Wang Fan nodded slightly. Li Shuyu was about to take out the keys to open the door. However, the door opened from the inside. A frail, pale young man stood at the doorway. Sis, you're back? Li Shuyu rushed to support her brother upon seeing him. She introduced him to Wen Shen. Mr. Wang, this is my brother, Li Shuqi. Hello, Wen Shen greeted politely. Li Shuqi looked at Wen Shen and asked, Sis, who is this? Li Shuyu was taken aback. She hadn't figured out how to introduce Wen Shen yet. But Wen Shen took the initiative and said, I am your sister's boyfriend. My name is Wang Fan. Nice to meet you. Boyfriend? Both Li Shuyu and her brother were stunned. Obviously, from Li Shuyu's surprised expression, she didn't expect Wen Shen to say that. But it's fine this way. A boyfriend sounds better than a lover. Li Shuqi was quite surprised and instinctively asked, Sis, when did you get a boyfriend? Li Shuyu was stunned again. Her eyes flickered, and her eyelashes fluttered. Wen Shen explained, I've known your sister for a long time, and we've been in a relationship for a while now. She thinks I'm reliable, so she brought me here to meet you. Oh, I see. Li Shuqi's expression changed instantly, smiling as if he had encountered something very happy. Sis, with this brother taking care of you in the future, I can rest assured. Li Shuqi's smile was pure and clean, like the sky after rain, without a trace of impurity. He looked at Wen Shen and said seriously, Brother, my sister is a good girl. If it weren't for me dragging her down, she would definitely be an outstanding girl. Please take good care of her in the future. I can't protect her or take care of her, so I entrust everything to you. Wen Shen's face stiffened, not expecting Li Shuqi to say such words. But thinking about it, it made sense. With the kind of illness Li Shuqi had, he could pass away at any moment if his condition worsened. Before he died, he could see his sister being taken care of. That's why he expressed these sentiments. Li Shuyu naturally understood her brother's implied meaning and quickly said, Shuqi, don't worry, sister won't let you die. This brother Wang Fan is a doctor, he can treat you. On the way here, Wen Shen had introduced his profession to Li Shuyu. However, he didn't mention being a veterinarian, but a doctor. He didn't look down on the profession of a veterinarian, but he felt that if he took Li Shuqi to see a doctor, it wouldn't be very convincing. Anyway, doctors and veterinarians are only one word apart. One treats humans, the other treats animals. Essentially, both are about helping others, curing illnesses, and saving lives. As soon as Wen Shen was identified as a doctor, the light in Li Shuqi's eyes shone even brighter. In his view, doctors belonged to the high-income group. If his sister got together with Wen Shen in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink anymore. Maybe she could even complete her studies with his support. Stop standing outside, come in and sit down, Li Shuyu hurriedly invited Wen Shen into the house. Upon entering, the scene inside was clear at a glance. There was a bed, a cabinet, and a table. The corner was filled with various items, including books, daily necessities, yellowing vegetables, some cans, and plastic bottles. Despite the cramped space, it was still well organized, clean, and tidy. From this, it was evident that Li Shuyu was a girl who loved life. Why is there only one bed? Wen Shen asked. Li Shuqi explained, there's not enough space in the room for 2 beds. Usually, I sleep on the floor while my brother sleeps on the bed. Oh, Wen Shen nodded, feeling even more sympathetic towards the siblings' situation. Brother Wang, there's nothing special to offer, have a cup of hot tea, Li Shuyu handed the brewed tea to Wen Shen. Sitting on a small stool, Wen Shen's gaze continued to roam around the room. Suddenly, he asked, Shuyu, How much does your brother's monthly treatment cost? Li Shuyu pursed her lips and slowly replied, if he needs special medication, it costs around 40 to 50,000 per month. We don't have much money now, so we can only take some domestic generic drugs, which are not very effective, but still cost 2 to 3,000. Such expensive treatment costs. No wonder it had drained a middle-class family like theirs. As a girl, Li Shuyu had truly endured a lot to support her family, take care of her brother's treatment, and pursue her education. All the burdens were on her slender shoulders. She didn't give up on herself but faced everything calmly, smiling at life. This kind of openness and honesty was something even Wen Chen, who had experienced the ups and downs of life, didn't possess. In addition, Li Shuyu's brother, was also a good child. Despite his serious illness, he always thought of his sister. Li Shuqi had told Wen Chen that his brother's condition was currently stable. However, upon seeing Li Shuqi, Wen Chen immediately sensed that his life was hanging by a thread. His vitality was extremely weak, his skin pale and turning black, a sign of imminent death. If he wasn't mistaken, Li Shuqi's illness had already entered a critical stage. But to avoid worrying Li Shuyu, he had been enduring it without showing any signs. Although Wen Chen wasn't a qualified doctor, he knew quite a bit about leukemia. Once afflicted with this disease, the patient would suffer immensely, living in agony. What kind of willpower was it that made a 15 or 16-year-old child grit his teeth, put on a smile, and pretend to be healthy? Li Shuqi probably already knew about his own physical condition. Therefore, upon learning that Wen Chen was her sister's boyfriend, she was so happy and said something meaningful. Her sister sold herself to earn money, her brother endured pain to seek death. Originally, the drama on stage seemed dramatic enough. Little did they know, compared to real suffering, it was still far, far away. Listening to the conversation between Wen Chen and Li Shuyu, Li Shuqi's face changed slightly, and he quickly said, "Sister, I'm fine, I feel like I'm about to recover soon, I don't need to take any more medicine." The reason he said this was mainly out of concern. He was worried that his sister telling her boyfriend about all these circumstances would make the other party hesitate. After all, the monthly treatment costs of tens of thousands were not something an ordinary family could bear. He had finally seen his sister settled in the latter part of her life. If their relationship became strained because of him, even if he died, he would not rest in peace. With a sudden burst of energy, Li Shuqi wanted to show his healthy state. He unexpectedly stood up from the bed, not just standing still but also jumping around. "Sister, look at me. Am I not better? I'm perfectly fine, full of energy." Li Shuyu was instantly frightened, her face losing color as she exclaimed, "Shuqi, don't move around." "It's okay, sister, I'm really fine." Li Shuqi laughed, pretending to be a normal person. Seeing this, Li Shuyu's eyes flashed, unable to help but marvel at her younger brother's improved mental state compared to before. Just as she was feeling happy about it, unexpectedly, Li Shuqi, who was lively and energetic a second ago, suddenly closed his eyes, stiffened, and fell backward. There was a thud as he fell onto the bed behind him, unconscious. The smile on Li Shuyu's face instantly froze. She was shocked and pale, hurriedly rushing to Li Shuqi's side to check his condition. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Wen Chen immediately stepped forward, saying to Li Shuyu, "Let me see." Li Shuyu was teary-eyed, crying miserably. In this situation, she could only pin her hopes on Wen Chen. "Brother Wang, you must save my brother." Wen Chen nodded. He immediately displayed his supernatural powers, scanning Li Shuqi's body. The sight was shocking. Li Shuqi's physical condition was even worse than he had judged. He was already at death's door. The lively display earlier was just a fleeting moment of energy. When this breath was exhausted, it would be his last moment. Originally, Wen Chen planned to go back and study leukemia before treating him, but now, he had to act earlier. Of course, using the old method, spiritual energy-infused water, a cure for all ailments. Wen Chen quickly asked Li Shuyu to bring a glass of water. Then, he inserted his finger into it, infused a faint spiritual energy, stirred it, and swiftly made Li Shuqi drink the whole glass of water by pinching his nose and opening his mouth. Watching this, Li Shuyu was stunned. Although she was not a doctor, she had already been to college and learned a lot about clinical knowledge. She had never seen such an extreme first aid method. "Brother Wang, what are you doing?" Li Shuyu asked. Wen Chen said, "This is an ancient secret remedy. If your brother drinks this glass of water, he might wake up, there might still be hope. If he doesn't wake up." He didn't finish the sentence. However, the intended meaning was already clear enough. Li Shuyu was instantly stunned. Her once bright eyes seemed to lose all their luster. Woo! Suddenly, her emotions collapsed. She lay on Li Shuqi, crying loudly. Seeing this scene, Wen Chen, whose heart was originally indifferent, couldn't help but be moved. "The moment I saw your brother, I knew his situation was extremely dire. He must have pretended to be fine to spare you from worrying." Hearing this, Li Shuyu was stunned. Li Shuyu suddenly looked up. This shouldn't be happening. He takes medicine every day, even if his body is weak, it shouldn't deteriorate so quickly, unless. She seemed to have figured something out. She immediately rushed to the side and opened the medicine cabinet. She took out the medicines and checked them. They were all untouched. He didn't take his medicine? Li Shuyu was thunderstruck upon learning this. "I think he doesn't want to burden you anymore," Wen Chen pondered. Li Shuyu was in tears, her heart aching. She looked at her brother lying unconscious on the bed, touched but mostly speechless. This silly child. I told him, I can earn money. Why doesn't he believe me? Wen Chen embraced the distraught Li Shuyu, gently patting her back. "Shuyu, don't be too sad. My method has never failed before. I promise you, no matter what, I will save your brother." Li Shuyu nodded vigorously, tears blurring her vision. She knew Wen Chen was comforting himself. A glass of plain water. Nothing added. Just stirred with a finger. How could this possibly save a dying patient's life? If she hadn't studied medicine, she might have believed this well-intentioned lie. But now that she had, she knew there weren't that many miracles in the world. Cough, cough, cough. Just then, Li Shuchi, who was lying in bed almost lifeless, suddenly woke up. He started coughing and black blood came out of his mouth. Li Shuyu immediately looked over upon hearing the sound. She saw Li Shuchi, who was as pale as a sheet, now with a rosy complexion, opening his eyes. He whispered, "Am I not dead yet?" Li Shuyu hurried to check on him. Seeing him coughing blood, she was relieved but then nervously asked Wen Chen, "Brother Wan, what's happening to my brother?" Wen Chen glanced and immediately made a judgment. "It's a normal phenomenon, don't worry. After he finishes coughing up this blood, his body should recover significantly." The spiritual energy in Wen Chen's dantian was absorbed from the essence of heaven and earth. With the miraculous workings of nature, an ordinary person could cultivate this energy, transcend and become immortal. Using it to heal was certainly possible, even more effective than expensive foreign developed drugs. Whether it's humans or animals, the cause of illness boils down to one thing: the body being tainted by evil energy. This evil energy could come from the outside or even from within. By expelling it from the body, one could cure diseases and bring the dying back to life. The more severe the illness, the heavier the evil energy. Take leukemia, for example, where the blood is contaminated, losing its original properties and becoming a burden instead of a benefit to the body. To cure it, one must not only strengthen the foundation but also purify the blood. When Chen had just acquired this body, his cultivation was not yet on track, and the spiritual energy in his body was not pure, so the effects would be greatly reduced. However, he didn't expect to cure Li Shuchi immediately. As long as he could temporarily save his life, there was still hope for the future. Li Shuyu had her doubts initially, but when she saw her brother, after coughing up several mouthfuls of black blood, not only did he not weaken further, but he became more spirited. Ripples of emotion surged in her eyes. Unable to contain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, he's really better." Wen Chen smiled, not completely, but compared to before, he's definitely more energetic. Li Shuyu turned around, amazed. "Brother Wang, do you know magic?" Wen Chen was stunned, chuckling awkwardly. "How do you know?" Li Shuyu blinked her big, bright eyes and said spiritedly, "I've lived for so long and have never seen an operation that can save a life with just a glass of water." Wen Chen paused, trying to remain calm. "The world is vast, full of wonders. This is nothing special. When your horizons broaden in the future, you might see even more miraculous things." No one expected that this casually spoken sentence would soon come true. Li Shuyu did indeed witness something more miraculous than that. However, the one performing all these feats was still Wen Chen. After pulling Li Shuchi back from the brink of death, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Seeing his steady breathing and normal complexion, Li Shuyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She knew that her brother's life had finally been saved. "Brother Wang, thank you. Your great kindness, I will never forget in my life. Whether my brother lives or dies, I will repay you by being a cow or a horse in this lifetime." As Li Shuyu expressed her gratitude, she also made a solemn promise. If before, she said she would be Wen Chen's lover just to avoid owing him, now, saying such words, she felt an inexplicable affection. In this man's company, whom she had known for less than 3 hours, she felt a long-lost sense of security. With emotions stirring in Li Shuyu, Wen Chen showed no emotion, calmly saying, "It's getting late, you should rest early, and I should go home." Afterwards, Li Shuyu saw Wen Chen off. Just as he was about to leave, Li Shuyu called out to him. Wen Chen turned back. "What's wrong?" Li Shuyu bit her lip, her delicate face blushing. She shyly said, "Brother Wang, whenever you need me, just call me." Hearing this, Wen Chen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at her radiant face and seductive figure, his heart raced momentarily. He couldn't help but swallow hard. However, in the end, he just faintly said, "Oh, I'm leaving." With those words, he turned and disappeared from Li Shuyu's sight. As soon as Wen Shan left Li Shuyu's place, he was ready to return to the veterinary hospital. However, his phone, in his pocket, started ringing. Checking it, he saw it was his wife calling. Ha! Wen Shan was momentarily stunned. In Wang Fan's memory, his icy wife rarely called him, maybe once a year. Today, for some unknown reason, she actually called. After a brief hesitation, Wen Shan answered the phone. "Hello." Suddenly, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. "Where are you?" "I'm outside." "Who are you with?" "Just by myself." "Humph." Shu Qingge snorted coldly, her tone full of suspicion. This left Wen Shan somewhat puzzled. "Hurry back, there's something at home that needs you." After saying this, Shu Qingge promptly hung up the phone. Wen Shan was left dumbfounded. Although she didn't say much, he could sense a hint of displeasure in her words. This immediately ignited his anger. "Ha! You're trying to cuckold me. I'm not even angry yet. Why do you get to be mad first? Is there no justice in this world?" Perfect. He also wanted to see what kind of shameless person the original owner's wife was. With that in mind, Wen Shan hurried back home. Upon returning, he opened the door and was taken aback. The living room was filled with people. Besides Chu Qingge, there was her younger brother Chu Qingfeng and their parents. The expressions of the family of four were dark and grim, as if brewing a storm of anger. As soon as Wencheng returned, Chu Qingfeng took the lead in accusing him, pointing at Wencheng's nose and scolding loudly, "You audacious dog, eating and using what belongs to my family, and even daring to seek pleasure outside behind my sister's back." Wencheng frowned at Chu Qingfeng's aggressive face and mouth. He hated it when people pointed fingers at him. Seeing Wencheng frown, Chu Qingfeng became even more provocative, saying in a sarcastic tone, "Oh, after a few days, you've grown a temper? Am I slandering you with what I said? Remove your dog paw." Wencheng coldly ordered. Chu Qingfeng was shocked, staring wide-eyed and shouting, "Wang Fan, what are you saying?" In his impression, this audacious dog had always been submissive. He always obeyed orders from the family, very obedient. But today, something seemed different. From the moment the other party entered the house, he seemed like a changed person. There was no more flattery or servility, no more sycophantic behavior or submission. "I won't repeat myself," Wencheng shouted, grabbing Chu Qingfeng's finger in front of the Chu family. "Ouch, it hurts." Chu Qingfeng cried out in pain, sweating profusely. His previous arrogant demeanor had vanished, replaced by a contorted face of pain. "Wang Fan, what are you doing?" Shen Min shouted loudly. Wencheng looked at his mother-in-law calmly and said, "I'm teaching your son manners. He's grown up and yet shows no respect to his elders." "What?" Not only Shen Min was shocked, even Chu Jiangwo's expression changed, and Chu Qingge, witnessing the scene, also looked astonished. With a snap, Wencheng, without many words, grabbed Chu Qingfeng's finger and broke it in front of the Chu family. Chu Qingfeng screamed in pain, rolling on the ground. Clutching his hand, tears streamed down his face. Outrageous, lawless. Chu Jiangwo was furious. Even he hadn't expected that this son-in-law, who was nothing in the Chu family, would dare to openly attack the host. "Where is Lao Huang? Dare to hurt my son, break his dog legs for me." As soon as he said this, the bodyguard standing at the door rushed over. This man was named Huang Wuji. He was a martial arts expert in Baguazhang, hired by Chu Jiangwo as a personal bodyguard. His iron palms were like steel, indestructible and immensely powerful. A slap from him on an ordinary person would either kill or maim them. Wencheng turned to look at Huang Wuji. He saw a cold and sharp look in his eyes. He exuded a strong sense of hostility. Indeed, he was a master. However, compared to an ordinary person, he was still just a paper tiger. If he dared to make a move, I wouldn't mind destroying all his cultivation and use him as an example. Wencheng's eyes turned cold, pondering in his heart. Huang Wuji seemed to sense the killing intent emanating from Wencheng. Surprised, he couldn't help but feel astonished. How could this useless son-in-law of the Chu family give him the feeling of being stared at by a fierce tiger? This feeling only appeared in life-threatening situations. No, this must be an illusion. He was just a waste. How could he be compared to me? With this thought in mind, Huang Wuji no longer hesitated, raising his iron palm to knock down the Chu family's useless son-in-law. However, at this moment, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" Hearing this, everyone turned to look in the same direction, only to see the old Master Chu slowly walking out with the support of his daughter. Nonsense! Fighting among family members, what kind of behavior is this? Upon hearing the furious scolding from Grandpa Chu, Shen Min hurriedly reported, "Dad, it's not that we bullied Wang Fan, but this kid went too far. Xingfeng just said a few words to him, and he broke Qingfeng's finger. Grandpa Chu glanced at his grandson rolling on the ground. Then, he shifted his gaze to Wen Shen, who remained calm and composed in front of him. A hint of surprise flashed in his murky eyes. Fan, why did you break Qingfeng's finger? Wen Shen replied calmly, because he deserved it. He insulted me, so I was teaching him to respect his elders. Dad, I'm not wrong, right? He admitted it himself, Shen Min added. Shut up. Grandpa Chu scolded angrily, a bunch of self-righteous fools, only thinking highly of themselves. Fan did well. Xingfeng is too arrogant, he deserves a harsh lesson. Seeing Grandpa Chu siding with Wen Shen, Shen Min's expression changed. Lowering her head, she muttered discontentedly, an outsider and a grandson, how can one favor the outsider? Grandpa Chu glared fiercely at Shen Min and said, you also married into the Chu family from the Shen family. If you call him an outsider, then your status isn't any better than Fan's. Chu Jiangwo quickly tugged at his wife's sleeve, signaling her to stop talking. As long as Grandpa Chu was alive, he would always be the unwavering master of the house. Witnessing this scene, Wen Shen felt quite surprised. He knew that Grandpa Chu treated him well. As a commoner, being able to marry into a prominent family like the Chus was all thanks to Grandpa Chu's strong support. In this household, the person who cared most about him was Grandpa Chu. Therefore, the original owner of this body respected him greatly and treated him like a real grandfather. However, despite Grandpa Chu's good character, his fate was not favorable. There was a lingering dark aura above his forehead, a sign of impending death. Most likely, due to a long-standing illness and the intrusion of evil spirits. Without timely treatment, as the dark aura intensified, his death was inevitable. Grandpa Chu expressed, Fan, you've been with our Chu family for so many years, and I've truly burdened you. Wen Shen nodded slightly without responding. Meanwhile, Chu Qingfeng, who had lost a finger, got up from the ground and tearfully pleaded to Grandpa Chu, Grandpa, don't be deceived by him. This guy is superficial. Tonight, I saw him at the club with a girl. Grandpa Chu's expression changed, and he asked, is this true? Chu Qingfeng glared coldly at Wen Shen, waiting for his denial. Then, he would present strong evidence to strike back. Unexpectedly, Wen Shen openly admitted, yes, it's true. Grandpa Chu inquired, why did you do this? Is Chinga not treating you well? Wen Shen glanced at Chu Chinga. It had to be said that this beautiful wife was truly a rare beauty in the world, both in figure and appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful she was, she had nothing to do with him, because she not only refused to sleep with him but also cuckolded him. Who knows, one day he might end up like Wusong. It has nothing to do with her. I hadn't tried it before, found it intriguing, so I went to try it, Wen Shen said frankly. Grandpa Chu was somewhat surprised to hear this. He knew the character of his grandson-in-law very well. Although not very capable, he was honest and reliable. If even such a straightforward person knew it was wrong but still committed the mistake, then the problem must lie elsewhere. Men, it's normal for them to seek pleasure and have fun. When I was young, I was even more extravagant than you. Besides, clear wind, the women you've played with, even if not 1,000, must be close to 999. You don't even have a clean conscience, yet you dare to criticize others? Old Master Chu couldn't contain his anger. He slapped Clear Wind across the face. Clear Wind was left bewildered on the spot, tears of grievance welling up in his eyes. The one who did wrong was clearly this scoundrel. Why vent your anger on me? Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min saw the situation and immediately backed down, realizing the truth. In the eyes of the old master, Wang Fan, this outsider, was closer to him than his own blood relatives. Anyone who goes against Wang Fan would face severe consequences. Dad, please don't be angry, it's all our fault. Chu Jiangwo approached with a smile. Your health is delicate, it's not good to get angry. Sun Divine Doctor is on his way. With his treatment, your illness will soon be cured. As soon as Chu Jiangwo finished speaking, a servant announced that Sun Divine Doctor had arrived. Sun Divine Doctor's real name was Sun Yais, over 80 years old, born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine. He had been practicing medicine for decades, his skills unmatched, and his reputation renowned far and wide. Mentioning the Sun family, the previous owner of this body, Wen Shen, was killed by a wealthy second generation named Sun Zilong. Sun Yais was Sun Zilong's great-uncle. As the door opened, a young man in a suit led in a spirited middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than the 80-year-old Sun Divine Doctor. At first glance, it was hard to believe that this man was 80 years old. He walked with vigor, his head full of black hair without a hint of gray. The only sign of aging was in his deep eyes. At first glance, he looked like a man in his 30s. Wen Shen carefully examined Sun Divine Doctor and instantly discovered the secret to his youthful appearance. There was a faint aura emanating from him. If he wasn't a cultivator, then he must have consumed some powerful spiritual treasures to maintain such a youthful appearance. When the Chu family saw Sun Divine Doctor's arrival, they all stood up to greet him. Sun Divine Doctor, your visit brings glory to our Chu family. Chu Jiangwo greeted Sun Divine Doctor respectfully. As a renowned doctor who could bring the dead back to life and heal bones, Sun Yais held a significant position in the entire Beihai region. They might not respect the powerful, but they must respect this medical authority. Because everyone faces life and death, having a relationship with a divine doctor undoubtedly added a layer of security. Sun Yais smiled faintly and returned the gesture. Mr. Chu, you are too kind. The Sun family has been friends with the Chu family for generations. It is my honor to treat Mr. Chu. Both sides engaged in mutual compliments. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Even old Master Chu approached and greeted. Brother Sun, you've come from afar. Forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Old Master Chu was 84 this year, while Sun Divine Doctor was 85, 1 year older. If the two stood together, no one would think they were of the same generation. Among them, the happiest was Sun Zilong. He had long admired Chu Qingge and wanted to marry her. The Chu family approved of him, a perfect match, a strong alliance. Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong were like brothers, with a close relationship. Only the heavens do not follow human wishes. Halfway through, Wang Fan appeared out of nowhere and completely destroyed his great marriage. Thinking of this, Sun Zilong's heart stirred. Fortunately, that guy Wang Fan, I killed him last night. From now on, no one will stop me from pursuing Chu Qingge. Today, I invited Uncle here. As long as I cure Mr. Chu's illness, I will surely win the approval of the Chu family, and maybe even win Chu Qingge's heart. While Sun Zilong was dreaming big, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. In an instant, his eyes widened in shock. Oh no! How is this guy still alive? Is he human or ghost? The moment Sun Zilong saw Wen Chen, he broke out in a cold sweat. His previously triumphant expression suddenly became extremely unnatural. Wen Chen seemed to notice Sun Zilong's gaze. He turned his head and, seeing the other's stunned and terrified expression, immediately understood what was going on. So, he made a face at Sun Zilong. Startled, Sun Zilong kept stepping back. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Everyone was surprised to see this. Sun Yais turned to ask, Zilong, what are you doing? Sun Zilong quickly got up from the ground, trying to appear calm, and said, nothing, just slipped. Sorry, it must be that the maid didn't clean the floor properly. Shin Min apologized quickly. Then, the Chu family welcomed Sun Yais and Sun Zilong into the living room. After everyone sat down, Sun Yais began to treat Mr. Chu. As for Sun Zilong, he appeared restless, glancing towards Wen Chen from time to time, filled with doubts. What's going on? Why is this guy not dead? We clearly smashed his head. Such a serious injury. Even a great immortal couldn't save him. Why is he unharmed and standing here? Sun Zilong was puzzled by this. To find answers to his questions, he stood up and walked over to Chu Qingfeng. Seeing Chu Qingfeng clenching his fists, looking resentful, he couldn't help but ask, Ah Feng, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Chu Qingfeng was furious. Don't mention it, our family's dog has gone mad. Sun Zilong was taken aback and asked, was it Wang Fan? Yes, this guy came back today acting like a different person. Not only is he not afraid of us anymore, but he also dares to challenge us openly with a fierce look. Chu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness as he cursed, damn it, I'll let this dog have its moment of glory for now, but later, I'll make sure someone takes care of him. Hearing this, Sun Zilong's expression changed, deep in thought. When he looked at Wen Chen again, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Brother Sun, how is my situation? Sun Yais, checking Mr. Chu's pulse, went from a relaxed expression to a serious one. Not good. Oh, why is that? Mr. Chu asked. In fact, he was well aware of his own health condition. Brother Chu, this is an old illness that flared up years ago. It has invaded your organs and is beyond the reach of medicine. Unless there is a miraculous medicine, you probably won't live past the end of this month. Upon hearing this, the Chu family turned pale. Chu Qingge stepped forward and asked, Dr. Sun, please take another look. My grandfather is in good health, his condition shouldn't be that bad. Sun Yais glanced at Chu Qingge, smiled gently, and said, You must be Qingge? Yes, it's me. Chu Qingge nodded. Indeed, you are as beautiful as a celestial being, with an extraordinary temperament. No wonder my son would like you. Dr. Sun chuckled. Faced with such praise, Chu Qingge felt somewhat embarrassed. If she were still unmarried, no matter how much the other party praised her, it would be fine. But now that she had a family, even if the other person was an elder, it was not appropriate to say such things. Dr. Sun, is there still a possibility of curing my father? Chu Jiangwo asked. Sun Yai's gaze sharpened, and he slowly said, "Of course." Chu Jiangwo's face instantly lit up with joy. "Then please do your best. As long as you can cure my father, no matter what the cost, our Chu family will be grateful." Sun Yai chuckled and said methodically, "My Sun family has a miraculous herb called Rinching Heshu, which can revive the dead and transform one's body. Anyone who consumes it can be cured of any illness." Rinching Heshu? Upon hearing this, Wen Chen, who had been standing silently beside them, couldn't help but brighten up. Heshu was a common Chinese medicine that could be found in almost any pharmacy. However, just like ginseng, the older it was, the more valuable it became. If a plant of Heshu could grow into a human form, it must have been at least 1,000 years old. No wonder this old man, who didn't look like a cultivator, possessed such vitality and rejuvenation. It turned out he was consuming this herb. "Dr. Sun, how much would this herb cost?" Chu Jiangwo asked tentatively. Sun Yai shook his head. "This is a priceless treasure, not for sale." "Ah." Chu Jiangwo's expression stiffened, momentarily speechless. Sun Yai's continued, "This miraculous herb is a family heirloom. Only members of the Sun family can consume it. Even if I have a deep bond with the Chu family, I cannot go against our ancestral customs." Chu Jiangwo helplessly asked, "Dr. Sun, is there really no other way?" "Of course, there is a way, but..." Sun Yai hesitated. Seeing an opportunity, Chu Jiangwo quickly said, "Dr. Sun, please speak freely. As long as it is something our Chu family can do, we will do it without question." Sensing the heightened atmosphere, Sun Yai smiled slightly, feeling satisfied. Finally, he began to reveal his true intentions. "Zilong is the most outstanding descendant of my Sun family. He will undoubtedly inherit my medical skills and carry forward the Sun family's medical expertise. This child has always been fond of Chinga. Even though she has been married for many years, he still thinks of her constantly, almost falling into lovesickness. I admire his sincerity, so I want to help him fulfill his dream. I ask Mr. Chu, can you marry your beloved daughter to Zilong?" These words were like a thunderbolt out of the blue. Everyone present was startled. No wonder Sun Zilong had been so happy when he came to the Chu family. It turned out he had come with a purpose. Chu Jiangwo coughed twice, looking troubled. A marriage alliance with the Sun family would undoubtedly be a great thing. However, he usually couldn't make decisions about family matters, so he had to turn to his elderly father. Sun Yai saw through this and said to Chu's father, "Brother Chu, if you agree to this marriage, I will bring the Rinching Heshu tomorrow to cure your stubborn illness." It seemed like a discussion, but it was actually a threat. The implication was clear: if you agree, I will cure you; if not, I'm sorry, I can't help you, and you will have to wait for death. Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min naturally hoped to make this happen. Although the Chu family was a local powerhouse, they had been facing frequent crises lately, with all their industries suffering losses and their financial situation on the verge of collapse. Banks had even stopped lending to them. If they didn't quickly find a wealthy and influential family to help them survive, this century-old prestigious family would likely crumble. Even if there were no such reasons, it was still. Sun Lon, born into a family of medicine, is 1,000 times better than Wang Fan, a country bumpkin who came to the city from a remote village, to find such a talented son-in-law. Not only can he help the family through difficult times, secure his daughter's happiness, but also cure the old master's illness. Why wouldn't one do it? Any normal person faced with such a choice would make the right decision without hesitation. Shu Laoyi remained expressionless, looking at his granddaughter, and asked softly, "Chinga, do you agree?" Faced with this question, Chu Chinga was stunned. She didn't like Wang Fan, but she also had no interest in Sun Long. If she had to choose between the two, she would rather choose Wang Fan. Moreover, she already had someone in her heart. If everything went as planned, she would quietly divorce Wang Fan after her grandfather's passing and spend the rest of her life with that person. However, plans can change. This time, Sun the Divine Doctor came to treat the illness but wanted to marry her in return. If she agreed, she would undoubtedly be jumping from one fire pit to another, sacrificing her own happiness. But if she didn't agree, what about her grandfather's illness? Sun the Divine Doctor's words were not exaggerated. If not treated promptly, her grandfather's time was limited. Chu Laoyi seemed to sense his granddaughter's dilemma and sternly said, "You don't need to consider me, just follow your heart." Chu Chinga's heart trembled, then she shook her head. Her eyes sparkled with determination. Seeing her response, Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min were disappointed. Sun Long's face was filled with astonishment, his passionate gaze instantly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't understand why Chu Chinga made this choice. Was the future heir of the prestigious Sun family really inferior to Wang Fan, a nobody? After asking Chu Chinga, Chu Laoyi turned to Wen Chen and asked, "Xiao Fan, do you agree?" Any man with dignity would never agree to such a thing. Even if he was a pushover, he would never allow someone else to ride on his neck and dictate terms. This so-called Sun the Divine Doctor was indeed cut from the same cloth as Sun Long. Their actions were all despicable. It seemed that apart from Chu Laoyi, no one present took this unwanted son-in-law seriously. Although Wen Shen remained composed on the surface, he was seething inside. He knew Wang Fan's lowly status in the Chu family, but he never imagined the situation was worse than he thought. How dare someone openly try to steal his wife and blatantly disrespect him? Even during the discussion, they didn't spare him a glance, as if he were invisible. Feeling utterly disregarded by Sun Yais, Wen Shen silently cursed, "Old man, just wait, I won't let your Sun family fall into disgrace and ruin." Suddenly, Wen Shen spoke up, "Grandfather, I disagree." Seeing this, Chu Laoyi immediately said, "Brother Sun, you see, my granddaughter Qingge and Xiaofan are not willing, so this matter is just wishful thinking on your part." Sun Yai's face darkened, pretending to speak kindly, "Brother Chu, you must think carefully. If you don't agree to this marriage, I won't be able to treat you." Unexpectedly, Chu Laoyi stood up first, waving his sleeves, "I'm tired, please leave." Witnessing this scene, Sun Yai's smiling face immediately turned grim. "Fine. Your Chu family is truly honorable and imposing. I hope you won't come to me for treatment in the future. Long, let's go." It's hard to find a three-legged toad in the world, but isn't it even harder to find a two-legged woman? A husband with a wife, what's so special about that? After saying this, Sun Yais turned and left. Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min were shocked and quickly stepped forward, saying, "Dr. Sun, please don't be angry, let's talk things out." Sun Yais snorted coldly, "I'll wait a few days to attend Chu Zhenxiong's funeral feast." With these words, he left the Chu family with his grandson Long. As Sun Yais and his grandson Long left, they left a mess in the Chu family. Chu Jiangwo frowned and said, "How did it come to this? If even Dr. Sun won't treat Dad, how will his condition improve?" Shen Min sneered and insinuated, "Humph. Who asked the old man to neglect his own life and care for an outsider? If he suffers, it's his own fault." "Shut up, how can you say that about Dad?" Chu Jiangwo angrily glared at Shen Min. Shen Min mumbled with a drooping head, "It's true. Wang Fan, it's because of you that Grandpa offended Dr. Sun. If anything happens to Grandpa, you'll be to blame." Chu Qingfeng shouted at Wen Shen. Wen Shen's face darkened as he glanced at him. Chu Qingfeng shuddered and immediately fell silent. Having a finger forcibly broken by the other party had caused him great psychological trauma. While Chu Qingfeng was admitting defeat, he secretly vowed for revenge. "Damn it! Revenge is a dish best served cold. You have Grandpa protecting you now. I can't touch you, but once you're out, I'll make sure someone breaks your limbs and shoves dog shit in your mouth." Chu Jiangwo looked at Wen Shen with disgust. "Wang Fan, you've been part of our Chu family for so many years, contributing nothing. At this critical moment, not only did you not help, but you also caused trouble for us. You're truly ungrateful." In their words, they seemed to blame him for disagreeing with Chu Qingge marrying Sun Long. "Exactly." Shen Min chimed in, raising a white-eyed wolf, "Providing for your every need, even opening a pet hospital for you, yet you turn out to be ungrateful." Seeing the whole family directing their anger towards Wen Shen, Chu Qingge stood up and said, "Mom, Dad, please stop. Even if he had agreed back then, I wouldn't have accepted." "Daughter, at this point, why are you still defending this boy?" Shen Min asked. Chu Qingge glanced at Wen Shen and murmured, "No matter what, he's still my husband. By berating him so harshly, aren't you just humiliating me?" With these words, the family fell silent. Chu Jiangwo shook his head and left. As for Shen Min, she glared at Wen Shen with cold eyes, then left in frustration. "Sister, you're truly bewitched. Even a fool knows that Sun Long is far better than this guy. If you choose him, not only will Grandpa be saved, but our family's troubles will also be eased." Chu Qingfeng wanted to persuade Chu Qingge, but she sternly interrupted, "Enough, stop talking." Chu Qingfeng snorted in annoyance, holding his broken finger, and went to the hospital. After everyone left, Chu Qingge turned to Wen Shen and said coldly, "Wang Fan, you've gone too far." Wen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, "How so?" Chu Qingge criticized, as Qingfeng's brother-in-law, "How could you treat him like that, and disrespect my parents?" Wen Shen chuckled, "Have you heard the saying, respect others and they will respect you, different paths cannot converge?" Chu Qingge's face darkened, understanding his implied meaning. "Regardless, you shouldn't have done that." Wen Shen laughed louder, "Even clay figures have a temper, let alone, I am a living person. If you don't break out of silence, you perish in silence. I am a principled person. If others don't offend me, I won't offend them." Chu Qingge was stunned. She looked Wen Shen up and down. This man she had been with for years made her feel a hint of unfamiliarity. The him from before never spoke like this. Faced with criticism, he always silently endured. But now, he was arrogant and incessant, as if he couldn't bear any loss. Wang Fan, I see you've changed, Chu Chinga frowned. When Chen replied, people change. I used to endure everything, but now I want a different way of life. Chu Chinga shook her head, disheartened. Forget it, I don't want to argue with you. Let's end our marriage here. I've prepared the divorce agreement, just waiting for your signature. Hearing this, Wen Chen was not surprised at all. Looking back at Wang Fan's life, divorcing his beautiful wife was inevitable. A woman who didn't love him. No matter how much he gave, he was just a lowly lapdog. As the saying goes, a lapdog, licking until the end, ends up with nothing. Wen Chen nonchalantly said, fine. I'll sign as soon as you bring it. Since you've cuckolded me, ending it sooner is a kind of relief. Chu Chinga's face darkened, angrily asking, don't speak so rudely, I'm not as shameless as you. Although Chu Chinga had feelings for someone, it was only a friendship, with no crossing of boundaries. So, she was still innocent and couldn't bear Wen Chen's accusations. Wen Chen smiled but said nothing. He had overheard everything last night. The other party was still stubborn. Oh well. Since he had no feelings for her, even if they divorced, there was nothing to regret. Chu Chinga paused, whispering, grandfather is in poor health and can't handle shocks. We must handle the divorce privately, without a word leaking out. Of course, as compensation, I'll give you 2 million after the divorce. It's not much, but enough for your later life. Wen Chen didn't reply, heading straight inside. Seeing this, Chu Chinga hurriedly asked, where are you going? To find grandfather. Wen Chen replied. Chu Chinga was startled, thinking he was going to complain, and shouted, stop right there. However, Wen Chen didn't listen to her. He quickened his pace, soon out of her sight. Chu Chinga's heart skipped a beat. She was extremely afraid. If grandfather found out about this, not only would the divorce not happen, but it would also upset him. Thinking this, she didn't dare delay and immediately followed. Soon, when Chen arrived at the door of grandfather Chu's room, seeing it open, he didn't greet but walked straight in. However, he saw grandfather Chu bent over coughing up blood. A servant held a basin by his feet. Accompanied by violent coughs, black blood spurted from grandfather Chu's mouth. He coughed and his veins bulged, as if enduring unspeakable pain. Before Wen Chen could speak, Chu Chinga, who had caught up, saw the scene and exclaimed, grandfather, what's wrong with you? Chu Chinga rushed to grandfather Chu's side, crouching down. Looking up with concern, she asked, grandfather, are you okay? As soon as grandfather Chu saw Wen Chen and Chu Chinga come in, his face slightly changed. Why are you here? Cough, cough, cough. Before he could finish speaking, he started coughing violently. Chu Chinga quickly stood up, gently patting Chu Laoyezi's back, her face full of concern. It's nothing, Chu Laoyezi insisted. Anyone with keen eyes could see that Chu Laoyezi's body was already worn out. He coughed up a lump of dark blood, and his spirit immediately wilted. His voice was no longer as strong as before. Chu Chinga said, grandfather, I'll go call a doctor for you. She was about to get up when Chu Laoyezi stopped her. No need, my body, whether the doctor comes or not, it's all the same. Hearing this, Chu Chinga burst into tears. She choked, grandfather, I'll go to the Sun family and beg Sun the divine doctor to come save you. As long as it can cure you, I'm willing to marry Sun Zilong, no matter what. Chu Laoyezi shook his head, a hint of relief showing on his kind face. He reached out to stroke Chu Chinga's head, indulgently saying, silly child, don't do foolish things. In life, death is inevitable. I've lived to be 84 years old. Even if I die now, it's not a loss. Chu Chinga vigorously shook her head. I want you to live a long life. Who can live that long? Chu Laoyezi sighed. There was a hint of guilt in his eyes. Chinga, I've wronged you these years. Before, I forced you to marry Xiaofan. Do you blame me? Without hesitation, Chu Chinga said, I don't blame you. Chu Laoyezi chuckled, knowing his granddaughter's true feelings. Because no one could take such matters lightly. Chinga, I am a man of my word. Once I promise something, I won't go back on it. I promised Xiaofan's grandfather to match you too. Although you were unwilling, I still did it. Whether you blame me or not, it's done. I just hope you two can live in harmony and have a good life. Chu Chinga nodded vigorously, promising, I understand, grandfather, I will listen to you. Chu Laoyezi looked towards Wen Chen at the door, then beckoned him over. Xiaofan, come here, I have something to tell you. Wen Chen immediately walked over. Give me your hand, Chu Laoyezi said. Wen Chen hesitated for a moment but complied. Chu Laoyezi first held Chu Chinga's hand, then Wen Chen's. He placed their hands together. Xiaofan, Chinga is a good girl. Although she is strong-willed, she has a kind heart. If she has done anything wrong these years, I apologize to you. Grandfather, you're too kind. Wen Chen was pleasantly surprised. If I'm not here in the future, you must protect her well and not let her suffer any harm, Shu Laoyezi said. Wenchen hesitated, then glanced at the tearful Chu Chinga beside him. At this moment, she no longer had the arrogant posture she had before. She looked like a pitiful, heartbroken woman. Okay, Wenchen replied with just one word. However, this one word was firm and resolute. Shu Laoyezi smiled even more happily. He looked at Chu Chinga and said seriously, Chinga, as long as you and Xiaofan continue like this, it will be the greatest comfort to me. Yes, yes, yes. Chu Chinga nodded repeatedly, tears already blurring her eyes. Suddenly, she hugged Shu Laoyezi, crying out in pain, Grandfather, I don't want you to die. Shu Laoyezi's face was bitter. He sighed inwardly. The world is so beautiful, who wouldn't want to live a little longer? But fate is hard to defy. If the king of hell calls you to die at 3, how can you stay until 5? Stop crying, Grandfather won't die. Wenchen shouted. Shu Chinga's heart stirred. She turned to him and asked, What do you mean? Literal meaning, Wenchen replied. Then, he said to Grandpa Chu, Grandpa, how about letting me, your son-in-law, take a look at your illness? Initially, Wenchen had no intention of helping. He was just borrowing this body, and anything related to this body had nothing to do with him. Moreover, his status in the Chu family was as lowly as a dog. His in-laws mocked him, his younger brother-in-law disregarded him, and his wife even cuckolded him. But when it came to Grandpa Chu, he couldn't find any fault. This old man valued him more than his own grandson, always considering him. Even when he was about to pass gas, he never forgot to continue matchmaking between him and Chu Chinga, the couple. It was Grandpa Chu's actions that moved Wenchen. So, he decided to save this old man's life. Not for any reason, just because of a saying, courtesy calls for reciprocity. Grandpa Chu was greatly surprised. Xiaofan, you want to treat me? Wenchen nodded, yes. Don't joke around, you're just a veterinarian, and not even a good one. You can't even cure cats and dogs properly, yet you want to treat Grandpa. Do you think his life is too long? Chu Chinga was immediately angry. She rebuked, Grandpa's illness is so severe that even experts from big hospitals can't cure him. Don't meddle in what you don't understand. If anyone in this world can cure Grandpa, besides the miraculous sun doctor, there's probably no one else. Sun doctor? Wenchen sneered, that old man isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, let alone being compared to me. Chu Chinga frowned, Wang Fan, you're becoming more and more out of line. I've never seen you boast like this before. Wenchen patted Chu Chinga's shoulder, smiling, my dear wife, it seems you don't know your husband at all. Well, ignorance is bliss. Today, I'll show you the unparalleled medical skills of your husband. Wenchen shouldn't have said that. Once he did, Chu Chinga looked down on him even more. You need to be understood? Average, mediocre, and unsuccessful. Born poor, with dull aptitude. After so many years together, Chu Chinga hadn't seen any shining qualities in him. As for his so-called medical skills, it was a laughable joke. The pet hospital was on the verge of bankruptcy. If he truly had medical skills, why was it in such a state? Seeing the two argue, Grandpa Chu was quite puzzled. In his impression, Wang Fan, his son-in-law, had always been submissive, even afraid to speak loudly. But today, he was different. Confident and assertive. Between his brows, he dispelled the gloom and exuded a commanding presence. No matter what you say, I disagree with you treating Grandpa, Chu Chinga interjected firmly. Wenchen rolled his eyes, whether to treat or not is not up to you, but Grandpa himself to decide. Chu Chinga became anxious, Grandpa, please don't listen to his nonsense. If he treats you, not only will he fail, but he might worsen your condition. Grandpa Chu chuckled, waved his hand calmly, I'm already at death's door. If Xiaofan is so confident, then why not let him try? But, Chu Chinga wanted to say more but was stopped by Grandpa Chu, if even your husband doesn't believe in him, then who in this world can be trusted? With that said, Chu Chinga fell silent instantly. She looked at Wenchen. For some reason, this familiar man had a mysterious aura that she couldn't quite figure out. Is that all? Chu Chinga was dumbfounded. Isn't this enough? Wenchen retorted. Chu Chinga was speechless, her watery eyes staring at Wenchen. Are you kidding me? Wenchen shrugged his shoulders, spreading his hands. Who's kidding with you? You're not a doctor, what do you know? Chu Chinga covered her ears. She felt a surge of anger rising. She was about to be driven crazy by this guy. It all started when this guy wanted to treat her grandfather. His tone was confident and resolute. She even couldn't help but have a little expectation. But, when she saw the series of actions Wenchen took next, she almost cursed on the spot. This guy just brought a glass of water. And then, he drew something in it with his finger. This behavior. It was like a rural exorcist drawing symbols in water. What era is this? He's still into feudal superstitions. Besides, regardless of whether this drawing thing works or not, Grandpa's illness is a relapse of an old condition, not some curse. Just messing around like this, are you taking advantage of someone's lack of intelligence, or are you fooling around here? Faced with the questioning, Wen Chen blushed but remained serious, saying that once this glass of water is drunk, Grandpa's symptoms will ease. Shu Qingge wanted to stop it, but she couldn't resist her grandfather's preference for this guy. Even if it was a scam, he was willing to drink that glass of water. "Grandpa, how do you feel?" Wen Chen asked. Grandpa Chu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Very good, indeed a bit more comfortable than before." "Grandpa, don't lie, it's just a glass of water. If this thing works, why go to the hospital?" Chu Qingge said. Grandpa Chu smiled without saying a word. He naturally knew that a glass of water couldn't cure the illness. However, considering Wen Chen's sincerity, if he didn't cooperate, it would somewhat hurt the goodwill. "Grandpa, your illness should have originated from when you were injured by a bomb during your military service in your early years. When you were young and strong, you could suppress it with inner strength, but as you age, the injury rebounds immediately." With these words, Grandpa Chu's face changed abruptly. He looked at Wen Chen with an expression of disbelief. "How do you know the origin of my old illness?" Grandpa Chu had never revealed to anyone where his long-standing illness came from. Not even his family knew. He just said it was due to an injury when he was young. He never detailed what the injury was. Even the renowned Dr. Sun had never figured it out. Wen Chen paused, calmly saying, "It's just from observing your symptoms, it's not a great skill, anyone with a bit of observation can do it." Grandpa Chu's pupils contracted, his face full of astonishment. He had consulted traditional Chinese doctors before, but they had never mentioned the details. "Grandpa, maybe he just got lucky," Shu Qingge said, her eyes full of disdain. The reason Wen Chen judged that Grandpa Chu was injured by a bomb wasn't because of his medical skills. It was because he had a pair of X-ray eyes. By gathering spiritual energy above his eyes, it was like turning on a scanner. He could immediately see Grandpa Chu's body clearly. Some organs even had many metal fragments. Those were the iron pieces from the bomb explosion. "How do you know I served in the military?" "I've never mentioned this experience to anyone," Grandpa Chu said. Hearing this, Shu Qingge's beautiful eyes narrowed, even she was surprised. Because she didn't know her grandfather was a former soldier. Wen Chen wiped his nose, feeling a bit shaky in his heart. It seems that showing off can't be done casually. If faced with questions that even oneself can't explain, it would be embarrassing. So, Wen Chen could only explain with a stiff upper lip, "It's just intuition." "Grandpa, you used to be a soldier, why have you never told us?" Shu Qingge, who realized it belatedly, asked curiously. Old Master Chu waved his hand indifferently, saying, "It's all in the past, better left unsaid." Old Master Chu used to be a soldier, not in the regular army, but as a mercenary. He was involved in some illegal activities. As the saying goes, no windfall, no wealth, no night grass, no fat horse. It was precisely during those days of bloodshed that he quickly accumulated his first bucket of gold in life, which served as the foundation for creating the vast family business of the Chu family. Since it was a shameful history, he naturally wouldn't mention it to anyone. Old Master Chu pretended to be nonchalant on the surface, but inside, a storm was brewing. He looked at his grandson-in-law before him, his deep eyes filled with contemplation. "Another reason why the illness persists is that you, Grandpa, have been cursed by someone." Wen Chen once again startled everyone with his words. Shu Qingge lightly scolded, "Wang Fan, stop talking nonsense, you're getting more and more absurd." Before she could finish her sentence, Old Master Chu raised his hand to stop her, then looked at Wen Chen. "How did you figure this out?" "Grandpa, there's a faint evil aura around you, which is slowly consuming your vitality. If it's not removed, your illness will never be cured," Wen Chen explained. Old Master Chu fell silent instantly. His expression changed drastically, becoming unusually grave. Obviously, Wen Chen was right again. Moreover, Old Master Chu himself was aware of this matter. "For many years, countless people have treated me, but you're the only one who could explain the reasons in detail. Xiaofan, you really hide it well," Old Master Chu chuckled. Wen Chen's expression changed, and he remained silent. Meanwhile, Shu Qingge watched this scene, feeling both amazed and puzzled. She was amazed because she couldn't understand how Wen Chen could see through all this. And what puzzled her was that her grandpa seemed to have a hidden past, which was the real cause of his illness. Just as she was about to ask, Old Master Chu issued a dismissal order. "It's getting late, and I'm a bit tired. You should go back and rest early. Then, Grandpa, you should rest early too." Seeing this, although filled with doubts, Shu Qingge had to suppress her curiosity. She left Old Master Chu's room with Wen Chen. As soon as they stepped out, Shu Qingda couldn't wait to ask Wenchen, Wang Fan, tell me the truth. What's the situation with Grandpa? Wenchen smirked and said, you don't believe me anyway, so I can't be bothered to tell you. With that, he left Shu's residence, leaving Shu Qingda stomping her feet in anger. She realized that her useless husband had truly changed. Not only did he dare to defy her, but he also dared to contradict her. This would have been impossible in the past. Playing hard to get? Humph. Using such tactics on me. Even if you plan everything, I will never like you. Wenchen had originally intended to return to the pet hospital, but Shu Qingda stopped him. Do you have something else to do? Aren't you coming home with me? Shu Qingda asked. Forget it, I'll find a place to sleep on my own, so as not to delay your good deeds, Wenchen retorted coldly. Shu Qingda's tone turned unfriendly as she said, if you have something, just say it, stop beating around the bush, get in the car and come back to sign the divorce agreement with me. As soon as she mentioned signing the divorce agreement, Wenchen's expression softened slightly. And so, reluctantly, Wenchen got into Shu Qingda's car. However, as soon as Wenchen got in, a dark shadow leaped up. Shu Qingda was startled, thinking it was some kind of ghost. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was just a dog. Whose dog is this? Mine, Wenchen replied, patting the black mutt's head. Shu Qingda frowned and coldly said, Wang Fan, I've made it clear to you before not to bring pets home. Do you take my words lightly? Wenchen remained silent, turning his head away. Seeing this, Shu Qingda was furious but felt helpless. She could only console herself that she would soon divorce him, enduring his behavior for the time being. With this in mind, her boiling anger finally subsided. She then started the engine and drove ahead. Master, I have something to report to you, the black mutt said to Wencheng. To outsiders, it seemed to be whimpering, but to Wencheng, it spoke like a human. What is it? Wencheng asked. The black mutt explained, while I was in the yard, I overheard two people plotting to stage a scene on your way home. It's a plan to play the hero, strike back at you, and save the beauty. Oh? Wencheng immediately guessed that the schemers were Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong. These two were truly unrepentant, planning to repeat their tricks. He suspected that Chu Qingfeng, his former body's younger brother-in-law, had a hand in the previous owner's death. Master, what should we do? The black mutt asked, a hint of killing intent flashing in its emerald eyes, as if awaiting Wencheng's command to lead the charge and unleash havoc. Wencheng chuckled dismissively, replying, when the enemy comes, we will meet them head-on. Shu Qingda, who was driving, became anxious. She couldn't help but glance at Wencheng sitting behind her. She wondered if he was possessed, muttering to himself in the back seat and suddenly bursting into laughter. It was unsettling. Divorce was a must. This guy must be mentally ill, otherwise, his behavior wouldn't change so drastically. It was too dangerous to be around such a person. Who knew when he might go berserk and attack someone with a knife? Thinking of this, Shu Qingda couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. She instantly regretted bringing Wencheng into her life. People with psychological issues often kept to themselves, and he was no exception. Not long after Shu Qingda left the Chu family mansion, a figure emerged from the darkness, took out a phone, and made a call. Young Master Qingfeng, Miss, and the one surnamed Wang have left. I see. Meanwhile, on a road leading to the city, Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong were gathering a group of hired thugs, waiting on the side of the road. Sun Zilong cursed through gritted teeth, if it weren't for Wang Fan, your sister would have agreed to marry me. He ruined everything. The hatred in Chu Qingfeng's eyes surpassed even Sun Zilong's. Without even tending to his injured finger, he followed Sun Zilong here. Damn it! This mutt broke one of my fingers. When I see him later, I'll definitely break his limbs to ease my anger, Sun Zilong declared. Ah phone, leave it to me. You just watch from the sidelines so your sister won't recognize you, Sun Zilong suggested. Chu Qingfeng immediately understood and chuckled, Son, have our brothers act as bandits to stop the vehicles. First, cripple that mutt, then scare my sister. After scaring her to tears, you will appear like a god of war, staging a hero saving the beauty act. In this way, she will definitely fall madly in love with you. Hearing Chu Qingfeng's description, Sun Zilong's heart bloomed instantly, almost laughing out loud. It felt like having the beauty in his arms was within reach. After waiting for about half an hour, Chu Qingfeng stretched his neck and shouted, My sister's car is here, quickly stop her. As soon as the words fell, the arranged thugs immediately drove two vans and blocked the road in half. With a screech and an urgent brake sound, a white Bentley stopped in the middle of the road. Seeing this, Shu Qingda's face changed slightly. What's going on? The two vans stood still in the middle of the road, despite Shu Qingda honking and urging them, but they remained indifferent. Wang Fan, go see what's going on. I'm not going, you go. Wenchen sat with his legs crossed, holding a dog in one hand and playing with his phone in the other. Shu Qingda was full of anger. But in the end, she had to suppress her temper and get off the car to check it out herself. However, as she opened the car door and walked over, suddenly a group of tall and burly men rushed out from all directions, surrounding her. Chuchinga was startled and turned to run back to the car. But a fierce bald man grabbed her arm and said, "Where do you think you're going, beauty?" Seeing the situation turning bad, Chuchinga was about to shout for help when she saw Wen Chen jumping down from the car. Upon seeing the situation here, the other party did not come to rescue but instead ran away. "Boss, that kid ran away," someone shouted loudly. The bald man immediately exclaimed, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and chase him." However, Wen Chen ran too fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. A dozen or so people waving sticks chased after him, but not only did they fail to catch him, they ended up exhausting themselves. "Damn it! Is this guy a rabbit? How can he run so fast?" Seeing this scene, Chuchinga couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. There was surprise, disappointment, and more. As the saying goes, when a disaster strikes, even birds of the same forest fly separately. She never expected that the man who vowed to protect her for a lifetime would actually run away when faced with danger. Although she never took his vows seriously, his actions were still disgusting. "Wang Fan, you're not a man at all," Chuchinga said angrily, tears welling up in her eyes. No one expected Wen Chen to run. Not even Chuchinga, let alone Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong, who were watching from the side, looking bewildered. "Young Master Sun, that kid ran away." The bald man contacted Sun Zilong in the dark through a microphone. Sun Zilong was furious. "I saw it, hurry and catch him back." The bald man said helplessly, "We can't catch up, that guy ran too fast, he disappeared in the blink of an eye." "Damn it!" Sun Zilong cursed in anger. In fact, the most angry one was Chu Qingfeng. He was eager to avenge his severed finger. However, before the expected bloody revenge could unfold, the target ran away from under his nose. Everything happened so suddenly, even he hadn't anticipated it. Because based on his understanding of Wang Fan, this loyal dog loved his sister to death. He was as humble as a dog. Not to mention sacrificing himself, even if his sister asked him to die on the spot, he probably wouldn't bat an eye. Who could have imagined that this loyal dog would suddenly change? Before the situation could be clarified, he abandoned his sister and ran away directly. That speed of escape. Even those who have participated in the 100-meter sprint would struggle to keep up. Seeing Chu Qingfeng in such a frantic state, Sun Zilong coughed and slowly said, "Ah Feng, don't be too angry. This guy can run but he can't hide forever. There will be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. Although he ran away this time, he has exposed his true colors to your sister." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingfeng's facial expression twitched fiercely. "Don't let me catch this scoundrel, or I will make sure he pays dearly." "Sun Xiao, that kid ran away, what should we do?" the bald man inquired. Sun Zilong glanced at Chuchinga, who was standing alone in the crowd, looking helpless, and said, "Stick to the original plan, but don't harm her. Just scare her a bit." "Got it," the bald man replied. After receiving the instructions, he approached Chuchinga with a wicked smile. "Beauty, the one who ran away just now, is he your husband?" Seeing the malicious intent in the man, Chuchinga stepped back, trying to remain calm. "What do you want?" The bald man chuckled, stroking his chin. "What do we want? This is a society governed by law. Don't mess around." Chuchinga panicked, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. The bald man said, "So what if we mess around? You are already in our hands, and I can do whatever I want with you." The group of burly men beside him also revealed lecherous and greedy smiles, like a pack of hungry wolves eyeing a lamb. "I am Chuchinga of the Chu family. If you dare touch me, you will regret it," Chuchinga said coldly, trying to intimidate them with her family's name. However, the burly men were well aware of her identity and were not afraid at all. Dismissing her warning, the bald man said, "Beauty, even if you were the emperor's daughter, I would still have my way with you today." As he spoke, he reached for Chuchinga's face. Chuchinga retreated in fear. The bald man waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go together and show this lady our might and power." Immediately, the burly men standing around closed in on Chuchinga, leaving her with no escape. Feeling helpless, Chuchinga's heart sank. She cursed Wen Chen in her despair. If that guy hadn't run away, she, a weak woman, wouldn't have fallen into the hands of these thugs. Even her own husband had abandoned her. Such a man was truly the most despicable coward in the world. Seizing the opportunity, the bald man pounced on Chuchinga, grabbing her arm once again. "Beauty, where do you think you're running off to? Obey me obediently, and I will make you experience ecstasy and agony. If not, I won't be polite." Chuchinga shouted hoarsely, "Bastard, let me go." The bald man smirked. "The more you scream, the more excited I get. Keep screaming, even if you lose your voice, no one will come to your rescue." He believed he had great acting skills, portraying a villain to perfection, deserving an Oscar for his performance. Just as the bald man was reveling in his climax, the hand gripping Chuchinga's arm suddenly felt a sharp pain. The next moment, he saw a dark shadow flash by. Then, his hand was gone. More precisely, it had been instantly bitten off by something. Ah! 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 The bald man let out a miserable scream, rolling on the ground, clutching his severed arm. The onlookers were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. When they finally reacted and looked closely, they saw a black stray dog that had appeared in the crowd at some point. In its mouth, it held a severed hand, glaring fiercely at the surrounding people. Everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of this black earth dog, showing expressions of fear. Chuchinga also saw this black earth dog. Her heart stirred. Wasn't this dog the one Wang Fan had just tied to the car? She had even despised it at the time. But unexpectedly, the person who was walking the dog ran away, and the dog stayed behind. Moreover, it came out at this critical moment to protect her. Originally, Sun Zilong was about to rush out to play the hero. Who knew that before he could move, a dog suddenly rushed out and stole the scene that was originally his? The situation has changed. Damn it, where did this dog come from? Sun Zilong was dumbfounded. Chu Qingfeng was also puzzled. I don't know, maybe it's the Earth Dog Race by Wang Fan. Sun Zilong shouted loudly into the microphone, quickly kill it for me. The bald man whose hand was bitten off almost fainted from the pain. He heard the angry roar coming from the microphone and immediately forced himself to stay alert, instructing his subordinates, don't just stand there like idiots, kill this beast for me, and be careful with my hand. Everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream, ready to pick up their clubs and rush over to kill the Black Earth Dog. However, the next move made by the Black Earth Dog terrified everyone present. The dog did not spit out the severed hand it held in its mouth but directly opened its blood-stained jaws, chewed it to pieces voraciously, and then swallowed it in front of everyone. This scene made everyone shiver in fear, sweating profusely. Damn! This Earth Dog actually eats human flesh? The bald man's eyes turned red, veins bulging. He hysterically shouted, kill this beast! As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Earth Dog. Although they had witnessed the ferocity of this Earth Dog, they did not take it seriously. No matter how powerful a dog was, it was still just a dog. With so many people attacking together, even if it was a divine dog descended from the heavens, it would undoubtedly die. With this in mind, the people charging forward were fearless, roaring continuously. The Black Earth Dog remained calm, its muscles seeming to be made of steel and concrete, suddenly bursting with terrifying power. The entire dog turned into a lightning-fast shadow, facing the oncoming crowd. The dog's speed was more than 5 times that of a human. The Black Earth Dog had obtained the beastly energy of Wen Chang. Its whole body had undergone a tremendous transformation. With full horsepower, its speed was no less than that of a cheetah. People only saw a blur pass by, and the dog disappeared on the spot, leaving them in shock. A scream came from the side. Then, they turned to see a sturdy man of 1.8 meters tall falling to the ground, holding his thigh, crying out in pain, "Ah, my leg is broken." The man's calf looked like it had been bitten by a tiger, with bones and flesh flying out. Before they could recover, another person screamed, "My hand is broken too." The third person. The fourth person. The fifth person. In just a few seconds, the Black Earth Dog, with its invincible speed, severely injured 7 or 8 people. These people either had their legs bitten off, their hands bitten off, or even a piece of flesh bitten off their buttocks. At this moment, everyone was terrified. Was this Black Earth Dog really a dog? It was clearly a monster. Too fast. So fast that even their eyes couldn't catch it. They only heard its sound, not seeing the dog itself. The once imposing crowd had their mental defenses completely shattered. Those who were injured couldn't run away and cried out in pain, stimulating the onlookers who were dumbfounded. In an instant, they made the same decision. That is, to run. Suddenly, those unharmed strong men, in a panic, scattered and fled. They ran as fast as they could. Even if they stumbled, they had to crawl away from there. It was too terrifying. This dog was like a demon from hell. Not to mention killing her. Staying here for one more second would be irresponsible to their own lives. Before long, those who could run had all escaped. As for those bitten, they endured the intense pain and limped away. As they left, tears welled up in their eyes as they cried, "Lord Dog, don't bite me, I surrender." Sun Zilong, at first, saw these people he called over being attacked by a dog and cursed them as a bunch of useless people. They couldn't even handle a dog. But seeing how terrifying this dog was, he immediately panicked, with no thoughts of being a hero to save anyone. "Phone, let's run too. Aren't you going to save my sister?" Sun Zilong said, "Save what? If we stay here any longer, when that dog finds us, who knows who will save whom?" Shu Qingfeng swallowed hard. He was shocked. He never expected a dog's combat power to be so exaggerated. Over a dozen people surrounded it. Not only did they not harm a hair on it, but they were killed, helmets thrown off and armor abandoned. A dog actually unleashed a terrifying killing power like a fierce tiger. Chuchinga watched this scene, her beautiful face paling, feeling her scalp tingle. When the Black Earth dog leisurely walked up to her, the group of strong men who had blocked its path had all disappeared. Chuchinga was also very afraid of this Black Earth dog. Afraid it might bite her. Even those tough strong men couldn't withstand a bite. With her delicate skin, if she were bitten, she might lose half her life. However, just as Chuchinga was trembling with fear, not daring to move, the Black Earth dog stuck out its tongue, wagged its tail, and happily circled around Chuchinga. Seeing her still, it even extended its warm tongue to lick the back of her hand. Such a flattering display. Where was the ferocity and bloodthirstiness from before? It was completely harmless, just a big black dog. Chuchinga's expression changed. Tentatively, she reached out to touch the Black Earth dog. It immediately lay down on the ground, very docile, nudging Chuchinga's palm with its head. It even rolled over, exposing its belly, inviting her to touch it. Seeing this scene, Chuchinga couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, completely confirming that the other party posed no threat to her. Big Black, I never expected you to be the one who saved me. Chuchinga squatted down, petting the Black Earth dog, and said with emotion, compared to your owner, he's far worse. You know to stay and protect me, while he doesn't even want his wife. He's truly a despicable creature. Just as Chuchinga was angry, a cough sounded from behind. She turned around to see Wen Chen, who had fled earlier, had returned and was standing behind her. Who are you cursing? Wen Chen asked. Chuchinga frowned, looking disgusted, asking the obvious. Wen Chen scratched his head. How was I supposed to know? I just got off to take a dump. Is it necessary to be so angry? He shouldn't have said that. Once he did, Chuchinga became even angrier. Taking a dump? Ha! Can there be a more pathetic excuse than that? Wen Chen looked around, then asked with a serious tone, where are those people who blocked the road just now? Why did they all run away? I was planning to come back and teach them a lesson after finishing my business. Chuchinga was speechless and said in a deep voice, by the time you came back, I would have been harmed by them. Chuchinga ignored Wen Chen and walked straight towards the car. She got in first. Then, she beckoned for the Black Earth dog to get in. Wen Chen was about to open the car door and sit back in his original seat. However, Chuchinga locked the door, giving him a cold stare. Even a dog is more useful than you. She stepped on the gas pedal. She left Wen Chen standing there and drove away. Wen Chen was stunned on the spot when he saw the scene. He watched the other car disappear from his sight. Then, a frozen expression on his face revealed a bitter smile. Just leaving me behind like this? Taking the dog home but not me. Ah, there's really no affection. Humans are not as good as dogs. Wen Chen shook his head. His gaze shifted to another direction. In his calm eyes, a hint of coldness flickered. He didn't really run away earlier. He just temporarily left to watch the show from the sidelines. The performance of the Black Earth dog did not disappoint him. It easily drove away the thugs. According to the report from the Black Earth dog, these thugs were called by Sun Zilong and Chu Qingfeng. The other party wanted to stage a good show. So, he played along. Sun Zilong, I haven't settled the score from that night, and you dare to provoke me again. Alright, it's only polite to return a favor. Today I'll go to your house to collect some interest. Wen Chen pondered. How could he cure Master Chu's illness? With his current abilities, he could only temporarily alleviate the symptoms, far from a complete cure. Because he had just been reborn not long ago, he hadn't had time to practice magic. His control over spiritual energy was still at a basic level, far from being proficient. It was for these reasons that he had to adhere to the principle of keeping a low profile and developing secretly. Of course, if he could get Master Chu to take a top-grade herb containing the essence of heaven and earth, no matter how severe his illness was, it would be cured in minutes. Such top-grade herbs were rare in the world. They could be encountered but not sought. In the past, Wen Chen would have been helpless. However, tonight he met Sun Yais, who boasted that his family possessed a rare herb passed down through generations that could cure all illnesses and even bring the dead back to life. Sun Yais' longevity was probably also due to this item. If he could get his hands on it, Master Chu's illness would naturally be taken care of. How dare they flaunt such a precious treasure? Leaving it to you ordinary people is a waste. It's better to let me make better use of it. With this in mind, Wen Chen no longer hesitated. He immediately headed towards the Sun family. Although the Sun family was a renowned medical family, they were also one of the top families in Beihai. Many well-known traditional Chinese medicine products on the market were developed by Sun's pharmaceutical research. In this era, the pharmaceutical industry was a lucrative business. As long as one held the patent rights, they could make a fortune. This led to the Sun family's social status, background connections, and economic foundation being far superior to the Chu family. About an hour later, when Shen arrived at the Sun family, it was a luxurious mansion located at the top of the Beihai Garden. Not only was the scenery beautiful, but the security was also tight. Tall walls separated the estate from the outside world. There were not only guards patrolling but also surveillance cameras, monitoring any movement around the clock. With such tight defense, it was impossible to sneak in. Not even a mosquito could get in unnoticed. Watching from a distance, Wen Shen's heart stirred. No wonder the Sun family dared to promote such a top-grade herb externally. They had built such an impregnable defense system. Fortunately, Wen Shen had never intended to force his way in from the beginning but rather to outsmart. His current strength was very weak. The Chu family he married into was also on the decline. Not only could they not provide any help to him, but they also rejected him, eagerly waiting for a chance to kick him out. Therefore, many things, even if Wen Shen made a decision, could only be carried out in secret. For others, trying to steal a family's treasure among numerous obstacles was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Even if a master thief came, they would need to prepare for a long time. Gather information. Survey the terrain. Even buy people's loyalty. Only when everything was ready could they take action. But for Wen Shen, all he needed was one night to quietly steal the Polygonum multiflorum. Wen Shen's eyes narrowed as he scanned the darkness and spotted an old mouse foraging in the bushes. Without a word, he walked straight towards it. The mouse, upon seeing him, ran away. However, not long after running, it was stopped by Wen Shen's shout, "Stop for me." Upon hearing this, the mouse indeed stopped, turned to look at the human in front of it, eyes filled with incredulity. You, were you talking to me just now?" Wen Shen nodded, yes. The mouse was astonished. Oh my, this is unbelievable. In all its life, it had never encountered a human who could communicate with mice. For a moment, it stood still, afraid to move. Wen Shen smiled. "Brother Mouse, don't be afraid. I mean you no harm. I stopped you not to harm you but to give you an opportunity." An opportunity? The mouse was puzzled. Wen Shen crouched down, reaching out to touch the mouse. Instinctively, the mouse tried to dodge, but Wen Shen's speed was too fast, and he caught it in one swift motion. The mouse squealed, "Have mercy, sir." Wen Shen's expression changed, then infused a trace of spiritual energy into the mouse's body. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mouse, originally the size of a fist, began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to the size of a small cat. Wen Shen could barely hold it with one hand. The fear in the mouse's eyes quickly disappeared, replaced by a sense of agility. "What have you done to me?" the mouse asked. Wen Shen replied, "What do you feel?" The mouse honestly said, "I feel I've grown bigger, stronger, and smarter." Wen Shen calmly said, "This is the opportunity I've given you. As long as you acknowledge me as your master, I promise you a life of luxury and success, reaching the peak of mousehood." The mouse's eyes lit up, immediately shouting, "Master! Well done, a good student." Wen Shen, pleased with the response, smiled contentedly. In the natural world, mice were extremely intelligent animals. Their ability to become the leader of the four pests was not only due to their strong reproductive capacity but also their innate cunning and alertness. Compared to dogs, they were more discreet and had a larger scale. They could be used to gather intelligence and spy on enemies. Wherever there were people, there were mice. Humans also liked to call them thieves. "I'll give you a name, and you'll be my scout from now on." After some thought, Wen Shen said, "How about calling you One Ear?" The mouse was puzzled. "Master, I have 2 ears." Wen Shen explained, "I know, but I want to call you One Ear." In the classic Chinese animation Black Cat Detective, the main antagonist was a mouse named One Ear. When he watched the animation as a child, Wen Shen despised the character. However, as he grew older, he came to appreciate him. But being able to escape several times in the midst of being surrounded by mortal enemies, and even creating various major incidents along the way, causing headaches for Chief Black Cat. Without extraordinary courage and strategic abilities, how could this old mouse become the lifelong enemy of Chief Black Cat? Although the mouse didn't know why Wen Shen gave him such a name, he still agreed wholeheartedly. "Master, One Ear is here, ready to follow your orders." Wen Shen put him down and looked towards the distant manor. "One Ear, have you been inside that villa?" "I have, but it's very dangerous. There are many cats inside, each one extremely fierce. Several of my brothers were bitten to death," the mouse said with lingering fear. Wen Shen said, "I just empowered you, you have completed the first stage of evolution. With your current strength, those cats can't harm you." Hearing this, the mouse nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I can feel it." "Are you familiar with this area?" Wen Shen asked again. The mouse replied, I have lived here for several years, I know every plant and tree here like the back of my hand. How many companions do you have? The mouse thought for a moment, several hundred. That's quite a lot. Wencheng sighed slightly, then got back to business. There is a top-grade medicinal herb hidden in that villa. I want to take it. Do you know where that top-grade herb is? The mouse pondered, I'm not sure, but since you have the intention, I will definitely help you solve the problem. Very well. Wencheng's eyes flashed, he looked at his watch, it's 3 in the morning now, 4 hours until dawn. Do you think you can help me find that top-grade herb and bring it out within these 4 hours? The mouse said, I will do my best, I will not let you down, master. Then go. If you really can't find it, don't force it, Wencheng ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the mouse bid farewell to Wencheng, swiftly disappeared into the darkness. Wencheng did not leave but sat cross-legged in place. The scenery here was just right. With the moon shining brightly and abundant spiritual energy, it was a good place for cultivation. Then, he closed his eyes, placed his hands on his back and knees, and began to circulate the qi within his body. During this process, the spiritual energy of the surrounding world swiftly gathered around him, with him at the center. Additionally, Wencheng's body transformation was also taking place simultaneously. As time passed, his appearance changed once again. Several hours flew by. The sky turned a pale white, and the first rays of morning sunlight fell on him. At this moment, Wencheng had undergone a tremendous transformation in appearance. While his basic features remained, he became more handsome and imposing. His height had also increased to 6 feet. His physique and physical abilities had been further enhanced. The shabby, ugly, and short figure was completely gone. Although he had not yet reached the level of a world-class beauty, he could be considered quite attractive. In this era, appearance mattered. If you were ugly, the whole world would be against you. But if you were beautiful, you would be treated kindly, and your efforts would yield greater results. Master! A voice called out beside him. Wencheng slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, a large black mouse appeared before him. It stood upright on its hind legs, holding a flesh-colored baby doll in its front paws. Upon closer inspection, it was the scout One Ear he had sent out last night, and in its arms was the top-grade medicinal herb, the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. This object is dazzling and exudes a captivating aura. Wencheng was taken aback. Did you really steal this thing? The mouse smirked. Master, I did not disappoint you. Wencheng noticed its limp and bloodstains, couldn't help but ask, seems like you got hurt? The mouse proudly said, a group of cats chased me, and I managed to bite 2 of them to death. With that, it presented the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum doll to Wencheng. Wencheng examined it and confirmed it was indeed the Polygonum multiflorum. Judging by its quality and shape, it must be at least 1,000 years old. Sun Yice was not lying, Wencheng marveled. Despite the joy of obtaining the Polygonum multiflorum doll, he was more curious about how the mouse managed to steal it. He then asked, One Ear, tell me in detail how you stole this item? The mouse's eyes sparkled as it began its tale. Although the manor had many cats, there were also brave mice living there, forming a sizable community throughout the estate. Once inside, I found a fellow mouse and inquired about the whereabouts of the precious herb. Although the mouse was unaware, it provided a crucial clue. There is a basement beneath the manor, with a tightly closed door and guards taking shifts. Fresh soil is periodically brought in. I guess the item should be there. So, I sneaked in and encountered a man revered as Master Sun the physician. Taking advantage of their greetings, I followed closely behind him and slipped into the basement. There, I found the item buried in a large jar. I pulled it out, climbed up the ventilation duct with it, and made my way back to the surface. After listening to the mouse's account, Wencheng couldn't help but applaud. Despite One Ear's casual tone, the dangers it faced were unimaginable to most. Fortunately, its intelligence allowed it to successfully complete the task. Initially, Wencheng didn't hold much hope for the mission. After all, entrusting a mouse to steal a precious herb was an immense challenge. Unexpectedly, the mouse excelled and accomplished this incredible feat single-handedly. Well done. By stealing this for me, you've done me a great favor. What reward do you seek? Wencheng asked One Ear. One Ear's eyes gleamed as it quickly replied, Master, you have already granted me a life-changing opportunity. I am content and dare not ask for more. Hearing this, Wencheng smiled, impressed by the mouse's eloquence. Modest and talented, One Ear displayed qualities of a great individual. With further nurturing, it could become an indispensable asset in Wencheng's hands. Pausing for a moment, Wencheng continued, One Ear, since you decline a reward, I have another task for you. Master, please command. One Ear responded resolutely. Wencheng solemnly instructed, swiftly establish a mouse army, expanding your influence across the North Sea. You will play a significant role in the future. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance, and I will support you wholeheartedly. One Ear's body trembled with determination as it declared, "Master, I vow to fulfill the mission." For One Ear, this was not merely a task but an aspiration. Like humans, mice are social creatures driven by ambition and desires. Once their ambitions are unleashed, they rival or even surpass those of humans. This is why many human experiments involve mice as subjects. Moreover, this is a super mouse that rivals human intelligence. It's Wen Chen's biggest ace. He has the ability to communicate with animals and modify them. With such means, he could easily create a legion of beasts. You see, his enemy is Yifan, the Dragon Kingdom's war god. Not only is he exceptionally powerful, but he commands 1,000,000 troops. Army, Navy, Air Force, all equipped with advanced gear. Under his command are 10 great generals, each capable of sweeping through thousands of enemies. With such terrifying power, he could effortlessly destroy a medium-sized country. Even in his past life, Wen Chen wouldn't stand a chance against him. And now, he's just a son-in-law. Of course, as long as he can build the Beast Legion as planned, revenge will be more than just talk. Returning to his thoughts, Wen Chen looked at the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum in his hand. In his calm eyes, a ripple of excitement couldn't be contained. Indeed a good item. Mortals who consume this treasure can rejuvenate and extend their lives. And if I consume this, my strength will surely soar. This human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum is not intact. There is a cut on one side. The reason being, Sun Yice would collect a portion of it every now and then for his own use or to sell to the nobles for profit. Although such a treasure was wasted in Sun Yice's hands, it had to be admitted that he took good care of it. Not only did he not damage its quality, but it grew even more vigorously. The reason the estate was chosen in such a feng shui treasure land was probably to preserve the state of the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum. However, Sun Yice's meticulous arrangements unwittingly played into Wen Chen's hands. Wen Chen kept the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum safe and then left the place. Shortly after he left, the Sun family manor's alarm bells rang loudly. Sun Yice woke up from his sleep, not even having time to put on his shoes before rushing to the door. When the alarm sounded at home, it meant either an enemy invasion or a theft of treasures. As soon as he opened the door, Sun Yice asked the steward who was rushing over in a panic, "What's happening?" "Uncle, it's bad news, the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum is missing." Hearing this, Sun Yice was dumbfounded. "How is that possible? I checked on it last night." The steward said, "The guards in charge of this item found it missing during their routine check this morning." With such a big incident, the entire Sun family was in chaos. Sun Yice, still in his nightclothes and barefoot, went straight to the basement. When he entered the secret room where the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum was stored, there was indeed no trace of it in the central cultivation base. Sun Yice's face changed drastically. Blood rushed to his head, and he staggered back. Fortunately, the steward caught him in time, preventing him from falling. Sun Yice shouted hoarsely, "What's going on?" The guards responsible for the item were also puzzled. "Uncle, we don't know what happened. Since you visited last night, we've been guarding the door without moving an inch, and there were no abnormalities in the surroundings. But when we changed shifts and checked, it was gone." The guard hesitated at the end. In their puzzled eyes, there was a hint of fear. Sun Yice roared, "Are you saying that the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum grew wings and flew away on its own?" The guards lowered their heads, not daring to speak. This incident was too bizarre. No intruders were seen, and there were no infrared warnings. All the doors leading to the area were intact. Besides ghosts, they couldn't imagine what could have stolen the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum under such tight security. "Check the surveillance footage," Sun Yice said with a dark face. "It's okay if we don't investigate. Once we do, we'll be shocked." Soon, they saw the culprit who stole the Polygonum multiflorum from the surveillance footage. It wasn't a person but a big black rat. Sun Yice, who saw the scene, was greatly surprised. How is this possible? While chaos reigned at Sun's home, Wen Chen had already returned to the pet hospital in the flower and bird market. He first found a glass bottle and stored the Polygonum multiflorum in it. For such a treasure, he wouldn't use it easily. Premium herbs are rare to come by. In today's world of ecological destruction and spiritual scarcity, even 100-year-old herbs are hard to find, let alone millennium herbs. Wen Chen clearly remembered that someone had given him a valuable 100-year-old wild ginseng as a birthday gift in the past. You see, 200 years ago, although 100-year-old wild ginseng was precious, it wasn't that rare. As long as you had money, you could buy it. But now, whenever 100-year-old wild ginseng appeared, it would cause a sensation. It was like the saying, "In Shu, there are no great generals, Liao Hua takes the lead." To get back on track, The reason Wen Shen wanted to arrange the Polygonum multiflorum properly was mainly that he was preparing to learn a spell called Spiritual Cultivation Technique. As the name suggests, it is a spell that irrigates with spiritual energy. Once he mastered this spell, he could mass-produce premium herbs. By then, these rare treasures that could only be encountered by luck would become commonplace in his hands. Is anyone there? Help! Just as Wen Shen was busy in the inner room, an urgent call came from outside. Judging by the footsteps, it seemed not to be just one person but a group. Wen Shen's heart stirred. He had to put down what he was doing and go out to check. When he arrived in the main hall, he immediately saw a group of tall and sturdy men in uniforms. Among them was a tall woman. She had a neat short haircut, a cold demeanor, and a sharp glint in her eyes. She didn't seem like a kind person. From their uniforms, Wen Shen recognized their identity. They should be from the patrol camp. The patrol camp was divided into several systems responsible for urban security, crime investigation, and maintaining road traffic. Their black uniforms indicated that they were the catchers in the patrol camp, specifically handling criminal cases. Wen Shen was shocked. He couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be that my theft of the Polygonum multiflorum has been exposed?" Slightly flustered, Wen Shen then forced himself to calmly assess the situation. He saw that the female catcher was holding a black wolfhound in her arms. The dog was covered in blood and injuries, on the verge of passing out. "Are you the veterinarian here?" As soon as Wen Shen appeared, the fierce gaze of the female catcher fell on him. Wen Shen nodded, "Yes." The female catcher said, "Doctor, we are from the patrol camp. This dog is a tracking hound. It got into a fierce battle with a criminal during a mission and was injured by the opponent." Upon hearing this, Wen Shen understood what had happened and said, "Put it on the sickbed first, let me see what's going on." The dog was severely injured. It was no exaggeration to say that almost half of its body was battered. Its bones and organs had suffered varying degrees of impact. Looking at the wounds, it was clear that it wasn't caused by firearms but by bare hands. The physical quality of this wolfhound was not just exceptional but top-notch. Easily killing an ordinary person was a piece of cake for it. If it encountered someone with martial arts skills, even if they could beat it, they would find it hard to deal with it. However, this dog was beaten like this. It's clear enough. The person who injured it is definitely skilled and quite powerful. When Wen Shen examined the wolfhound, he immediately initiated a telepathic connection. "Hey, buddy, don't die without a peep." Upon hearing Wen Shen's call, the wolfhound struggled to open one eye slit and glanced at him. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes." The wolfhound was greatly surprised and exclaimed, "No, you're not talking, you're communicating with me telepathically." Wen Shen chuckled and praised the wolfhound's intelligence. Most animals, when faced with such a situation, would be either surprised or scared, not knowing how Wen Shen was communicating with them. But this one could tell at a glance that he was no ordinary dog. "Is the female catcher next to you your owner?" Wen Shen glanced at the woman beside him and asked. The wolfhound replied, "I'm Fu Gue, this is my owner, Chief Detective Yi Wu Shuang of the patrol camp." "Yi Wu Shuang? That's a nice name." "Hello, Fu Gue, I'm Wen Shen, a veterinarian. At the request of your owner, I'm ready to treat you." Wen Shen introduced himself proactively. The wolfhound, however, solemnly said, "Friend, thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to waste your efforts. I'm well aware of my condition, my tendons and bones are broken, and my time is running out." Wen Shen was about to say something, but the wolfhound didn't give him a chance to speak. He continued, "During this final time, I have an important clue to tell you, please pass it on to my owner." Wen Shen instinctively asked, "What clue?" "The person who injured me is a flower thief, a man of lustful nature, ruthless, highly skilled in martial arts, immune to all poisons, invulnerable to weapons. The Ministry of Justice has been pursuing him for a long time. However, due to his cunning nature, he has escaped several times and changed his appearance through disguise. This time, he has been roaming to the North Sea, committing numerous heinous murders. He has committed 9 crimes here and has also abducted 2 young girls, holding them captive in an unknown secret base. During my fight with him, I saw his new face, square face, big eyes, a mole on his forehead, black teeth, about 1 meter 60 tall, with a limp in his leg. He also has a medicinal scent on him, indicating a serious illness, as he is taking medication daily." Wen Shen listened attentively to the wolfhound's account, jotting down every detail. In his whole life, he had never admired anyone, but this dog made him respect. Almost dying, yet still so dedicated to duty. This made Wen Shen feel compassion. He immediately decided that no matter what, he would save this dog. "Doctor, how is my dog doing?" Yi Wu Shuang asked anxiously. Wen Shen pursed his lips. "Beauty, I'll tell you the truth. I just examined your dog, and based on the injuries it sustained, there's basically no hope. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuan's face changed drastically, her eyes widened. Her men behind her were furious. Incompetent doctor, if you can't cure it, why waste our time? Wen Qin said, I haven't finished speaking, why the rush? Yi Wuxuan's expression changed. What do you mean? Wen Qin calmly said, if it were another veterinarian, there would be no hope, but luckily you've encountered me. As long as it has a breath, I can save it. A glimmer of hope lit up in Yi Wuxuan's dim eyes. The group of burly men said, Kid, you better save this dog, or we'll shut down your shop. You can't act unreasonably. Yi Wuxuan coldly rebuked. Those who were talking tough immediately fell silent. Yi Wuxuan said sincerely, Doctor, please save him quickly. You don't need to feel any psychological pressure. Whether he gets better or not, I will show my gratitude. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this was just a dog, but it was the beloved family member she relied on. Seeing Yi Wuxuan's concern, Wen Qin no longer delayed and immediately started treating the wolf dog. The wolf dog's bones and internal organs were all shattered. What he needed to do was to first maintain the important organs in normal operation, such as the heart and lungs. He located the wolf dog's organs through acupressure and then infused it with energy. Suddenly, the wolf dog's failing vitality was forcibly held back. Seeing Wen Qin working on the wolf dog, Yi Wuxuan couldn't wait and asked, Doctor, when will you perform the surgery? Unexpectedly, Wen Qin said something that left her dumbfounded, I won't perform surgery. How can you save him without surgery? Yi Wuxuan asked. I can only save its life here, but surgery is a different matter. Boss, this guy is obviously a quack, pretending here on purpose, wasting time. The other members of the patrol camp were immediately furious. However, before they could act, the wolf dog lying on the sickbed, on the verge of death, suddenly howled. Everyone looked over and saw it struggling to open its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Unbelievable, it's actually alive? They exclaimed. This. Yi Wuxuan looked surprised. Wen Qin said, I can only save its life, but for further treatment, it needs to go to an animal center. Yi Wuxuan thanked him repeatedly. Then, she took out her wallet from her pocket, took out all the money, and handed it to Wen Qin. He accepted it with a smile. There were several thousand yuan in his hand. Just as Yi Wuxuan was about to leave with the wolf dog, Wen Qin stopped her, saying, Miss, please wait. Yi Wuxuan's gaze sharpened as she asked, Is there something else? Facing her question, Wen Qin coughed lightly and asked, Can we talk further? Yi Wuxuan hesitated for a moment, then handed the dog to her colleague and followed Wen Qin outside to a secluded corner. Wen Qin looked around before saying, Miss, are you chasing a very dangerous criminal? Yes, Yi Wuxuan nodded. Wen Qin lowered his voice and said, I have information about this criminal to offer. Oh? Yi Wuxuan looked puzzled. Have you seen this criminal? Wen Qin shook his head, I haven't, but my friend has. Due to the panic caused by this matter, he went to investigate and happened to find some clues about this person. As he had agreed to the wolf dog's request in a short time, Wen Qin was not prepared at all. Therefore, he had to bring up his friend as an excuse. Yi Wuxuan asked in a low voice, Where is your friend? Wen Qin pursed his lips and confidently said, He's not here at the moment. He was supposed to report to the authorities, but since I met you here, I thought I'd pass on this message on behalf of my friend. Yi Wuxuan remained skeptical, Tell me more. Afterwards, Wen Qin slightly modified the words the police dog had told him and then relayed them to the other party exactly as they were. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuxuan's originally calm face turned pale in an instant. Was your friend present at the scene? No, why? Wen Qin asked instinctively. If he wasn't there, how did you know he was bitten? Yi Wuxuan asked further. At this, Wen Qin was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, I've made a big mistake. I just said the criminal's leg was injured and bitten by a dog. If one wasn't present at the scene to witness it firsthand, how could they know this detail? Wen Qin coughed twice, unable to explain, so he could only feign ignorance. Miss Yi, I'm not really sure, these are just things my friend told me. Maybe he was mistaken. Miss Yi? Yi Wuxuan's pupils contracted rapidly, her eyes sharp as swords, staring fixedly at Wen Qin. Do you know me? Wen Qin's expression stiffened. I don't. If you don't know me, then how do you know my surname is Yi? Yi Wuxuan's expression hardened. Wen Qin scratched his head. I heard it from your colleagues. Impossible, they never mentioned my name from start to finish, they only refer to me as boss, Yi Wuxuan said sharply. As an official, she naturally exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Her serious and aloof demeanor, along with her articulate words, made even Wen Qin, who had seen big scenes, nervous. He felt cold sweat on his forehead, secretly feeling apprehensive. Lying to an officer was indeed not a wise choice. A slight slip-up would expose everything. Seeing Wen Qin remain silent for a while, Yi Wuxuan took a deep breath, intensifying the pressure. Tell me honestly, What's really going on here? If you don't explain it to me clearly, I will have to take you back to the patrol camp and interrogate you thoroughly. Wen Shen was speechless about this. Damn it. I shouldn't have agreed to that police dog's request. I helped out, but ended up getting myself into trouble. If that dog were to say its owner was so astute, Wen Shen would definitely adhere to the principle of less involvement is better and not wade into this mess. However, once the arrow is released, there is no turning back. It had come to this point. Regret was now useless. Judging by Yi Wuxuang's demeanor, it seemed like she wouldn't let it go until she understood the matter clearly. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wen Shen came up with a plan to extricate himself. Then, with a change in expression, he gazed affectionately at Yi Wuxuang and said solemnly, "Miss Yi, I like you." At this statement, Yi Wuxuang was directly dumbfounded, with countless question marks popping up in her mind. Staring blankly at Wen Shen, she thought, could this person be crazy? I asked him about this matter, and he responds with liking me? Is this how a human's mind works? Miss Yi, I have liked you for a long time, ever since I first saw you. I have been deeply infatuated with you, lovesick. Wen Shen revealed a lovesick expression instantly. Then, he began to explain the whole situation in detail. Actually, the friend I mentioned earlier was fake, and everything was done by me. I secretly investigated you, and when I saw you working so hard on this case, I couldn't bear it, so I took the initiative to investigate the whereabouts of the criminal. The heavens favored my intentions, and I finally found some information. Perhaps you didn't know, but there is someone like me, silently loving you in a place even you are unaware of. Since you have discovered all this, I might as well come clean. I like you, sincerely and genuinely, without any falsehood. I can't help but admire Wen Shen's mind. The originally hopeless situation turned around completely with his intervention. Everything now connects seamlessly, logical and reasonable. It's because I like you that I pay attention to you. I know your name, your identity, I watch you go to work, I watch you fight crime, I watch your daily life, every detail. Indeed, Wen Shen's heartfelt confession caught Yi Wuxuang off guard. Her face blushed, revealing a shy, girlish demeanor involuntarily. Clearly, rather than questioning the other's words, she was more shocked. The repeated expressions of affection completely threw her off balance. It's like a chess game. The onlookers see clearly while the players are confused. When things don't involve oneself, everyone can stay rational. But once it's personal, intelligence plummets, commonly known as being smitten. The key is, Wen Shen's emotional words left Yi Wuxuang unable to find fault. Yi Wuxuang looked at him, seemingly imagining a scenario where someone had fallen in love with her at first sight and silently adored her for years. Are you telling the truth? Of course, Wen Shen affirmed. Then why have I never noticed before? Yi Wuxuang asked. Wen Shen looked up at the sky at a 60-degree angle, adopting a pitiful, melancholic puppy-like expression. Maybe I'm just too ordinary. Someone as ordinary as me is hard to spot in a crowd. I only dared to watch you from afar, never daring to get close. Because in my heart, you are a sacred, untouchable goddess, to be admired from a distance. Saying these words made even Wen Shen want to vomit, but he had to endure the nausea and finish speaking. He glanced at Yi Wuxuang, noticing her pensive and deeply moved expression. It seemed she was starting to believe it. Yi Wuxuang is an outstanding detective. Despite her young age, she has numerous achievements. In her early 20s, she became the head of the Criminal Investigation Department in the patrol camp. Such a rapid promotion. Not only in Beihai, but even nationwide, it's a rare occurrence. She is not only a sharp detective but also an empty, naive girl. Faced with Wen Shen's flattering words, she found it somewhat difficult to resist. Moreover, after Wen Shen's second round of physical transformation, both his figure and appearance underwent a tremendous change. Radiant and talented. With his current conditions, having a one-night stand at a bar would be like taking candy from a baby. Such a handsome guy confessing to you in such a humble manner, who wouldn't be charmed? Moreover, Yi Wuxuang has never been in a relationship. Over the years, no one has ever pursued her. The reason is simple. She's too fierce. Catching criminals, she can either maim or kill them. And she doesn't show any emotions. Always cold as ice. Clearly not someone to mess with. Even Wen Shen would feel nervous around her, let alone other men. Because of her notorious reputation and domineering nature, within the patrol camp, she's even called the Criminal Investigation Mother Tyrannosaurus. All this indicates that this beautiful and captivating female detective is a rose with thorns. Perhaps it's for these reasons that she's been single all this time. Faced with this sudden love offensive, she completely lost her previous sharpness and meticulousness. What's your name? Yi Wuxuang asked. Wang Fan, Wen Shen replied. What's your contact information? Yi Wuxuang inquired. Without hesitation, Wen Shen took out his phone and added Yi Wuxuang on WeChat. If the clues you provide are useful and we can catch this fugitive with them, you will receive a reward of 200,000. Also, I could consider going on a date with you. With that said, Yi Wuxuang acted as if nothing had happened and walked away. But even the discerning could see it. There had been a subtle shift in her attitude towards Wen Chen. Seeing this, Wen Chen raised an eyebrow. You want to go on a date with me? Feels like a big game is afoot. Once the patrol camp personnel left, Wen Chen returned to the clinic. It continued until noon, and no more customers came in. Wen Chen was already aware of the dire situation of the pet hospital business when he inherited this body. The reason he was still willing to work as a veterinarian was that this profession aligned with his special skill. As for making money, he didn't care much. It was just a cover-up. No one coming in was just to his liking. It meant he had more time to focus on his own matters. Oh, almost forgot one thing. I promised to transfer 100,000 to Li Shuyu, but I haven't done it yet. Remembering this, Wen Chen walked straight to the front desk and picked up the POS machine for cash transactions. After the dogfight ended, Duan Kuan gave him a bank card. At that time, the balance was not mentioned, but judging by Duan Kuan's character and generosity, it was definitely not a small amount. Wen Chen inserted the card into the POS machine and checked. His eyes widened immediately. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, followed by a whopping 8 zeros, a total of 10 million? Wen Chen knew it was going to be a substantial sum of money, but he didn't expect it to be this much. This would definitely alleviate his urgent financial situation. He checked Wang Fan's savings, which did not exceed 30,000 in total, and the rent and utilities for the next month had not been paid. With such meager savings, he was almost as poor as a beggar. The pet hospital had no income, and he couldn't rely on Chu Chinga for a free ride. As a son-in-law, he was actually quite hard-pressed. No wonder he wore clothes from street vendors and still didn't have a car. Wen Chen withdrew 10,000 from the 10 million and transferred it to Li Shuyu. Soon after, the phone rang. Wen Chen instinctively thought it was Li Shuyu calling. However, when he checked his phone, he found it was a call from Chu Chinga. Why is this woman calling me again? Could it be because I didn't go back yesterday to sign the divorce agreement with her? With these doubts in mind, Wen Chen answered the call. Chu Chinga's cold voice came through. Around 4 o'clock this afternoon, I will come to pick you up. First, go to the mall and buy some clothes, spruce yourself up. Wen Chen was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Chu Chinga explained, second uncle's family has returned to Beihai and is preparing for my cousin's wedding. They invited our family for dinner tonight, and as my husband, you naturally have to come alone. Oh, I see, Wen Chen suddenly realized. He had been wondering why this woman had a change of heart and wanted to buy him clothes. It turned out there was a family gathering, and she was afraid he would dress poorly and affect her image. Chu Chinga was quite punctual. She said 4 o'clock, and it was 4 o'clock. She arrived in her white Bentley at the pet clinic and parked on the roadside. She didn't get out of the car but honked to signal. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Chen immediately walked out. Chu Chinga turned expressionless, but when her eyes met Wen Chen's, her pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief. Wen Chen closed the door and walked straight to Chu Chinga. She looked at him with shimmering eyes and asked, are you Wang Fan? Wen Chen raised an eyebrow. 1 night apart, and you don't even recognize your own husband? Why have you changed so much? Chu Chinga exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Wen Chen flicked his bangs and struck a pose, saying, I was handsome to begin with, just didn't dress up before, didn't want you to feel inferior. Since seeing Wen Chen last night, she had felt that he was somewhat different from before. However, the change wasn't significant at the time, so she didn't pay much attention. After all, she had never really scrutinized this terrible man properly. But now, his transformation was so drastic that it seemed like a completely different person, making her take a second look. No glasses, no more acne on his face. His skin was fair as porcelain, like a newborn baby. And his notoriously criticized height had also risen to a level that made her look up at him. The lingering creepy vibe was replaced by a gentle charm. Where was her ugly and awkward husband now? Don't stare, you might fall in love with me if you keep looking, Wen Chen teased. Chu Chinga blushed and quickly averted her gaze. Who's looking at you? That's it. Clearly, there was some insincerity in her words. After Wen Chen got into the car, Chu Chinga took him to the mall. He got a haircut, bought a set of designer suits, a watch, leather shoes, and a tie. The discarded clothes were not taken with them but thrown into a trash can. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After the makeover, Wen Chen's appearance had indeed reached a new level. Dressed in a suit, well-groomed, with a touch of a charming smile, he outshone the elite professionals in workplace dramas. Shu Qingge couldn't help but glance at Wen Chen frequently, thinking to herself that indeed, this guy had become really handsome after the transformation. Since the first time Shu Qingge saw Wang Fan, her disgust towards him had only grown. Just a glance at him made her stomach churn. Shu Qingge always prided herself on not being superficial, but when others said Wen Chen was like a toad eating swan meat, she felt uncomfortable. However, now, as she looked at Wen Chen again, she surprisingly found him pleasing to the eye. When we go to the hotel for dinner, you better behave well and not embarrass my family, Shu Qingge instructed. Wen Chen paused, asking, how should I behave? Shu Qingge said seriously, don't talk nonsense, just be a mute and behave yourself. Upon hearing this, Wen Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Obviously, his unusual behavior from last night had put her on guard. Heh, so I'm that unbearable in your eyes. As long as you know. Shu Qingge snorted and walked ahead. If it weren't for her grandfather's specific instructions, she wouldn't have wanted to see Wen Chen at all. This guy had abandoned her and fled last night. She would remember this incident for a lifetime. After leaving the mall, Shu Qingge took Wen Chen to the hotel. The two of them remained silent in the car. Shu Qingge drove without glancing sideways, while Wen Chen either admired the view or played with his phone, not bothering to engage with her. Meanwhile, outside the Panlong Grand Hotel, Chu Jiangwo, Shin Min, and Chu Qingfeng were already waiting, and soon, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class pulled into view. After finding a parking spot, a group of people got out of the car, a middle-aged couple and a young couple. The middle-aged couple were Chu Jiangwo from the second branch of the Chu family and his wife, Zhao Ye. As for the young couple, the girl is their daughter Chu Qingwu, and the man is Chu Qingwu's fiancé, He Yuanpeng. Seeing the four of them getting off the car, Chu Jiangwo immediately greeted them, saying, Jianya, finally you all are here. Chu Jiangya chuckled, big brother, the plane was delayed, and we got held up on the road, sorry about that. The two families exchanged greetings, chatting and laughing harmoniously. At this moment, Chu Jiangwo looked at He Yuanpeng and couldn't help but ask, who is this? Zhao Ye quickly took over and enthusiastically introduced, this is my daughter's boyfriend, He Yuanpeng, the son of Jiangnan procurator He Fangping. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Jiangya and Shen Min were shocked. The Jiangnan procurator was an official position, responsible for acting as an agent for official business transactions. Although he was also half a businessman, he was living off the state, not only having local connections but also a vast network of contacts. Countless enterprises were eager to associate with him. When Zhao Ye introduced He Yuanpeng, there was a clear tone of boasting in her words. Seeing their brother and sister-in-law so astonished, both Chu Jiangya and Zhao Ye felt greatly satisfied. Initially, the old man had given most of the Chu family's assets to the eldest son. The second son had only managed to acquire some properties and stocks. Feeling resentful, they always felt inferior in front of the eldest son. Now, their daughter had found a good match, and he was the son of a Jiangnan procurator. This achievement not only brought them some glory but also allowed them to hold their heads high. So he is Director He's son, truly a talented and handsome young man. Shen Min looked at He Yuanpeng with envy and admiration. Sister-in-law, it's all thanks to Qingge that our Qingwu could find such a good match, Zhao Ye said. Chu Jiangya also agreed, yes, initially, the old man intended to betroth Qingwu to him, but fortunately, Qingge had a sense of righteousness and prevented a tragedy from happening. Mentioning this, Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min's faces turned extremely ugly. Without comparison, there would be no harm. If their daughter hadn't married Wang Fan back then, she could have found a suitable match now. She wouldn't have become a laughingstock. Shen Min felt very unfair. Why could Chu Qingwu find such a good fiancé? In terms of appearance and conditions, she was far inferior to her own daughter. Zhao Ye looked around and asked, by the way, where is Qingge? Shen Min forced a smile and said, she went to pick up Wang Fan, she should be here soon. At the mention of Wang Fan, Zhao Ye became interested and asked, is that poor boy still working as a veterinarian? Chu Jiangwo remained silent, and Shen Min's expression became even more unpleasant. They could freely criticize Wen Chen, but if others did the same, it would be like mocking them indirectly. Their displeasure deepened once again. Besides being a veterinarian, what else can he do? Shen Min retorted. With our company being so big, can't we arrange a position for him? It doesn't sound good for Qingge's husband to be a veterinarian, Zhao Ye said seriously. Shen Min was speechless, feeling awkward. Qingfeng, what happened to your hand? Zhao Ye's gaze shifted to Chu Qingfeng. Chu Qingfeng, holding his hand wrapped in gauze, forced a laugh, got bitten by a dog. Oh, why are you so careless? Your brother-in-law is a veterinarian, didn't he treat you? Zhao Ye said. The moment she said that, Chu Qingfeng's face contorted as if he had constipation, his features twitching. Damn it! What a sight to see! It was this mutt that broke it for me. Just then, a white Bentley pulled into the hotel's parking lot. Before long, a young couple, both handsome and beautiful, walked straight towards the spot. Chinga is here. At the words, everyone immediately turned to look. When they saw Chu Chinga, there was not much reaction in their eyes. But when they saw the unfamiliar man beside Chu Chinga, they couldn't help but be surprised. Who is this? Not only Chu Janya's family looked puzzled, even Chu Jangwo and the others felt quite confused. Wasn't Chu Chinga supposed to pick up Wang Fan? Why didn't Wang Fan come with him? Instead, he brought an unknown young man. Sister-in-law, did Chinga divorce Wang Fan? Zhao Ya asked. Shen Min said, no. She actually thought these two had divorced. Zhao Ya asked in confusion, then who is the man beside Chinga? Shen Min said, I don't know either, let's ask her when she comes over. At this moment, when Shen was walking with Chu Chinga, whether in figure, appearance, or personal temperament, they matched perfectly. Handsome and beautiful, like a match made in heaven. Even Chu Qingwu couldn't help but brighten up when she saw Wen Chen. Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt. As Chu Chinga approached, he greeted the elders. Wen Chen also called out the same. At this moment, Shen Min finally reacted, pointing at Wen Chen and exclaimed, Are you Wang Fan? Wen Chen lightly nodded. Suddenly, the whole crowd was shocked. Except for Chu Chinga, each of them widened their eyes, showing expressions of disbelief. Obviously, Wen Chen's transformation had startled them. How did you become like this? Shen Min asked. Wen Chen casually replied, Chinga took me to get a haircut and changed into some designer clothes, so I look better than before. It's not just a little better looking, it's like a whole new person. Shen Min, who had just admired the boyfriend Chu Qingwu found, a talented man, now, comparing Wen Chen to Yuanpeng, this noble son, he was still no match for Wen Chen, who came from a remote village. With Wen Chen looking better, Shen Min's attitude towards him immediately changed. The previously sharp and harsh expression softened quite a bit. She even smiled and said, dressing up indeed made you look much better, you should pay attention to your image in the future, after all, it concerns the reputation of our Chu family. Wen Chen nodded. Zhao Ya sneered and said disdainfully, what's the use of being good-looking, he's still just a veterinarian. Seeing Yi Yuanping's looks, compared to Wen Chen, she felt a bit displeased. And He Yuanping, looking at this son-in-law of the Chu family, who was much more handsome than himself, also had no good feelings. Chinga, if you don't want to arrange a job for your husband, I can have Xiaoho find a decent job for Wang Fan, Zhao Ya said deliberately, a sense of superiority instantly emerging. Before Chu Chinga could speak, Wen Chen said, no need, I think being a veterinarian is quite good, I'll do this for the rest of my life, not considering a career change. Hearing this, Chu Jangwo and Shen Min, who had just managed to salvage some dignity, couldn't help but frown again. No ambition. Truly at a loss. Zhao Ya felt pleased inside, but on the surface, she earnestly said, Wang Fan, what future can you have as a veterinarian? Dealing with a bunch of animals, not making much money in a year, and the clients are just some ordinary people. If you work with Xiaoho, you might get to know some important people and broaden your horizons. He Yuanping said, Auntie, our group only recruits elites, those who are not competent are not within the scope of recruitment. Oh, I see. Zhao Ya pretended to look regretful. Wang Fan, it's not that I don't want to help you, but your education is too low. It seems like you can only be a veterinarian. Hit the person, not the face. Zhao Ya and He Yuanping, one after the other, instantly made Chu Jangwo and Shen Min's faces lose their luster. Just when there was a hint of goodwill towards Wang Fan, it disappeared in an instant. What people say is true. What's the use of looking better? Still just a veterinarian? No money, no power, a lifetime of being an unpopular laborer. To ease the embarrassment, Chu Jangwo cleared his throat and said, it's getting late, let's go in quickly. So, under Chu Jangwo's lead, the group entered the Panlong Grand Hotel. As the only 6-star hotel in Beihai and even in the Dragon Kingdom, being able to consume here is a reflection of status. Even among the upper circles of Beihai, they rarely come to this place. It's not that they don't have enough money, it's just hard to get a reservation. The hotel has a fixed quota for daily guests. You must make a reservation in advance to enter and consume. Chu Jangwo reserved a mysterious private room. The hospitality standards of the Panlong Grand Hotel are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The mysterious grade is the middle standard among them. Even though it's a middle standard, it represents court etiquette and royal class. What? It's been reserved by someone else? Yes, sir. That's impossible, I clearly booked it first, Chu Jangwo said with a shocked expression. Sir, we didn't find your order in the system, the receptionist smiled. Seeing this, Shen Min hurriedly stepped forward. What's going on? Chu Jangwo said, I called manager Lu earlier to help me reserve a private room, but for some reason, there's no record of it in the hotel system. Did manager Lu forget? Shen Min asked. Chu Jiangwo said, I'll make a call and ask. Immediately, he dialed the phone number of the lobby manager of the Panlong Grand Hotel. However, the other party was not available to answer the call. Chu Jiangwo was now anxious. He had wanted to find a good place to save face. Who knew, instead of saving face, he lost even more. Seeing this, He Yuanping immediately realized it was a perfect opportunity to show off. So he said, Uncle and Aunt, don't worry, the Panlong Grand Hotel is owned by Beihai's richest man, Fu Tianxiong. Do you know Fu Tianxiong? Chu Jiangwo asked. He Yuanping calmly said, I've met him once or twice, and I even have his secretary's phone number. In fact, he had never met Fu Tianxiong. Although his father was a businessman in Jiangnan, there was still a big gap between him and Beihai's richest man. However, he didn't lie about one thing. He did know Fu Tianxiong's secretary. Zhaoye smiled triumphantly, brother and sister-in-law, with Xiaohe here, let him take care of arranging the hotel private room. Suddenly, He Yuanping took out his phone and was about to call Fu Tianxiong's secretary. But he was stopped by Chu Jiangwo. Forget it, it's not worth bothering Mr. Fu for such a small matter. Since we can't dine at the Panlong Grand Hotel, let's go to another 5-star hotel. Chu Jiangwo nodded slightly. It seems that's the only option. Just as the group was about to leave, a shout suddenly came from the side, Dr. Wang, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look. However, at the moment they saw the person, they were all shocked. Their eyes widened like copper bells. Because the person who called Dr. Wang was none other than Beihai's richest man. Worth billions, the business tycoon with countless assets, Fu Tianxiong. The reason they recognized each other at a glance was because, as a prominent figure in Beihai, Fu Tianxiong was a frequent guest sought after by major media outlets. His pretentious quotes are still circulating on the internet to this day. Set a small goal, make 100 billion. I don't care about money when making friends, because no one has as much money as I do. I've never touched money, I'm not interested in it. The biggest regret of my life is making so much money that I can't spend it all. Such classic Versailles-style literary displays have made Fu Tianxiong the object of admiration for countless young people. Fu Tianxiong walked excitedly to Wen Shen and said, Dr. Wang, I thought you looked familiar, turns out it's really you. You look much better today than before. Wen Shen paused for a moment, then recognized him, Mr. Fu, what a coincidence, we meet again. Fu Tianxiong grabbed Wen Shen's hand and quickly thanked him, Dr. Wang, thanks to your help that night, my daughter was able to be safe. Is Miss Fu doing well now? Wen Shen politely asked. Fu Tianxiong smiled, she's out of danger now. When she woke up and learned about it, she said she wanted to thank you in person. Wen Shen nodded slightly, not saying much. Fu Tianxiong's expression changed, and he asked, Dr. Wang, are you here to eat? Wen Shen murmured and pointed to Chu Jiangwo beside him. My father-in-law booked a private room here, but the order suddenly disappeared, so we're planning to eat elsewhere. The Chu family was dumbfounded. They stared blankly, full of question marks in their minds. How did this guy know the richest man in Beihai? Moreover, they seemed quite familiar with each other. Fu Tianxiong kept addressing Wen Shen as Dr. Wang, filled with gratitude and respect in his words. Fu Tianxiong turned to Chu Jiangwo. Chu Jiangwo quickly introduced himself, Mr. Fu, hello, I'm Chu Jiangwo. Chu Group? Fu Tianxiong asked. Chu Jiangwo nodded, yes, that's our family's company. Oh, so Dr. Wang is Chu's son-in-law. Fu Tianxiong suddenly realized, my apologies. Chu Jiangwo was pleasantly surprised. Although the Chu family was a local powerhouse in Beihai, compared to Fu Tianxiong, they were no match, not even worth mentioning. There were hundreds of medium-sized families like the Chu family in Beihai. But there was only one richest man in Beihai, Fu Tianxiong, who had been unshakable in his position for over a decade. After exchanging greetings with Chu Jiangwo, Fu Tianxiong didn't engage in much conversation with him. Instead, he said to Wen Shen, Dr. Wang, I apologize for the oversight on the hotel's part. After saying this, he turned to the receptionist and said, open the VIP room immediately, complimentary for the entire party, and also, add 2 bottles of Romani Conti. The receptionist, feeling the pressure, hurried to comply. Xinga, when did this kid get to know Fu Tianxiong? Shen Min asked her daughter quietly. However, Chu Qingda was also clueless about this and could only shake her head in response. Chu Jianye and Zhaoye, seeing this scene, were bewildered. Zhaoye even turned to her prospective son-in-law, He Yuanping. Xiaohe, didn't you say you knew Fu Tianxiong? He Yuanping's face stiffened, unsure how to respond. He did indeed know Fu Tianxiong, but whether Fu Tianxiong knew him was another matter. He never expected that by just pretending, he would coincidentally encounter Fu Tianxiong like this. Mr. Fu, I'm Chu Jianye from the second branch of the Chu family. Chu Jianye couldn't help but step forward to assert his presence. Fu Tianxiong just smiled and remained silent. Chu Jianye said to He Yuanpeng, "Shout he, come in Greek, Mr. Fu." He Yuanpeng not only had a stiff expression but also a stiff body. He was frozen on the spot. Fu Tianxiong looked at He Yuanpeng and instinctively asked, "Who is this again?" He Yuanpeng stood still, while Chu Jianye said, "He is the son of He Fangping, who procures goods in Jiangnan. You should know each other." Fu Tianxiong paused for a moment and slowly said, "I don't recall, maybe we've met before but I don't remember." With that said, Chu Jianye was stunned, and He Yuanping felt so embarrassed that he wished he could find a place to hide. Dr. Wang, my daughter is still recuperating. If you have time, could I invite you to visit our mansion for a follow-up? Fu Tianxiong asked. Wen Shen pondered for a moment and then said, "No problem." Fu Tianxiong smiled and said, "All right, I won't disturb you and your family's meal. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." He did this because he was certain that Wen Shen was a divine doctor. That night, after leaving Wen Shen's pet clinic, he followed the ambulance all the way to the hospital. The doctor in the ambulance was preparing to rescue Fu Tingting. However, upon lifting her clothes, they found an unbelievable scene. The torn wound on Fu Tingting's body from the accident had miraculously disappeared. At that moment, Fu Tianxiong thought he was mistaken. He distinctly remembered a 3-centimeter wound on his daughter's stomach. It was this wound that had caused her clothes to be dyed red with blood. However, the bloodstains on the clothes were still visible, yet the bleeding wound had vanished into thin air. Upon closer inspection, only a faint scar remained on her stomach. The doctor examined her and said that Fu Tingting's vital signs were normal, and she was unharmed. From that moment on, Fu Tianxiong knew that he had witnessed a miracle. And the one who created all this was Dr. Wang from the pet hospital. As a wealthy man with vast resources, Fu Tianxiong had seen some extraordinary things in the world. There were people with incredible abilities, capable of turning stones into gold and transforming decay into wonders. Obviously, Dr. Wang was one of those people. It was for these reasons that Fu Tianxiong was so delighted to see Wen Shen again. Unfortunately, Wen Shen was already married. Otherwise, he would have definitely tried to win him over by all means. Wen Shen was unaware of Fu Tianxiong's thoughts and simply politely replied, "Mr. Fu, take care." Subsequently, Fu Tianxiong left with a group of business tycoons. As soon as they left, Shen Min approached Wen Shen and asked, "Wang Fan, how do you know Fu Tianxiong?" Wen Shen truthfully replied, "I treated his daughter." Shen Min looked astonished and said, "You, a veterinarian, treated a person? What a joke." Wen Shen briefly explained, his daughter was in a serious condition after an accident, and the ambulance was on the way, so she came to my clinic. Shen Min's eyes flickered as she murmured, "You're really bold, a veterinarian daring to treat people, especially Fu Tianxiong's daughter." Luckily, nothing happened, otherwise, our family would have been in trouble too. Wen Shen said, "I didn't know he was Fu Tianxiong at that time." Chu Jiangwo laughed and praised Wen Shen. "Wang Fan, you did well. Making friends with Fu Tianxiong is an intangible asset for our Chu family." Wen Shen remained silent in response to this, contrasting with Chu Jiangwo's joy. Chu Jianye and Zhao Ye's faces looked somewhat unpleasant. They were originally pleased that their prospective son-in-law, He Yuanpeng, knew Fu Tianxiong. Little did they know. Just now when they first met, the other party had no impression of He Yuanpeng at all. But towards Wen Shen, there was an unexpectedly warm reception. Not only did they proactively book the exclusive VIP box reserved only for high-ranking officials and foreign dignitaries, but they also generously gifted 2 bottles of the Roman Emperor worth 3 million. "This guy is really lucky to be able to climb up to Fu Tianxiong," Xu Qingfeng muttered with a dark expression. Xu Qingde glanced at him, not saying anything out loud, but her heart was in turmoil. As for Wang Fan, she felt increasingly unfamiliar with him. Later on, led by the waiter, the group arrived at the magnificent VIP box. "Thanks to Wang Fan's luck, otherwise we would never have the chance to come and see this VIP box in our lifetime," Chu Jiangwo chuckled. Chu Jiaye coughed awkwardly, his expression unnatural. Zhao Ye kept drinking water non-stop. She had just mocked Wen Shen, saying that being a veterinarian was useless. Unable to make money or expand connections, one would never get to know important figures in their lifetime. However, in the blink of an eye, they were proven wrong. Only when the heart feels relieved can one truly be at ease. Halfway through the meal, He Yuanpeng excused himself to smoke and left. He was definitely the most displeased person there. He couldn't pretend anymore, and he had lost face. As a second-generation rich kid born with a silver spoon, where had he ever experienced such humiliation? Damn it! A son of the Jiangnan He family, he was actually inferior to a veterinarian? He Yuanpeng, smoking a cigarette, felt extremely frustrated. He thought to himself that he must regain his dignity no matter what. Otherwise, if he were to marry Chu Qingwu in the future, how could he hold his head up in front of that veterinarian? Mentioning Chu Qingwu, He Yuanpeng immediately thought of Chu Qingga. His frustration doubled in an instant. Damn! How come I don't have that kind of luck? Before seeing Chu Qingga, I thought Chu Qingwu was pretty good looking, but now, I think she's far from it. As He Yuanpeng grumbled to himself, a stunning figure suddenly walked by. She was wearing a cheongsam, swaying gracefully with each step. His eyes lit up. Wow, she's a top-notch beauty. This figure, this face, was simply unbeatable. He Yuanpeng's pupils suddenly contracted, a hint of surprise showing on his face. He called out to the beauty, Miss Su? Hearing the call, Su Wanjun turned to look at him and asked, Who are you? Miss Su, don't you remember me? I'm Xiao He. My father is He Fengping. We met at a banquet hosted by Jiang Nanwang before, He Yuanpeng said. Upon hearing this, Su Wanjun vaguely recalled, So you're young master He, what are you doing here? I just happened to be eating here, He Yuanpeng replied. Are you here with your father? Su Wanjun asked. He Yuanpeng said, I'm here with my girlfriend's family. Su Wanjun nodded slightly. After the chance encounter with Su Wanjun, He Yuanpeng was delighted and immediately invited her to the adjacent VIP box. Others might not know Su Wanjun's identity, but he was very clear about it. Her husband was the chairman of the Green Dragon Group, and the Green Dragon Group was the largest real estate company in Longwa. Its power was no weaker than Fu Tianxiong's Huatai Group, and it had extremely terrifying underworld connections. Due to an accident, Su Wanjun's husband unfortunately passed away. She then inherited the entire Green Dragon Group. Despite appearing gentle on the surface, she was actually a ruthless woman. Through a bloody purge, she eliminated dissidents within the Green Dragon Group and established her dominance. Now, the Green Dragon Group was completely under her control. She had become the White Widow who possessed countless wealth. The reason behind this name? That's because the other party used to be a nurse, and doctors are known as angels in white coats. Faced with He Yuanpeng's enthusiastic invitation, Su Wanjun showed a hint of embarrassment. Master He, I'm sorry, I have guests arranged on my end, I'm stretched thin, so I can only thank you for your kindness. Oh, I see. He Yuanpeng was somewhat disappointed. If he could invite Su Wanjun to the private room as a guest, not only could he make a comeback, but he could also show off in front of the Chu family. However, dreams are lofty, reality is stark. If the other party is unwilling, he cannot force it, so he can only awkwardly watch the other person leave. However, He Yuanpeng did not leave empty-handed. As soon as he returned to the private room, he beamed and said, Uncle, Auntie, I ran into an acquaintance outside just now. Zhaoya's gaze sharpened. Curious, who was it? Do you know the Qinglong group? He Yuanpeng said. Xu Jianya said, Xiaohe, what joke are you playing? The Qinglong group is such a big company, who in Longwa doesn't know about it? He Yuanpeng quickly followed up. Do you know who the real boss behind the Qinglong group is? Xu Jianya said, Of course, it's Su Yuzhou. He Yuanpeng chuckled and whispered, No, Su Yuzhou is just a puppet, he doesn't really have any power. The one who truly calls the shots is Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun? Everyone present was puzzled. Who is she? She is the wife of the former chairman of the Qinglong group, Su Taisui. He Yuanpeng replied. Everyone seemed to react as if they had heard something fresh. All eyes turned to listen intently. Seeing everyone's reaction, He Yuanpeng's face lit up with a smile. I only found out about this from my father. He then proceeded to narrate Su Wanjun's life story. After listening, everyone was amazed. Chu Jiangwo exclaimed, My goodness, at the age of over 30, controlling $1 trillion business empire, such courage is simply terrifying. Zhaoya was delighted and revived. She praised He Yuanpeng. Xiaohe, you truly are a knowledgeable young talent, knowing about such matters. As she praised him, she glanced sideways at Wen Shen and said with hidden meaning, Unlike some people who got lucky and met a big shot, they just exchanged pleasantries, and now they think highly of themselves. Obviously, this veiled sarcasm was understood by everyone present. Wen Shen pretended not to hear and said, I need a smoke. After saying that, he got up and left. Xin Min frowned, showing displeasure. She wasn't angry with Wen Shen, but rather annoyed with Zhaoya. After all, Wen Shen was her son-in-law. A dog's behavior reflects its owner. Zhaoya repeatedly mocked and belittled her, clearly not taking her seriously, so she immediately retorted, I don't know where you heard the gossip from, or if it's true, but you just claimed to know Fu Tianxiong, yet he didn't even remember you. Zhaoya slammed the table. Sister-in-law, what do you mean by that? Xinmin pursed her lips, it means nothing, just talking. Do you have a problem with Xiaohe? Can't stand to see my Qinggu marrying better than your Chuking? Zhao Ye glared angrily. Shen Min was also angry. This was already a sore spot for her, and since the other party didn't give her face, she didn't need to give face either. As a result, the two daughters-in-law of the Chu family pointed at each other's noses and started quarreling. The scene was like a shrew's quarrel. Chu Qingge quickly intervened, trying to calm things down. Chu Qinggu also stood up to help. It took a lot of effort, but they finally managed to separate the two. Chu Jiangwo and Chu Jianye, the two brothers, although not speaking, couldn't stand the sight of each other. Faced with this scene, Chu Qingge was puzzled. Hasn't her mother always looked down on Wang Fan? It used to be either hitting or scolding. How come she's standing up for him this time? Wen Shen was unaware of what was happening inside the private room. He was smoking in the corridor. Every family has its own difficulties. He just wanted to divorce Chu Qingge as soon as possible now, and then quickly leave this chaotic family. Are you Wang Fan? Suddenly, a melodious voice sounded in his ear. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Shen turned around. Then, he saw a beautiful young woman in a cheongsam. At the first sight of each other, Wen Shen's pupils began to contract violently. Miss Su? Su Wanjun also met Wen Shen here, equally surprised. At first, she thought she had mistaken the person, because the other person's appearance had almost changed drastically compared to before. However, there was still some resemblance in the facial features, so she tentatively called out. Unexpectedly, it was indeed Wen Shen. Are you really Dr. Wang? Su Wanjun immediately walked over, her face full of smiles. Her silky eyes looked Wen Shen up and down. A hint of surprise appeared between her eyebrows. Are you really Dr. Wang? She asked uncertainly. Wen Shen chuckled and nodded, saying, It's really me. Su Wanjun was amazed. How come you've changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you. You know, the first time she saw Wen Shen that night, he was just an ordinary and even somewhat ugly person. But now, he was handsome and imposing. Wen Shen joked, just had some plastic surgery. Su Wanjun marveled, that's hardly possible. In just a few days, what kind of plastic surgery hospital has such magical power to transform decay into magic? Suddenly becoming handsome was indeed quite absurd. Even Wen Shen couldn't find a reasonable explanation, so he could only attribute it to his own second growth. In Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes, a burst of wonder couldn't be contained. She covered her mouth and said, It's truly unbelievable. To avoid her continuing on this topic, Wen Shen asked, By the way, Miss Su, what are you doing here? Su Wanjun said, I made an appointment with a few friends here to discuss business, just finished. Wen Shen nodded slightly, marveling at the intricacies of fate. I have to thank you for what happened before. Su Wanjun said earnestly. Is the husky okay? Wen Shen asked. Su Wanjun nodded lightly, saying with lingering fear, Thanks to your help at the time, otherwise, my Tangyuan would have been doomed. As she mentioned this, she brought up another matter, Dr. Wang, you were right, someone did poison the cake. Wen Shen's gaze sharpened, instinctively asking, Oh, has the poisoner been found? Not yet, but it made me vigilant. I have secretly started an investigation. It won't be long before I can definitely catch him. Su Wanjun said calmly. There was a hidden threat in her words. Dr. Wang, if it weren't for your reminder, perhaps my daughter and I would have fallen victim long ago. Su Wanjun thanked Wen Shen again. Wen Shen waved his hand, it was just a small effort, nothing to mention. What he did at the time was actually a way of repaying the favor. After all, if it weren't for Su Yutong's virgin blood, he wouldn't have been able to come back to life so quickly. Su Wanjun's gaze remained fixed on Wen Shen. Before, she just thought everything was a coincidence. But when she went back to find out the truth, she suddenly woke up to the fact that she had narrowly escaped death. If Wen Shen hadn't told her about this matter, she would have never known that there was a demon lurking around her, wanting to bring her to a dead end. Even though the other party didn't succeed this time, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't try again next time. So, strictly speaking, Wen Shen was her lifesaver. Su Wanjun had a keen eye for people. The moment she saw Wen Shen, she felt that this person was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Now, meeting again confirmed her suspicions. In just a few days, the change in the other party was so significant. Was this person really human? Thinking of this, Su Wanjun's eyes sparkled, and she unexpectedly had a thought of deepening her relationship with him. Of course, this deepening relationship did not refer to a romantic one but a normal friendship. Dr. Wang, what are you doing here? Su Wanjun asked. She had seen Wen Shen dressed quite plainly before and didn't seem like someone from a wealthy family. Logically speaking, he wouldn't be qualified to dine at the Panlong Grand Hotel, such a high-end place. I'm here having dinner with my wife, Wen Shen replied. Su Wanjun was quite surprised. You're married? Yes, we've been married for several years, Wen Shen said. Su Wanjuan's expression changed slightly, and she asked, "Can you introduce me to her?" Wen Shen was taken aback. Su Wanjun quickly added, "Dr. Wang, don't get me wrong. You have saved my life, so since we've met, I'd like to thank your family as well." With Su Wanjuan's proposal, Wen Shen naturally had no reason to refuse and said, "Sure, I'd be honored." He then led Su Wanjun towards the VIP room. "Uncle and aunt, don't be angry. I think uncle and aunt are not deliberately against you, it's just unfortunate that they have a veterinarian as a son-in-law, so they feel unbalanced, that's why they are so resentful." He Yuanpeng took the initiative to mediate, but his words were clearly mocking. Jia smiled slightly at his words, "Shouty, you're right. I shouldn't lower myself to their level. There's a saying, jealousy distorts the face, they are just envious that I have found such a distinguished prospective son-in-law like you." Shu Qingda frowned, looking at Jia, "Second aunt, your words are a bit too hurtful, aren't they? Is what I said wrong?" Jiaya snorted coldly, provocatively looking at Shinmin. "A veterinarian is just a veterinarian, no matter how hard he tries, he can't turn into a phoenix on a branch." Shinmin's face turned green with anger, but she was powerless to argue back, because no matter how you compare it, her son-in-law and the other party's prospective son-in-law were indeed not on the same level. As for Wen Shen knowing Fu Tianxiong, even if it could be praised, it was purely a matter of luck. It couldn't be considered a shining point of his own conditions. "Forget it, let's go home and not eat," Chu Jiangwo shouted. What was supposed to be a nice welcoming banquet had turned into this mess, making him feel as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. Just as these two families were about to leave unhappily, the door of the private room suddenly opened. Wen Shen walked in with a beautiful woman. Everyone was puzzled at the sight, while Li Yuanping's face turned pale with shock. Then, he quickly walked towards the door. "Miss Su, why are you here?" Seeing Yi Yuanping here, Su Wanjun was extremely surprised. However, she hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Yi Yuanping took the lead and joyfully introduced to the people in the room, "Let me introduce to you all, this is Miss Su Wanjun, whom I mentioned to you all just now." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was taken aback. Then, one by one, they looked at Su Wanjun, carefully examining this mysterious woman from the legends. The first impression was beautiful. Her appearance was charming and enchanting, with a full figure and curves in all the right places. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman was the mastermind behind the trillion-dollar Qinglong Group empire. He Yuanpeng thought it was because of his reputation that Su Wanjun had come to visit in person. So, he felt elated, with a gleam in his eyes and a smug smile on his face. However, the next moment, a sentence from Su Wanjun left him dumbfounded. Su Wanjun turned to Wen Shen and asked, "Dr. Wang, is this Mr. He also a member of your family?" Wen Shen shook his head and said expressionlessly, "I don't know him." Oh, Su Wanjun was a shrewd person. By looking at Wen Shen's expression and tone, she immediately sensed that he seemed to dislike He Yuanpeng. She then changed her attitude as if she hadn't seen He Yuanpeng, and followed Wen Shen as they walked ahead. "What's going on?" He Yuanpeng was dumbfounded, with countless question marks popping up in his mind. What's the situation? How does Miss Su know Wang Fan? Did he bring her in? Could it be that Miss Su didn't come for me, but for? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, He Yuanpeng was stunned, unable to help but take a sharp breath. He turned his head blankly, looking at the backs of Wen Shen and Su Wanjun, his eyes revealing an incredulous look. "Miss Su, this is my wife, Chu Qingda." Wen Shen first brought Su Wanjun in front of Chu Qingda. Chu Qingda widened her eyes, not understanding what was happening. Su Wanjun smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, Miss Chu, I am Dr. Wang's good friend, Su Wanjun." Chu Qingda slowly reached out her hand and shook hands with her. As they greeted each other, they exchanged a glance. Chu Qingda was in turmoil, while Su Wanjun couldn't help but feel a ripple in her heart. Unexpectedly, Dr. Wang's wife turned out to be Chu Qingda from the Chu Group, a well-known businesswoman in the North Sea. After introducing his wife, Wen Shen then introduced his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and younger brother-in-law. Su Wanjun greeted each of them. Chu Jiangwo, Shinmin, and Chu Qingfeng, each of them felt as if facing a formidable enemy. If He Yuanpeng hadn't introduced them earlier, they wouldn't have known who Su Wanjun really was. It was because they learned about Su Wanjun's background that they couldn't help but be shocked and puzzled. How does Wang Fan know Su Wanjun? Seeing the two of them chatting and laughing, it seemed that they had a close relationship. Goodness! This useless son-in-law actually knows so many important figures. There's Fu Tianxiong, Su Wanjun, and who knows who else. However, one thing is certain. That terrible son-in-law in their memory is no longer the same. Dr. Wang, who are these people? Su Wanjun looked at Chu Jiangwo and Jiaya's family and asked softly. Wen Shen said, "I don't know them, it's okay not to greet them." As soon as these words were spoken, Xu Jiangwo and Zhao were petrified on the spot. They wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Su Wanjun. Who knew, when Shen said such words, which felt like a loud slap on their faces. In an instant, their faces turned red. When Shen's character was to retaliate for any offense, someone rubbed him the wrong way. So, he wouldn't make it easy for them either. Was Zhao deliberately trying to embarrass him? When Shen would let them experience what it feels like to be utterly humiliated, to be left with no place to hide, to feel like a social outcast. Those who were socially humiliated. It wasn't just Chu Jianye's whole family. Even Yi Yuanpeng, who had just been boasting about how amazing Su Wanjun was, also suffered. He had previously talked about how close he was to Su Wanjun, but when he entered, she didn't even spare him a glance. Now, his bragging had completely fallen apart. Su Wanjun didn't stay long in the private room. After exchanging greetings and chatting briefly with Chu Qingga's family, she said to Wen Shen, "Dear Wang, I have something to ask for your help with. Do you have a moment?" Before Wen Shen could respond, Shen Min eagerly interjected, I have time. Then, she winked suggestively at Wen Shen. Seeing this, Wen Shen was speechless, but he could only reluctantly say, now? Yes. Alright, then let's go. Wen Shen didn't ask what it was about, he just agreed directly. Then, he followed Su Wanjun out of the private room. As soon as they left, Xu Jiangwo came over and asked, Qingga, when did Wang Fan meet Miss Su? Xu Qingga shook her head, looking just as puzzled. Xu Jiangwo's face darkened. You're his wife, how can you not know anything about his whereabouts? Shin Min chimed in, yeah, you two live together, see each other every day, you should at least have some idea of what he's up to and who he's meeting. Xu Qingga fell silent. She and Wen Chen were only married in name. They didn't interfere with each other. She had always felt disgusted just looking at Wen Chen. How could she possibly spend time trying to understand him? As for what he did and who he knew, she was even more clueless. Qingga, you should pay more attention to your husband. He's been with our Chu family for so many years, enduring cold looks and hardships. He was raised by his parents, but he still deserves love. Xu Jiangwo advised earnestly. And Shin Min, in an unusual move, added, your dad is right, even though he doesn't share our surname, he's still part of our Chu family. In the future, you should live well with him and try to have a chubby little boy soon. Xu Qingga was stunned. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe it. These words were actually coming from her parents. You see, the two people in the whole family who disliked Wen Chen the most were them. And now, they were speaking up for him from his perspective? Mom, Dad, do you know what you're saying? Xu Qingga asked incredulously. Xu Jiangwo replied solemnly, of course I do. Wang Fan is a good kid, with a bright future ahead. You should hold on to him well and not let him be led astray by outside temptations. Xu Qingga remained silent. She had seen them change their minds before, but never this drastically. To be honest, her parents' words made her sick to her stomach. But she also understood why her parents, who had always had a negative impression of Wen Chen, had suddenly turned from rejection to acceptance and even affection. Ultimately, it was because this guy had changed. Not only had he become a stranger to her, but he had also become someone she couldn't figure out. When Chen and Su Wanjun walked out of the Panlong Grand Hotel, at the entrance, there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked. Beside the car stood a tall, well-built man in a suit and sunglasses, looking very cool. As soon as he saw Su Wanjun approaching, he immediately opened the car door. But when he saw Wen Chen, his sharp gaze was like a drawn sword. Su Wanjun said, Zilong, Dr. Wang is my honored guest, show some respect. As soon as these words were spoken, the man with sunglasses on his head immediately withdrew his gaze. Wen Shen glanced at the other party, and his intuition told him that this person was a master. This is my personal bodyguard and driver. Su Wanjun took the initiative to introduce Wen Chen. Wen Chen nodded slightly, saying nothing. Despite his calm appearance, 1,000 waves were already stirring in his heart. When Yi Yuanpeng was bragging in the private room, he used smoking as an excuse to go out. Therefore, he did not hear the mention of Su Wanjun's background. And when he appeared in the private room with Su Wanjun and saw the shocked expressions of Yi Yuanpeng and the Chu family, doubts arose in his mind. Who exactly was this Miss Su? Now, seeing her sitting in a Rolls-Royce with professional bodyguards, his suspicions grew stronger. The two got into the car. Su Wanjun gave a location, and the man with sunglasses on his head drove away from the Panlong Hotel. When Shen turned to Su Wanjun beside him and couldn't help but ask, Miss Su, who are you exactly? Su Wanjun smiled charmingly and asked, what do you think I am? A wealthy person, and not just an ordinary one, Wen Chen stated his judgment. Of course, this was only the most superficial judgment. Su Wanjun chuckled and continued, anything else? Seeing that Su Wanjun was unwilling to speak directly, Wen Shen's mind stirred, immediately thinking of his other skill. As mentioned before, anyone he had fed on could reveal their background and memories. On the night of his resurrection, the last person he fed on was Su Wanjun's daughter, Su Yutong. After a quick search in his mind, he found Su Yutong's information package. Without hesitation, he opened it. Then, like a tidal wave, memories flooded into his mind. He not only grasped everything about Su Yutong but also absorbed information about Su Wanjun. The moment Wen Chen learned about Su Wanjun's background, his face changed in shock. He never expected that this still elegant beauty was the mastermind behind the Qinglong group. My goodness! No wonder He Yuanpeng, who seemed indifferent to everyone in the private room, showed such respect to her. It turned out she had such an identity. Even after understanding Su Wanjun's information, Wen Chen, after a brief shock, still pretended to be nonchalant. The reason he did this was that he wanted to show off at this moment. Miss Su, besides being a veterinarian, I am also a senior fortune teller. Just by touching your hand, I can know everything about you. Hearing this, Su Wanjun was quite surprised, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Oh, is it really that magical? Do you want to try? Wen Chen asked. Without hesitation, Su Wanjun handed over her hand. Wen Chen grabbed it without reservation. Although Su Wanjun was in her 30s or 40s, she was naturally beautiful, with well-maintained skin as smooth as a teenage girl's. As soon as he touched it, it felt like touching the finest silk, and he couldn't help but hold on. Miss Su, ask your question, Wen Chen said. Su Wanjun, puzzled, asked, Ask what? Ask about yourself. Whatever you ask, I can answer, Wen Chen said earnestly. Su Wanjun's gaze sharpened, casually asking, How old am I this year? You are 38 years old this year, born on the 13th of the 8th lunar month, Wen Chen blurted out. Su Wanjun's face slightly changed, her pupils involuntarily contracting. However, she quickly calmed down. Such information was not considered private, anyone who knew her even a little would know. Then where am I from? Although you are from Jiangnan, you were born in Liancheng. There are 5 people in your family. Besides your parents, you have 2 older brothers. Your family can be considered a medical family, all working in the medical field, Wen Chen said. This time, Su Wanjun was a bit unsettled. Some of this information could be found, but the fact that she was born in Liancheng was only known to her family. How did the other party find out? Initially, Su Wanjun thought it was just a game and didn't take it seriously. But now, she suddenly realized that the other party seemed to have a knack for predicting things. To confirm her suspicions, Su Wanjun deliberately asked, What do I like and dislike? You like to sleep naked, wear black underwear, like papaya, grapes, and even pig intestines. Wen Shen's mouth rattled off like a machine gun, listing Su Wanjun's likes and dislikes one by one. Suddenly, Su Wanjun widened her eyes in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. She looked at Wen Chen as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. You don't like having a big chest because it's tiring to run. You don't like being called by your nickname, Su Sanmao. You don't like. Su Wanjun quickly pulled her hand back and said softly, That's enough. Wen Chen paused, awkwardly smiling, Miss Su, do you think what I said is accurate? At this moment, Su Wanjun looked at Wen Chen again, her eyes instantly changing. Shocked, bewildered, and unbelievably incredulous. If the other party continued, she would probably lose her underwear. Dr. Wang, can you really predict things? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Chen shrugged, Wasn't what I just said enough to prove it? Su Wanjun took a deep breath, feeling her scalp tingle. This is truly unbelievable. Amidst the shock, she became even more certain in her heart. Asking Wen Chen for help was definitely a wise decision. He was far more amazing than she had imagined. Dr. Wang, can you guess why I asked you to come? Su Wanjun said slowly, her bright eyes fixed on Wen Chen. Faced with the question, Wen Chen did not answer directly. Because the things he had just said were all based on the information package from Su Yutong, enabling him to respond fluently. And now, the question Su Wanjun asked was impromptu. He had no prepared answer. Fortunately, Wen Chen was not foolish. Putting the pieces together, he probably guessed the purpose of Su Wanjun seeking him out. He pursed his lips and calmly said, I think Miss Su wants to ask me to help you find the person behind the poisoning. Su Wanjun's eyes flashed, unable to help but marvel. Clearly, Wen Chen had hit the mark once again. The reason Su Wanjun had such thoughts was that since Wen Chen could deduce from the husky's poisoning that someone wanted to harm her and her daughter, he could naturally help her find the real culprit behind the scenes. Initially just trying it out, now seeing Wen Chen's seemingly prophetic abilities, she was immediately impressed. She knew he was capable, but she didn't expect his abilities to be this remarkable. Dr. Wang, if you can help me find the poisoner, I am willing to reward you generously, Suwon-jun said immediately. I will do my best, Wen-shen replied. He didn't dare to guarantee success. After all, someone who dared to harm a woman as influential as Suwon-jun was definitely not simple. However, Wen-shen's words, in Suwon-jun's eyes, were a display of humility. Looking at his eyes, her curiosity gradually turned into admiration. Before long, Suwon-jun led Wen-shen to the villa where she lived. Just as people have high and low status, villas also vary in luxury. The Chu family's villa could be considered luxurious, but compared to Suwon-jun, he didn't know how many levels he was behind. Wen-shen suddenly felt like he had entered the palace. There were dozens of people in the house, including maids, gardeners, and stewards. The car drove directly into the underground garage. As soon as he got out of the car, Wen-shen saw a sprawling underground parking lot covering thousands of square meters, filled with numerous luxury cars. The least expensive ones were at the $1,000,000 level. Miss Su, are all these your cars? They were gifts from others. Dr. Wang, feel free to choose one if you like, Suwon-jun smiled. Wen-shen hesitated for a moment. Even though he was a young master in the capital in his past life, he couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's financial power. Compared to these dazzling cars, Wen-shen valued Suwon-jun more as a person. He made up his mind. No matter the cost, he would win this woman over and bring her into his camp. He was planning for revenge in the future. It was not enough to rely solely on his own strength. He must have enough power. And Suwon-jun was a very good target. Whether in terms of wealth or influence, she was among the best in the country. However, utilizing the resources in Suwon-jun's hands was not an easy task. Because from the information he gathered, Suwon-jun was also having a hard time. There were internal and external troubles. He didn't know how many people were eyeing her position. Of course, it was precisely because of this that Wen-shen had the opportunity to get close to Suwon-jun. If he could help her, remove obstacles, and eliminate dissenters, he would surely become her trusted confidant. By then, when he executed his revenge plan, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Taking the elevator, Suwon-jun led Wen-shen to the first floor of the villa. Here, Wen-shen saw the husky that almost choked that night. This fellow was living a life of luxury. Everything was at its beck and call. It was living the life to the fullest. Buddy, we meet again. As soon as he saw the husky, Wen-shen initiated his telepathic communication and greeted it. The husky wagged its tail and ran to Wen-shen's side. How did you come to my house? Wen-shen squatted down, patting the husky's head. Your owner sent me, asking me to find out who poisoned you before. Hearing this, the husky growled angrily. That person must be caught. If it weren't for you back then, I would probably be done for. Do you have any clues to provide? Wen-shen asked. The husky shook its head. None. Wen-shen's face darkened slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, the husky soon gave him another clue. I was too busy flirting with the female dog at the time. I didn't pay attention to what happened at the birthday party. You should ask Sang Biao, it should know something. Who is Sang Biao? Wen-shen asked. The husky replied impatiently, Sang Biao is a cowcat, always vying for my attention, I can't stand it. Wen-shen was taken aback. He thought Sang Biao was a person. He didn't expect it to be a cat. The name was quite unique. Miss Su, do you also have a cow-cat at home? Wen-shen turned to ask. Suwon-jun was surprised. Dr. Wang, it seems like there's nothing you don't know. Wen-shen continued mysteriously, I not only know of its existence, but I also know its name is Sang Biao. Suwon-jun's eyes shimmered, somewhat afraid of Wen-shen's astute calculations. It felt like standing in front of him was like being naked, with no secrets to hide. This cat was picked up by my daughter on the street, very clever, but mischievous. I don't know where it ran off to. Mentioning Su Yutong, Wen-shen unconsciously asked, by the way, why didn't I see your daughter? She went out to play with friends, Suwon-jun said. Oh, Wen-shen nodded. Say what you mean and mean what you say. A meow sounded from the side. Turning to look, a plump and sturdy cow cat, yawning, strolled over. When Wen-shen saw it, a thought crossed his mind. What a character! The cow cat jumped in surprise, leaping 3 feet in place. Who called me? It's me! Wen-shen shouted, still using telepathy. The cow cat immediately turned its head. When it saw a strange male biped standing in front of it, its eyes widened in surprise. You actually understand meow language? This cat is really humorous. Wen-shen laughed and teased, not only do I understand meow language, but I also understand wolf language. What a character, this is the master's specially invited expert. He wants to ask about what happened at the birthday party that night. The husky barked at the cow cat a few times. The cow cat stared at the husky. Damn, how come you understand meow language too? The husky was dumbfounded. Wait, I do? Seeing this cat and dog, they were puzzled. Wen Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Logically speaking, cats and dogs are two different species and cannot communicate. However, with Wen Chen present, he endowed them with the ability to communicate across species. Hence, the phenomenon of cats knowing dog language and dogs knowing cat language emerged. What did you notice? Any suspicious people on the night of your owner's birthday? Wen Chen asked. The cowcat looked up at Wen Chen and asked, what counts as suspicious? Those who act sneaky and suspicious, the ones who poisoned the birthday cake. On the way here, Wen Chen had asked Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun stated that she had ordered the cake herself and her bodyguard had personally picked it up from the bakery. During this process, it was impossible for anyone to poison it. Moreover, the cake was sealed before being opened in public. The culprit could only have poisoned it after the cake was opened. Su Wanjun also conducted a secret investigation, suspecting many people and clearing most of them. When Wen Chen asked this question, the cowcat immediately said without hesitation, I know who poisoned it. Who? Wen Chen asked. The cowcat said, my owner's uncle, his name is Su Yuzhou. Wen Chen's expression changed, shocked. Su Yuzhou, the chairman of the Qinglong group? How did he poison it? Wen Chen asked another question that puzzled him. The cowcat said, he didn't poison the cake directly, but he spread the poison on the knife used to cut the cake. Hearing this, Wen Chen's pupils couldn't help but contract sharply. No wonder Su Wanjun said they couldn't find any results. If it was done this way, it would indeed be difficult to detect. After the knife cut the cake, the poison transferred from the blade to the cake. Hence, the poisoning could be done in plain sight without anyone noticing. Moreover, since Su Yuzhou was the one cutting the cake, he would also distribute the cake. Whoever ate the poison cake would be at his mercy. However, he never expected that the greedy husky would suddenly rush out and eat the poison cake, ruining his plan. Dr. Wang, have you figured out who poisoned the cake? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Chen's gaze sharpened, and he calmly said, Miss Su, have you ever suspected the person who cut the cake? Su Wanjun's expression changed, and she immediately said, that's impossible. Why is it impossible? Wen Chen asked. Su Wanjun said, because the one cutting the cake is my husband's younger brother, and also my daughter's uncle. Originally, Wen Chen was not sure if what Cow Cat said was true. Now, hearing Su Wanjun's words, he could basically confirm that Cow Cat was not lying. Miss Su, are you talking about the chairman of the Green Dragon Group, Su Yuzhou? Wen Chen asked. Yes. Su Wanjun nodded lightly. Then, she shook her head and said, it's absolutely impossible for him. When my husband had an accident and left us as a widow and orphan, if it wasn't for Yuzhou's great help, perhaps this vast family business would have fallen into the hands of outsiders long ago. He has shown great respect for me as his sister-in-law, is very fond of my daughter, and has saved me from danger many times. If he wanted to harm me, why wait until today? Wen Chen was stunned. He was not sure how deep the relationship between Su Wanjun and Su Yuzhou was, but he was very clear that Cow Cat wouldn't lie. If even what it saw with its own eyes was false, then there would be nothing true in this world. Miss Su, I'm just stating my judgment. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. Wen Chen shrugged. Su Wanjun fell silent. Her eyes flickered, lost in thought. After a moment, she spoke, you say it's him. What evidence do you have? Wen Chen shook his head, I have no evidence, but I can stand by what I say. Su Wanjun, who was gradually calming down, couldn't help but seriously consider Wen Chen's words. In fact, she had doubted Su Yuzhou before. It's just that she had too much trust in him and never thought ill of him. The poison used was rat poison. Once ingested, if not treated promptly, it would be fatal. She couldn't believe that the man who was as gentle as jade in her memory could have such a malicious heart. Miss Su, have you heard of darkness under the lamp? Wen Chen reminded her. Su Wanjun took a deep breath, looking puzzled. I don't understand why he would do this. Wen Chen didn't elaborate, he just cryptically quoted a proverb, when the world is bustling, it's all for profit, when the world is in chaos, it's all for profit. Su Wanjun was very clever. She understood, but she was emotionally bound and unwilling to understand. Wen Chen said, Miss Su, I don't know the specific details of this matter, but if you're willing to give me time, I will find out everything for you. Since he had decided to win her over, Wen Chen naturally had to show his sincerity. If this big tree was uprooted by someone, wouldn't his plans be ruined? So, even though he knew there must be a conspiracy and it would be very tricky to deal with, he was still willing to wade into this muddy water. After thinking for a moment, Su Wanjun looked at Wen Chen and asked, Dr. Wang, how do you plan to proceed? Naturally, I will help you uncover the truth about Su Yuzhou, Wen Chen replied. If it was just an investigation, Su Wanjun would naturally be willing. But if it meant bringing down Su Yuzhou, she would have to think twice. After all, the internal situation of the Green Dragon Group was complex, and Su Yujo, as the public helm, held a pivotal position. To remove him from this position would have far-reaching consequences. While the two were discussing, Su Wanjun suddenly received a phone call. The next moment, her face changed drastically, and she shouted, "What, Yutong has been kidnapped by bandits?" Wen Shen, standing beside her, frowned upon hearing this news. However, he did not inquire immediately. Instead, he waited for Su Wanjun to finish the call before asking, "Miss Su, what happened?" Su Wanjun's expression darkened as she said, "My daughter has been kidnapped." "Who did it?" "A group of unidentified kidnappers." "How could this happen? Wasn't Miss Yutong accompanied by bodyguards?" Wen Chen asked. Su Wanjun replied, "Usually she is, but this time she went to the city with her friend, so there were no arrangements." "Who knew these kidnappers would dare to snatch someone in broad daylight?" Wen Chen inquired. "What do the kidnappers want?" Su Wanjun explained, "They called and told me not to call the police. They want me to bring 50 million in cash alone to a designated location tomorrow to ransom her." Ding dong! Su Wanjun's phone rang. She checked and found a video. In the footage, a masked robber held a knife against a girl's neck. The girl's eyes and mouth were covered, unable to speak, only making muffled sounds. Despite the coverings, she was recognizable as Su Wanjun's daughter, Su Yutong. The masked kidnapper spoke, "Mrs. Su, your daughter is in my hands. If you want to ensure her safety, you must do as I say. I will send you messages periodically. And remember, do not call the police, or you may never see your daughter again in this lifetime." After saying this, the video ended. Su Wanjun's face turned grim. Anger and sadness intertwined on her face. Suddenly, Su Wanjun's phone rang again. She picked up and saw it was Su Yujo calling. She glanced at Wenshen, then answered in front of him. "Sister-in-law, I heard Yutong has been kidnapped." "Yes. When did this happen?" "About an hour ago, but I just found out." Su Yujo sounded very anxious on the phone. "Don't act rashly. I'm coming over right away, and we'll discuss how to handle this together." If Wenshen wasn't sure Su Yujo was the poisoner, hearing the emotions he revealed over the phone might make him think Su Yutong was very important to him. In just over 10 minutes, Su Yujo hurried over with 2 burly bodyguards, exuding a powerful aura. Su Yujo himself matched the image seen on TV, with a refined demeanor, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, polite and charitable. "Sister-in-law, on my way here, I've gathered information from various sources and have a rough idea of the situation," Su Yujo said. Su Wanjun lowered her voice and asked, "Who did this?" Su Yujo rubbed his eyes and explained, "Several escaped convicts from prison. The patrol camp is currently searching for them citywide." Who knew they would be so audacious, not only staying but also daring to commit crimes openly? Su Wanjun's expression turned cold. Though she didn't show much anger, the sharpness in her eyes hinted at brewing violence. After a pause, Su Wanjun asked, "What should we do? What do the kidnappers say?" Su Yujo inquired. "They want me to bring 50 million in cash tomorrow to ransom her." Su Wanjun replied truthfully. "Alone?" "Yes," Su Wanjun nodded. "How can this be? It's too dangerous." Su Yujo exclaimed, "If they break their promise and take you as well, what then? These people are ruthless and capable of anything when they go mad." Su Wanjun said, "If we don't follow their instructions, Yutong's life will be in danger at any moment." Whether Su Yujo was a bad person or not, one thing was certain, he was definitely a skilled actor. Such acting. Even if he was not a good boss, he could still win a Golden Horse Award by mingling in the entertainment industry. "Let's not involve the authorities, let them handle this matter," Wen Shen said. "We can't involve the authorities. From the current signs, the other party is only after money, not seeking to harm anyone's life. If we involve the authorities, we might push them to desperate measures." Su Yujo rejected the proposal while pointing out the current situation. Just as he finished speaking, he turned to Wen Shen and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "He is the veterinarian I invited to treat Tang Yuan, and also my newly acquainted good friend, Dr. Wang," Su Wanjun introduced. "A veterinarian?" Su Yujo scrutinized Wen Shen from head to toe, seeing his slick appearance and handsome features, which made him suspicious. He then glanced at Su Wanjun, who was fair and beautiful beside him, a sharp glint passing through his eyes. Su Yujo was over 50, more than 10 years older than Su Wanjun, yet he casually referred to her as sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, this matter is not trivial, and there is an outsider present." Su Yujo's words were cut off by Su Wanjun, who waved her hand and said, "Dr. Wang can be trusted." Su Yujo was initially doubtful, but upon Su Wanjun's words, he immediately speculated about the relationship between the two. He pondered silently, wondering about this fair-faced man. Could he be Su Wanjun's kept lover? It shouldn't be. Su Wanjun's every move was within his control. If she were keeping a lover, he would surely know. Where did this young man come from? Sensing Su Yujo scrutinizing him, Wen Chen met his gaze with a smile, not backing down. Su Yujo paused, no longer looking at Wen Chen but turning to Su Wanjun, saying, "Sister-in-law, in my opinion, we absolutely cannot involve the authorities. Doing so might lead us into an irredeemable situation. You don't want Miss Su to deliver the money, nor involve the authorities. What do you suggest, Mr. Su?" Wen Chen asked. Su Yujo frowned, sternly rebuking, "Kid, you have no say here. Either shut up or get out." Wen Chen chuckled, falling silent. He was curious to see what the renowned Su Yujo had in mind. "Sister-in-law, after careful consideration, I still believe we should follow the kidnapper's plan. However, rest assured, I will arrange for people to protect you discreetly. If anything goes wrong, they will come out to protect you immediately." Su Yujo clenched his fists, grinding his teeth fiercely. "Once the hostages are released and you two are safe, I will definitely crush them to pieces and scatter their bones." Su Wanjun pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. "All right, let's proceed as you suggest." "Good, I will go to the headquarters of the Qinglong gang to find Duan Kuan and have him in charge of the manpower for this operation," Su Yujo said. Upon hearing Qinglong gang and Duan Kuan, Wen Chen was greatly surprised. However, in an instant, he realized. He should have thought earlier that the Qinglong gang and the Qinglong group were likely connected. Same prefix, same region. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain unless one is a big tiger and the other a small one. After Su Yujo left, Wen Chen asked Su Wanjun, "Miss Su, what is your relationship with the Qinglong gang, the top gang in Beihai?" Su Wanjun bluntly replied, "It's a symbiotic relationship, one light and one dark, like twins." "Oh, I see," Wen Chen nodded. His speculation was indeed correct. "So, does this mean that you are the leader of the Qinglong gang?" Wen Chen inquired. Su Wanjun lightly affirmed. Wen Chen was quite startled by this revelation, as he hadn't come across this particular segment in Su Yutong's information package. It seemed that Su Wanjun had hidden her identity very well, not even revealing it to her own daughter. Su Wanjun inquired about the Qinglong gang to Wen Chen. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Dr. Wang, have you had any dealings with the Qinglong gang before?" Wen Chen shook his head with a smile. "It's quite a coincidence, but just a few days ago, I happened to make friends with the second leader of the Qinglong gang, Duan Lauda." Su Wanjun's eyes lit up as she looked at Wen Chen, exclaiming, "You must be the one Duan Kuan mentioned, the veterinarian who took down the central land deal with just a local dog." Wen Chen smiled but remained silent, tacitly confirming. Su Wanjun widened her eyes in amazement. "I didn't witness that match, but Duan Kuan described the whole process to me. A local dog that first defeated Du Gao, then bit, and finally even brought down the spotted hyena of the grassland second?" Wen Chen squinted his eyes slightly and murmured, "Miss Su, that local dog is indeed fierce. It not only fights well but also excels in tracking people. Perhaps it can help you find the hiding place of those kidnappers in the shortest time possible." With these words, Su Wanjun was left speechless on the spot. She had already witnessed Wen Chen's miracles several times. Therefore, even though the words sounded somewhat unbelievable, she was still willing to believe them. "Of course, I will need 3 things in return to make this happen," Wen Chen added. Su Wanjun blurted out, "What things?" Wen Chen pointed to the husky and cream cat playing nearby. With a resounding voice, he declared, "This cat and dog, and also Yutong's personal clothing." Upon hearing Wen Chen's request, Su Wanjun was stunned. She turned to look at the husky and cream cat, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Dr. One, are you?" Wen Chen chuckled, "Miss Su, if you are willing to trust me, then follow my instructions. I guarantee that I will bring Yutong back to you by tomorrow morning." Since Wen Chen had made such a statement, Su Wanjun naturally had no reason to refuse. However, she couldn't understand the connection between these 3 items and finding her daughter. Could it be that he had psychic abilities? Touching something related to her daughter could lead him to her location? Combining Wen Chen's previous miraculous calculations, Su Wanjun had such speculations, which seemed reasonable. Although she was full of doubts, seeing that Wen Chen offered no explanations, she refrained from asking further questions. Subsequently, she complied with his requests. "Dr. Wang, do you need me to assign someone else to assist you?" Su Wanjun asked. "Not necessary." Wen Chen shook his head. "With these 3 items, I am 80% sure I can find Yutong. Bringing along others would only be unnecessary baggage." "All right, then I entrust you with this, Dr. Wang," Su Wanjun pleaded. She then went to Yutong's room, retrieved her personal clothing, and handed it to Wen Chen. These items were all placed in a bag. After Wen Chen took them, he bid farewell to Su Wanjun with a wave of his hand. He then casually called out to the husky and cream cat, "Tang Yuan, Sang Biao, come with me to find your owner. He said this directly, also using telepathy. The husky and cream cat reacted to the message and followed Wenchen eagerly, leaving the place. Witnessing this scene, Su Wanjun widened her eyes in astonishment, pondering to herself, could this cat and dog actually understand Dr. Wang's words? After a brief moment of shock, Su Wanjun's face darkened. She turned to the bodyguard beside her and said, arrange another group of people for me to secretly investigate this matter. The bodyguard nodded and exclaimed, yes, madam. Obviously, Wenshen's reminder made her more cautious. She no longer trusted Su Yuzhou as before. Moreover, she faintly felt that this matter was mostly related to Su Yuzhou. About half an hour later, Wenshen arrived at a desolate place with a dog and a cat. Then, he opened the bag and took out Su Yutong's personal clothing. Underwear, panties, socks. These are indeed very personal. But these socks are a bit smelly. It seems even beauties have foot odor. These clothes should have just been taken off Su Yutong's body. They were not washed, so her scent still lingered on them. So, he rolled up a pair of panties into a ball and placed it in front of the husky's nose. Tang Yuan, it's up to you to find your owner. The husky looked at Wenshen with wise eyes. You're not asking me to smell this and then follow the scent to find my owner, are you? You're smart, Wenshen said. The husky rolled its eyes. Dude, you're overestimating me. Although I have a dog's nose, my ability to distinguish scents is weak. You should find a wolfhound or a bloodhound for this kind of thing. Wenshen was speechless. The husky might be good at everything else, but when it comes to food, it's number one. This saying really applied to the husky. How do you know without trying? No need to try, I know my limitations, the husky said confidently. Wenshen was at a loss for words. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have taken the husky out. He thought that although the dog was silly, it was still a dog and should have some basic tracking skills. However, he had indeed overestimated the husky. But now, it was too late for regrets. He couldn't just walk back and call the black mutt over, could he? The black mutt was indeed capable of handling this task. However, it was currently in the city, far away from here. Wenshen had to go find it. It would definitely be time-consuming to go back and forth, wasting a lot of time. Forget it. Your owner has been kind to me, so I'll help you out as well. After much deliberation, Wenshen had no choice but to transform the husky on the spot. As soon as he made up his mind, Wenshen grabbed the husky's head. The husky struggled. Why are you grabbing my head? Boom! A strand of beastly energy penetrated its head and flew into the husky's body. In an instant, the husky's body stiffened. Its wise eyes underwent a subtle change. Then, its gray-white body began to grow wildly. The husky could be said to be the most wolf-like creature among all dogs. Moreover, its lineage also carried the genes of the Siberian steppe wolf. This behavior of howling at the sky proved this point. The most primitive husky was not a stupid dog. On the contrary, it not only had a physique similar to a wolf but also possessed the cunning and ferocity of a wolf. It was a very threatening dog. However, merchants saw a business opportunity in it. After generations of breeding, keeping the dross and removing the essence, its ferocious side had been weakened, leaving only that silly and sweet appearance. About 10 minutes later, the husky had completed its transformation. Its original 40-pound body had surged to 70 pounds. Its frame enlarged, and its figure became more robust. The muscles all over its body were like those of a devilish muscular dog. Of course, the biggest change was in the husky's eyes. In the blue pupils. That silly and carefree demeanor has long disappeared. In its place, there is a decisive and sharp fierceness. It no longer looks like a husky. It resembles a fearless Arctic wolf galloping on the Siberian plains. The blood of its ancestors has awakened. A call from ancient times, allowing it to regain its long-dormant power. Awoke, the husky lifted its head and howled at the sky. Its presence shook the earth and sky. At that moment, Wenshen brought his underwear to its nose and said, "Can you smell now?" The husky glanced at Wenshen. Its eyes were proud and indifferent. Smack! Wenshen slapped its head. "Stop showing off in front of me." The husky glanced at Wenshen again. "Are you glaring at me?" Another slap from Wenshen. Despite this, the husky remained unrepentant. "Damn it! Still glaring? A tiger doesn't show its might. Do you think I'm a sick cat?" Feeling offended, Wenshen rolled up his sleeves, ready to teach the husky a lesson. Unexpectedly, the husky stared back fiercely, saying the most aggrieved words, "Stop hitting me, I'm not glaring at you, this is just how my eyes look." Wenshen took a closer look. "Well, that's true. Can't you change it?" The husky looked pitiful, its face long, but its eyes still fierce. Wenshen couldn't help but laugh and cry. The previous husky. Its eyes were always foolish. The current husky. Its eyes were always fierce. "Alright, stop wasting time, sniff properly for me." If you still can't smell, I'll smash your dog head. The upgraded husky. Its tracking ability was doubled, just like its physical abilities. I don't need this. Ha! Won Chen was stunned. The husky explained, I have the scent information of my owner in my mind. I just need to recapture it in the air to determine her location. Why didn't you say so earlier? Won Chen pouted. You didn't ask me. The husky muttered, making sure no one heard. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. In an abandoned warehouse deep in the mountains. This was where the group of kidnappers stayed. A hijacked Toyota Alphard was parked in the yard. There were 8 members in the gang of kidnappers. 2 were on guard duty. 1 was standing at the door of a room. As for the remaining 5, they were playing cards and chatting. A sneaky short guy said to a burly bald man, Big Worm, after this job, our 8 brothers will disappear. The others chimed in, yeah, with 50 million in cash, each of US can get over 600,000. Talking about this topic, everyone was excited. They were not only ruthless kidnappers but also poor losers. Given a chance to make money, no one wanted to resort to robbery. 600,000 was a huge sum for them, worth risking their lives for. I never thought that woman named Sue would be so rich, able to gather 50 million in cash in a day. She must have a big background. Another smarter kidnapper murmured. The bald man known as Big Worm chuckled. Pointing to the sky, he said, Don't worry, we're not alone in this job. We have someone covering us from above. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. Someone couldn't help but ask curiously, Big Worm, who is the big shot above us? Tell us. Before he could finish his sentence, Big Worm shot him a fierce look, making him quickly shut up. Do not ask what you shouldn't. That important figure is not something you are qualified to inquire about. Anyway, let's just obediently follow his orders, and we won't mistreat any of our hard-working brothers, said Di Chong-gu, combining grace and power. The group of bandits beside him nodded in agreement. Di Chong-gu, I think those girls we caught are quite pretty, why not have some fun with them? We can do that after we get out of prison. We haven't even had a good time in the brothel yet, and now there are a few girls ready for us, perfect for satisfying our desires. I think those girls look quite innocent, they might even be virgins. The bandits exchanged words back and forth. Soon, the atmosphere became lively. Di Chong-gu couldn't help but swallow hard. Then, he looked towards the guard room. These fat lambs are meant to be sold. If we ruin them, wouldn't we be wasting our time? Di Chong-gu whispered. The sneaky guy with shifty eyes spoke up again. Di Chong-gu, we can leave that one named Su Yutong alone. As for the other 2 girls with her, it won't affect the deal, even if we ruin them or worse. Upon hearing this, Di Chong-gu, who had been quite restrained, couldn't help but consider it. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, All right, we've been holding back for so long, it's time to relax a bit. The others were immediately delighted and slammed the cards on the table. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Di Chong-gu jumped in surprise. Who's there? He looked towards the source of the sound. Then, he saw a black and white cat leaping from the nearby iron shelf. It's just a stray cat. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they rushed eagerly towards the room. Before long, amidst angry shouts and cries, 3 girls were dragged out of the room by 5 burly men. They were then unceremoniously thrown into the empty space in the middle of the warehouse. Among these 3 girls, one of them was Su Yutong. At that moment, she looked terrified, tears streaming down her face. The other 2 girls were her classmates. Initially, the 3 of them had planned to hang out at the pedestrian street in the commercial district today. However, halfway through their outing, a group of masked men rushed out, knocked them unconscious, and stuffed them into burlap sacks. When they woke up, they found themselves in a dim and cramped dark room, a stark contrast to the bright and clean shopping mall they were in before. They panicked, shouting and screaming, only to be met with the leering gazes of the bandits. It was then that they realized they had been kidnapped. A wave of indescribable fear washed over them. The 3 naive girls were completely terrified. Little sisters, don't be nervous, do you want us brothers to play a game with you? One of the bandits said with a smile, reaching out to touch one of the girls' faces. The girl quickly dodged, glaring and shouting, My father is Tai Ping Kunchi, if you harm me, he won't let you off. Everyone was stunned. They wondered, who was Tai Ping gentleman? Di Chong-gu, who was well informed, heard this and his face immediately changed color, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Your father is Yu Bin? Yu Yanxiao nodded, yes. Di Chong-gu broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the handsome Yu Yanxiao, his evil thoughts were instantly overwhelmed by fear. Taiping gentleman was an official position responsible for maintaining social order and supervising local officials. The position was not high-ranking, but the power wielded was comparable to that of a governor. Oh my goodness! How could they have kidnapped the daughter of Taiping gentleman? Di Chong-gu, should you go first, or should I? De Chongji's mouth twitched, pointing at Yu Yanxiao. This girl is off limits. Why? No reasons needed. I said don't touch, so don't touch, Big Worm shouted hoarsely. The crowd was startled, puzzled but dared not disobey. 3 girls, 2 off limits, leaves us with 1. As the words fell, the crowd's eyes turned predatory, all looking towards the girls except Su Yutong and Yu Yanxiao. The girl hesitated, backing away. My father is Wei Yang, the commander of the North Sea Patrol Camp. Compared to the obscure title of a typing gentleman, the patrol camp was a nightmare that haunted any criminal, as they were all caught by its enforcers and thrown into prison. The commander was the most powerful figure in the camp, with all enforcers bowing to his authority. The bandits were dumbfounded. They never expected that this timid girl would be the commander's daughter. Big Worm not only sweated on his forehead but also broke into a cold sweat on his back. Though he remained composed outwardly, inside, he trembled. What a situation! One was a typing gentleman's daughter, another the commander's daughter, and the third, though unknown, was valued at 50 million, undoubtedly wealthy and noble. Big Worm swallowed hard, trying to calm his shock and fear. However, the more he tried, the more afraid he became, his joy and greed vanishing. Damn, this might turn into a big mess. The other bandits also realized instantly that the 3 girls they had captured had extraordinary backgrounds. Big Worm, are we still playing? A bandit, acting recklessly, asked. Big Worm glared fiercely, slapping him in place. Play? Hell no! If you dare touch these girls, you won't leave the North Sea alive. Among the bandits, there were smart ones, like the shifty-eyed fellow. He took a deep breath, feigning composure. Big Worm, what does the big shot above want? Didn't he inform you about the origins of these girls before arranging this? Big Worm rolled his eyes. If I knew, why would I go after them? Isn't that asking for trouble? The shifty-eyed bandit asked. So what now? Continue with the plan. Big Worm was already having second thoughts. He was a fugitive but not a fool, knowing what could be done and what couldn't. Even robbing a bank offered some escape routes, but crossing certain big shots meant risking not just hefty extortion but also one's life. As Big Worm pondered, there was a commotion outside. The bandits' faces changed, pulling out guns and heading towards the door. Big Worm glanced outside, seeing a convoy entering the yard. The car doors opened, and a group of tall, fierce men in black emerged. At the sight of these men, Big Worm relaxed his guard, saying, "Don't worry, they're on our side." Before anyone could react, he rushed forward to greet them. Among the black-clad men, a crew-cut man led the way, his face sharp and fierce, especially his eyes, sharp and full of menace. "Crow, you're here." Big Worm greeted. Crow scanned the surroundings coldly and asked, "Where are the people you caught?" "They're locked up inside," Big Worm replied. "Are they okay?" Crow asked nonchalantly. "They're fine, just a bit scared." The crow nodded, still looking cold and stern. Big Worm took out a cigarette from his body, wanting to offer it. But the crow refused. "I don't smoke." Big Worm smiled awkwardly, had to put the cigarette back, and glanced at the convoy. "Has the boss not come?" The crow said, "No." "Oh." Big Worm responded, then asked, "Crow, are you here late at night to convey the boss's orders?" The crow lightly affirmed, "Yes." "Then please speak, I'm listening attentively," Big Worm said with a servile smile. The crow, expressionless, said, "Tomorrow, that woman will come alone to deliver the money. Once you have the money, get rid of her." With these words, Big Worm looked astonished. "Why? That's the boss's order, just do as told," the crow said. Big Worm hesitated. Obviously, he was scared. When the big shot approached them, he only asked them to kidnap, not to kill. Big Worm, not a good person, didn't want to involve murder. Not out of kindness, but because once blood was shed, the patrol camp would hunt them endlessly like madmen. "What about the girl?" Big Worm asked. The crow paused, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He didn't speak, just made a throat-slitting gesture. Big Worm understood. His hesitant eyes gradually became resolute. They were going to send both the mother and daughter to the afterlife. After a moment of hesitation, Big Worm gathered courage and said, "Crow, I have something else to report to you." The crow asked, "What is it?" "When we were capturing that girl named Sue, she had 2 little sisters with her. We were afraid they would attract attention, so we brought them all together," Big Worm said slowly. The crow narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Dispose of the useless ones directly." Big Worm coughed and cautiously said, "Those 2 girls are the daughters of the gentleman you've been and the chief commander of the patrol camp, Wei Yang." With these words, the previously indifferent crow was instantly shocked. "Why did you bring them here?" Big Worm also lamented, helplessly saying, "I didn't know their identities at the time." The crow's face darkened. He glared coldly at Big Worm, seemingly blaming him for being incompetent. "Let me call the boss first and hear his opinion." The crow took out his phone from his pocket and walked aside. After about 3 minutes, the The crow returned after the call and said to Big Worm, "Proceed as planned." Big Worm instinctively asked, "Should we keep the two girls?" The crow said, "Don't kill them for now, let's decide tomorrow." Okay. Big Worm nodded, a hint of unease between his brows. During their negotiations, this group of people had no idea that a cow-patterned cat was standing on the eaves, looking down at them from above and eavesdropping on their conversation. After a while, seeing nothing unusual, the cow-patterned cat leaped down from the roof and disappeared into the nearby woods. In the blink of an eye, it reappeared on a mountain peak 4 to 5 kilometers away from the abandoned garage. There, Wen Shen and the husky were standing, gazing into the distance, observing the situation below. Yes, under the husky's extraordinary tracking, Wen Shen had found the hiding place of these kidnappers. Due to the unclear situation, he did not act rashly but sent the cow-patterned cat to gather information. And now, the cow-patterned cat had just returned after gathering intelligence. "Sang Biao, have you seen your master?" Wen Shen asked. The cow-cat nodded, "I have. How is she doing?" The cow-cat turned its eyes and said, "She is currently safe. The group of kidnappers did not harm her." "What have you heard or seen?" Wen Shen asked, his expression changing. The cow-cat organized its thoughts and then proceeded to tell Wen Shen everything it had seen and heard in the abandoned garage. Wen Shen was shocked upon hearing it. There is indeed someone behind these kidnappers. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Xu Yuzhou pulling the strings. Otherwise, why would he specifically arrange for someone to inform the kidnappers to tear up the tickets tomorrow? With the death of the Su family mother and daughter, the entire Qinglong group will fall into Xu Yuzhou's hands. This old fox has planned it well. Husky said, "I'll rush over and bite them all to death." Wen Shen slapped Husky on the head. "Rush for what? They all have guns. Although you've gotten stronger, you can't withstand bullets." Husky lowered its head, looking up and asked, Then what do you suggest?" "I have my own way," Wen Shen said in a low voice. He was not a reckless brute. Reincarnated as a person, he became extremely cautious in his actions. If he didn't have absolute certainty, he wouldn't take risks. "Sang Biao, how many people are there in total?" Wen Shen asked. The cow-cat replied, "There are 8 kidnappers, and 20 black-clothed men came later." "What's the firepower situation?" Wen Shen asked again. The cow-cat said, "The kidnappers all have handguns, while the black-clothed men have submachine guns, rifles, and even grenades." Hearing this, Wen Shen's expression became somewhat serious. With his current abilities, it was clearly impossible to take down so many people alone. Since a direct approach wouldn't work, they had to rely on strategy. As the enemy was in the light and they were in the dark, with careful consideration, they could come up with brilliant ways to eliminate these people without bloodshed. "We can report to the authorities, no matter how fierce these people are, as long as the patrol camp is mobilized, they are doomed," Husky said, finally coming up with an idea. However, Wen Shen immediately rejected its proposal. "We can't report to the authorities. If the mastermind behind this is indeed Xu Yuzhou, with his power, he must have already planted his spies in the patrol camp. If we make that call, the other party will immediately become suspicious. By then, not only will we fail to capture them all, but we might also force them into desperate actions." Husky was stunned. It hadn't thought of this. "This won't work, that won't work. We can't just sit and wait for death, time is running out for us." Wen Shen rolled his eyes. He regretted enhancing Husky's attributes. Although it had become smarter, it was too talkative. When the man known as the Crow was making a call, I overheard some of the conversation. The cow-cat spoke again. Wen Shen turned to look at it, waiting for more information. The cow-cat said, "The mastermind said on the phone that once the task is completed tomorrow, everyone who knows about it must die." Hearing this, Wen Shen's pupils contracted sharply. "So, not only will those 3 girls not survive, but even the group of kidnappers will be eliminated?" The cow-cat nodded, "That seems to be the case." Wen Shen shuddered and muttered, "Damn. Xu Yuzhou is truly ruthless. To erase all traces, he's gone completely insane." Even though he already knew the identities of the other 2 girls, he not only refused to let them go but also intended to silence them. A husband without poison, truly portrayed to the fullest by him. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, Wen Shen dared not delay any longer. Although Husky was clever, he did say one thing right, which was about the time left for them. Indeed, it was running out. It was already past midnight. If he couldn't deal with these people before dawn and successfully rescue Su Yutong, Su Wanjun would inevitably come personally to deliver the ransom as demanded by the kidnappers. Failing to keep a promise was a minor issue, but if Su Wanjun's life was endangered, it would be a major problem. After much contemplation, Wen Shen finally reached a conclusion. The only way to quietly deal with those people was through a surprise attack. "Tang Yuan, use your dog nose to sniff around and see if there's a scent of honey nearby," Wen Shen instructed. Husky, speechless, muttered, "At this time, you still want honey? Stop babbling and just do as I say." Wen Cheng shouted. Husky, daring not to speak in anger, could only comply. Before long, guided by its dog nose, they quickly found a beehive nearby. "Do wasps produce honey?" Husky asked. Wen Cheng, upon seeing the large beehive, was ecstatic and exclaimed, "Perfect, this is it." Perplexed, Husky asked, "Aren't you looking for honey?" Wen Cheng chuckled but did not explain. The reason he had Husky search for honey was not to eat it but to use the scent to locate a group of bees. With the help of the bees, he could carry out his rescue plan. However, Husky didn't find bees but stumbled upon wasps instead, much to Wen Cheng's surprise. It was worth noting that wasp stings were hundreds of times more potent than bees. Wen Cheng carefully observed the notorious landmine wasps before him. Landmine wasps, as the name suggested, if bitten, it was as if one had stepped on a landmine, causing instant paralysis, rapid decay of the affected area, and severe poisoning. Without timely treatment, death would swiftly follow. A silent killer, striking invisibly and fatally. Wen Cheng, with a slight movement, approached the beehive slowly and quietly. As soon as he appeared, he caught the attention of the surrounding soldier wasps. Seeing a group of landmine wasps about to fly towards him, Wen Cheng quickly initiated telepathy. "Dear wasp brothers, please calm down. I am not your enemy but a friend seeking cooperation with you." The landmine wasps were stunned, looking at this human in front of them with great surprise. Clearly, Wen Cheng's ability to communicate with them subverted their understanding. The leader of the soldier wasps flew over, hovering above Wen Cheng's head, and asked vigilantly, "What are you doing here?" Wen Cheng replied, "I am here to seek your assistance, sir. Could you please introduce me to your queen?" Like ants, bees were social insects divided into soldier bees, worker bees, and the queen bee, the leader of the bee colony. Soldier bees patrolled the territory and defended against external threats, while worker bees searched for food, built nests, and performed various tasks. As for the queen bee, her sole task was reproduction. By producing offspring wildly, she enlarged the colony. She also served as the hive's brain and central nervous system, coordinating all the daily activities of the bees. At the mention of the queen bee, the leader of the soldier bees became alert, scrutinizing Wen Cheng intently to prevent any suspicious actions. Wen Cheng noticed the other party's concern and calmly said, "Please don't panic, I really mean no harm. I am looking for your queen simply to propose cooperation." The captain of the soldier bees hesitated for a moment regarding Wen Cheng's request. Neither rejecting nor agreeing, he simply said, "Stay here and don't move. I will report to the queen now. If she agrees to see you, then you may come over. Otherwise, we will attack in full force, no mercy." Hearing this from the captain, Wen Cheng, being tactful, stayed put obediently, allowing the other party to go and report. About 10 minutes passed. The soldier bee captain flew out again and said to Wen Cheng, "The queen has agreed to see you. Follow me." "All right," Wen Cheng nodded. Then, following the soldier bee captain, he approached the hornet's nest. When they stopped, they were only 2 to 3 meters away from the hornet's nest. For an ordinary person, being discovered by hornets at such a close distance would leave no choice but to flee in panic. However, Wen Cheng stood there. The hornets stared at him but did not launch an attack. Obviously, they had been instructed not to harm the human before them. "Is it you who wants to see me?" Suddenly, a deep voice sounded by Wen Cheng's ear. Then, Wen Cheng saw a large ground hornet emerge from the nest, looking down at him. Wen Cheng looked up and immediately recognized her as the Hornet Queen. "Yes," he replied. The Hornet Queen asked, "My subordinates told me you came to seek help from me. What is it exactly?" Wen Cheng's expression changed, and he said straightforwardly, "I've come to borrow soldiers from you." "Borrow soldiers?" The Hornet Queen was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Wen Cheng explained, "I am currently dealing with a group of enemies, but I am currently outnumbered. So, I would like to borrow some soldier bees from you, your majesty, to help me defeat the enemy." The Hornet Queen suddenly understood, pondered for a moment, and then said, "If I help you, what benefits will I gain?" Upon hearing this, Wen Cheng knew there was a chance. So, he confidently said, "There are many benefits. As long as you lend me soldiers, I am willing to offer 1,000 pounds of pork afterwards. Furthermore, I will also protect your safety, promising that for the next 3 years, no one will disturb your nest." Hornets are carnivorous insects that feed on insects or small birds. The quantity of food determines the size of their population growth. The conditions Wen Cheng offered were very tempting. Although 1,000 pounds of pork may not be worth much money, it could expand a hornet colony by more than 10 times in a very short time. After hesitating for a moment, the Hornet Queen asked in a low voice, "How many do you want to borrow?" "The more, the better." Wen Cheng smiled. The Hornet Queen said, "I can lend you, but I hope you will keep your promise." This seemed like a fair trade. In reality, The Hornet Queen had to agree because standing before her was a human, the ruler of all things. Moreover, he could communicate with them. With such a terrifying ability, even if the other party gave nothing, for the safety of the species, she had to agree. Although hornets could reign supreme in the jungle without anyone daring to provoke them, they were indeed too fragile in front of humans. Once their nest was discovered, humans only needed a bottle of insecticide to destroy their homes and cause casualties. Therefore, compared to the 1,000 pounds of pork, what she cared more about was the safety guarantee from the other party. Once the deal was reached, the soldier bees inside the nest swarmed out in droves, densely packed like a dark cloud. When Chen asked, "How many were there?" the captain of the soldier bees replied, 870. Upon hearing this number, Winchen's heart skipped a beat, feeling more assured. The landmine bee, among the wasps, was one of the most powerful in terms of attack, ranking among the top few. In a surprise attack, as long as they succeeded, one strike could cause serious injury. With hundreds of landmine bees attacking together, it was akin to a squadron of bombers, unleashing devastation. The scene was absolutely catastrophic. "Enough, come with me," Winchen waved his hand, leading this group of wasps towards an abandoned warehouse nearby. Standing at a vantage point, Winchen observed that the group of black-clothed individuals who had arrived earlier had actually left in a car, leaving only the 8 kidnappers behind. What's going on? Winchen was puzzled. Just as he was wondering, he noticed that the group of black-clothed individuals did not follow the path down the mountain but instead turned off their car lights and hid in a certain location. Seeing this, Winchen narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to the captain of the soldier bees, saying, "Would you kindly send a few of your capable subordinates to help me investigate the situation of those people?" Without a word, the soldier bee went with a few wasps. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the captain of the soldier bees flew back. Winchen looked at it and asked, "What are they doing there?" The captain of the soldier bees said, "I overheard their conversation. This group of people is planning to ambush here. They will wait until tomorrow after the kidnappers have completed their task, then sweep the area with thunderous force." The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Winchen was taken aback. Combining this information with what he had gathered earlier, it was not difficult to guess that the people they intended to sweep away were precisely those kidnappers. The kidnappers had been ordered to kill 3 prominent figures' daughters and Su Wanjun, the helm of the Qinglong group. This would undoubtedly provoke a frenzy of retaliation. If they were caught, it would surely lead to exposing the mastermind behind it all. Therefore, to end it once and for all, without any risks, all 8 of these kidnappers involved in this matter must die. The cunning rabbit has died, the running dog is cooked, the flying bird is exhausted, the good bow is hidden. Ha, Su Yujo, you are indeed ruthless. However, one must admire your methods. Once your subordinates have killed all these kidnappers, not only will you have eliminated all traces, but you can also rally support under the guise of avenging the Su mother and daughter, thereby gaining control of the Qinglong group in one fell swoop. After a moment of contemplation, Winchen quickly grasped the entire conspiracy. Su Yujo might be clever, but unfortunately, he had crossed paths with the formidable Winchen. Who could have imagined that in this world, there existed someone who could control animals, gather intelligence, and charge into battle on their behalf? Initially, Winchen had intended to use the power of the landmine bees to eliminate the kidnappers and the black-clothed individuals. However, he had now changed his mind because, in his view, simply killing these people would not solve anything. Without removing Su Yujo, even if they narrowly escaped this time, Su Wanjun and her daughter would likely face even greater threats in the future. Winchen could not protect them indefinitely. Therefore, he needed to address the root cause, eliminate the tumor. After careful consideration, Winchen had a plan in mind. Rolling up his sleeves and checking his watch, it was currently 3 in the morning. If one hadn't slept during the day, this would be the time when one was most fatigued. However, to be safe, Winchen said, "Wait another half an hour, let the army of wasps prepare first, then listen to my command and launch the assault." During the waiting time, Winchen did not sit idly by. Instead, he sent the wasps to the abandoned warehouse to monitor the situation inside. Since learning the identities of the 3 girls, the kidnappers dared not make any rash moves and locked them back in the dark room as before. Then, the guards stood watch. Playing cards, just playing cards. However, after a whole day of turmoil, most of them were tired, yawning one after another. Only Big Worm Brother had a heavy-hearted look, gazing thoughtfully at the sky outside the window. If he didn't know the situation, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But now that he knew, he was terrified. There was always a sense of foreboding in his heart, as if a huge crisis was about to descend. "Big Worm Brother, you seem unhappy," the sneaky bandit with shifty eyes walked over and asked. Big Worm Brother glanced at him. "Lao Lu, I feel uneasy." "Uneasy about what?" "Once we finish this job, We'll be rich soon, Lao Lu said with a smile. Ah, you don't understand. Big Worm Brother took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one for himself, and handed one to Lao Lu, muttering, every time I feel bad, something happens. When I was caught years ago, I felt uneasy, and the next day, the patrol camp caught me and I ended up sitting in jail for 8 years. Lao Lu paused, glanced at the room, and said, we did take on quite a big job, but once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. We've already made our choice, and there's no going back. Hearing this, Big Worm Brother hesitated for a moment, exhaling smoke. You're right, we have no room for regrets now. Then, he stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and shouted to his drowsy subordinates, wake up, no one is allowed to sleep. After we finish the job tomorrow, you can sleep as long as you want with the money you'll have. Meanwhile, the Hornet Gathering Intelligence reported in detail the situation in the abandoned warehouse to Wen Shen. Upon hearing this, Wen Shen's eyes lit up, and he said, the time has come, let's begin. Before giving the attack order, he solemnly reminded, remember the tactical deployment? To avoid any forgetfulness, I'll repeat it again. Hornets will launch the initial attack, focus on intensity but avoid killing, just disable them. When they are unconscious or tending to their injuries, Sang Biao and Tang Yuan, you will swiftly move in and steal the bandits' guns. Keep it quiet, do not make any noise. Because the group of black-clothed men is monitoring the area in secret, if they detect us early, our plan will be in vain. With that said, Husky, Cowcat, and a group of landmine bees immediately exclaimed in unison, understood. When Shen made a gesture to attack, all forces, move out. The first targets of the attack were 2 bandits standing guard at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. They were vigilant, looking around and patrolling along the courtyard wall. One of them suddenly stopped in his tracks, slapped his neck, and exclaimed, ouch! What bit me? The other turned to him, it's probably because you stink, attracting mosquitoes. There's no way around it, this time of year, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the mountains. It doesn't seem like a mosquito bite. The bandit who was bitten couldn't finish his sentence before his whole body began convulsing uncontrollably. Then, with a thud, he fell to the ground. The other bandit's face changed drastically, and he hurried over. He then saw a gaping wound the size of a bowl on the other's neck, as if the surface flesh had rotted away as if burned by a red-hot iron. Don't scare me, damn it. He crouched down to check, but the bitten man was already unresponsive. Foaming at the mouth, limbs twitching. The one who attacked him was a landmine bee. Just a gentle bite, not even a strong one, and the other lost his fighting ability in an instant. Another person sensed danger and was about to get up to call for help. The landmine wasp hidden in the darkness seized the opportunity and bit him on the back of his neck. What is it? It hurts, it hurts. The moment he was stung by the wasp, the other person writhed in pain. The kind of pain that was indescribable in words. It felt like being pricked by needles, sharp and explosive. It was more painful than being kicked in the groin or hit in the basket several times over. People with low resistance might even lose consciousness instantly. The person yelled a couple of times and then collapsed to the ground. After dealing with the 2 outside, the landmine wasp immediately launched an attack on the remaining 6 inside the abandoned warehouse. They could have swarmed in and taken them down all at once, but in order to avoid making a commotion, they had to attack one by one. Although this method was less efficient, it was prudent. Wen Shen didn't kill them because they still had their uses. What's happening outside? Big Brother suddenly raised his head, a hint of vigilance flashing across his face. It sounds like someone is calling for help. 6th Brother shouted. Immediately, Big Brother took out his gun from his waist and loaded it. 6th Brother, come with me to check outside. The remaining 3, continue to guard inside. If there's any movement, fire your gun immediately as a warning. Big Brother didn't turn on the lights because although it would help expand their field of vision, it also made them an easy target for attacks in the dark. When he went outside to check, Big Brother found that the 2 people responsible for guard duty were nowhere to be seen. Dili, Ji Mao, Big Brother called out their names. However, the silent Black Knight received no response. Where did these 2 guys go? I don't know, maybe they went to pee, 6th Brother said. Big Brother's face darkened, something's not right. 6th Brother also noticed the eerie atmosphere around them, as if countless eyes were peering at them from the shadows. Something bit me. I got bitten too, damn it. It hurts so much, help. While Big Brother was watching, cries of agony from 4 other people inside the abandoned warehouse reached his ears. His expression changed abruptly, and he immediately turned back. Then, he saw the 4 people clutching their heads and rolling on the ground. What's wrong with you guys? Big Brother asked. The 3 of them wailed and replied, we don't know. It seems like we were bitten by poisonous insects. Me too, half of my body is numb. Big Brother was shocked. In the corner of his eye, he saw a dark shadow flash under the light. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a wasp flying straight towards him. Oh no! Big Brother was shocked and quickly dodged. He managed to avoid it, but sixth brother behind him was hit. He fell to the ground, clutching the bitten area, screaming in pain. Ah! In an instant, only Big Brother remained unscathed. He looked at his brothers writhing in pain, their eyes wide with fear and their faces filled with terror. He didn't understand why the wasps were attacking them. Just as he was in shock, there was a sudden movement behind him. Big Brother turned abruptly, only to see a figure approaching in the darkness. "Who goes there?" Big Brother immediately aimed his gun and shouted loudly at the approaching figure. Mayu Along, 31 years old this year, sentenced to 8 years for robbery, just released from prison a week ago. As the person spoke, he continued to approach until he reached the light. A face with clear eyebrows, a smile on his face, finally appeared in front of Big Brother. Big Brother looked at the person. Dewey was greatly surprised. "How do you know my real name?" Wen Chen chuckled mysteriously and said, "I not only know your real name but also know everything about you." Dechanga was chatting with his brothers when a spy wasp flew over to eavesdrop. It had already recorded all their conversation and then flew back to report to Wen Chen. That was how Wen Chen could reveal Dechanga's secrets. "Who are you?" Dechanga's eyes flashed coldly as he aimed the gun at Wen Chen's head. Faced with the dark barrel, Wen Chen showed no fear but stared back at Dechanga intently. Slowly, he said, "I am here to save you." Dechanga was puzzled. "Save me?" Wen Chen nodded. "Yes." "Humph, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I have no trouble. Why do I need you to save me? Do you believe I can smash your head?" Dechanga stepped forward, pointing the gun at Wen Chen's forehead, confident that he could pull the trigger and kill this unwelcome guest instantly. Wen Chen frowned and coldly said, "If you point the gun at me again, I will make you suffer like your brothers." With these words, Dechanga's face changed abruptly. "My brothers were taken down by you? You can try if you don't believe me." Wen Chen's eyes were eerie as he spoke with a half-smile. Dechanga looked at Wen Chen, swallowed nervously, but ultimately didn't dare to try. How could there be wasps in the middle of the night? And they attacked silently. Dechanga already found this suspicious. Now, Wen Chen's words made him suddenly realize that the person in front of him was controlling the wasp attack. After hesitating for a few seconds, Dechanga finally lowered his gun. Seeing the other party obedient, Wen Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. He raised his chin, pointed behind the other party. Dechanga instinctively turned his head. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Behind him, dozens of wasps were hovering in the air. They were staring fiercely at Dechanga, as if they would attack at any moment and sting him to death. He had doubts about whether Wen Chen could control the wasps just now. However, after witnessing this scene, all his doubts vanished instantly. All that was left was indescribable fear and shock. If the other party wanted to act, he might become the target of the wasp attack himself. "How about now? Can we talk properly?" Wen Chen said slowly, reaching for a cigarette but found his pack empty. So, he said to Dechanga, "Give me a cigarette." Dechanga hesitated for a moment, took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and handed it to Wen Chen. After taking the cigarette, Wen Chen swiftly lit one, took a deep drag, his slightly narrowed eyes showing a hint of enjoyment as he gazed quietly at Dechanga. "Sir, who exactly are you?" Dechanga asked. Wen Chen replied, "You don't need to know who I am, but in short, I am here to save you." Dechanga shook his head. "I don't understand what you mean." "I think you already understand now, the background of those 3 girls you captured. Kidnapping them is a dead end," Wen Chen murmured. Hearing this, Dechanga's expression changed, and he asked tentatively, "Sir, did you come specifically to save them?" "I am here to save them and also to save you." Wen Chen said solemnly, "If I wanted to, those hornets could have easily killed you just now, but I didn't do that because I hold a compassionate heart and don't want to kill innocents." Dechanga fell silent. Thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, pondering whether Wen Chen's words were true. "If I voluntarily hand over these 3 girls, can my brothers and I save our lives?" Dechanga asked. "No," Wen Chen firmly replied, "if you do that, you will undoubtedly die." Dechanga was puzzled. "Are you going to kill us?" Wen Chen said, "It's not me who wants to kill you, but your boss wants to kill you. Let's not talk about the 2 girls from the Yu and Wei families. Take the girl surnamed Su for example. Do you know her mother's background?" Dechanga speculated, to be able to produce so much money at once, she must have an extraordinary identity. "She is the former wife of the Qinglong Group's ex-chairman, Su Wanjun," Wen Chen revealed. Upon hearing this news, Dechanga seemed to have heard earth-shattering news. His pupils couldn't help but contract sharply, and the look of fear on his face intensified. "Did your boss send someone to tell you that tomorrow you have to kill the Su mother and daughter? If you really do that, do you think you and your brothers will have a way out?" Before the Qinglong Group's people can retaliate against you, you will be ambushed and killed on the spot by the black-clothed men hidden in the shadows. At this point, Wen Shen turned to look in a certain direction outside the door. Pointing his finger, he said decisively, "The group of people who came to deliver the message just now did not leave here, they are hiding on that hill. As soon as you kill the people tomorrow, they will rush out, slaughter you, and then eliminate all traces." Upon hearing Wen Shen's words, De Chonggu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed hard, shouting loudly, This, it's impossible." Wen Shen coldly smiled, "I think you are also a smart person. If you were in your boss's shoes, wouldn't you do the same? Don't talk about brotherly feelings, chivalry, in the end, you are all a group of desperate characters, disposable tools. And, in this world, only dead people can keep secrets." This sentence instantly shattered Di Chongji's psychological defenses. He no longer doubted the truth of Wen Shen's words because from their conversation just now, it seemed that the other party knew everything as if in the palm of their hand. Some things, even clearer than he, the person involved. What's his name? What is he doing here? Who are the girls he captured? What are the next steps? And the boss's arrangements, what are they? The other party seemed to know everything. As if all-knowing and all-powerful, as if possessing a god's eye view. Faced with such a person, where would he dare to question? Besides fear, there was only fear in his heart. Looking at the young age of the other party, probably in his early 20s, why did he seem more unfathomable than his boss? De Chongji's heart surged with waves. It took him a full minute to finally suppress the shock and fear in his heart. "Sir, what should I do now to turn the tables?" When Wen Shen heard him say this, he remained composed on the surface but was delighted inside. It wasn't in vain that he wasted so many words. Finally, he succeeded. No, more precisely, he found the true path to redemption. Wen Shen smiled faintly, "Whoever wants to harm you, just kill him, then you'll be safe, right?" At first, De Chonggu didn't react. However, when he did, he blurted out, "You want me to kill my boss?" Wen Shen nodded, "You're quite clever." Big Brother Chong couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Stop joking, I can't even see my boss, how can I kill him?" Wen Shen asked, "Who is your boss? You must know that much." Big Brother Chong shook his head. Seeing this, Wen Shen's expression changed involuntarily. "You don't even know who your boss is?" This answer was quite unexpected for Wen Shen. He thought the other party was lying. But looking into the other's eyes, clear as a mirror, it didn't seem like a lie. Big Brother Chong said, "I've known my boss for a long time, but we've always had a single-line contact. He has taken care of me for many years, even helping me with connections when I was in prison." Speaking of his boss, Big Brother Chong was full of praise. Wen Shen, on the other hand, sneered and asked seriously, "Do you know there was a type of person in ancient times called a death warrior?" "Of course, I do," Big Brother Chong said, his brow slightly furrowed. Wen Shen continued, "Death warriors don't know they are death warriors. They believe they are brothers who share life and death with their masters, friends who face hardships together, and confidants in life and death." Big Brother Chong was stunned, speechless. Muttering to himself, "Are you saying I am a death warrior raised by my boss?" Wen Shen raised an eyebrow, "Isn't all this obvious enough?" Big Brother Chong didn't want to argue because there was no point. What Wen Shen said was indeed the truth, but being loyal, he was unwilling to believe it. Since he couldn't get the real identity of his boss from Big Brother Chong, although Wen Shen had suspicions in his heart, it was just that. Rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. After all, that Su Yujo wasn't a good person. Regardless of whether he was behind all this or not, he had to die. Thinking of this, Wen Shen said to Big Brother Chong, "Tomorrow morning, call Su Wanjun and tell her not to come with the money, but to send someone else." "Who?" Big Brother Chong asked. A cold light flashed in Wen Shen's eyes, a murderous intent revealed, the current chairman of the Qinglong Group, Su Yujo. Su Yujo wanted to use someone else to do his dirty work, right? Then let's turn the tables. Let him die in the trap he set himself. Changing the person at the last minute was crucial for Su Yutong's safety. Even if Su Yujo didn't want to come, he had to. Unless he wanted to reveal his true face and cut ties with Su Wanjun. With time running out, Wen Shen started detoxifying the several people who were stung by wasps and poisoned. However, there was one person he didn't treat, Lao Lu. "Sir, I have a brother too." Big Brother Chong pointed to Lao Lu, who was about to die from poisoning. Wen Shen said, "Let him die." Big Brother Chong was stunned. "Why?" Wen Shen admitted, "This guy is a spy, planted by your boss to monitor you all. If we save him, all of you will die." Big Brother Chong exclaimed, "That's impossible. After spending so many years in prison, you still don't understand the treacherous nature of people." Wen Shen shook his head. He didn't bother to explain further. He walked straight to Lao Lu and took out his phone from his pocket. "What are you doing?" Although poisoned, Lao Lu's mind was clear, vehemently defending himself against the false accusation. How could I betray Big Brother Chong? He's my savior, don't falsely accuse me. Wen Chen handed the phone to Lao Lu, then unlock it now and let me see what's inside. Lao Lu, confident, said, I'll unlock it, a clear conscience fears no accusation. After saying that, he pressed his fingerprint password. Wen Chen smiled and said, this phone has a dual system, I want you to unlock the password for the other system. Initially, Lao Lu had a look of innocence and confidence, but when he heard Wen Chen say this, his calm face suddenly changed drastically. What do you mean? Why can't I understand? My phone only has one system. His voice was trembling. Wen Chen looked at Lao Lu, his tone icy as he said, you're at death's door, and you're still trying to deceive me here. Fine, if you won't unlock it, then I'll do it myself. What was the password again? Oh right, 638,412. Hearing this string of numbers, Lao Lu looked at Wen Chen as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know my password? Because I'm a pro. Wen Chen thought to himself. While monitoring this group of kidnappers, everything about these people was under his watchful eyes. This Lao Lu thought he was flawless in his actions, thinking that no one knew. Little did he know, in the shadows he hadn't discovered, numerous eyes were watching him. Wen Chen entered the password and quickly opened the second system of the phone. Then, in the messages section, he found the content of someone's communication. Wen Chen handed the phone to Big Worm. Take a good look for yourself, this is what your good brother has done. Big Worm took a look and was instantly stunned. In the blink of an eye, his previously calm face turned extremely furious. Lao Lu, I trusted you so much, never thought you were a traitor, a real spy. Lao Lu immediately knelt down with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to Big Worm, tears streaming down his face. Big Worm, I was wrong. Spare me this once, I promise to mend my ways. While Big Worm was still in a daze, Lao Lu suddenly sprang up. With a burst of energy from somewhere, he actually pushed the towering Big Worm aside, then ran towards the door as fast as he could. Seeing this, Big Worm couldn't contain his anger. He picked up a gun, ready to shoot him dead, but Wen Chen hurriedly stopped him. Don't shoot. If I don't shoot, he'll escape. Big Worm shouted. Wen Chen's gaze sharpened, and he calmly said, don't worry, he won't get away. Lao Lu ran off quickly and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. But not long after, there was a commotion outside, accompanied by screams. Everyone looked up and then witnessed a horrifying scene. A huge beast, carrying Lao Lu's leg, approached with a fierce and imposing manner. A wolf? The kidnappers exclaimed. However, the next moment, someone shouted, this doesn't seem like a wolf, but a husky. A husky? The people's faces showed astonishment. At first, they were reluctant to believe it, but upon closer observation, they realized that the beast before them was indeed a husky. However, its physique and gaze were vastly different from the usual husky. The typical husky exuded a cute and silly look in its eyes, but this husky was as fierce as a bloodthirsty beast. The husky dragged Lao Lu in front of everyone. As they took a closer look, they were scared and started to retreat. Some even hesitated to draw their guns to shoot. Wen Chen shouted, if you don't want to die, don't make any rash moves. With these words, although everyone was afraid, they dared not move. Lao Lu in front of them was bitten to a pulp, with not a single piece of flesh left unscathed. His clothes, along with his skin, were torn apart. The attacker seemed more like a tiger than a dog. Seeing the husky behaving submissively towards Wen Chen, wagging its tail, Big Worm instantly understood that this dog was brought by the other party. He then turned to look at Wen Chen, his heart shaken. No wonder the other party didn't allow him to shoot. It turned out that there was a husky lying in ambush outside. Wen Chen looked down from a high vantage point at the body of Lao Lu on the ground. He calmly said, with this guy dead, there will be no one left to monitor you. Later, you will act according to my orders. The crowd had already witnessed Wen Chen's methods and courage. Not only did they fear him, but they also admired him wholeheartedly, almost worshipping him. Sir, I still don't know who you are, De Chonggu asked. Wen Chen replied, you don't need to know who I am. When the time is right, I will reveal my identity to you. De Chonggu hesitated, not daring to ask further. Wen Chen then asked De Chonggu for Lao Lu's phone. He went through all the messages and found that the person Lao Lu had been in contact with was named Crow, because the other party referred to him as Brother Crow in the conversation. Who is this Brother Crow? Wen Chen asked. De Chonggu replied, he is the leader of the group that came to deliver the message just now. Oh, Wen Chen responded, his gaze narrowing sharply. Obviously, he was already contemplating his next move. After a moment of thought, Wen Chen said decisively, keeping this group under surveillance in secret is always a threat. Since there is still some time before dawn, it's better to eliminate them all. The crowd's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. Dechongo, with a look of fear on his face, said, "Sir, your idea is too crazy. There are over 20 of them, all well-trained special forces with standard weapons. With just a few of us, trying to take them out would be like hitting a rock with an egg." Wen Chen chuckled, "What are you talking about? When did I say for you to take action?" Dechongo was stunned. "Are you planning to go alone? The enemy is numerous and well-armed. Only a fool would rush in," Wen Chen said with a smirk. Dechongo was at a loss. He thought to himself, "Didn't you just say you wanted to eliminate them all? If we don't go, and you don't go, then who will?" Just as Dechongo was silently puzzled, he suddenly seemed to realize something, waking up abruptly. He knew that when Wen Chen had subdued them all before, he hadn't lifted a finger. "Sir, are you planning to?" Dechongo started to ask, but stopped himself midway, because he had already guessed that Wen Chen was about to use his old tricks again. When Wen Chen had made that decision just now, he had given an attack command to the Hornets, targeting the group of black-clothed men hidden on the opposite hill. Wen Chen glanced at his watch, calculating the time, and said, "Let's wait 20 more minutes, then we'll go clean up the battlefield and deal with the aftermath." This seemingly casual remark was full of hidden power. The bandits who had been stung by the Hornets all trembled with lingering fear, feeling a dull ache where they had been stung. Whether it was psychological or real pain, they couldn't tell. Dechongu asked, "Sir, you are truly extraordinary to be able to control Hornets. I've never seen anything like it in all my life." Wen Chen replied, "There are many things you haven't seen." After saying this, he ignored the crowd and headed straight for the room where the three girls were being held. "Woo woo woo, Yu Tang, I'm so scared. What do these bad guys want?" In a dark corner, the three girls huddled together, comforting each other. Su Yutang held her good friend Yu Yanxiao and whispered, "Yanxiao, don't be afraid. They already know our identities, so they shouldn't dare to make any reckless moves." "That's not necessarily true. We've seen their faces already. If they decide to kill us to cover their tracks, what should we do?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Su Yutang's face change, even Wei Ling, who was calm and composed, couldn't help but worry. "We can't just sit and wait for death. We must find a way to resist," Yu Yanxiao said, tears in the corners of her eyes. "But they have guns, we can't beat them," Su Yutang said. Wei Ling had a clever idea and said softly, "I have learned some combat techniques. If someone else comes in later, we'll ambush them at the door. When they open it, we'll rush in and knock them out. As long as we can grab the gun from them, I am confident that I can lead you out." Hearing this, hope ignited in Su Yutang and Yu Yanxiao's eyes. Just then, footsteps approached from outside the door. Wei Ling's ears twitched, and she immediately said, "Someone is coming, take your positions." As soon as she finished speaking, the three women sprang into action. They quickly ran to the door, picking up bricks and stones from the ground as weapons. The three women held their breath, waiting for the right moment. With the sound of the lock turning, someone outside opened the door and walked in. "Attack!" Wei Ling shouted. The three women pounced simultaneously. The person who entered was none other than Wen Chen. He was about to release the three girls, but as soon as he stepped in, he was hit on the head. Then, a girl rushed forward, using a swift snake-like move to wrap around his waist and climb onto his back. Her legs tightly gripped his arms, while her arms held his neck in a triangle chokehold. The other two girls, not as skilled, threw themselves at Wen Shen's feet, each grabbing a leg. Without hesitation, they started biting. They used all their strength, choking and biting. Their pretty faces turned red from the effort, but they didn't let go. It seemed like they wouldn't stop until they took down the villain in front of them. Wen Shen hadn't expected to be ambushed by three girls when he walked in. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been defeated on the spot. But Wen Shen didn't take it seriously at all. His body had evolved to the point where even if he were attacked by 30 strong men, he would be unharmed. "Yutong, Yanxiao, take him down." Wei Ling, holding Wen Shen's neck, shouted loudly. With a thud, Wen Shen fell. Of course, he wasn't taken down by the three girls. He fell voluntarily. He wanted to see what kind of moves these three girls could come up with. Wei Ling's strength was limited. Seeing that she couldn't hold Wen Shen's arms, she switched to using her legs. She then shifted her body, pressing her round and fair thigh against Wen Shen's face, firmly trapping his head. This was a common strangling technique in martial arts. Once the move was executed, even a weak woman could defeat a stronger opponent. It seemed that this girl had some martial arts skills, albeit limited. "Let me go, or I'll bite you," Wen Shen shouted loudly. Wei Ling was shocked. She had locked his head, so he should have been suffocating. How could he still speak? Was her technique not effective? So, she rolled to the side, changing the angle of pressure. Ah! She couldn't help but cry out in pain as she rolled over. Looking down, she saw that Wen Shen had actually bitten her thigh. "Yutong, help!" Su Yutong was flustered. How can I help? Wei Ling endured the pain and whispered, hold his body tight, don't let him move. Yan Shang, quickly get the gun on him. As soon as the words fell, the two who received clear instructions acted immediately, because Wen Shen had already fallen to the ground. Wanting to hold him, they could only embrace him from top to bottom. A fight for life and death. Coupled with the urgent situation, Su Yutong didn't think too much. She spread her hands and tightly held onto Wen Shen. It seemed like she didn't hold him firmly enough. She even leaned towards Wen Shen and tried to bite him. Wen Shen must have been bitten in a sensitive spot, couldn't help but gasp. This girl's bite is really venomous. Is she a dog? Wen Shen was shocked and pale, thinking that if he didn't resist again, his flesh would be bitten off by her. Thinking of this, he was about to break free from their restraint. However, at this critical moment, he felt a chill under his crotch. Yu Yanxiao was almost crying in anxiety, shouting, I don't know where his gun is, I can't find it. It must be on his waist, only there can he carry a gun. Search along his belt, not in the front, but in the back, Wei Ling shouted. Oh, okay. Yu Yanxiao nodded quickly and, following her instructions, began searching around Wen Shen's waist. Still can't find it. Yu Yanxiao was like an ant on a hot pan. Wei Ling patiently said, the gun is made of iron. Look carefully again. After a moment, Yu Yanxiao chuckled, I found it. In an instant, Wen Shen's already confused expression became even more bewildered. I say, sister, what did you find? I never had a gun. Meanwhile, in another place, a major battle was about to break out. Following Wen Shen's instructions, a swarm of landmine bees had already flown to the hill where the black-clothed men were. This time, they were not acting alone. It was an all-out attack. Over 800 landmine bees, like a dark cloud, swept towards the black-clothed men sitting in the car. The crow was on the phone. Boss, everything has been taken care of. The voice on the other end said, make sure nothing goes wrong. The crow said solemnly, rest assured, I am with my brothers, monitoring them in the dark. When they finish their business tomorrow, I will lead my men over and kill them all. Handle it smoothly, don't leave any traces. Okay. The crow nodded, a cold sharpness flashing in his eyes. Just after hanging up the phone, he heard a series of heart-wrenching screams. What's going on? The crow was greatly surprised and immediately pulled out a pistol. As soon as one person screamed, the next one did, then the third, the fourth, the fifth, until someone shouted, Captain, something big is wrong, we are under attack by wasps. Hearing this, the crow woke up as if from a dream, a look of astonishment on his face. Then, the buzzing of wings sounded in his ears. In the faint night light, he saw a dense swarm of wasps coming from all directions towards where they were. Seeing this scene, the crow's face turned pale. He immediately shouted, close the car windows now. This statement, however, triggered an even greater disaster. Before the wasps launched their attack, a group of them had quietly flown into the car. When they closed the windows, the wasps immediately started attacking. For a moment, the entire hill was filled with screams. Some people ran around holding their heads, some dove into holes, and others grabbed sticks and swung them randomly. However, no matter what they did, it was futile. The landmine bees' attack was 360 degrees without any blind spots. Moreover, it was a saturation attack. When Wen Shen issued the order, there was no mention of leaving anyone alive. So, they had no need to hold back at all. They could be as fierce as they wanted. In just a few minutes, over 20 people were knocked down, more than 10 of them, all lying on the ground foaming at the mouth, convulsing all over. The few who were spared did so because they sensed the danger approaching. Quick-witted, they wrapped themselves in sunshades, leaving no place for the hornets to sting. Captain, this is bad, we better run. A black-clad person shouted. Without hesitation, Wu Chen ordered, retreat. This was too strange. In the dead of night, where did so many hornets come from? Could it be that where they were staying, there was a hornet's nest? At this thought, Wu Chen couldn't help but curse, damn, luck can't be this bad, right? He instinctively thought it was an accident. Never did he imagine that this group of hornets was actually being manipulated to come and attack them. Wen Qing's order was to eliminate them all. So, when they saw a few fish trying to escape the net, they naturally wouldn't agree. Led by the captain of the hornets, the swarm of hornets chased after the fleeing people. Although they wrapped their bodies tightly, there was a flaw when driving. The most important premise of driving is to maintain a clear view. Hundreds of hornets descended from the sky, hovering in front of the windshield, forcibly blocking the driver's line of sight. With a loud bang, the fleeing vehicle, due to obstructed vision, accidentally crashed into the side of a mountain. The hood burst open directly. All the airbags in the car deployed. Stop messing around, I'm not a bad person, I'm here to save you. Wen Sheng shouted loudly. He had intended to play around a bit. However, at this rate, if he continued playing, things would get out of hand. Wei Ling shouted, "Stop lying. Are you trying to trick us into letting go, and then take advantage to break free from the restraints? I saw through your thoughts a long time ago. If you don't want to suffer, then surrender now." Upon hearing this, Wencheng was speechless and full of black lines. Since the soft approach didn't work, he had to resort to the hard approach. Then, with a low roar, Wencheng forced himself to get up from the ground. Then, like picking up a chick, he threw Wei Ling off him. Su Yutong and Yu Yanxiao were pale with fear. Wei Ling said, "Yanxiao, didn't you get a gun? Hurry up and shoot him." "Okay." Yu Yanxiao was about to act. Wencheng grabbed her hand and shouted loudly, "I didn't bring a gun at all, you've got the wrong person." "Ha?" Yu Yanxiao widened her eyes. But Wencheng didn't explain to her. Instead, with a stern face, he threw all three girls to the ground. Although he didn't use much force, with Wencheng's physical fitness, even a casual move would be hard for them to bear. "Su Yutong, they don't know who I am. Don't you even know who I am?" Wencheng shouted at Su Yutong. Upon hearing this, Su Yutong looked up at Wencheng. In the dimly lit room, there was no light. However, with the faint moonlight, she could vaguely see Wencheng's face. Suddenly, a familiar feeling surged in her heart. Frowning, she muttered softly, "I seem to have seen you before. But when I think about it carefully, I can't remember." Wencheng said, "That night, your dog was poisoned, ran away, and happened to encounter a veterinarian surnamed Wang. Your mother gave him emergency treatment, saving his life." At this, Su Yutong suddenly woke up as if from a dream, wide-eyed, saying, "It's you, Dr. Wang?" "Yes, it's me," Wenchen said. "You didn't look like this before," Sutang blurted out. Wenchen replied, "Maybe it's just a new hairstyle." Sutang carefully examined Wenchen and said with a twinkle in her eyes, "You seem to have become more handsome." Wenchen chuckled, "Is that so?" Sutang's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly asked, "How did you end up here?" "Didn't I tell you? I'm here to rescue you," Wenchen said solemnly. Sutang was even more surprised. "But how did you know I was in trouble?" Wenchen briefly explained, "Your mother invited me to your house as a guest, and coincidentally, I overheard the kidnappers making a call. I volunteered to come and save you, and here we are. Fortune favors the prepared mind, and I actually succeeded." Sutang glanced outside and asked, "Just you alone?" "I have two companions," Wenchen replied, referring to the two pets Sutang kept. Sutang inquired further, "What about the kidnappers?" "I've taken care of them," Wenchen said. Then his gaze shifted, and he added in a low voice, "However, the crisis is not over yet. There's a big fish behind these kidnappers that needs to be dealt with before you can safely leave. So, during this process, it's best for you to stay in this room and not make any sudden moves," Wenchen advised. Sutang obediently nodded, "Okay." She wasn't sure if Wenchen's words were true or false, but she had a gut feeling. Trusting the other party would not be wrong. "Are these two your good friends?" Wenchen turned to see Yu Yankio and Wei Ling beside him. Sutang nodded lightly and introduced Wenchen herself. Wenchen also greeted them. Unlike Sutang's unconditional trust, Wei Ling questioned, "How did you manage to subdue those kidnappers?" Wenchen explained, "I didn't subdue them, I cooperated with them because they were deceived into doing this by someone else. After the job was done, not only would they not get paid, but they would also be killed by the mastermind behind the scenes. I revealed the truth to them, so they turned against their original plan and sided with me." "Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Wei Ling asked, her gaze towards Wenchen carrying a hint of wariness. Clearly, she didn't believe this stranger whom she had just met. "I'm not sure yet, but I have a suspect in mind," Wenchen replied. "Give me your phone, I need to call my dad." Wei Ling reached out her hand. Wenchen decisively refused. "No, if you make that call, it will surely alert the enemy, and we'll be in danger again." Wei Ling wanted to say more, but Wenchen didn't give her the chance. He bid Sutang goodbye. "Yutong, I'm leaving now. By tomorrow noon at the latest, I'll be able to safely take you back." With that said, he left and locked the room door behind him. As soon as Wenchen left, Wei Ling said to Sutang, "Yutong, don't trust his words. I'm sure he's in cahoots with the kidnappers. Your chance encounter might have been a trap set up by them." "Oh," Sutang replied nonchalantly. Seeing this, Wei Ling couldn't help but ask, "Don't you believe what I'm saying?" Sutang said, "I think Dr. Wang is a good person, he wouldn't do that. Appearances can be deceiving." Sutang recounted in detail the first encounter with Wenchen to Wei Ling. She also mentioned the incident where someone tried to poison her and her mother. Wei Ling was taken aback and said, "Is that so?" Sutang continued, "If Dr. Wang wanted to harm me, he wouldn't have warned me back then. If he's here to rescue us, why did he lock the door and prevent us from leaving?" Wei Ling asked again. Su Yutong said, "Didn't Dr. Wang make it clear?" "Before the situation becomes clear, let's not act recklessly," Wei Ling retorted. Only you would believe such nonsense. This is clearly a delaying tactic. Su Yutong became agitated. If they wanted to control us, why bother explaining? They would just lock us up until dawn. Perhaps he has ulterior motives for his actions, Wei Ling analyzed. Seeing the two arguing, Yu Yanxiao hurriedly interjected, "Stop arguing. I also don't think that Big Brother from earlier is a bad person. Who would wear bad person on their face?" Wei Ling muttered under her breath, "He even bit my leg earlier." Looking down, Wei Ling saw a bite mark on her snow-white thigh, faintly visible. "Damn it! How did you learn to drive?" The crow kicked the passenger seat and cursed loudly. The driver, looking aggrieved, said, "Captain, I didn't mean to. These hornets blocked my view, I couldn't see the road clearly." The crow continued, "It's unbelievable. We didn't do anything. Why are these hornets relentlessly attacking us?" Even after the car accident, the hornet army still didn't leave. They circled the car, seeking openings to fly inside and continue their fierce attacks on the remaining people. Before long, including the crow, everyone was stung. The intense neurotoxins quickly took effect, causing unbearable pain. The stung areas began to rot, accompanied by a dizzying sensation. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. Stay alert. If we pass out, we'll be stung to death by these hornets." The crow kicked open the car door, pulled out a gun, and started shooting wildly while fleeing forward. However, the firearms that were lethal to carbon-based life forms posed no threat to the hornets. Moving hornets were nearly impossible to hit, especially with hundreds of them around. Even if a few were killed, it wouldn't diminish the group's combat strength. When the bullets ran out, the crow had no choice but to run frantically without any backup. He thought, if he could find a lake to jump into, he could evade the hornets' attacks. However, reality was harsh. Before he could find a lake, he heard a deep and resounding wolf howl. "Why are there wolves here?" The crow was bewildered. This was the North Sea, a suburban area with relatively frequent human activity. There shouldn't be wolves here, right? Could it be that he was so poisoned that he was hallucinating? This thought scared him, and the next moment, a shadow flashed by, knocking him down. Looking closely, the attacker was indeed a wolf. The wolf opened its jaws wide, ready to bite his neck, but a voice from afar commanded, "Don't kill him, keep him alive." The wolf halted. The crow instinctively turned his head and saw a figure approaching. In no time, the person stood before him. The crow looked up at the figure and asked softly, "Who are you?" Surrounded by hornets, the insects surprisingly didn't attack this person. Standing there, he exuded an air of calmness and composure, as if untouched by the chaos around him. Wen Shen lowered his head to look at the crow and said expressionlessly, "You have no right to ask me questions. If you want to stay alive, it's best to cooperate honestly. Answer whatever I ask, or else, your fate will be the same as your brothers who were stung to death by wasps." With that said, the crow widened its eyes in disbelief and said, "Are you controlling those wasps? What else do you think?" Wen Shen smirked, slowly reaching out his hand. Soon enough, a wasp landed steadily in the center of his palm. Witnessing this astonishing scene, the crow felt a chill run down its spine. The fear and shock in its eyes towards the man before it were palpable. "Is this wolf also under your control?" Wen Shen remarked, "Take a closer look. This is not a wolf but a husky." "A husky?" The crow was stunned, carefully examining the wolf riding on its back. Its pupils involuntarily contracted. What in the world? It really was a husky. How did this dog manage to look so wolf-like? "Alright, you've asked me so many questions, but I haven't asked you any." Wen Shen's gaze flickered as he said to the crow, "What's your boss's name?" The crow looked grave and remained silent. Seeing this, Wen Shen furrowed his brows, "My patience is limited. If you don't speak, I'll have to send you to hell." The crow's face darkened, and it sternly retorted, "Kid, I may not know who you are, but let me tell you, you've done things you shouldn't have and provoked people you shouldn't have. It's best to stop now before it's too late, or you'll face an irreversible fate." "Are you threatening me in turn?" Wen Chen chuckled. The crow said, "I'm advising you not to do something foolish." Just then, Big Brother Chong and a group of bandits arrived at the scene. When the crow saw them, a glimmer of hope flashed across its face, as if grasping at a lifeline in despair. Immediately, it shouted, "Chong, kill this guy." Big Brother Chong walked over and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wen Chen. The two of them looked down at the crow lying on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the hope on the crow's face froze instantly. "Chong, what's your relationship with him?" Big Brother Chong remained silent, turning to look at Wen Chen instead. Rubbing his eyebrow, Wen Chen said, "This guy is a tough nut to crack," unwilling to say anything. "Since that's the case, I'll leave it to you to deal with him." Big Brother Chong nodded, pulled out a gun, and aimed it at the crow. The crow paled, raised its head, and shouted, "You betrayed the boss?" This time, Big Brother Chong responded, However, the response came in the form of a bullet that hit the crow right between the eyes, blowing his head to pieces. Thud! The crow's body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Wen Shen patted Big Brother Chang's shoulder. Well done. There are still some survivors. You guys go and finish them off, then dig a pit and bury them all. Just as he finished speaking, Wen Shen suddenly seemed to remember something. Do wasps eat human flesh? Ha! Big Brother Chong looked puzzled. Wen Shen said, I'm not talking to you. Big Brother Chong was even more confused. Besides me and these brothers, if I'm not talking to you, then who am I talking to? Naturally, Wen Shen was talking to the wasps. He had promised the wasp queen to deliver 1,000 pounds of pork. Now, after killing so many people in one go, he decided to make a gesture of goodwill. After receiving a positive response from the wasps, Wen Shen immediately made a decision. Don't bury the bodies. Strip them naked and throw them onto that hill behind. Then, use grenades to blow up all the bodies. Upon hearing this, Big Brother Chang's eyes widened like bells. The facial muscles couldn't help but twitch fiercely. My goodness, this guy is too ruthless, isn't he? He has already killed people. Does he really need to dismember the body into pieces and crush bones to ashes? Fortunately, I switched sides in time and didn't become his enemy. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what kind of death I would face in his hands. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was early the next morning. Su Wanjun hadn't slept all night. She had been waiting for a phone call. She was not only waiting for Wenshen but also for the kidnappers. When Wenshen left yesterday, he promised her solemnly that he would bring their daughter back to her before dawn. But now, not only had dawn broken, but it was already 8 in the morning. There was no sign of Wenshen, not even a phone call. Su Wanjun called his number, but the response she got was, sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable, please try again later. Su Wanjun's heart sank, her face changed suddenly. Could it be that even Dr. Wang had met with an accident? Just as Su Wanjun was worrying about this, Su Yujo walked in, followed by a group of elite members from the Qinglong group and Qinglong gang. Duan Koan was among them. Obviously, they had already been informed of the situation. Sister June, who has the guts to kidnap Miss Yuton? Damn it, if I find out who it is, I will definitely chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Duan Koan cursed loudly. Su Wanjun's face was solemn, and she remained silent. Yesterday, she had sent someone to investigate the matter. Logically speaking, with the power of the Qinglong group in Beihai, it shouldn't be difficult to find a group of kidnappers. However, all night long, the kidnappers seemed to have vanished into thin air. There was no trace of them to be found. Su Wanjun couldn't believe that a group of people who had just been released from prison could have such great skills. They had captured someone in broad daylight and then disappeared without a trace. Moreover, they had evaded the surveillance and search of the Qinglong group in Beihai. There must be a mole within the group. At this moment, Su Wanjun was 100% sure of this. Suddenly, she narrowed her eyes and looked up at Su Yujo. Su Yujo noticed Su Wanjun's unusual gaze and quickly said, Sister-in-law, have the kidnappers called again? Su Wanjun shook her head, no. Su Yujo said, they called yesterday, asking you to go alone to deliver the ransom. I think this is not right. You are the backbone of our group. You must not put yourself in danger. As soon as he said this, others chimed in, yes, this is too dangerous. If those bandits turn violent, not only Miss Yuton will be in danger, but your personal safety will also be threatened. Su, you must not go alone. Everyone had something to say, basically all against Su Wanjun going alone. Su Wanjun said, they specifically asked for me to go. If I don't follow their instructions, they might harm Yuton. At this point, someone else spoke up. 3 people were captured in total, besides Miss Yuton. The other 2 are the daughter of the typing gentleman and the daughter of the chief of the patrol camp. They have issued a wanted poster and a reward notice. If anyone can find the bandits and rescue their daughters, they are willing to reward with 50 million. And, there is also a chance to become the son-in-law of both families. Su Wanjun's eyes flashed with surprise. Even the daughters of the Yuan Wei families were kidnapped? She knew her daughter had gone out with a friend, but she didn't know which one. Unexpectedly, these 2 friends turned out to be from the Yuan Wei families. Although these 2 families were not as wealthy as her own, in terms of power, they were among the top in Beihai. Once the reward and wanted posters were issued, both the black and white paths saw various heroes coming forward. However, to this day, they have gained nothing. It seems that these kidnappers have extraordinary backgrounds and powerful backers, said the person speaking. He was none other than Zhuge Yun, the strategist of the Qinglong group, known as the Master of Strategies. Zhuge Yun analyzed, Su, I believe these kidnappers are not here for money. If it were for money, they could have simply robbed a bank, which would be less risky than kidnapping the daughters of the 3 major families. But they chose to do something so foolish. I wonder if they are extremely bold or have another purpose. Moreover, they are asking you to deliver the ransom alone. Clearly, this is a trap set specifically for you. By going, you not only won't save Miss Yutong but also put yourself in great danger. Zhuge Yun's words instantly made the atmosphere heavier, and a hint of coldness flashed in Su Yujo's eyes. Su Wanjun looked at Zhuge Yun and asked, "What do you think I should do?" Zhuge Yun was stunned. Analyzing was one thing, but coming up with a perfect solution was quite impossible. It was a dead end. Both going and not going carried risks. It all depended on the decision of the person involved. "Su, if the kidnappers call later, I suggest you ask them to change the person," Zhuge Yun said. Su Wanjuan's gaze sharpened. "If they are indeed targeting me, it will be difficult to ask for a change." Su Yujo reassured, "Even if you go, don't worry. I will arrange for people to protect you discreetly. If anything goes wrong, they will intervene promptly and take control." Su Wanjun looked at Su Yujo, lost in thought. While everyone was discussing, Su Wanjuan's phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number. Su Wanjun placed a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence. When the surroundings quieted down, Su Wanjun answered the call. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, "Good morning, Miss Su." A familiar voice, the same as the kidnapper in yesterday's video. "How is my daughter?" Su Wanjun inquired. "She's fine. Have you prepared the money?" the kidnapper asked. Su Wanjun lowered her voice, "The money is ready. When and where do we make the exchange?" "Don't rush, I have something else to say," the kidnapper calmly replied. Su Wanjun took a deep breath, struggling to contain her emotions. "Ms. Su, after thinking overnight, I find it inhumane to have a woman like you carry such a large sum of money to ransom someone. Therefore, I want to change the person." With these words, Su Wanjuan's expression changed. The people around, including Su Yujo, were stunned. "Who do you want to change to?" Su Wanjun asked calmly. The kidnapper said, "Su Yujo, the chairman of the Qinglong group." Su Wanjun glanced at Su Yujo. His face was full of shock, clearly not expecting this turn of events. Su Wanjun stated, "I don't know him. Ms. Su, let's not beat around the bush. I know everything about you. If it's not Su Yujo who brings the money later, or if someone else comes besides him, then be prepared to collect your daughter's body." The kidnapper's tone was ruthless and decisive. This sudden change of heart from the kidnapper caught everyone off guard. They all thought it was a trap carefully set up for Su Wanjun. Who knew? The kidnappers changed their minds and asked Su Yujo to go alone to exchange money for the hostage. Was their real target Su Yujo all along? Suddenly, everyone's gaze converged on Su Yujo. Once steady as a rock, Su Yujo now showed signs of unease. "Ms. Su, I will send you the location and time of the exchange on your phone, make sure to check it. You have only 1 hour. If by then I don't see Su Yujo or the 50 million, he. The kidnapper didn't finish the sentence, but the message was crystal clear. Amidst maniacal laughter, the call was abruptly ended. "Let Mr. Su go over? What are these kidnappers up to?" "Mr. Su, you can't go, it's definitely a trap. If you go, there's no coming back. If Mr. Su doesn't go, what about Miss Yutong?" These kidnappers seem like the kind of ruthless criminals who would do anything if things don't go their way. People discussed the matter fervently. Su Wanjun gazed at Su Yujo and whispered, "Yujo, what should we do?" Su Yujo was at a loss. Initially, it was Su Wanjun who was in a dilemma. The sudden change of plans by the kidnappers left him in a difficult position. Neither going nor staying seemed like a good option. Duan Koan said, "Mr. Su, you said the manpower was arranged, and there should be no problem for both Mr. Su and you." At this point, Mr. Su had no room to refuse. So, even if he had 1,000 reasons not to, he had to reluctantly agree. "Yutong is my niece, both publicly and privately, I should go. No one should try to dissuade me." Seeing Su Yujo's resolute stance, everyone was moved. Indeed, no one tried to persuade him further. Su Wanjun said, "Yujo, since you've decided, hurry and get ready, the kidnappers only gave us an hour." "Okay." Su Yujo nodded. Without further ado, he turned and left. Watching him leave, Su Wanjuan's eyes flickered, her brows furrowed. She was also puzzled. Why did the kidnappers suddenly change their minds? Weren't they after her? Just when success seemed within reach, this last-minute switch was truly baffling. Su Yujo returned to the car expressionless. Once the door closed, he couldn't contain his anger. What are those idiots up to? Didn't we clearly tell them that Su Wanjun was supposed to go alone? How come it's suddenly me? Sitting beside Su Yujo was his trusted aide, Baiya, a brother of Wuya. One was skilled in words, the other in combat. "Boss, Wuya is monitoring them over there. Should I call and ask what's going on?" Su Yujo waved his hand, go ahead. Baya immediately took out his phone and dialed Wuya's number. However, there was no answer. Boss, the call won't go through. Su Yujo frowned, sensing something was amiss, then called Chong directly, see what that bastard is up to. Okay. Baya nodded and dialed another number. But even this call went unanswered. Su Yujo felt a sense of foreboding. Boss, don't worry, I'll try calling someone else. Baya tried to sound calm. He proceeded to dial several more numbers. No answer. No answer. Still no answer. Everyone involved in this seemed to have fallen silent, as not a single call went through. Su Yujo broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he no longer felt angry. A chilling sensation, bone-chilling cold, surged from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Years of experience in the Jianghu made him instantly realize that the plan had definitely gone awry. Baya said, Boss, could it be that our plan has been discovered by someone? Su Yujo shook his head. I don't know. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He even speculated whether Su Wanjun had noticed him. So, did the other party turn the tables, deliberately turning the tables on him? As soon as this thought came to mind, he dismissed it directly. It couldn't be her. I've been monitoring her every move. If she had really noticed in advance, I wouldn't be unaware. Since it's not Su Wanjun, then who could it be? Su Yujo was puzzled. His eyes flickered, but he couldn't figure it out. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Su Yujo was pondering, someone knocked on the car window. He turned to look and saw Duan Koan standing outside the car. Su Yujo slowly rolled down the car window. Duan Koan said to him, Mr. Su, Miss June asked me to tell you that the money is ready, and the kidnappers have also sent the location for the exchange, asking you to hurry over. Su Yujo said, I got it. I'll be right there. Then, he began to straighten his clothes and whispered, immediately informed General Meng, let him send the Black Tiger Guards to support. It's urgent, a matter of great importance. Baya nodded slightly, I understand, boss. General Meng, whose real name was Menghua, was one of the 10 great generals under the command of the war god of Long Kingdom, Yifan. He had a notorious reputation for killing countless people. He commanded a fierce army, the Black Tiger Guards. The Black Tiger Guards consisted of 10,000 men, each a top-notch expert capable of taking on 100 opponents alone. Not only were they incredibly strong, but also as fierce as tigers. Wherever they went, rivers of blood flowed, and no grass grew. They were private soldiers specifically used by Yifan to eliminate dissidents. After getting off his car, Su Yujo followed Duan Koan to face Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun had already prepared the money and even arranged a farewell vehicle. Yujo, I will go with you. After arriving at the location, you will take the money and go up the mountain alone to negotiate with the kidnappers. If everything goes smoothly, that would be best. But if those kidnappers have other intentions, you must act accordingly. Su Yujo said, Sister-in-law, I know what to do. Su Wanjun took out an invisible monitor with eavesdropping and recording functions. Carry this with you. If anything goes wrong, we can react promptly. Su Yujo raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted the invisible transmitter, wearing it on himself. After all preparations were ready, Su Wanjun and Su Yujo set off in a car. Duan Koan had selected a group of experts from the Qinglong gang as escorts to accompany them. About half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the agreed location. Have they arrived? They have. The people are now at the foot of the mountain. Wen Shen was not in the abandoned warehouse but had moved to the previously open mountaintop. He looked down at the movements below and asked the hovering hornets beside him, finally, they've come. The husky beside him asked, what should we do next? Others send heads from afar, a light gift with deep affection. If we don't accept it, it might be seen as disrespectful. Wen Chen chuckled. Everything was indeed as he had guessed. After Big Worm finished the call, he had truly replaced Su Wanjun with Su Yujo. Towards this old fox, Wen Shen had long harbored a killing intent. Regardless of whether he was the mastermind behind the scenes, today he had to kill him. Otherwise, with such a cunning person lurking around the Su mother and daughter, trouble would always be brewing. You must monitor me closely, keep an eye on the movements of the entire mountain. The moment anything happens, report back to me immediately. Wen Shen said to the hornets. It was the first time cooperating with the hornets. He instantly realized that they were perfect biological weapons, combining attack and reconnaissance in one. According to military experts, it was a fusion of investigation and strike. Not only could they move freely in various areas, but they could also conceal their presence silently. Divided they were like stars in the sky, united they were invincible. With this experience, Wen Shen would focus on developing an insect army in the future. For example, ants, mosquitoes, flies, and other common social insects. Each had its own advantages. As long as they were used properly, they could achieve unexpected results and perform remarkably. While when Chen was observing from the mountaintop, Su Yujo had already taken 50 million in cash and was driving alone towards the mountain. The reason for driving was that there was too much money, too heavy for one person to carry. 50 million in cash, nearly 1,000 kilograms, required over a dozen bags for packaging. If he had to carry it on foot, not to mention an hour, even if it took a day and a night, he might not be able to manage it. Su Yujo drove the car to the outside of an abandoned warehouse and stopped. At that moment, a group of people came out from inside, led by Big Worm, the head of the gang of kidnappers. When they saw Su Yujo, they walked towards him with fierce expressions. One of them even pulled out a gun and aimed it at Su Yujo's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yujo frowned, his face turning cold. "Are you Su Yujo?" Big Worm asked. Su Yujo nodded, "Yes. You look quite decent." Big Worm sneered as he looked him up and down. Due to wearing a surveillance device, Su Yujo couldn't reveal his identity to Big Worm. Their previous contacts had been one-sided, and they had never met in person. Therefore, Big Worm didn't recognize him either. They looked at each other as if they were strangers. Su Yujo coughed. "How are my niece and those two girls doing now?" "They're fine. Have you brought the money I asked for?" Big Worm asked in return. Su Yujo replied, "I have. But I need to see them first before I give you the money." Big Worm chuckled, his expression turning increasingly fierce. "Sorry, you won't see them. The reason we asked you to come here is to kill you." Su Yujo was shocked. "You want to kill me?" Big Worm said, "We'll take the money, we'll take your life, and as for those three girls, we'll let them leave safely." Hearing this, Su Yujo finally lost his composure. He immediately questioned, "What you're doing is really lacking professional ethics." Big Worm narrowed his eyes slightly, half smiling as he said, "It's a necessary thing. You offended our boss. Our boss said that anyone can live today, but you must die." Su Yujo was dumbfounded on the spot, his eyes wide open. He was the boss of this gang of kidnappers, and he had never given such an order. Kill himself? In this world, only a fool would do such a thing. So, he suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "Who is your boss?" As he said this, he deliberately winked and hinted at Big Worm. Unexpectedly, Big Worm slapped him across the face, sending his gold-rimmed glasses flying. "What are you winking at me for?" Su Yujo covered his face, incredulously shouting, "How dare you hit me? Not only do I dare to hit you, but I also dare to kill you." Big Worm cursed angrily. A kick landed on Su Yujo's stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. Seeing that the kidnappers were really going to kill someone, Su Yujo panicked and dared not hide his identity any longer. Then, he took off the monitor from his body, smashed it fiercely on the ground until it was completely destroyed. Quickly getting up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his body, his face dark with determination, he shouted in a commanding voice, "Mayu Along, open your eyes wide and see clearly who I am." With a swift movement, De Chong rushed over and started a fierce fight. While punching, he cursed, "I don't care who you are. How dare you act arrogant in front of me? Watch me beat you to death." Su Yujo was beaten black and blue, losing any hint of composure. He could only shout hysterically, "Mayu Along, I am your boss. Daring to impersonate my boss, you have no idea how many eyes Lord Ma has." De Chang's blows became heavier, raining down like fists of fury. Su Yujo, holding his head, curled up on the ground, "I am really your boss." Regardless of whether Su Yujo was De Chang's boss or not, today, De Chong was determined to kill him. The reason was simple, he had not been treated as a human being. Not only was he made to do dirty work, but there were also ambushes set up to eliminate them. Such actions erased any past favors in an instant. De Chong valued loyalty, but he also believed in the principle of if others don't care for themselves, heaven and earth will destroy them. Our boss is of noble status, and you, a lowly insect, dare to impersonate him? Su Yujo said, "You may not know me, but you must know Crow, he is the one I sent to contact you." As these words were spoken, it was basically confirmed that he was indeed De Chang's boss. Furthermore, he was the mastermind behind the whole event. Not mentioning Crow was fine, but once Crow was mentioned, De Chang's expression turned even more fierce. Grabbing Su Yujo by the hair, he coldly said, "That traitor, along with 19 other scoundrels, has already been dealt with by me." "What?" Su Yujo was stunned, "You actually killed them?" Su Yujo had suspected that Crow and the others might have met an unfortunate end, but he never imagined that it was De Chong who had done away with them. Leaving aside the motive, based on capability alone, De Chong and his group were on a different level compared to Crow and his team. Normally, it was the tiger that preyed on the dog, not the other way around. Who made them betray the boss? "We are the boss's most loyal servants. Anyone who harms him will be completely eliminated by us. No one can escape death." These mad words made Su Yujo feel suffocated. He wondered, what was going on? Could someone have impersonated him and given false orders to Mayu alone, leading to such foolish actions? Thinking about this, Su Yujo was not only angry but also speechless. Alright, I don't want to waste any more time with you. Do you have any last words? Hurry up and confess, I will send you to meet that traitor crow, De Chong said with a menacing look. Su Yujo was shocked, his face filled with fear. The Su Yujo now was no longer the calm and composed strategist he used to be. He felt like crying but had no tears left, seething with anger. De Chong was a warrior he had nurtured, yet he was about to be killed by his own creation. What a cruel irony! You can't kill me, I am really your boss. What do I need to do for you to believe me? Su Yujo knelt on the ground, shouting in despair. De Chong had no interest in hearing any more from him. He gave a hint to the person next to him. The other party understood immediately and walked forward, just about to shoot. But Big Brother Bug said, "Don't shoot, use a knife to cut off his head." Then, the man took back the gun and switched to a knife. Just as he was about to stab Su Yujo's head with a knife, a bright light flew from a distance. It flew past the man's body. The next moment, the man's face twisted, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream, "Ah, ah, ah." Looking closely, the arm holding the knife was directly chopped off. Following the trajectory of the bright light that just flew past, a steel knife was firmly stuck in the wall behind. The Black Tiger Guard has arrived. You thieves, surrender now. With a loud roar, a group of fierce warriors in black armor suddenly rushed out from all directions. Each of them rode tall and majestic horses, exuding a fierce aura. When Su Yujo heard that the Black Tiger Guard had arrived, he was overjoyed. But Big Brother Bug's men were pale with fear. The scene before them was truly shocking. Dozens of Black Tiger Guards appeared around the abandoned warehouse like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, surrounding it. The wind howled, sand and stones flew. The sound of weapons and iron horses filled the air, chilling to the bone. These Black Tiger Guards were all extraordinary masters. Their agility was like thunder, moving effortlessly. They could easily dodge bullets. The rain of bullets seemed futile. The leader of the group was one of the top 10 generals of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the Black Tiger King, Mongyu's son, Mongyu. Mongyu was over 2 meters tall, towering, and robust like a giant. His stern face was as cold as winter frost. Just one glance could send shivers down one's spine. Not only was Big Brother Bug frightened, but even his accomplices behind him couldn't help but tremble in panic and confusion. How could the Black Tiger Guard appear here? Mongyu rode forward, his icy gaze sweeping through the crowd. Anyone caught in his gaze couldn't help but feel terrified. Young Master Mong, you arrived just in time. If you had been a step later, these fools would have killed me, Su Yujo said, still trembling. Mongyu whispered, Mr. Su, I am here to assist you on my father's orders. Seeing the situation under control again, Su Yujo regained his calm demeanor. These fools, influenced by someone, turned against me. It was their betrayal that ruined my carefully planned scheme, Su Yujo said. It turned out that behind this mastermind, there was another mastermind. Mongyu frowned, furious, damn it, they ruined our plan. Before he could act, Su Yujo stopped him. Wait, young Master Mong. It's not important whether these fools live or die. What matters is that we find out who ordered them to do this. This matter is too suspicious. We were so close to success, only to be thwarted at the last moment. If we don't get to the bottom of this, there will surely be more trouble in the future. Su Yujo was indeed a cunning old fox. Even though Big Brother Bug's men had beaten him half to death, he didn't seek revenge but instead analyzed the situation calmly. At the same time, standing on a distant high mountain, Wen Shen saw this scene. His pupils contracted rapidly. Clenching his fists tightly, his nails almost piercing into his flesh due to the force. Yet, he felt no pain. Gritting his teeth, consumed by anger, the husky beside him noticed his unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask, "You seem really angry." Wen Shen's facial muscles twitched fiercely. If looks could kill, the group of people under the mountain would have been torn to pieces long ago. Wen Shen was not just angry, but filled with an unparalleled rage. The reason was simple. This sudden appearance of the Black Tiger Guards was the very accomplice in the annihilation of the Wen family. Among them were not only the Black Tiger King, Manhwa, but also his son Mengyu. Even if they turned to ashes, Wen Shen would still recognize them. You scoundrels! I didn't come looking for you, yet you've come to me. Wen Shen took a deep breath, the killing intent in his eyes growing fiercer. The husky was unaware of the hidden details. It solemnly said, "Buddy, those people look formidable. Relying solely on our strength may not be enough to face them. If you want to kill them, I think we should plan carefully." No! Wen Shen's gaze was sharp as a blade, each word pronounced firmly, "Since he's here, I must kill him today." The Black Tiger Guards, right? Mengyu, right? for the crimes you committed at the Wen family before. Today, I, Wen Shen, the young master of the Wen family, will reclaim from you all 3 years of waiting, enduring humiliation, biding time. It's time to collect some interest from the enemy. With a single thought, Wen Shen hesitated no more. The burning flames of revenge in his heart were uncontrollable. Then, he began to deploy his forces, preparing to launch a thunderous strike against Mang Yu leading the Black Tiger Guards. Tell me honestly, who ordered you to do this? Su Yujo stared coldly at Big Worm, shouting sternly. Big Worm, seeing the situation, knew his fate was sealed. Whether he spoke or not, Su Yujo would not spare him. In that case, he had no reason to cooperate. Humph, don't waste your breath, we won't betray our boss. You bunch of nobodies, if you dare to kill us, our boss will avenge us and slaughter you all. Clearly in a desperate situation, Big Worm remained unyielding. He displayed an air of I laugh at the sky with a sword in hand. My gallbladder is firm as Mount Kunlun. This left Su Yujo baffled. He pointed at Big Worm's forehead, pressing hard. I really want to split your head open and see what's inside. How many times do I have to say it? I am your boss. Big Worm spat at Su Yujo's face, sneering, do you really think I'm a fool? With your pathetic appearance, you think you can be my boss? Su Yujo froze. His facial muscles twitched fiercely. He wiped the spit off his face, his eyes gradually turning fierce. Then, he drew a steel knife from the waist of a blackguard beside him and swung it down towards Big Worm's head. With a loud crash, Big Worm's head rolled to the ground. Like a ball, it rolled 7 or 8 meters away. This scene terrified the kidnappers, making them tremble in fear, their faces full of panic. Su Yujo held the bloodied knife, pointing at them, shouting, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't reveal who ordered you to do this, this fool will be your fate. Our boss, the kidnappers said. Su Yujo asked with a dark face, who is your boss? I don't know who our boss is. We always have single-line contact. He orders us, and we obey, they replied with useless words. Su Yujo's patience had run out. He took a deep breath and said to Meng Yu, young Master Meng, these fools are useless. Just get rid of them. Upon hearing this, Meng Yu was ready to have them dealt with. Seeing his imminent demise, one coward jumped out, shouting loudly, I'll tell you everything, just don't kill me. Su Yujo turned to look at him, squinting his eyes, speak. The man trembled, choked several times on his saliva, then finally suppressed his fear and slowly said, I really don't know who he is, I just know he's very powerful. Last night, he. Before he could finish his sentence, a heart-wrenching scream rang out. The kidnapper who was about to tell the truth was killed on the spot. Su Yujo looked on in astonishment. Meng Yu was shocked and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? The remaining 5 kidnappers seemed to anticipate what was about to happen next. With a laugh, they shouted loudly, they're here. Everyone will die, no one will escape. Su Yujo asked, who are they? Before he could finish his sentence, countless hornets, like a dark cloud, swarmed towards the crowd around the abandoned warehouse, launching an attack. The Black Tiger Guards led by Meng Yu finally understood what they referred to. Brothers, we're dead either way, let's fight them. These kidnappers were not stupid. Seeing the leader's head roll, they immediately guessed their fate. If they cooperated with Su Yujo, they would definitely be betrayed. But if they went all out, although they would still die, at least there was a glimmer of hope. They had witnessed firsthand yesterday the man's incredible skills. Controlling wasps, controlling huskies, various extraordinary feats, comparable to gods. As powerful as the Black Tiger Guards were, they were still only human. No matter how strong humans were, how could they compare to gods? With this in mind, they hesitated no more. Rather than die kneeling, they chose to stand and fight for survival. If they could live, it would be a pledge to the gods. The 5 kidnappers rose up. Instead of attacking the fully armed Black Tiger Guards, they ran towards the abandoned warehouse. It seemed like they were trying to escape. Seeing this, Meng Yu coldly ordered, show no mercy. 2 Black Tiger Guards immediately drew their steel knives and charged. However, halfway there, the 5 kidnappers picked up prepared submachine guns and rifles from the warehouse and opened fire on the outside. Kill one to break even. Kill a pair to make a profit. Come at us, I'll send you to the Western Heaven. Bang! The bullets hit the Black Tiger Guards but didn't kill them, instead, they bounced off harmlessly. Not a single bullet penetrated their heavy armor, leaving only faint white marks. In the Dragon Kingdom where martial prowess reigned, anyone who could join the official armed forces was strong and skilled. Although the Black Tiger Guards were not the most elite force in the Dragon Kingdom, they were still top-notch. 100 years ago, Western civilization, armed with advanced technology, opened the Dragon Kingdom's doors with 10 warships. Since then, a century of humiliation began. Various wars and treaties that humiliated the nation plunged the former Celestial Empire into the dust. The country lost its dignity, and the people suffered. At the brink of collapse, a hero emerged. The true martial emperor appeared out of nowhere. With his Red Flame army, he first quelled internal strife and then repelled the 18 Nations alliance. He even engaged in a peak showdown with the strongest empire of the time. Although he didn't defeat them, he showcased the nation's strength. 80 years later, the Dragon Kingdom caught up with the times, rapidly developing and becoming the second superpower outside the strongest empire, leading the way in martial arts in East Asia. As for the Western camp, with technology as the lead and biotechnology as support, they held another force equal to martial arts. Thus, the East-West balance was established. Peace reigned in the world. Returning to the main topic, the Dragon Kingdom also possesses technological power. However, it is all open to ordinary people who cannot cultivate. The truly powerful ones are based on the foundation of the nation, the ultimate martial arts. Take the Black Tiger Guards for example. The selection criteria for the Black Tiger Guards are extremely strict. Holding their breath underwater for an hour, standing naked in the snow and ice for 3 hours, marching 80 kilometers with a 100-kilogram weight for an hour, and delivering punches of over 2,000 pounds barehanded. These standards are impossible tasks for ordinary people. But for the candidates of the Black Tiger Guards, they are just the basic line of normalcy. If it were a more advanced armed force, the requirements would be even more outrageous. Therefore, as long as one can enter the core armed forces of the Dragon Kingdom, they are exceptional superhumans. Shifting perspectives, these Black Tiger Guards face bullets as if they were nothing. It's not that their bodies are so tough that bullets can't penetrate them, but it's the armor they wear, weighing 100 kilograms and made of black mysterious iron. Not to mention stopping bullets, they could even withstand a cannon shot. Mengyu looked at the group of bandits who dared to shoot back. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A bunch of fools seeking death. Since you insist on it, then I'll grant your wish. Mengyu took the bow and arrows from his horse. Holding 5 arrows in one hand, he drew the bow like a full moon. Swish, swish, swish. 5 arrows broke the air. These sharp arrows, as fast as lightning, each had the force of 1,000 caddies. The 5 bandits shooting from behind the wall thought they were safe. But in the next moment, the arrows pierced through the wall and their heads. Thud! The group fell. The sound of gunfire ceased. The wall, 20 centimeters thick with steel bars inside, was impenetrable even to sniper rifles. Yet Mengyu's archery skills pierced through it. Mengyu, as the leader of the Black Tiger Guards, did not attain his position through nepotism but by his own strength. Martial arts are divided into 4 realms: tempering the body, internal energy, innate chi, and invincible flesh. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early, middle, late, and consummate. Mengyu's martial arts realm is in the early stage of internal energy. The reason his arrows are so powerful, comparable to a heavy sniper rifle, is that he uses internal energy. In martial arts terms, it means one's strength can withstand 10,000 forces. Hearing the sudden halt of gunfire from below the mountain, Wen Shen, standing on the hill, happened to witness the scene. His expression changed slightly. Muttering to himself, he said, "Truly the renowned Black Tiger Guards, indeed terrifying. However, even if you are formidable, today you will all die here." At this moment, Wen Shen's resolve to kill was firm. Nothing could stop the blade of his revenge from falling. The Black Tiger Guards could withstand bullet attacks with their sturdy armor, but they might not be able to withstand attacks from hornets. With the venom of landmine hornets, as long as the target is hit, it can still be lethal. Wen Shen had just thought of this when a horrifying scene unfolded before him. The Black Tiger Guards faced the hornets' attacks in a simple and brutal manner. They drew their steel knives carried on them and slashed and chopped horizontally and vertically. Swinging in the air, they created blossoms of knife strikes. With the reaction speed of an ordinary person, it was impossible to hit these fast-moving hornets. But these Black Tiger Guards were all martial arts experts. They could dodge bullets, let alone cutting down hornets. In just a short moment, hundreds of hornets were cut down to half by them. As for the Black Tiger Guard, there were no casualties. Buddy, the strength of these people is truly terrifying. The wasps are completely ineffective against them, Husky said. Wen Shen's face turned serious as he whispered, "It seems I have underestimated their strength. Withdraw them, no matter how we continue to fight, those wasps will all die soon," Husky said with a heavy heart. After all, they had fought side by side. It still had some compassion. "We can't withdraw." Wen Shen's eyes flashed as he analyzed clearly. Once they stop attacking, the 3 girls locked in the house will be in danger. Su Yujo will definitely harm them, then blame it on those dead kidnappers. Husky said, "But fighting like this is meaningless. These wasps can't break through their defense at all." The situation had developed far beyond Wen Shen's expectations. He had anticipated that Su Yujo would likely come. But he hadn't anticipated that the other side would call for reinforcements. The ones who came were none other than the Black Tiger Guard, Mengyu. At this moment, the cat and dog also began to speak. As long as there is a mountain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Anyway, we are in the dark, they are in the light, we have plenty of opportunities to act. This cat and dog seemed to simultaneously perceive that Wenquan's mindset had changed. No longer calm, no longer composed, and certainly not as clever as before. When asked what had happened, he remained silent, which was quite strange. It was my decision that was wrong. These wasps have not been upgraded, they are only version 1.0. If we evolve them to version 2.0, perhaps they can cause harm to the Black Tiger Guard. Calming down, Wenquan summarized the reason for the failure. Husky asked, "What should we do now?" Wenquan looked down at Husky and the cat, and instantly had an idea in his mind. Tang Yuan, you have been upgraded, I will upgrade the cat as well, this way, both of you will be version 2.0. Upon hearing this, Husky's face changed. Bro, you're not thinking of sending us in, are you? Wenquan nodded, bluntly saying, yes. Damn. Husky cursed directly, I can't believe you want the two of us to go in there? Have you not seen how tough those people are? It's like walking into a death trap with the cat. Wenquan said, I'm not asking you to go to your death, you just need to attract their attention, lead them into the mountains, with your speed, as long as you don't make a mistake, they won't be able to harm you. Easy for you to say, they can make a mistake 10,000 times, but if we make one mistake, we're done for. Husky rolled his eyes. The cat and dog, Sangbiao, also started to panic. Seeing the cat and dog starting to make excuses, Wenquan played his trump card. If neither of you goes, and all the wasps are killed, you will witness those people killing your master. When this was said, both Husky and the cat's faces changed drastically. They looked at each other, knowing Wenquan wasn't just talking nonsense. Seeing their wavering resolve, Wenquan continued to add fuel to the fire. Your master has been so good to you, can you bear to watch her being killed by these villains? An 18-year-old girl, as beautiful as a flower, hasn't even found a boyfriend, and is about to die at the hands of beasts. Heaven is jealous of her beauty. Husky shouted, alright, stop talking, can't we just go? The cat also spoke up, if we unfortunately die, you must rescue our master. Wenquan patted his chest, reassuring the cat and dog. Rest assured, I will definitely rescue Su Yutong, and then, kill all these despicable bastards, not leaving a single one alive. The last half of the sentence almost burst out from between his teeth. The killing intent in Wenquan's eyes did not diminish but rather intensified. Wenquan began to seek help again, and his target remained the hornets. So, he once again arrived at the original hornet's nest and found the hornet queen. Have you finished your business? The hornet queen asked. Wenquan shook his head, looking serious. I'm sorry, the enemies I faced were too powerful. The soldiers I borrowed from you not only failed to kill them but also caused heavy losses to the hive. Hearing this, the hornet queen was shocked. However, in an instant, it calmed down. These hornets were not only its subjects and descendants but also tools for expanding its colony. Although it felt regretful about the loss of these hornets, it did not show any signs of distress. A person may only have a few children in their lifetime, but for a hornet queen, as long as there is enough food and a good living environment, it can give birth to thousands of hornets in its lifetime. Losing a few hundred was not a big deal. Wenquan paused and said softly, Are you satisfied with the human corpses I sent to the back mountain, Your Majesty? The hornet queen replied, the taste was acceptable. Wenquan's gaze sharpened, and he vowed, Your Majesty, if you are willing to lend me your soldiers again, I guarantee that you will gain even more this time. The hornet queen hesitated, moving back and forth on the hive. Seeing this, Wenquan felt that his request was indeed a bit excessive. However, the situation was urgent, and he had no time to choose another creature as an attacking weapon. Therefore, he had to turn to the hornet queen once again. The hornet queen said, Your Excellency, I have already lent you all the soldiers I could spare. There are no more available troops. Wenquan looked up at the other hornets circling outside the nest and said, We don't necessarily need soldier hornets, the remaining hornets can also be used. Unlike ants, there were clear structural differences between worker ants and soldier ants born to the ant queen. However, in hornets, both worker and soldier hornets had the same body structure. The difference in nomenclature was mainly due to hierarchical distinctions. Therefore, worker hornets could also be used as soldier hornets. The hornet queen hesitated upon hearing this. If soldier hornets died, it could reproduce another batch. But if even the worker hornets died, wouldn't it be like going back to square one after decades of hard work? Wenquan understood the reason for the hornet queen's hesitation and said, Your Majesty, if you are willing to lend me all the hornets, I will not only fulfill my previous promise but also bring a great fortune to your entire colony. A great fortune? The Hornet Queen was stunned, staring at Wenchen and asking, "What do you mean by this, Your Excellency?" Wenchen did not explain but took practical action. Immediately, he raised his hand towards the entire hive. A majestic beastly aura surged out like turbulent waves. Every hornet that came into contact with the beastly aura underwent a transformation at that moment. Their bodies enlarged, their colors became more vibrant, even emitting a metallic sheen. Their delicate wings became transparent, shining like razor-sharp blades under the sunlight. The most significant change was in the hornet's mandibles, one of their attack methods. The pair of mouthparts became thicker and larger, as if they could bite through metal. Even their most potent weapon, the stinger, underwent an epic enhancement. Since the tail needle is hidden inside the butt, no changes can be seen for now. Its power can only be witnessed when used. Who is the most poisonous in the world? The green spider's venomous fangs, the wasp's stinger. This is amazing. I feel like my body is filled with power, exclaimed the Hornet Queen. The other upgraded hornets felt the same way. The strength of the beast god's vitality lies in compensating for weaknesses and enhancing strengths. As the strongest in the entire hive, the Hornet Queen's transformation was undoubtedly the most striking. Her abdomen became enormously swollen, resembling a meatball. Her wings regressed and disappeared completely. Beyond the physical changes, the true frenzy of transformation lay in her reproductive speed. Previously giving birth to 20 in a day, now she birthed 1,000 in a day, surpassing even ants in reproduction. A perfect breeding machine. Wenchen said, "Your Majesty, I wonder if this generous gift of mine can be a condition for borrowing your troops again?" The Hornet Queen looked at Wenchen in amazement. "Sir, you are truly extraordinary. Meeting you is a great fortune, unparalleled luck. I am willing to serve you, be your slave for life, do your bidding, and work tirelessly for you." The Hornet Queen was clearly thrilled. Their previous cooperation might have been out of necessity, but now her submission was voluntary and sweet. She had seen the divine-like power in this human and decided to follow him. Not only would she not lose out, but she would also gain greatly. Wenchen smiled faintly and glanced at his watch. His expression turned serious again. "Time is running out, lend me all your hornets." The Hornet Queen nodded, "I obey." Wenchen had not intended to use the beast god's vitality to transform the hornets. This cooperation was meant to be a one-time deal. However, things don't always go as planned. The Black Tiger Guard had taken action. If he didn't transform these hornets, he would have no cards to play against the Black Tiger Guard. As for seeking revenge and wiping them out, that was out of the question. It was for these reasons that he made this choice. Fortunately, the Hornet Queen was a sensible and intelligent insect who understood the principle of choosing the right tree to nest in. With a command from the Hornet Queen, the hornets around the hive quickly gathered and formed a large army of hornets. "How many hornets do you have left?" Wenchen asked. The Hornet Queen replied, "Master, there are a total of 1,500 larvae that can provide combat power." This was basically all the assets the Hornet Queen had. To show loyalty, she had emptied her nest without leaving a single soldier behind. Of course, the larvae still in the hive waiting to be fed were not counted. "That's enough. We are about to face a very powerful enemy. In this battle, no matter how many soldiers you lose, I will replenish them tenfold or 100-fold, Wenchen promised. Meanwhile, following Wenchen's orders, the Husky and the Dairy Cowcat launched an attack on the Black Tiger Guard. The upgraded Husky was not to be underestimated in battle. In a one-on-one fight, it was not afraid of the Black Tiger Guard at all. If the opponent was unarmed, it could easily bite them to death. No matter how strong humans were, they ultimately couldn't compare in battle with wild beasts. The Husky dashed forward like lightning. After knocking down a peripheral Black Tiger Guard, it bit his leg and dragged him for over 10 meters. Seeing this, the other Black Tiger Guards' faces turned pale. "What's going on? It seems like a wolf is attacking us." Mengyu furrowed his brow. How could there be wolves in this place? He squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Sure enough. Indeed, it was a creature that looked like a wolf, dragging a Black Tiger Guard into the mountains. The strength of this beast is so terrifying. The average weight of the Black Tiger Guard is about 180 catties. Adding 100 kilograms of armor and 50 catties of weapons, it's nearly 500 catties. Such an exaggerated weight, even two ordinary men would find it difficult to carry and move swiftly. Yet, that wolf could do so. It was truly unbelievable. After being modified, the Husky became very clever. It knew that if it charged blindly, it would definitely be chopped to death by these people. So, it chose this guerrilla warfare on the edge. As long as it could attract their attention, it wouldn't need to fight but could still wildly drag and lead the crowd into the mountains. Once that was done, its mission was complete. As for what to do next, it was not its concern. Anyway, the command given to it by Wenchen was simply lure them into the trap. Mengyu picked up his bow and arrow, ready to shoot the wolf from a distance. The husky immediately sensed the danger and dragged the person into the bushes, making the opponent lose sight. Ah! The black tiger guard being dragged let out a piercing scream. This guy had tough skin, wore armor, and the husky couldn't kill him, but it could break his leg bones. Mengyu's face darkened, shouting loudly, "Chase after it, kill this beast." As soon as he spoke, Mengyu spurred his horse and charged ahead. Over a dozen other black tiger guards followed closely, riding their horses. The steep mountain road felt flat under the hooves of these fast horses. Why do I feel like that beast doesn't look like a wolf, and it seems familiar? Su Yujo gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself. He didn't pay much attention to the sudden ambush but turned his gaze to the abandoned warehouse where Su Yutong and the others should be detained. Wenshen's command was for the husky and the cowcat to attack together, right? The husky had already appeared. Where was the cowcat? Why was it nowhere to be seen? In fact, it didn't desert the battle. It didn't follow Wenshen's arrangement either. It valued rescuing its master more than attracting the enemy's attention. So, while chaos reigned outside, it quietly slipped into the abandoned warehouse, preparing to use its feline strength to rescue its master first. What's happening outside? I don't know. Gunshots stopped suddenly, and I heard the sound of hooves. Seems like a lot of people have arrived. Yu Yanxiao pressed his ear against the door and whispered. Wei Ling was frustrated. Damn it. If that bastard didn't lock us in here, we wouldn't be like sitting ducks, helpless. Su Yutong's eyes shimmered as she said slowly, Linger, don't worry, Brother Wang said he would ensure our safety. Wei Ling snorted, I don't believe a word of that bastard's nonsense. As the three were talking, there was suddenly movement at the door. Someone's coming. Wei Ling looked surprised, and the other two women also turned to look. Is it Brother Wang? Su Yutong asked. However, there was no response at the door, but the lock started to turn, indicating someone was tampering with it from the outside. It's not looking good, be prepared for danger. Wei Ling warned, picking up a brick from the ground. Su Yutong and Yu Yanxiao also panicked, picking up things from the ground as makeshift weapons. After a moment, the door was finally opened. The three women looked towards the door but didn't see anyone. Instead, they saw a black and white cow cat. The three women stared at the cat. The cat looked at the three women and meowed. What's going on? Wei Ling was puzzled, showing a look of surprise on her face. The cow-patterned cat walked straight in, circled around Su Yutong's feet, and gently rubbed against her leg with its head. Su Yutong widened her eyes and exclaimed, Sanbiao? The cow-patterned cat immediately responded with more meows. Now, Su Yutong was 100% sure. This cow-patterned cat was her pet. She immediately picked it up, surprised and delighted, and exclaimed, Sanbiao, how did you come here? Unfortunately, Su Yutong couldn't communicate telepathically. The cow-patterned cat couldn't talk to her, only respond through meows or eye contact. While Su Yutong was incredulous, she was also deeply moved. She never expected that her pet would come out to rescue her in her time of need. How did it know she was kidnapped? And even knew her location? Moreover, it found its way here. These questions were not just a miracle but a divine intervention. The cow-patterned cat broke free from Su Yutong's embrace, leaped to the ground, meowed twice, then ran towards the door. Stopping at the door, it turned to Su Yutong and made a head-shaking motion, indicating she should follow quickly. Su Yutong was stunned but immediately understood. Wiping her tears, she said, Yanxiao, Linger, Sanbiao wants us to follow it, let's hurry. Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao were equally puzzled, filled with question marks in their minds. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe what they were witnessing. Su Yutong's pet cat actually came out to rescue her. Who could believe such a thing? This kind of scenario only happens in science fiction movies but was unfolding in reality. Those who witnessed it would find it unbelievable. The three women didn't delay. Instead of trusting a stranger with unknown intentions, they chose to believe in the cat. And the cow-patterned cat didn't disappoint. It had already surveyed the area thoroughly before coming in. Where was the back door? Where were the secret passages? Where were the shortcuts leading down the mountain? It knew it all, making the way clear. Guided by the cow-patterned cat, the three women successfully escaped from the abandoned warehouse without alerting anyone. So, when Su Yujo and his men arrived, the room was empty, with nothing left. The husky turned around and was almost scared out of its wits. The black tiger guards on their tall horses moved extremely fast. Despite the husky's best efforts, it couldn't shake them off, even running at full speed. Seeing that they were about to catch up, the husky didn't continue in a straight line but started maneuvering skillfully. Leading the group of black tiger guards deeper into the mountains, the husky couldn't help but wonder. I've already led them here. Why isn't that guy showing up? Did he abandon me and run off on his own? Just then, a call came from the side. Tang Yuan, come here. The husky turned and saw Wenchang. Seeing that Wenchang hadn't abandoned it, the husky couldn't contain its joy. Wagging its tail, it ran over and shouted, I've led those people here. Good, I've seen it, Wenchang said. He was very pleased with the husky's performance. What do I need to do next? The husky asked. Wenchang chuckled, his eyes gleaming, no need, stay by my side and enjoy the show. Wenchang stood still, not moving. His gaze fixed ahead as if waiting for the group of black tiger guards to catch up. About a minute later, accompanied by the sound of galloping hooves, Manhwa and a dozen black tiger guards rode fast horses and arrived in front of Wenchang. When they saw Wenchang, they were all surprised. Manhwa, in particular, pulled the reins, stopping 10 meters away from Wenchang. Who are you? Manhwa's face turned cold as he asked in a deep voice. Wenchang didn't answer. He lifted his head to look at Manhwa, his face growing colder. Manhwa saw the wolf that had attacked them standing obediently by Wenchang's side. He felt a sudden realization. Frowning, he asked, did you release this wolf to attack us? Wenchang sneered and admitted, yes, indeed, I sent it to lure you here, but it's not a wolf, it's a dog. A dog? Manhwa was stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the creature resembling a wolf was indeed a dog. Commander, this beast seems to be a husky, a subordinate whispered beside him. Manhwa's face changed in shock, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Clearly, he was surprised by this revelation. The mighty black tiger guards, renowned for their prowess, had been attacked by a husky. Although the person attacked was not in mortal danger, he had his leg bitten off. Damn it! Manhwa cursed, drawing his steel blade and pointing it at Wenchang. If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who disrupted our plans. Wenchang simply nodded, admitting it. Who are you? Why did you do this? Manhwa demanded, his eyes filled with increasing hostility. Wenchang paused, dusted himself off, and said nonchalantly, sorry, I don't have the habit of explaining myself to the dead. Dead? Manhwa was puzzled at first, then furious. Humph. Are you planning to massacre us all here? Of course, take a good look around. I've picked out a burial ground for you, see if it suits your taste, Wenchang said confidently, arms open. Nestled among mountains and waters, with beautiful scenery, it's the perfect resting place. This statement made Manhwa look around, realizing there was no one else present except for this mysterious individual and their group of black tiger guards. Manhwa scoffed, ignorant fool, do you not know who we are? Black tiger guards, Wenchang stated plainly. Manhwa coldly retorted, if you know who we are, why dare to speak so arrogantly? Mere black tiger guards are no different from common chickens and dogs in my eyes, what is there to fear? Wenchang shook his head, dismissing them. This remark thoroughly enraged Manhwa, his eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth, I want to see what you're made of. Manhwa didn't act personally but signaled 2 black tiger guards beside him with a glance. Understanding his intent, they drew their steel blades, mounted their horses, and charged towards Wenchang. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance of a dozen meters, the blades swinging dangerously close to Wenchang's head. Finally reacting, Wenchang moved forward instead of retreating, sliding between the 2 horses with ease, evading the fatal blow effortlessly. Manhwa was surprised by this display, thinking to himself that this guy had some skills. No wonder he was so bold. However, if that was all he had, he wouldn't escape death today. The 2 black tiger guards, failing in their first attempt, turned back to attack again. Wenchang stood tall, raising his arm and shouting, hold on. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 black tiger guards stopped their attack. Manhwa's gaze once again focused on Wenchang. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why stop now? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy, asking me to spare your life? Not at all, Wenchang shook his head, looking straight at Manhwa. The reason I stopped is that I want, out of humanitarianism, to give you all a chance to leave your last words. Otherwise, with a single command from me, all of you might meet your end right here. Manhwa's expression froze. He took a deep breath, and the anger in his heart erupted completely. He had seen arrogance before, but never this audacious, challenging the dignity of the black tiger guards. If he didn't cut off his head, he couldn't vent his anger. Wenchang's expression turned serious as he shouted loudly, come out, all of you. Upon hearing this, the people subconsciously thought there might be an ambush nearby. However, the grass remained silent, with no movement. Just when they thought it was another trick, a dense buzzing sound came from the sky. Following that, countless wasps whizzed towards them, hovering above their heads. Seeing this scene, Manhwa's brow furrowed as he shouted at Wenchang, so you control this group of wasps too? Wenchang nodded. Manhwa looked at the wasps and said, are you trying to eliminate us with these pests? Wenchang replied with a smirk, what do you think? Mengyu coldly said, "These wasps just attacked us. Although their attack was fierce, for us, it's like ants trying to shake a tree. Trying to kill the black tiger guards with a group of wasps, you are simply delusional and ignorant." When Chen calmly stated, "Mengyu, you are still as arrogant as ever, thinking you know it all. Since you think it's impossible, I will make it possible." As the last word fell, when Shen's face showed a fierce expression as he shouted, "Kill them!" Mengyu was unaware that the wasps surrounding them were no longer ordinary wasps but upgraded and modified by Wenchen, the landmine wasps 2.0 version. With a roar, the wasps, ready for battle, immediately launched their attack. Swish, swish, swish. Their attack was straightforward and brutal. The large group split into smaller groups, each targeting a person. There were 15 black tiger guards present. With 1,500 wasps divided into 15 groups, each group of 100 wasps attacked one person. They came from all directions, providing a 360-degree carpet bombing attack. The black tiger guards didn't take these wasps seriously at all. Just now, with a steel knife in hand, they had eliminated hundreds as easily as cutting vegetables. Now, facing another wave, it would only take a bit more effort and time. Who would come up with such a ridiculous idea? To think of using a group of insects to eliminate battle-hardened black tiger guards? They had just entertained this thought when they realized something was wrong the next moment. Because these wasps seemed different from the previous ones. Their flying speed was as fast as bullets. Before they could react, the wasps swooped down from the sky and struck them. Ah! One of the black tiger guards let out a scream. The modified wasps not only had enhanced physical abilities and speed but also their venom was several times more potent. Once stung, an ordinary person would die instantly. Even for strong martial artists like the black tiger guards, they might not die on the spot, but they would gradually lose their combat effectiveness. When the venom spread throughout their bodies, a tragic end was inevitable. And furthermore, it wasn't just one hornet attacking at the same time. It was over 100 hornets. In other words, there were over 100 venomous stingers saturating the attack on the same target. Ah, 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 ah. The screams grew louder and more frequent. It was a continuous cacophony. The black tiger guards had underestimated this group of hornets so much just a moment ago. Now, they were in a sorry state. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary group of hornets would have such a vast difference in combat power. Fast, precise, ruthless. From the moment the attack was launched by the other side, they had lost their ability to resist directly. Before they could even raise their knives, their vulnerable areas were stung a dozen times. Even the horses they were riding suffered the same fate. Thud! These horses didn't have the same resilience as the black tiger guards. After being hit, they fell to the ground one after another in no time. The whole forest descended into chaos. Moreover, hornets were different from bees. When a bee stings a person, it dies immediately because its stinger is connected to its internal organs. The stinger has barbs that, when inserted into the target, pull out the bee's internal organs. However, hornets do not have such a self-destructive body structure. As long as they have energy, they can continue to attack relentlessly. Besides stinging with their stingers, the pincers on their mouths are also a formidable weapon. Soon, the black tiger guards, who were originally in an orderly formation, were decimated by the onslaught of the 2.0 version hornets, like a ferocious flood. They were quickly defeated, losing their armor and falling to the ground. Commander Meng, the situation is dire. These hornets are terrifying. Once stung by them, not only is the pain unbearable, but one also quickly loses the ability to move. One subordinate, with a swollen face from the stings, rushed to Mengyu and shouted loudly. Mengyu was also in a sorry state. He was the only one among this group who had reached the internal energy realm. By projecting his internal energy outward, he could condense a protective energy shield within a centimeter of his skin. Therefore, these hornets couldn't sting him. But this kind of operation was extremely draining. Once his energy was depleted, he would still be unable to avoid being swarmed by these hornets. That's why Mengyu completely lost his previous composure. Amidst the chaos, a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. Yes, he was afraid. He had faced gunfire and blades before without batting an eye. But this time, he was scared. The reason was simple. It was too damn absurd, and too eerie. These weren't ordinary hornets. They were more terrifying than cannons and guns. When facing cannons and guns, they could find cover. But against this group of hornets, there was nowhere to hide. They were riddled with vulnerabilities. Previously, they could rely on speed to suppress the hornets, but this batch was clearly much faster. Their eyes saw it, but their brains couldn't process it. By the time their brains caught up, they had been stung countless times. Retreat! Mengyu, realizing the danger, shouted hoarsely, ordering a retreat. However, he couldn't retreat now even if he wanted to. Apart from him, the remaining dozen black tiger guards were all hit. With their violent movements, the toxins that sealed their fate flowed rapidly in their blood. One by one, the black tiger guards fell to the ground. Their eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. Their cries stuck in their throats, unable to utter a word. Even as life faded away, the hornets continued their relentless attack, biting and gnawing furiously, beating corpses, and beating them again. Feigning death became a luxury. Mengyu was in a state of utter terror, his scalp tingling. His warhorse had already been brought down. He tripped and fell headlong. He got up immediately and ran down the mountain without looking back. Wen Chen, as a bystander, watched the scene with indifference. Running? Heh, without my permission, can you escape? Being a cunning old fox, a decisive blow to the fallen dog was definitely a skillful move. Wen Chen casually picked up the scattered steel knives on the ground, followed the direction Manhwa fled, and leisurely pursued. The opponent was chasing on horseback. They chased deep into the distance, several kilometers away from the abandoned warehouse they were at before. It was impossible to return on foot within an hour. After all the black tiger guards were killed, the 1,500 landmine bees gathered once again. At this point, they no longer needed to split forces. Their current target was only one. Therefore, they united their forces and pursued with all their might. Even the husky joined in, adding to the commotion. When Shen shouted loudly at them, "Don't kill him directly, leave him alive." Manhwa couldn't escape in the end. He only ran a few hundred meters before being caught up by the swarm of hornets. Then, a half-hour battle ensued. When his internal strength was depleted, his protective aura shattered, leaving him defenseless. In the blink of an eye, Manhwa was stung by the swarm of hornets, completely exhausted, and fell to his knees. With a knife in hand, he barely managed to stay on his feet. When Shen walked over slowly, carrying the steel knife on his shoulder, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. His eyes were indifferent and provocative, exuding a wicked and wild aura. Manhwa looked up at him, knowing his fate was sealed. With difficulty, he asked, "Who are you exactly?" "I am the one who will end you," Wen Shen said, full of killing intent. Manhwa was taken aback. He carefully examined Wen Chen. He was sure he had never seen this guy before. However, there was a strange sense of familiarity, as if they had met before. "Do you know who I am?" Manhwa asked. Wen Chen replied expressionlessly, "You are Manhwa, the son of the Black Tiger Guard's General Man Tian." Manhwa frowned. "Since you know who I am, how dare you attack me? Aren't you afraid of my father's retaliation?" Upon hearing this, Wen Shen's silent expression suddenly turned mad, laughing out loud. "I not only want to kill you, but I will also kill Manhwa, that old bastard." Manhwa's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with fear. In the opponent's words, he not only felt a chilling killing intent but also an uncontrollable deep-seated hatred. "Who are you exactly?" Manhwa asked again. Wen Shen still did not answer directly but aimed the blade at Manhwa's neck. "Manhwa, do you remember someone telling you a phrase?" "What?" Manhwa asked subconsciously. With a fierce look, Wen Shen said, "Today you wipe out my entire family, tomorrow even if I turn into a vengeful ghost, I will repay you all in kind." Manhwa was puzzled. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to remember who said those words. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted, looking at Wen Shen in disbelief. "Is it you?" As soon as these words left his mouth, he shook his head frantically. "It's impossible, you were supposed to be dead, torn to pieces. How? Are you human or ghost?" Wen Shen swung the large knife in his hand, beheading Manhwa directly. Manhwa, the son of the Black Tiger King, the commander of the Black Tiger Guard's vanguard, one of the accomplices in the destruction of the Wen family, fell here. Wen Shen looked at everything with indifferent eyes, feeling no joy in avenging his family. In his deep eyes, there was only an increasingly burning flame of revenge. Father, mother, little sister. Over 100 relatives of the Wen family. Wen Shen finally killed his first enemy. Rest assured, any enemy involved in the massacre 3 years ago, I will not let a single one go. I will kill them all to comfort the spirits in heaven. After killing the people, Wen Shen did not leave directly but started to clean up. With his current strength, he was not a match for the Black Tiger King Meng Tian. Therefore, he still needed to conceal his identity and develop surreptitiously. When the enemy's son dies, there will surely be a furious retaliation. Moreover, he would use all his resources to investigate the whole matter from beginning to end. To prevent premature exposure, Wen Shen had to clean up the entire scene, erasing all traces. "Tang Yuan, help me move the bodies." The husky came over and asked puzzledly, "Why not use these bodies as food for hornets?" Wen Shen said, "The person who died this time is not ordinary. His father is the Black Tiger King Manhwa. If the hornets don't eat them completely and leave any clues, they might trace back to me. As a seasoned schemer, Wen Shen would not allow any flaws to show. If he was going to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. The husky didn't say much more and helped Wen Shen drag all the scattered bodies together, forming a small mountain. Wen Shen opened his palm, muttered some words, and manipulated his spiritual energy. With a whoosh, a bright flame appeared in his hand, forming into a fireball. This was a spell Wen Shen had just learned, called Fireball Technique. This kind of flame was extraordinary, capable of burning everything. Not to mention a few corpses, even steel and concrete would melt under it. When the fireball was thrown onto the bodies, they instantly ignited into a fierce blaze. The fire was so intense that even the vegetation nearby was scorched. The husky retreated in fear, exclaiming, "This fire is fierce." Wen Shen warned, "You better stay further away. If you get even a little bit of this fire on you, your soul will scatter." The husky quickly backed away 7 or 8 meters. He asked Wen Shen, "There is a group of people at the abandoned warehouse. Should we rush over and kill them all?" Wen Shen pondered for a moment and ultimately abandoned the idea. Firstly, time was running out. Secondly, the risk was too great. The commotion at the abandoned warehouse would have alerted Su Wanjun and her men below the mountain, not to mention the patrols. If Wen Shen continued the attack, it would be hard to avoid detection. His revenge had to be carried out in secret. After all, his enemies were the most powerful group in Longwa. Engaging with them prematurely would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Wen Shen was not confident that he could try again after a failure. Wen Shen turned to look in a certain direction, muttering to himself, "There is plenty of time ahead, not a single one of those damn people will escape. Damn it! How can they not be found? Have they already escaped early?" Su Yujo organized the Black Tiger Guards, surrounding the abandoned warehouse and conducting a thorough search. However, after half an hour of searching, they found nothing. There were a total of 30 Black Tiger Guards involved in this operation. Mengyu took away 15 people, leaving 15 behind. When they saw the intense smoke rising from the mountaintop in the distance, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. "It seems like a fire over there," one of them said uneasily. "Commander Meng and the others went to chase that wolf. Why haven't they returned after so long?" "Not good, something big must have happened," another shouted. Immediately, the remaining Black Tiger Guards rushed towards the direction of the fire at full speed. At the same time, Su Wanjun also rushed up the mountain with people. When the monitor placed on Su Yujo was destroyed, she immediately had a bad feeling. As the car reached halfway up the mountain, several flustered figures suddenly rushed out from the nearby bushes. The car slammed on the brakes immediately. Su Wanjun peered outside the car. "Yutong?" The 3 people who were almost hit were none other than Su Yutong, Wei Ling, and Yu Yanxiao, who had escaped with the cowcat. Su Wanjun hurriedly got out of the car to check on them. When Su Yutong saw her mother, she couldn't help but burst into tears and threw herself into her arms, crying loudly, "Mom, I thought I would never see you again." Su Wanjun hugged Su Yutong tightly, also unable to hold back her tears. After crying for a while, Su Wanjun wiped her tears and asked, "Yutong, how did you manage to escape?" Su Yutong pointed to the cow cat beside her and said, "Sang Biao saved us." "Sang Biao?" Su Wanjun turned her head and only then noticed their cow cat squatting on the side, grooming its fur. Seeing this scene, Su Wanjun was stunned. She seemed to realize something and quickly asked, "Did you see Dr. Wang?" "You mean Wang Fan?" Su Yutong asked. "Yes." Su Wanjun said, "He went to rescue you with Tang Yuan and Sang Biao." Su Yutong replied, "Yes, we saw him. Where is he now?" Su Wanjun asked again. Su Yutong shook her head, "I don't know. He met us briefly and then left, saying he wanted to expose the mastermind behind the scenes." Su Wanjun's gaze sharpened, lost in thought. "Did you see your uncle Yujo?" Su Yutong shook her head, "No." Hearing this, Su Wanjun couldn't help but furrow her brows. Her mind raced, pondering what had happened. Just as she was lost in thought, her phone rang in her pocket. She took it out and saw that it was from Wen Shen. Stepping aside, she answered the call. "Hello, Dr. Wang." Wen Shen on the other end said, "Miss Su, has Miss Yutong reunited with you?" "Yes, I just met them on the way," Su Yutong replied. "That's good." Wen Shen paused for a moment and then said, "Miss Su, Miss Yutong has been kidnapped, and there is a huge conspiracy hidden. It has been confirmed that Su Yujo is one of the culprits plotting against you and your daughter. However, there is an even greater force behind him." Su Wanjun was shocked, taking a few steps forward, whispering, "Who is it?" "Black Tiger King Manhwa," Wen Shen said. Hearing this name, Su Wanjun's face turned pale, fear evident in her eyes. However, what Wen Shen said next almost scared her to death. "I was planning to use the kidnappers to get rid of Su Yujo, but this guy called in the Black Tiger Guards. To protect Miss Yutong and the other 2 girls, I had to kill them, and the leader among them was Mengqua's son. Su Wanjuan's eyes widened in shock. What? When Chen whispered, Miss Su Yujo doesn't know about my existence, so please keep this information confidential. Do not reveal any information about the rescue of Miss Yutong and the others involving me. Su Wanjun was already stunned. The consecutive messages were like a series of explosions, leaving her in a daze, her eyes darkening. What was initially thought to be a simple kidnapping turned out to conceal such a huge conspiracy and trap, and the people involved were each more deeply hidden than the last. Su Wanjun knew this matter was no small thing. She couldn't even rejoice over her daughter's rescue. Immediately, Su Yutong, Wei Ling, and Yu Yanxiao were called aside. The matter of concealing Wen Chen's identity was explained to them. Su Yutong couldn't understand it. Mom, why? Brother Wang saved us, shouldn't we thank him properly? Su Wanjun said, gratitude is natural, this matter can be done in secret. The current situation is very complicated. If it is exposed that Dr. Wang saved you, he himself may be in danger. Oh, Su Yutong responded, nodding quickly. Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao also promised to keep this matter confidential. If someone asks how you were saved, tell them it was my family's cat that rescued you, Su Wanjun said. Although it sounded mysterious, it was the truth. Truthful and reasonable, there was nothing wrong with it. Before long, the roar of engines could be heard from the foot of the mountain. Turning their heads, they saw a line of patrol jeeps approaching. As the vehicles stopped, a tall and imposing man, Wei Yang, the chief commander of the Beihai patrol camp, stepped out of the car. Behind him, a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses also got out of the car. He looked refined but had a sharp edge in his eyes. This man was the influential and powerful gentleman, Yu Bin. Seeing his father, Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao were suddenly excited and rushed over. Dad! Wei Ling shouted. Wei Yang, who usually appeared stern and cold, couldn't help but be moved when he saw his daughter. Are you okay? Wei Ling shook her head. I'm fine. Wei Yang reached out, affectionately patting Wei Ling's head, murmuring, as long as you're okay. Yu Bin was also overjoyed to see his daughter safe and sound. It's a pity for all parents. Ever since he received the news yesterday that his daughter had been kidnapped by a group of mysterious bandits, he had been frantic, mobilizing all available resources to search for his daughter all over the world. A whole day passed without any news. Until an hour ago, Su Wanjun called him to inform him of his daughter's whereabouts. He immediately found Wei Yang and rushed over in a hurry under his escort. Along the way, he was filled with fear and anxiety, fearing for any mishap to his beloved daughter. Now, seeing Yu Yanxiao safe and sound, throwing herself into his arms with a cute and pitiful look, the stone hanging in his heart instantly fell. Where are those bandits? Wei Yang asked, his voice low, filled with a sense of killing intent. Su Wanjun said, I'm not sure. Yutong and the two young ladies escaped with the help of a cat, turning the tables on danger. Wei Yang looked up at the mountain and immediately ordered, Yi Wushuang. At this moment, the head of the criminal investigation, Yi Wushuang, stepped forward and asked, What are your orders, Chief Commander? Wei Yang said, take a team of people and rush up the mountain now, control those bandits for me. If they dare to resist, show no mercy. Yi Wushuang nodded, waved his hand, and led the criminal investigation team and security guards to surround the mountain. Su Wanjun also said to Duan Koan beside her, Akan, take your brothers over to help. Duan Koan nodded lightly, beckoning his men to go up together. The two sides, black and white, embarked on a joint operation. This was truly a rare scene in history. Wei Yang and Su Wanjun were not friends. On the contrary, they had been at odds with each other, almost like arch-enemies. Because the Qinglong gang controlled by Su Wanjun was not a legal organization before and often clashed with official forces. Although there were no major conflicts, small-scale skirmishes occurred from time to time. Now, they found themselves standing on the same side due to the same incident. Su Wanjun looked at Wei Yang, her eyes flashing. Manager Wei, may I have a word with you? Wei Yang seemed to sense something and after a moment of thought, he nodded. He followed Su Wanjun to the side. Ms. Su, thank you very much for helping to rescue my daughter. Wei Yang expressed his gratitude. Su Wanjun replied, whether it's my daughter or yours who survived, the real thanks should go to someone else. Oh? Wei Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and instinctively asked, Ms. Su, what do you mean by this? Su Wanjun's expression changed as she slowly said, this is not a simple kidnapping, but a huge conspiracy. With these words, Wei Yang's forced calm expression turned even more astonished. He didn't press for more information but looked at Su Wanjun, waiting for her to continue. Su Wanjun said, according to reliable sources, the mastermind behind all this is the Black Tiger King, Manhwa. Wei Yang was shocked, how is that possible? Su Wanjun continued, I just found out about this myself. My late husband's brother, Su Yujo, has been colluding with the Black Tiger King. He attempted to replace me, so he secretly arranged for kidnappers to abduct my daughter. Su Wanjun told Wei Yang everything she knew. After hearing it all, Wei Yang fell silent instantly, his gaze flickering. After a while, he asked, "Ms. Su, why are you telling me all this?" Su Wanjun was stunned, unable to answer directly. In fact, she didn't want to tell Wei Yang about these things. After all, they used to be arch-enemies, each seeing the other as a thorn in their side, wishing to eliminate each other. In the past, even if she knew about this, Su Wanjun wouldn't have revealed a word. However, the current situation forced her to do so because she received shocking news from Wen Chen. Meng Yu was dead. As the only son of the Black Tiger King Manhwa, if he found out, he would never let his son's killer go unpunished. To protect Wen Chen and herself from being involved, she had to involve Wei Yang. Not only because he was one of the parties involved, but more importantly, he was the chief commander of the patrol camp, in charge of all criminal cases in Beihai. If he remained unaware, he would investigate relentlessly and expose Wen Chen. Su Wanjun dared not imagine what the Black Tiger King would do in his furious rage. With this in mind, Su Wanjun was about to inform Wei Yang of Meng Yu's death when his phone rang. "Ms. Su, I'm sorry, I need to take this call," Wei Yang said to Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun nodded slightly and avoided the situation. The call was from Yi Wushuang. As soon as Wei Yang answered, his expression changed instantly. "What?" 15 minutes later, Wei Yang arrived at the scene in person. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. In the central area of the front line, trees and soil had been burned to ashes, leaving only a blackened scorched earth. Even though the flames had been extinguished, a scorching heat could still be felt standing around the area. The patrol camp and Black Tiger guards surrounded the area. Wei Yang asked Yi Wushuang, who was inspecting the scene, "Xiao Yi, what exactly happened here?" Yi Wushuang replied, "After our investigation, a fierce battle just took place here, and many people died, but what's strange is that we can't find any bodies at the scene." Wei Yang asked, "Were they burned by someone?" Yi Wushuang said, "Even if burned, there would still be some remains left, but at the scene, we found nothing but ashes." Under normal circumstances, to completely burn a fresh corpse, it would require temperatures of at least over 1,000 degrees. And to melt metal like armor, it would need temperatures of over 3,000 degrees. Without using special containers and fuel, it would be impossible to generate such intense heat naturally. Yi Wushuang knew that a fierce battle had taken place here. She also knew that many people had died and that a large fire had just been extinguished. However, she did not know that this fire had completely destroyed and erased those bodies. The obvious answer puzzled her. Not because she lacked intelligence, but because she subconsciously believed that besides a steel furnace, there couldn't possibly be flames in this world that could instantly disintegrate bodies in metal without a trace. What's the deal with this group of Black Tiger guards? Wei Yang's gaze fell on the Black Tiger guards nearby. Yi Wushuang replied, "I don't know. They were already here when we arrived, and when we tried to ask them, they ignored us." Wei Yang was stunned. He recalled the words Su Wanjun had said to him earlier. Wei Yang asked, "Who died?" "Most likely the Black Tiger guards. As for who killed them, I have no clue for now." Yi Wushuang murmured. Wei Yang was greatly shocked and exclaimed, "Someone dared to attack the Black Tiger guards and even killed them?" It's worth noting that the Black Tiger guards were all elite soldiers. Although his patrol camp was considered an official force, compared to the Black Tiger guards, it was like heaven and earth. Wei Yang asked softly, "Did you reveal anything about the scene to the Black Tiger guards?" "They didn't pay attention to us, so I didn't say anything," Yi Wushuang replied. "Good." Wei Yang instructed, "Pretend you don't know about this matter. If anyone asks, keep quiet." Yi Wushuang looked puzzled, but seeing that Wei Yang didn't intend to explain further, she didn't ask and just nodded, saying, "I understand." About half an hour later, Black Tiger King Manhwa also arrived at the scene. He didn't come alone but brought 3 battalions of Black Tiger guards, totaling 1,000 men. Their imposing presence was overwhelming, flags fluttering in the sky. They sealed off the area, blocking all access. Starting from this point, within a radius of 10 kilometers, arrest everyone, not even a mosquito should escape. Black Tiger King issued his first command as he appeared, exuding dominance. The Black Tiger guards immediately sprang into action, controlling the entire scene. "Where is Yuer?" Manhwa asked. The deputy leader of the Black Tiger guards who had previously participated in the operation with Meng Yuer stepped forward quickly. "General, the young master is missing." Upon hearing this, Manhwa's face darkened. How could a person just disappear out of thin air? "Find him for me, even if you have to dig 3 feet underground, you must find him." The deputy leader broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as he said, "General, we have searched several times before you arrived, but found nothing. The young master may have encountered an unfortunate event." This statement was like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Manhwa glared, grabbed the deputy leader's collar, and roared, "What are you saying? Not found. Still not found. They couldn't find him." Under Manhwa's personal supervision, the Black Tiger Guards searched the entire mountain. Not only did they fail to find Manhwa, but all the Black Tiger Guards who were with him had also disappeared. They seemed to have evaporated into thin air, without any trace. "Keep searching for me. If you can't find the person, you will be held accountable." Mang Quang's body trembled, revealing his anger. "General Mang, what exactly happened? Why did the Black Tiger Guard appear here? And why did young Master Mang go missing? Can you tell me? Perhaps I can help shed light on the situation and send out the patrol camp to assist the general." Wei Yang stepped forward and greeted Mang Quang. Mang Quang coldly glanced at Wei Yang and said in a low voice, "Get lost, I'm not interested in dealing with you right now." With those words, Wei Yang's smile froze instantly. A hint of severity flashed in his eyes unnoticed. However, he pretended nothing was wrong and slowly said, "Since General Mang is unwilling to disclose, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave." "Hold on!" Mang Quang shouted, "No one can leave until my son is found." Wei Yang froze, his brows slightly furrowed. "General Mang, although you hold high status and power, you don't have the right to order me. If I, Wei Yang, want to leave, who dares to stop me?" Mang Quang snorted disdainfully, "If you dare to leave, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, the Black Tiger Guards around had already drawn their swords. The patrol camp, led by Wei Yang, also brandished their weapons in a defensive stance. Wei Yang's facial muscles twitched fiercely. He said patiently, "General Mang, your actions seem inappropriate, don't they?" Mang Quang didn't even bother to look at Wei Yang. One was a powerful general with a large army under his command. The other was a low-ranking official responsible for local security. If the former could look down on the latter, that would be strange. "Just stay put. You have no right to speak to me," Mang Quang said bluntly. As the saying goes, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Mang Quang's actions completely offended Wei Yang. However, Mang Quang, accustomed to being arrogant, didn't care at all. To ordinary people, Wei Yang and his group might seem high and mighty, but to Mang Quang, they were nothing but insignificant ants begging for mercy. "Manager Wei has no right. I wonder if you, have the right." With a light shout, Yu Bin walked over slowly. Mang Quang turned to look, his icy gaze changing when he saw Yu Bin. "Sir Yu, what brings you here?" Mang Quang was quite surprised. Yu Bin said, "My daughter was kidnapped by a group of bandits and was just rescued. As a father, I naturally rushed to the scene to pick her up." Obviously, Mang Quang's attitude improved significantly upon seeing Yu Bin. Not only was Yu Bin a gentleman overseeing the official affairs in Beihai, but also a representative of a certain power in the capital in Beihai. Even if Mang Quang didn't show respect to Yu Bin, he had to give some face to the powerful figure behind him. With Yu Bin's mediation, Mang Quang agreed to release the captives. In this way, Wei Yang's patrol camp and Su Wanjuan's Qinglong gang managed to escape from the encirclement. The deputy leader asked in confusion, "General, why did you let them go? The young master has not been found yet." Mang Quang's face darkened, his eyes revealing a fierce light. "These people came later, they had no chance to harm you nor the ability to do so." The deputy leader fell silent. Mang Quang said, "Before you went missing, tell me exactly what happened, leave nothing out." The deputy leader nodded quickly. Then, he explained the whole situation to Mang Quang in detail. Mang Quang's expression fluctuated after hearing it all. "You said you led a group of people into the mountains to hunt down a wolf, and then he disappeared?" "Yes." The deputy leader pointed to the ruins ahead that had turned into charcoal and said, "By the time we arrived, there was only a big fire left here." He paused halfway through. He seemed to want to say more but stopped himself. However, the message he wanted to convey was already clear enough. In an instant, Mang Quang's forehead veins bulged, his face contorted. His eyes widened like copper bells. He couldn't believe that his son had really encountered an unexpected event. Who could kill him? And who would dare to kill him? Moreover, after killing him, everything was cleaned up spotlessly. It made people uncertain. Was Mang Yu dead or missing? A wolf, a swarm of hornets, did you not see anything else? Mang Quang asked again. The deputy leader looked up at Mang Quang's extremely grim face. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and said, "Reporting to the general, we really didn't see anyone." At the same time, on a distant mountain, Wen Shen, who had long since fled, was watching everything. He saw the Black Tiger King leading a large number of people and horses arriving at the scene, and they were searching everywhere for his son. Wen Shen casually lit a cigarette, conjuring a small fireball with a flick of his finger. He lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, squinted his eyes, and said with a cold smile, "Mang Quang, don't worry, I will soon send you to hell to meet your son." The husky lay on the ground, scratching his head with his hind leg. Sticking out his tongue, he said, "Bro, why don't we take advantage of the situation and attack them in one go, wipe them all out?" "You're just talking big," Wen Shen rolled his eyes. Although he was eager for revenge, he was also self-aware. With the power he currently possessed, he was no match for the Black Tiger King. The Black Tiger Guard under the king's command numbered 100,000 troops, and he himself was a master at the peak of innate chi. His physical condition had reached the point where blades and spears couldn't harm him, and poisons couldn't affect him. Unless the hornets Wen Shen controlled underwent several more iterations, it would still take some time for them to develop enough to kill the enemy. "Your master has left, you should go home too," Wen Shen said to the husky. "Oh," the husky replied and got up from the ground. As it was about to leave, it suddenly turned back and asked, "Bro, where are you going next?" Wen Shen's eyes flashed, muttering to himself, "Killing is satisfying for a moment, but it leaves a mess behind. If you don't clean it up, your life is in danger." The husky stared in bewilderment. Clean up? The most secure way to prevent secrets from leaking was to eliminate all those who knew. Obviously, Wen Shen couldn't do this. If the people who knew the secret were enemies, he would definitely not show mercy. But the key was, those who knew the secret were his friends. So what he needed to do now was to go directly to them and establish a solid alliance. Wen Shen was well aware that he couldn't accomplish his revenge plan with his own strength. Even the powerful Dragon Country war god Yifan would not engage in a one-on-one fight. The forces behind him were intricate and held the elite million-strong army of the Dragon Country. These were all the opponent's trump cards. Therefore, Wen Shen needed to establish his own power. Besides building the Beast Legion, human allies were also indispensable. Thinking of this, Wen Shen no longer hesitated and disappeared into the mountains. When he reappeared, he was already at a cafe in the city center. He chose a window seat, ordered a latte, quietly sipping it while waiting for someone to arrive. About half an hour later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. The person who arrived was Su Wanjun. When Su Wanjun saw Wen Shen, her expression became quite complex. She picked up her bag and gracefully took a seat. "Miss Su, what would you like to drink? Feel free to choose." "My treat," Wen Shen said with a smile, revealing bright white teeth exuding a sunny vibe. Su Wanjun replied, "Just a glass of water." Wen Shen called the waiter and ordered a glass of water. From the moment she entered, Su Wanjun's gaze was fixed on Wen Shen. Her pupils kept contracting, and her scrutiny became more meticulous. Wen Shen touched his face and asked, "Miss Su, do I have something on my face?" Su Wanjun withdrew her gaze, picked up the glass of water on the table, and took a sip. As she drank, she said, "Dr. Wang, thank you for helping me rescue my daughter. This is a token of my gratitude, nothing more." With that, she took out a black card from her bag and placed it on the table. Although the amount on the card was unknown, it was definitely substantial. Wen Shen glanced at the black card and slightly smirked. "Miss Su, your way of showing gratitude is indeed straightforward, but I quite like it." Wen Shen didn't hesitate and directly put the black card in his pocket. He was extremely broke at the moment, and making money wasn't easy. Since someone was giving away money for free, he had no reason to refuse. Seeing Wen Shen accept the money, Su Wanjun finally brought up the main topic. "Dr. Wang, what kind of person are you exactly? Why do I find it increasingly hard to figure you out?" Wen Shen replied, "Miss Su, if I'm not mistaken, you have already investigated me, so you shouldn't be asking such questions." "It's precisely because I investigated you that I have these doubts," Su Wanjun admitted decisively, her gaze becoming even more profound. With her resources and connections, investigating a person was a piece of cake for her. The original owner of Wen Shen's body, Wang Fan, was not a secretive figure. With just one phone call from Su Wanjun, detailed information about Wang Fan was compiled into an electronic file and sent to her phone within half a day. His date of birth, birthplace, family background, relatives, friends, education, acquaintances, actions, every detail was meticulously recorded. After Su Wanjun finished reading Wang Fan's personal file, she fell into deep contemplation. Summing up the file, she could only think of two words: utterly ordinary. Ordinary to the extreme. So ordinary that it lacked any distinctive features. The only commendable aspect was his marriage to Chu Qingda by marrying into the Chu family. Otherwise, the life of this Dr. Wang could be considered a complete failure. However, it was precisely this extremely ordinary person who repeatedly saved her and her daughter from danger. Moreover, he could keenly analyze the situation she faced and the people plotting against her, things she herself had not noticed but he was aware of. Su Wanjun couldn't understand how this Dr. Wang in front of her managed to do all this. What was most absurd was that he had actually killed the son of the Black Tiger King, Manhwa, and over a dozen Black Tiger guards under him. Doing such a thing was not just about bravery but about capability. Seeing Wenchen smile and avoid the topic, it was clear he had no intention of discussing it. Su Wanjun pursed her lips and said, Dr. Wang, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not ordinary. Now, with each incident, my initial judgment is further confirmed. Wenchen continued to smile. However, this time, he gave a response. Miss Su, I am just an unknown veterinarian with no special abilities or ambitions. I only wish to live a simple life with my wife and children. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, leading me to do things against my will. Su Wanjuan's expression changed. She looked around, seeing no one paying attention. She approached Wenchen cautiously and asked, Mengyu, is he really dead? Yes, Wenchen nodded. Su Wanjun inquired further, then why were there no traces found at the scene? Wenchen replied, I burned everything to ashes. Su Wanjun paused, leaned back, and asked seriously, what really happened? Wenchen did not hide anything and explained the whole story to Su Wanjun. Upon hearing it, Su Wanjuan's face paled, her eyes flickering. Though her thoughts were unheard, her expression revealed her shock. I thought it was just a simple kidnapping case, but it seems there is much more to it, Su Wanjun murmured. Wenchen solemnly said, Miss Su, what we see now is just the tip of the iceberg. Although your daughter has been rescued, the danger is far from over, even more perilous than before. Su Wanjun took a deep breath, gazing at Wenchen intently. Dr. Wang, no beating around the bush, why did you urgently ask to meet me alone? Wenchen clenched his hands together, his smile fading into seriousness. After a brief pause, he spoke slowly, Miss Su, I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Su Wanjun was stunned, a hint of confusion in her expression. Wenshen's gaze sharpened as he whispered, the one trying to harm you is Su Yujo, behind him is the Black Tiger King, and behind him are forces from Kyoto. Miss Su, if you are willing to form an alliance with me, from now on, your problems are mine. I will not only remove all obstacles for you but also help you dominate the world and conquer all directions. Where the Azure Dragon soars, it's not just the North Sea, but the whole world. Although Wenshen's voice was low, his words were powerful and domineering. Su Wanjuan's face changed drastically upon hearing this. She stared at Wenchen, feeling increasingly unfamiliar with the younger man before her. Dr. Wang, do you know what you're saying? Su Wanjun asked. Wenchen nodded, of course. This doesn't sound like something an ordinary person would say, Su Wanjun whispered. Wenshen's expression turned serious, even ants have ambitions to swallow the sky. If she hadn't witnessed Wenshen's abilities, she would have thought he was an ignorant fool speaking nonsense. But now, knowing what Wenshen had done, she couldn't help but be moved, despite feeling incredulous. Su Wanjun neither agreed nor refused directly but calmly asked, what's your next step? Wenchen replied, first, eliminate Su Yujo and take full control of the Azure Dragon Group. Su Wanjuan's heart skipped a beat. You plan to assassinate Su Yujo? Wenchen shook his head, no, killing is the crudest method, and it will bring a lot of trouble. When I say get rid of him, I mean kicking him out of the leadership of the Qinglong Group. As long as the Qinglong Group's resources are gone, Su Yujo is just a rootless weed and won't amount to anything, Su Wanjun said calmly. This is impossible. Although I am the legal heir of the Qinglong Group, the company has always been under Su Yujo's control. Everyone in the group looks up to him. Even if I give it my all, it's hard to shake his position, Wenchen said without hesitation. Miss Su, I'll make a military order for you. Give me 3 days. If I can't dismantle Su Yujo's interest group within 3 days, I won't mention cooperation again. Of course, if I succeed, you must agree to cooperate with me to build our empire together. Su Wanjun fell silent, pondering. The military order Wenchen set was simply an impossible task. Even if given 3 months, it would be difficult to accomplish. Su Yujo's prestige and position in the group were unmatched. The board of directors all listened to him. He had close relationships with major shareholders, and years of mutual interests had built an unbreakable bond. Even if Su Wanjun racked her brains, she couldn't figure out how Wenchen would defeat Su Yujo's control over the Qinglong Group. At this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Su Wanjuan's eyes. All right, I'll give you 3 days. If you can really do it, I'll follow your lead in the future, Su Wanjun said. Miss Su, prepare detailed information on the senior management and shareholders of the Qinglong Group for me. After 3 days, convene the board of directors and elect a new chairman, Wenchen said. Su Wanjun widened her eyes in astonishment. Dr. Wang, if we do this, it's like declaring war directly. If I lose, I'll have no way out. Wenchen smiled confidently. Don't worry, we will undoubtedly succeed. Su Wanjun knew how crazy this move was. One wrong move and she could lose everything. She was currently trying to avoid a direct conflict with Su Yujo, fearing being kicked out if she lost. However, Wen Shen wanted to confront Su Yuzhou head-on and elect a new chairman. Su Yuzhou held sway in the Qinglong group, while Su Wanjun was just a transparent figure hiding in the shadows. She couldn't imagine how many people would vote for her in the board meeting 3 days later. Probably not even 1/10. This was clearly an uneven battle of power. She was scared. She hesitated. She wavered. But when she saw the unwavering determination in Wen Shen's eyes, she made a choice against all odds. Dr. Wang, I'm willing to take a gamble with you. If I really lose, I can always work as a nurse in your veterinary hospital to get by, Su Wanjun said. Wen Shen laughed. No, I will keep my word and not let you down. The two chatted for a long time in the cafe. When they came out again, it was already evening. Su Wanjun's private car was parked at the door. Wen Shen waved goodbye to her. Su Wanjun asked, Dr. Wang, do you want me to drive you back? Wen Shen shook his head. I won't go back. The situation is urgent, and time is of the essence. I have to hurry to dismantle Su Yuzhou's interest group. Su Wanjun asked, what method do you plan to use? Money, women, or something else? Wen Shen put a finger to his lips and made a hushing gesture. It's a secret. Su Wanjun didn't ask any more questions and just said, then I wish you good luck. After that, she got on the car directly and left the place. The secret Wen Shen mentioned had both literal and deeper meanings, because the weapon he wanted to use was the secret. Everyone has secrets in their hearts. Some are dirty, some are dark, some are wonderful. As long as you have control over these things, there is no one in this world who cannot be defeated. In today's era, why are so many people falling victim to telecom fraud by scam groups? The reason is simple. It's because scam groups use big data to have the basic information of their targets, enabling targeted attacks. Even if the target is extremely intelligent and knowledgeable, they still end up being scammed. Therefore, secrets are everyone's weakness. And secrets happen to be the most well-guarded, because smart people keep their secrets hidden in their hearts. It's hard for outsiders to know. The more deadly the secret, the deeper it is hidden. However, regardless of who they are or what secrets they hold, Wen Shen is confident enough to dig them out. Currently, his Beast Legion has members: dogs, cats, rats, and hornets. Each animal has a different role. Some are good at fighting, some at attacking, and some at stealing. Through frequent use of these animals, Wen Shen has accumulated valuable experience. Since he wants to uncover the secrets of certain individuals, he needs to establish an airtight intelligence network. When he used hornets before, he was impressed by the opponent's unparalleled reconnaissance abilities. They could not only determine the enemy's troop deployment but also obtain their identity information and various secrets. From that moment on, Wen Shen pondered on developing the Insect Legion. It doesn't need to have great combat power, just provide strategic value, making it a perfect biological weapon. The highest art of war is not about destroying how many enemies but subduing them without fighting. Therefore, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy is crucial for countless victories. With this in mind, Wen Shen must consider how to make the intelligence network pervasive, silent, and omnipresent. Ding dong! While Wen Shen was contemplating, he received an email on his phone. Opening it, he saw it was from Su Wanjun. The email detailed the basic information of all shareholders and top executives of the Qinglong Group. What are their names? Where do they live? What positions do they hold in the company? What percentage of shares do they own? Every detail was listed. With this information, Wen Shen had a clear goal for his next move. After reviewing the data, Wen Shen put his hand on his chin and muttered to himself, which animal should I choose? It needs to be numerous, hard to detect, and have a wide range of activities. Even if eliminated, it can be quickly replenished. Suddenly, a fair and beautiful girl ran towards Wen Shen, holding a phone and asking, Hey handsome, can I add you on WeChat? Hearing this, Wen Shen turned to look at her. She was 17 or 18 years old, attractive but dressed provocatively, with tattoos on her shoulders and collarbones. She seemed like a spirited young girl, and she was no longer a virgin. Virgin? When these words flashed through his mind, Wen Shen seemed to have figured something out. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed with joy, I've got it. Ha ha ha. The spirited young girl was puzzled by the situation. Wen Shen said to her, Little sister, thank you. With that, he dashed off and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving the spirited young girl dumbfounded. Suddenly, her companion approached and asked, Why did that handsome guy run off? The spirited young girl shook her head and replied, I don't know, maybe he's sick. It's surprising that he looks so good but seems a bit out of his mind. Moments later, Wen Shen appeared in a grove in the park. At the mere mention of a virgin, he couldn't help but think of mosquitoes. For the past 3 years, his undercover life had been akin to that of a mosquito. If one were to say which creature humans detest the most, mosquitoes would rank second, with none surpassing them. They are not only responsible for the most deaths but also have the widest distribution among insects. Their lethality stems from carrying various pathogens within them. In tropical regions, when an epidemic breaks out, mosquitoes are usually the culprits. And come summer, mosquitoes swarm the world, seeking fresh and tasty morsels. Despite human efforts to develop various insecticides, they still struggle to resist mosquito infiltration. Mosquitoes are nearly omnipresent and universally despised, even though humans have managed to eradicate numerous dominant species on Earth. Yet, when it comes to mosquitoes, they remain powerless. Therefore, using mosquitoes as a crucial component of the intelligence network is undoubtedly a worthy choice. Wen Chen had been a mosquito himself and was well aware of their strengths and advantages. If it were any other blood-sucking creature, he would have died 1,000 deaths by now. Only mosquitoes allowed him to complete 999 blood-sucking tasks on virgins within 3 years. Although each task was fraught with danger, his keen mosquito senses and agile movements helped him avert disaster every time. Alright, I'll choose mosquitoes. Wen Chen made up his mind and began to initiate telepathic communication with the mosquitoes in the park. Hey, sis, wanna have some fun? I'm starving, can't you see how flat my belly is? Haven't you eaten yet? There are lots of people dancing at the East Square, you can feast there. Forget it, those people are jumping around so much, I can't even get close without being swatted away. There's a house on the 38th floor with the window open, we can rush in and have a feast. Stop it, there's a severe water shortage lately, I don't know where to lay my eggs. Sis, your belly is so big, you must have sucked a lot of blood, I'm so envious. I came across a drunk idiot lying motionless on the ground, which allowed me and my sisters to have a satisfying meal. The once quiet surroundings erupted into a cacophony the moment Wen Chen initiated telepathic communication. Countless voices surged like a flood. Nearly 100,000 mosquitoes filled the entire park, comprising males and females. Male mosquitoes do not suck blood, they usually feed on nectar or plant juices. It was the female mosquitoes that were the main bloodsuckers. They gathered in small groups, chatting away like rural aunties at a gathering, socializing while exchanging information. Some engaged in mating directly, fulfilling the imperative of reproduction. The chaotic noise overwhelmed Wen Chen's mind. He immediately severed the telepathic connection and focused on a specific group of mosquitoes. Even within the same area, there were different species. The kind that sneaks into homes to stalk people is called the Ku mosquito. Agility, 5 stars. Cunning, 5 stars. Attack power, 3 stars. On the other hand, the mosquitoes that roam outdoors, with black and white markings and smaller in size, are known as mosquitoes. Common in the mountains. Painful when they bite. Just one bite can make people unbearably itchy. Agility, 4 stars. Cunning, 2 stars. Attack power, 5 stars. There is also a type known as the pressing mosquito, found both indoors and outdoors, with characteristics between the aforementioned 2 types of mosquitoes, but with less presence. These 3 types of mosquitoes are the most common in the south. Among them, the most powerful is undoubtedly the Ku mosquito. It was the mosquito that Wen Chen turned into before. Because its attack power is average, the target may not notice immediately after being bitten. By the time it finishes sucking blood and flies away happily, the bitten person may only realize it later. Moreover, it is the smartest among these mosquitoes. Whether in terms of infiltration or hiding abilities, it has almost maxed out its attributes. It usually strikes when the target is asleep. Unlike the mosquito, which acts like a big idiot, rushing to suck blood from prey without hesitation, regardless of the consequences, it won't leave until its belly is full. The Ku mosquito, on the other hand, is much wiser. Regardless of whether it has sucked blood or not, as soon as it senses danger, it retreats immediately without hesitation. Therefore, among these 3 types of mosquitoes, the choice for one's intelligence-gathering agent is quite clear. After ruling out the other mosquitoes, Wen Chen directly chose the Ku mosquito. Mosquitoes are solitary creatures. Although they sometimes gather in groups, they do not have a social structure like wasps or ants. Even when they happen to feed on the same target together, it is not for coordinated action but merely a coincidence. Wen Chen found a bench nearby and sat down. Then, he rolled up his sleeves, exposing his entire arm, waiting for the mosquitoes to come for a meal. Before long, the mosquitoes, attracted by the scent of food, swooped in. Sisters, hurry up, there's a delicious meal waiting. Wow, look at that tender flesh, it looks so tasty. I'm starving, this is a perfect feast for me. The mosquitoes, chatting among themselves, landed on different parts of Wen Chen's body. Seeing that they took the bait, Wen Chen's spiritual energy surged, sticking the mosquitoes to him like glue, preventing them from escaping. Oh no, why can't I fly anymore? I can't move either, my feet seem stuck. Quick, retreat, this person is toxic. Sensing the danger, the mosquitoes began to struggle desperately, flapping their wings vigorously, trying to break free from Wencheng's grasp. Wencheng, seeing this, smiled slightly and spoke like a public mosquito. Ladies, calm down, I won't harm you, just listen to me. Hearing this, the mosquitoes were all stunned, looking in the same direction. Who's talking? It seems to be this human. How is that possible? He can actually communicate with us. The mosquitoes were terrified, their faces filled with fear. But Wencheng patiently explained to them, soothing them until they calmed down. One bold female mosquito asked, "What do you want?" Wencheng replied, "I've approached you all just to ask for a small favor. Once it's done, I'm willing to offer my own blood for you to enjoy. For any creature, satisfying hunger is always the top priority. Man dies for wealth, bird dies for food. This principle has never changed throughout history, and mosquitoes are no exception." Naturally, the mosquitoes could not refuse. If they dared to say no, they would undoubtedly face the cruel slap of this human. "What do you want us to do?" the mosquitoes asked. Wenchen said slowly, "It's simple. I have a list here. Later, according to the information I give you, sneak into their home, eavesdrop on their secrets for me, and once successful, come find me immediately." For mosquitoes, this was not a difficult task at all. There wasn't even any danger because as long as mosquitoes didn't attack people actively, people generally wouldn't bother them. When Wenchen made this request, the mosquitoes almost immediately agreed without much thought. To be on the safe side, Wenchen decided to modify this group of mosquitoes attached to him. After all, ordinary mosquitoes had very poor risk-response capabilities. If they encountered danger during the mission and couldn't return, it would greatly affect his plan. So, to ensure everything went smoothly, he decided to upgrade these ordinary mosquitoes from version 1.0 to version 2.0. With a movement of his mind, the beast god's energy entered the mosquitoes' bodies. In an instant, these mosquitoes underwent a tremendous transformation. Their size remained the same, but their body color changed. Their originally dark gray bodies gradually became transparent, even invisible in the dark of night. Their flying speed, evasion ability, and sound locating skills all received epic enhancements. The most outrageous upgrade was their blood-sucking ability. While sucking blood, mosquitoes would inject an anticoagulant into the target's body. This substance would cause unbearable itching to the target. After the upgrade, this biological agent had a stronger effect. It could directly paralyze the target, disconnecting the nerves in the bitten area from the body. Although this kind of attack wasn't lethal, it could temporarily immobilize the target. For mosquitoes, it was already a remarkable treasure. These rapidly strengthened mosquitoes, sensing their changes, were overjoyed. They became even more obedient to Wenchen's commands. Wenchen's expression turned serious as he whispered, "You have a total of 40 mosquitoes, and I have 10 targets on my list, so you will work in groups of 4 to carry out coordinated actions. Make sure to gather all information and secrets about your assigned targets within 3 days." As his words fell, the mosquitoes shouted in unison, "We promise to complete the mission." Wenchen nodded lightly, feeling pleased. Although he was only controlling a few mosquitoes, it gave him a sense of controlling a massive army. In the matter of gathering intelligence, even a massive army might not be as effective as these few mosquitoes. He then distributed specific tasks to each mosquito. Once they received their orders, they immediately took flight towards the direction of their targets, disappearing into the distance. Wow, they're so fast. Wenchen couldn't help but marvel at the speed at which the mosquitoes flew away. Ordinary mosquitoes didn't fly fast, and alert individuals could even swat them down in midair. However, this batch of 2.0 mosquitoes had completely surpassed the typical speed of mosquitoes. Their flight speed was comparable to flies, and they moved without making a sound, truly achieving a silent and untraceable presence. With this group of mosquitoes collecting intelligence for him, Wenchen already had absolute control over the upcoming board meeting of the Azure Dragon Group in 3 days. It's 11 o'clock at night. I thought I would be busy all night, but unexpectedly, I've finished the job now. Alright, time to go home and sleep. Wenchen had been awake for almost a day and night, yawning continuously from exhaustion. Leaving the park, he hailed a taxi on the roadside. Half an hour later, he arrived back at the pet hospital in the flower and bird market. Originally planning to go home, he paused to think. The relationship between himself and Chu Chinga was in name only. Who knows, they might get divorced one day. They found each other annoying. He found her even more annoying. So, out of sight, out of mind, he decided to keep his distance. When Shen opened the door to the pet hospital in the dark, after someone entered, he gently closed the rolling shutter door. He didn't turn on the lights but walked straight to the inner room. 2 nights ago, he had stolen the Sun family's heirloom, the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum, through a mouse. And now, this item happened to be in a glass tank filled with water. Wen Shen took the glass tank from under the cabinet and focused his gaze on the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum inside. The more he looked, the more delighted he became. Even though he didn't know the situation at the Sun family's side, he could imagine that they must be going crazy searching for this treasure and might even offer a high reward. However, no matter how clever the Sun family was, they probably wouldn't expect that the mastermind behind the theft of the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum was none other than the Chu family's son-in-law they mocked that night. Wealth should not be revealed. It's such a simple principle. The Sun family's ignorance is not my fault for claiming this top-grade herb as my own. Wen Shen smirked shamelessly, only then can it unleash its full potential. Just as Wen Shen was admiring his actions, the light in the room suddenly turned on. Wen Shen was startled, his face changing abruptly, and he blurted out, "Who's there?" Suddenly, when he looked up, he saw Chu Chinga sitting on the sofa chair, gazing at him with a meaningful look. Even though she was his wife, Wen Shen still felt uneasy. He swallowed nervously. "When did you come over?" Chu Chinga remained expressionless, not saying a word, staring straight at Wen Shen with penetrating eyes that seemed to see right through him. Wen Shen shuddered. He cursed himself for being so careless. How could he not notice a person sitting in the room? Luckily, she wasn't an enemy. If it were an assassin lurking here, he would have been doomed. Despite Chu Chinga's calm exterior, her heart was already in turmoil. She had just heard Wen Shen talking to himself and saw him take out the stolen human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum from the Sun family. This incident had caused a stir since yesterday. The Sun family had mobilized all available resources in Beihai to search for the thief and the treasure. Everyone knew about the top-grade herb in the Sun family's possession, the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum, which could revive the dead and maintain eternal youth. The fact that Sun Yais, at the age of 80, was still as healthy as a young man, was a testament to its miraculous effects. Many people coveted this invaluable treasure, including Chu Chinga, who had almost married into the Sun family because of it. The theft of this precious herb had driven the underground black market in Beihai crazy. The influential figures were eagerly awaiting its appearance. Even Chu Chinga couldn't help but pay attention. After all, if she could get her hands on it, her grandfather's illness would be cured. However, Chu Chinga never imagined that the thief who stole the human-shaped Polygonum multiflorum from the Sun family was none other than her husband, Wang Fan. If Chu Chinga hadn't come here, she might never have discovered this secret. She gazed at Wen Shen, shocked in her heart. "Wang Fan, oh Wang Fan, how many more things are you hiding from me?" Seeing that the truth was out, Wen Shen decided not to hide anymore. He openly took a seat, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. "Speak, why did you come to find me?" Chu Chinga still didn't speak. She came to Wen Shen not of her own will but was coerced by her family. Because ever since the gathering yesterday, Wen Shen had been called away by Su Wanjun. He didn't return all night. In the past, Chu's family wouldn't have cared at all about this lowly son-in-law, even wishing for him to die outside. But times had changed. When they saw the connections Wen Shen had, they were deeply shocked. Their fixed ideas changed. The biggest change was in her mother, Shin Min. She warmly called him Xiaofan, as if he were her own son. Even her father, who never liked Wen Shen, changed his address to son-in-law. Chu Chinga was disgusted by their hypocritical behavior. But knowing they were family, she had to endure it. Her own feelings were also shaken. The doubts in her mind kept growing. Because of her deep confusion and family pressure, she had to lower herself and come here to wait for Wen Shen, ready to ask him for answers. Little did she know that before her previous doubts were resolved, she unexpectedly learned another secret. After a long silence, Chu Chinga finally spoke. She lowered her voice and said, "Have you gone mad, daring to steal the Polygonum multiflorum from the Sun family?" Wen Shen smirked. "You called me a coward before, now watch me do something earth-shattering to show you how brave I am." Hearing this, Chu Chinga immediately remembered the night when someone attacked them, and Wen Shen abandoned her to escape alone. "If the Sun family finds out about this, do you understand the consequences you'll face?" Chu Chinga asked. Wen Shen raised an eyebrow. "If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will know?" He continued, "Besides, if I don't steal this, how can I cure the old man's illness?" Chu Chinga widened her eyes. "You stole this for your grandfather's sake? What else do you think?" Wen Shen retorted. Chu Chinga fell silent again. Amidst her shock, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She had always felt that her grandfather treated Wen Shen too well. Despite knowing how despicable he was, he still insisted on marrying her to him. Why did he deserve such favor? But now, knowing Wen Shen's motive for stealing, she seemed to have found an answer. Chu Chinga's expression changed. After taking a deep breath, she murmured, "Aren't you afraid of failing and being caught by the Sun family?" Stealing such a treasure, once sentenced, you'll spend your whole life in prison. Wenshin flicked the cigarette ash and casually said, if I dare to do it, I won't be afraid. Wenshin's confidence didn't stem from disregarding life and death but from having a backup plan as a thief. Even if caught, he could distance himself. So why would he be afraid? Chuchinga, who was unaware of the truth, was deeply moved by Wenshin's courage and actions. Even though what he did was illegal, it was to cure his grandfather. Such daring acts against the world, how could she still have the nerve to blame him? Grandpa has been taking care of you for so many years, Chuchinga said softly. Her attitude towards Wenshin had clearly softened. You don't need to say that. If it weren't for the old man, I would have divorced you long ago, Wenshin said, blowing smoke rings. Hearing this, Chuchinga was furious. She grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it towards Wenshin. You're simply a jerk. Just when she praised him a bit, he became arrogant. She had never seen such an annoying person before. Wenshin reached out and firmly caught the flying ashtray in his hand. Are you trying to murder your husband? He stood up from his chair, walked straight towards Chuchinga, and said, stop pretending, bring it out quickly. Chuchinga was confused. Frowning, she asked, what? The divorce agreement. Wenshin demanded as he spoke, you came to me for this, right? I'll sign it now so you won't give me the cold shoulder every day. Chuchinga was stunned. She crossed her arms and turned her head aside. I didn't bring it. She came to Wenshin not to divorce him but to inquire about the situation. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't have the divorce agreement with her. Then why did you come to me? Wenshin rolled his eyes and asked, don't tell me you missed me and came to see me, humph. A weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, with ulterior motives. He knew Chuchinga too well. Cold-hearted and self-centered. If there wasn't anything urgent, she wouldn't come to him. Upon hearing Wenshin's words and his sarcastic tone, Chuchinga, who had intended to have a calm conversation with him, completely changed her mind. The disgust in her heart increased by 100,000. The urge to slap this guy to death increased by 100,000. I'm sick, that's why I came to you. Chuchinga grabbed the cup on the table and splashed it towards Wenshin's face. However, Wenshin reacted quickly, dodging it with a swift move. He even made a face at her, sticking out his tongue. Naya naya naya, missed me, huh? Are you mad? Chuchinga was truly infuriated. She felt uncomfortable staying here for another moment. So, she picked up her bag and walked straight out. Before leaving, she left a harsh remark. Don't come back home, stay here for the rest of your life. Wenshin shouted, I couldn't ask for more. Clang. Enraged, Chuchinga kicked the iron gate hard. It was this kick that broke her high heel and twisted her foot. Ouch. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Wenshin saw it and immediately mocked, serves you right. Don't expect me to pity you. Chuchinga turned her head and glared at him hatefully. If looks could kill, Wenshin would have been torn to pieces. Enduring the intense pain, she limped out towards the door. Several times along the way, she almost fell due to losing her balance. Bastard, beast, despicable scum. Disgusting, detestable, shameless, stupid pig. Chuchinga cursed as she walked, seemingly using all the foul language she knew on Wenshin. However, as she cursed, instead of feeling relieved, she ended up crying in grievance. Insensitive, blockhead. How can such an idiot still manage to find a wife? And his wife is still me. Chuchinga cursed more and more angrily, crying more and more as she got angrier. Although she had a strong personality, she was ultimately a girl. When hurt, she also hoped for comfort and protection. Just as Chuchinga had just walked out of the pet hospital, a big hand suddenly grabbed her arm. Before Chuchinga could react, she was lifted into the air. Startled, she turned her head to see Wenshin appearing behind her out of nowhere. Without a word, he lifted her around the waist. What are you doing? Put me down. Wenshin's expression was serious as he coldly ordered, if you keep whining, I'll throw you in the trash. Chuchinga dared not speak a word. Based on her judgment, this guy might actually do it. Wenshin carried Chuchinga back inside. Don't think too much. I saw you crying. It's not good for others to see, so I'll help you first. After it's done, you can go wherever you want. Chuchinga, with a stern face, ungratefully replied, I don't need your false compassion. Wenshin retorted without hesitation, your whole body is soft, your mouth is the only tough part. And so, the two of them exchanged words back and forth. However, Chuchinga, being a refined lady, had never been good at cursing. Her knowledge of classical culture was extremely limited. Therefore, she couldn't outcurse Wenshin at all. Soon enough, she was crying again. Tears fell like broken pearls. Wenshin, unmoved, continued sarcastically, crying won't help, where's your previous arrogance? I'll cry if I want to, what's it to you? Chuchinga shouted. Her tough act lasted only 3 seconds. Her expression completely collapsed, ouch, it hurts. It turned out that when Shen had taken off her high heels and was holding her delicate and fair foot in his hand, Chuchinga was beautiful, even her feet were beautiful. Her feet were like exquisite works of art. Due to her tall stature, her feet were slender, slightly small, with skin like jade, and toes like tender lotus shoots. The high heels, when pressed slightly, revealed the veins on the top of her feet. Wen Chen couldn't help but admire them. However, he pretended not to be affected, saying sternly, "Don't move, I'll massage it for you so you can get out of bed tomorrow. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have twisted my foot." Chuchinga complained. "Yes, it's all my fault." This time, surprisingly, Wen Chen didn't argue back. As the saying goes, when you use someone's hand, you can't use their mouth. Touching someone's foot, you can't use your mouth either. Wen Chen massaged Chuchinga's small foot, getting quite into it. His mouth almost watered. Suddenly, he felt a murderous intent. Looking up, he saw Chuchinga glaring at him with an unfriendly expression, as if she had sensed something. Feeling guilty, Wen Chen coughed and then, frowning and rolling his eyes, he said, "Do you have athlete's foot?" This statement made Chuchinga's face change drastically. "You're the one with athlete's foot. If it's not your foot odor, why are my eyes stinging?" Wen Chen pretended to rub his eyes with the back of his hand. This made Chuchinga lose some confidence. She leaned in to smell and said softly, "I don't smell anything bad. People with athlete's foot usually can't smell their own odor," Wen Chen said convincingly. Chuchinga pursed her lips, half believing. Just as she was about to pull her foot back, Wen Chen asked, "What are you doing?" "I haven't had enough of touching it yet," Chuchinga weakly said. "Didn't you say I have athlete's foot? Don't make yourself stinky later." Wen Chen's expression changed. He put on a righteous look and said, "It's okay, no big deal. After I'm done helping you, I'll wash up properly." "Oh," Chuchinga responded and didn't say anything more. Perhaps Wen Chen lied to her about having athlete's foot, which dealt a blow to her stubborn self-confidence. Seeing Chuchinga unhappy, Wen Chen cleared his throat. "You actually believed what I said. How could a beauty like you possibly have athlete's foot? You lied to me?" Chuchinga widened her eyes. "Just kidding," lightening the mood, Wen Chen chuckled. "You're such a jerk." Chuchinga couldn't contain her anger and started looking around to find something to throw at Wen Chen, typical of being both clumsy and playful. However, due to her exaggerated movements, she pulled a muscle in her foot, causing her to tremble in pain. Wen Chen said, "All right, stop fussing. After I finish massaging it, then you can make a scene again." "Who's making a scene?" Chuchinga was furious, her chest heaving with anger. Wen Chen quickly surrendered. It's me, all my fault." Chuchinga snorted coldly and refused to let Wen Chen touch her. Little did she know, as soon as she had that thought, her body involuntarily froze. The reason was simple. Wen Chen's massage was just too good. The excruciating pain in her ankle suddenly disappeared. The joints felt warm, as if enveloped in a gentle heat. It was incredibly comfortable. She even couldn't help but let out a soft moan. "Why are you making noises?" Wen Chen asked. Chuchinga blushed, coyly saying, "Stop making things up, I didn't make any sound." "Then it must have been a dog barking just now," Wen Chen teased, making Chuchinga pout in annoyance, turning her head away, refusing to pay him any more attention. In her mind, she cursed this jerk fiercely. How could there be such an annoying person in the world? Did his mouth switch places with his rear end, always spewing nonsense? Can't he say anything nice? He wasn't like this before. He used to be submissive, never daring to talk back. But now, he looked better, yet his mouth was just unbearable. Wen Chen was unaware of Chuchinga's changing thoughts. He continued to focus on massaging her feet. Missing out on opportunities to make money is despicable. Not taking advantage of benefits is equally despicable. Opportunities to freeload like this are rare, and he couldn't afford to miss them. Chuchinga frowned and asked, "Wang Fan, how are you massaging my feet?" Wen Chen earnestly replied, "Since you're my wife, I'll give you a foot massage as an extra gift." "No need." Chuchinga had barely finished speaking when she suddenly cried out in pain, tears almost welling up. "What are you doing?" Wen Chen's expression turned serious as he said, "This acupoint is connected to your kidneys. Your pain just now indicates kidney deficiency." "You're the one with kidney deficiency," Chuchinga rolled her eyes. Just as the situation eased for a moment, she started crying out again. Wen Chen solemnly said, "Your lungs are not good either. I'm done, quickly release me." "Ah, oh, your heart isn't good either. Get lost. Stop talking nonsense, I'm perfectly healthy." "Oh, where did you just press?" "Your rear end isn't good either. Probably always constipated." Chuchinga was speechless, feeling a vein pop on her forehead. She finally understood. This jerk was deliberately messing with her. "Stop fooling around, I'm not falling for it." Wen Chen was about to continue teasing Chuchinga. However, when he carefully touched the pulse on the sole of her foot, he sensed something unusual. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, a look of astonishment on his face. Ha! This pulse is clearly only possessed by a virgin. Chu Chinga is still a virgin? Wen Shen's heart shook, unable to help but feel puzzled. When he returned home that day, clearly, he saw Chu Chinga in the room, having an affair with her lover. How could she still be a virgin? Could it be the woman in the room is not Chu Chinga? If it's not her, then who is it? Wen Shen really couldn't think of anyone else who could freely enter and leave their house. What's wrong with you? Seeing Wen Shen standing there motionless in a daze, Chu Chinga couldn't help but ask. Wen Shen came to his senses, and straightforwardly said, "When I came home that day, I heard a couple in our house flirting and teasing each other. Who are they?" Chu Chinga blurted out, "Chu Qingfeng brought a girl from somewhere. I caught them in the act and gave him a good beating." I see. Wen Shen suddenly realized, instantly understanding that he had wrongly accused Chu Chinga. It turns out she didn't make him a cuckold. It was all a misunderstanding. Chu Chinga's heart stirred. Following this thread of conversation, she asked, "You seem to have mentioned before that I made you a cuckold. Could it be because of this incident?" "I never said such a thing. You must have misheard." Wen Shen's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. "Humph." Chu Chinga kicked Wen Shen away, stood up from the table, and said indignantly, "So in your eyes, I'm a woman who cheats and is unfaithful?" "I didn't." Wen Shen wanted to explain, but it was futile. Chu Chinga was not a foolish woman, quite the opposite, she was very clever. After some investigation, she quickly guessed the reason for Wen Shen's sudden change in attitude towards her. The thought that he suspected her and spoke ill of her, and also had abandoned her in a time of danger, made her furious. "You don't need to explain, our marriage is in name only, we will eventually divorce, whether I'm good or bad in your eyes doesn't matter anymore." After saying this, Chu Chinga turned and left. Seeing this, Wen Shen stood there, dumbfounded. He grabbed his head, his mind in turmoil. For some reason, he felt a slight connection to this woman. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Wen Shen did nothing, just studied the human-shaped polygonum multiflorum. Although this thing was precious, keeping it intact in his hands would eventually be a disaster. So, he directly dismantled the polygonum multiflorum, separating it. He ate a part himself. Another part, he kept to give to old Master Chu. As for the last part, it was used in the plan of "as you sow, so shall you reap." The storefront that Chu Chinga had rented for him was not large inside, but there was an open space outside. It could be used to plant some flowers and plants. The original owner of this body did not have such leisure, mainly using that space to grow leeks or garlic. He placed the processed polygonum multiflorum fragments in a pot, took it outside. Then, he removed the leeks and garlic from the ground, and planted the polygonum multiflorum. After doing all this, he stood in place, looked around, seeing no one paying attention. Only then did he perform his spell. Spirit planting technique. As the name suggests, a spell to plant crops with spiritual energy. Wen Shen circulated his spiritual energy while activating the spell. In no time, a cloud the size of a basin suddenly condensed above Wen Shen's head. In the midst of the cloud, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and wind and rain surged. Wen Shen controlled the cloud above the land, then, with a low shout, "Let it rain." As the words fell, a loud thunder roared. The raindrops fell swiftly, moistening the dry soil rapidly. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. The newly planted polygonum multiflorum visibly sprouted roots and shoots at an astonishing speed, growing lush green sprouts. Witnessing this, even Wen Shen himself couldn't help but marvel, the art of spirit planting is so powerful? With a humanoid polygonum multiflorum as the guide, Wen Shen irrigated daily with the art of spirit planting. In less than a month, this unremarkable piece of land would likely yield a batch of rare herbs seen once in 100 years. Ha, I'm going to make a fortune. In the future, these rare spiritual medicines can be my snacks. Lost in his thoughts, Wen Shen, exhilarated, almost grinned crookedly. Due to having consumed a portion of the humanoid polygonum multiflorum earlier, the medicinal effects were fermenting. A surging force flowed through his entire body. Qi refining first level. Qi refining second level. Qi refining third level. Advancing rapidly, he finally reached the 6th level of Qi refining before calming down. Wen Shen opened his eyes. A fierce light burst from his ink-black pupils. Simultaneously, his entire aura underwent a transformative change once again. Clenching his fist, he felt a substantial power coursing through him. Damn! I never expected the medicinal effects of this humanoid polygonum multiflorum to be so abnormal, elevating my cultivation to this level in just a short moment. Although inheriting the legacy of the beast god, Wen Shen followed the path of cultivation. Cultivation was divided into several realms, from low to high, chi refining, foundation building, core formation, nascent soul, soul transformation. According to the hints from the beast god's legacy, in the current world where spiritual energy was depleted, cultivation for cultivators was extremely challenging. Even for those with exceptional talents, without encountering any fortuitous encounters, they could only linger in the chi refining stage for their entire lives. Initially, Wen Shen had prepared himself for a long struggle in the chi refining stage. However, as fate would have it, a stroke of luck saved him from years of detours. Judging by Wen Shen's assessment, cultivators in this world were not many, perhaps even extinct. Meanwhile, warriors, espers, and bio-enhanced individuals emerged and thrived. Although the powers they wielded were formidable, they still fell short compared to the path of cultivation. Wen Shen speculated that if he could advance to the core formation stage, not only could he seek revenge, but he could also dominate the world and look down upon it. Of course, such aspirations seemed somewhat far-fetched for him at the moment. The Black Tiger King, in his quest to find his son, deployed thousands of black tiger guards to search the mountains. However, despite digging 3 feet deep, they found nothing. Enraged, the Black Tiger King could barely contain his fury. Reluctantly, he had to face the grim possibility that his son might have already been killed. Ah! The Black Tiger King roared to the sky in anger, his powerful innate chi surging out with immense rage. Boom! The surrounding grass, rocks, and trees seemed to explode on the spot as if hit by grenades. Seeing this, the onlookers quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the aftermath. The power of the innate chi was so terrifying that it could shatter stones from a distance. With disheveled hair, the Black Tiger King appeared wild and frenzied. Who dares to be so audacious? To dare to kill my son? I will definitely find him and tear him apart into 1,000 pieces. Those who witnessed this scene were all horrified and kept their distance. Su Yujo, also shaken, murmured, "The North Sea is likely to witness a bloody storm soon." Just as these words were spoken, Manhwa's sharp eyes swept over. "What are you saying?" Su Yujo's eyebrows jumped, trying to remain calm. "General, I will do everything in my power to find the killer of Yu Shao." Black Tiger King said, "You don't need to worry about this matter. Over at the Azure Dragon Group, you need to speed up and complete the planned mission." Su Yujo looked uneasy. "General, the plan has failed this time. I'm afraid Su Wanjun may have already noticed something." Meng Tianhu stared fiercely, shouting, "Why resort to more schemes? With the power you have accumulated over the years in the Azure Dragon Group, you can easily replace Su Wanjun without hesitation." "I'm afraid. I've got your back. What are you afraid of?" Manhwa shouted. Su Yujo's face changed slightly, not daring to speak further. He nodded repeatedly. "Yes, General, I will follow your orders and take control of the Azure Dragon Group as soon as possible." As the two were conversing, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby. "Found it!" Manhwa looked up. "Found what?" The person calling out ran over trembling, holding a dark round object. Upon closer inspection, it was a plastic bag containing something. Manhwa's eyes flashed. "What's inside?" The person knelt down, opening the plastic bag, and said, "General, we found the young master's head." Manhwa's eyes widened, staggering back. In the plastic bag lay his son's head. Next to the head was a piece of bamboo with words inscribed on it. Manhwa picked it up, his face turning pale. "Today, we slaughter the young dog. Tomorrow, we behead the old dog. Manhwa, wait for me to come and take your heads." Manhwa knew his son had met an unfortunate end. However, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. But when he saw Mangyu's severed head, that last shred of hope was shattered in an instant. A mix of sorrow and anger surged in his chest. He wanted to scream, but his mouth opened, and no sound came out. In intense grief, one can be rendered speechless. Wen Shen did indeed pack and burn Mangyu's body along with the dozen or so black tiger guards. However, he deliberately left behind the head. The reason for burning the bodies was to confuse and prevent any traces that could lead back to him. As for leaving the head, it was partly for revenge and declaration of war, and also to influence Manhwa's judgment. Wen Shen's strategy worked perfectly. Seeing his son's head and the words on the bamboo strip, Manhwa immediately thought that this was the work of an enemy. Someone dared to kill his son, had the ability to do so, and could execute it swiftly and silently. Among his enemies, there were only a few. Certain names immediately came to mind, and his gaze grew sharper. No one would suspect Wen Shen of this deed because of his current identity as a simple veterinarian named Wang Fan. Powerless and ordinary, how could he possibly take down the formidable black tiger guards? After a while, Manhwa finally regained his composure, still holding his son's head, tears welling up in his eyes. Through gritted teeth, he said, "Damn it. Whoever you are, since you dared to harm my son, I will hunt you down and make you pay." Yawn! Wen Shen suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he muttered, "Damn it, who the hell is badmouthing me?" Seeing the sun had risen, the sunlight scattered across the land. Wenchen opened the rolling gate and started a new day. There was no business in the morning. He decided to take his toolbox and fix the LED sign outside. Wang Fan XX Hospital finally changed back to Wang Fan Pet Hospital. Admiring his masterpiece, Wencheng stood at the entrance and looked around, then nodded in satisfaction. "Master!" Just then, a voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw a black stray dog. "You're back!" Wencheng reached for a cigarette in his pocket, only to find that he had smoked the last one. So, he took out 100 yuan and handed it to the black dog. "Go, buy me a pack of cigarettes." "What brand?" "Yellow Crane Tower 1916, Wencheng said. He had been smoking cheap cigarettes like Red Double Happiness, which had made his throat hoarse. Now that he had money, he had to switch to better cigarettes. The black dog immediately obeyed and ran towards the convenience store with the money in its mouth. The convenience store, about 100 meters away, had just opened for business. The owner, stretching and yawning lazily, sat behind the counter. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "Welcome." He looked up but saw no customers entering. "Huh, where is everyone?" Scratching his head, the owner felt puzzled. But the next moment, he witnessed an incredible scene. A big, well-fed black dog wagged its tail as it walked in. It stood up on its hind legs and placed the 100 yuan from its mouth on the counter. Holy cow! The owner thought he was still dreaming or seeing things. But after rubbing his eyes and looking again, he couldn't believe the reality before him. Unable to explain, the black dog could only shake its head and use its eyes to convey, "I want to buy cigarettes." The owner was dumbfounded. After a while, he finally understood the black dog's intention. "Do you want to buy cigarettes?" The black dog nodded. The owner was even more shocked. "You understand human speech? What brand do you want?" The black dog glanced at the shelves and then focused on a direction. Following its gaze, the owner picked up a pack of Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. The black dog nodded again. After handing over the cigarettes, the owner watched in astonishment as the black dog took them in its mouth and ran off without looking back. The owner stood there dumbfounded, muttering, "This is truly unbelievable." Moments later, the black dog returned with the cigarettes. Wencheng took the cigarettes, tore open the packaging, and said, "Shu Chinga provides you with good food and drink. Why did you come back?" The black dog looked aggrieved and said, "Master, you are the only one in my heart. You are my lifelong love." Wencheng kicked at it, feeling goosebumps all over. "Get lost, you annoying dog. Where did you learn such cheesy words?" Instead of getting angry, the black dog happily circled around Wencheng. Seeing this, Wencheng couldn't help but laugh and cry. This must be what they call a licking dog. "Do you smoke?" Wencheng asked. He thought the black dog would refuse, but to his surprise, it said, "I can have one." "Are you kidding me?" Wencheng was dumbfounded. "I was just being polite, and you took it seriously?" Then, the black dog proved with actions that it not only could smoke but also did it skillfully. Lying on the ground, crossing its front paws, it exhaled smoke with a melancholic expression on its face. Wencheng was stunned, unable to contain his amazement. The beastly spirit is truly terrifying. Not only has it enhanced this dog's physical qualities, but it has also made its behavior more and more human-like. Just like the previous husky, the current black mutt is even more so. While smoking, the black mutt reports to Wencheng, "Master, as per your instructions, I've spent 2 days by your wife's side and have gathered information about her recent situation." Wencheng raises an eyebrow, "I never gave such an order." The black mutt says, "As a qualified guard dog, I am by my master's side, solving problems and sharing worries. It is my duty." "Alright, I know you are loyal, let's get to the point." Wencheng waves his hand. The black mutt continues, "Master, your wife is not doing well lately." "What do you mean?" Wencheng asks. The black mutt explains, "Her company is currently facing a huge financial crisis, and there are people within the company plotting against her." Upon hearing this, Wencheng's eyes flash. Although he is not very familiar with the recent situation of the Chu group, he has heard some information. The recent operations are indeed not going well. Internal and external troubles are putting the company in jeopardy. Due to this, household expenses have been greatly reduced, and many properties have been sold to generate cash flow. Chu Qingfeng's pocket money has also been cut off. The reason he has been scheming to help Sun Zilong deal with Wencheng, his unlucky brother-in-law, and assist him in pursuing Chu Qingde is to obtain economic assistance from the Sun family. Not only him, Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min probably have the same intentions. Initially, Wencheng had no intention of getting involved in the mess of the Chu family. He would rather see them go bankrupt. However, considering that old Master Chu has been kind to him and that Chu Qingde, despite her arrogance and disdain towards him, has always adhered to her principles as a wife and not humiliated him, Wencheng decides to lend a hand. Moreover, after what happened last night, he realizes he doesn't actually dislike Chuchinga. What information have you gathered? Wencheng asks. The black mutt doesn't answer directly but asks, Master, do you know that besides you, your wife has another man? Upon hearing this, Wencheng, who is just thinking clearly, stiffens. She has another man. The black mutt, unaware of Wencheng's reaction, continues calmly, yes, he is her high school classmate and first love. I have investigated. His name is Liang Ziyuan, 25 years old, a local from Beihai, but from an ordinary family. He is currently working at the Chu Group. With his qualifications, he would at most be a team leader, but he has quickly risen to a high position in the company. It is thanks to your wife's support that he has succeeded. I haven't found evidence of an affair between them, but there is definitely some ambiguity. If you hadn't intervened, perhaps Liang Ziyuan would have been the one marrying your wife. The black mutt becomes more enthusiastic as he speaks, while Wencheng's expression darkens. Damn it! I offer my heart to the bright moon, only to find it reflected in the gutter. Master, Liang Ziyuan is not a good person. He colludes with a group of old-timers in the company, constantly obtaining confidential information about the company from your wife. As a result, the Chu Group has been targeted by competitors, facing repeated attacks from within and without, leading to a sudden downturn in operations. The key is that your wife trusts Liang Ziyuan and is unaware that he is the mastermind behind all this. Wenchen stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, his eyes burning with anger. This foolish woman is truly beyond stupid. She's been sold out, yet she's still helping others count the money. The black mutt said, Master, Liang Ziyuan has already started secretly plotting with the elders of the Chu Group on how to divide the entire company. I also found out that Sun Zilong is one of the participants in this matter. Ah, Wenchen was stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, he quickly reacted. It seems that not only Chu Qingge is foolish, but also Chu Qingfeng. These siblings are truly cut from the same cloth. Business struggles. It's all about big fish eating small fish. If all the small fish on the surface of the water are eaten up and the big fish's appetite is still not satisfied, they will set their sights on fish of equal or slightly smaller size. Obviously, the Chu family has become the target in the eyes of those big fish. Master, do you want me to stop this? A hint of killing intent flashed in the black mutt's eyes. How will you stop it? Wenchen asked. The black mutt said, I'll go and kill this Liang Ziyuan. Stupid dog. Wenchen cursed, while others used their brains to deal with us, you want to solve the problem with violence, which is extremely foolish. The black mutt, scolded, hung its head and weakly asked, what should we do now? We can't just sit back and watch, can we? Ah, what a mess. Wenchen sighed helplessly. Just as he had solved his own problems, an unprecedented crisis arose in the Chu family he had married into. As a son-in-law of the Chu family, even if he didn't see eye to eye with this family, he couldn't just stand by and watch others divide it. It's because I'm too kind, always repaying grievances with kindness. Well, let it be, consider it payback from my past life. With this thought, Wenchen immediately instructed the black mutt, don't act rashly for now, continue to stay by Chu Qingge's side, protect her secretly. I will quickly investigate this matter, find out who is behind this conspiracy, and who else is involved. When the time comes, I will strike back one by one. As the last word fell, Wenchen clenched his fist, his icy gaze sharp as a flying knife. All right, I know what to do now. The black mutt nodded. Wenchen said, keep a close eye on this Liang Ziyuan for me. If he has any improper thoughts or actions towards Chu Qingge, you can strike decisively and punish him. The black mutt repeatedly assured him that the mission would be accomplished. Wenchen had great trust in the black mutt's abilities. After all, the difference in breeds was significant. After being transformed, its intelligence far surpassed that of the husky. Without even being assigned tasks, it managed to find tasks for itself, always alert. Wenchen asked with a sense of understanding, by the way, do you have anything else to report to me? The black mutt said, Master, I have taken some time and have almost integrated 1/3 of the power in the North Sea. Given some time, I will soon be able to dominate the entire North Sea. What do you mean? Explain it clearly to me. Wenchen frowned. The black mutt barked twice outside. The next moment, a group of stray dogs rushed out of the alley, numbering in the hundreds. Among them was a group of rogue dogs who had previously bullied the black mutt. Are they the forces you were talking about? Wenchen asked in amazement. The black mutt replied, yes. Wow, you're really amazing. You've done so many incredible things behind my back. Wenchen was shocked and couldn't help but praise. The more prosperous the city, the more stray animals there are. Between the skyscrapers made of steel and concrete, they have formed their own ecosystem. These animals. For others, perhaps they are of no use. But for Wencheng, they hold great potential. How many stray dogs are there in the entire Beihai? Wencheng asked. The black stray dog replied, according to my preliminary estimate, there should be around 40 to 50,000. 40 to 50,000? Upon hearing this number, Wencheng couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. If he could make use of so many stray dogs and assemble them into a fierce dog army, then when facing enemies with greater numbers, he wouldn't feel constrained or intimidated. So, Wencheng decisively gave orders to the black stray dog. Very well. Quickly unify the kingdom of dogs in Beihai. I have other plans for your companions in the future. A day passed quickly. Wencheng spent the whole day at the shop, but not a single customer came in. In the past, he would have been anxious and unable to eat, but now, as a veterinarian, his identity was just a facade. Therefore, whether there was business or not had almost no impact on him. He deliberately checked the black card Su Wanjun had given him. Goodness! He was taken aback when he saw the 20 million oceans inside. Although Wencheng was mentally prepared, seeing this number still gave him a shock. But on second thought, with Su Wanjun's status, even if she used 20 million as a reward for him, it was just a drop in the bucket. With so much money in hand, Wencheng wondered if he should start some business ventures. The pet hospital currently had no income. Even if business boomed every day, he would only earn a few $1,000 at most. For someone like Wencheng, who had seen big money in his past life, if he couldn't earn tens of millions in a month, it would be considered small scale. Moreover, the economic foundation is crucial for all superstructures. Without money in hand, nothing could be achieved. Of course, making money could be put on hold for now. Finding a good project in the future was more important. The immediate priority was to deal with the matters at hand. Just as Wencheng returned from the bank and hadn't reached the entrance of the pet hospital, he heard someone calling him brother-in-law. Wencheng turned around and saw someone unexpected. It was his despicable little brother-in-law, Chu Qingfeng. Upon hearing the other person calling him brother-in-law, Wencheng thought he misheard. Chu Qingfeng seemed extremely excited when he saw Wencheng. Running towards him, he exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, I finally found you." This time, Wencheng was sure he didn't mishear. He squinted his eyes slightly, feeling quite surprised. Had this guy taken the wrong medicine? He used to call him stray dog, but now he changed his address to brother-in-law? This was truly unexpected and left Wencheng dumbfounded. "Brother-in-law, where have you been?" Chu Qingfeng ran up to Wencheng and casually asked. Wencheng looked at him, speechless for a long time. Chu Qingfeng asked, "Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Are you Chu Qingfeng?" "Of course, it's me," Chu Qingfeng exclaimed. Although Wencheng found it strange, he didn't inquire further but calmly asked, "Why have you come to see me?" "Brother-in-law, I came to check on you and bring you some gifts," Chu Qingfeng smiled, bringing over a basket of fruits he had prepared. Wencheng was dumbfounded on the spot. "Are you being so kind? Could it be that the weasel gives New Year's greetings to the chicken, having ulterior motives?" Chu Qingfeng showed an embarrassed smile and said, "Brother-in-law, I was very rude to you before. I deeply realize my mistake now. So, I came here today specifically to apologize to you. I hope you, as the bigger person, can forgive me. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots." Wencheng didn't believe Chu Qingfeng's words for a second. This guy must have some ulterior motives. "Stop with the empty words and get to the point," Wencheng said. Chu Qingfeng smirked and quickly said, "Brother-in-law, you really have sharp eyes. I can't hide anything from you." Wencheng stood with his hands behind his back and walked straight to the entrance of the pet hospital. Chu Qingfeng followed closely, flattering, "Brother-in-law, we are family no matter what. Any past conflicts were unintentional." Wencheng impatiently said, "If you keep babbling, just get out." Okay, I won't say more." Chu Qingfeng chuckled twice and finally got to the point. "Brother-in-law, you have to help me." "Help you?" Wencheng glanced at Chu Qingfeng. "What's wrong with you?" Chu Qingfeng said, "I got into gambling before and now owe nearly 50 million. They are asking me to repay, but I don't have that much money. I can't pay them back." "You're not asking me for money, are you?" Wencheng's mouth twitched, pointing to the pet hospital that was empty. "Sell this place, is it worth 50 million? Wencheng's guess was right. He could tell by the guy's sudden change in demeanor that trouble was brewing. He never expected this guy to be in debt from gambling. For an average family, 50 million was an astronomical figure. Even for the Chu family, it was a heavy burden. Moreover, the Chu group was in a precarious situation, with cash flow on the verge of collapse and unable to come up with 50 million. Chu Qingfeng's eyes darted around as he whispered, "Brother-in-law, don't you know the richest man in Beihai, Fu Tianxiong? I saw he valued you before. If you ask him for money, he will definitely lend it to you. 50 million is nothing to him." Hearing this, Wen Shen's expression turned dark. He knew Chu Qingfeng was up to no good, but he never imagined this guy would stoop so low. I only met Fu Tianxiang by chance, just simple friends. Let's not talk about borrowing money from him. Even if he lends it, I won't ask, Wen Shen coldly snorted. Chu Qingfeng's expression immediately fell, looking aggrieved. Brother-in-law, if you don't help me, I'm done for. Those debt collectors will tear me apart. Ask your parents for help, Wen Shen suggested. Chu Qingfeng panicked. If my family finds out, I'm as good as dead. Wen Shen continued, don't you have a good friend named Sun Zilong? You tried so hard to marry your sister to him. Now that you're in trouble, he can't just stand by, can he? At the mention of Sun Zilong, Chu Qingfeng became furious. His veins bulged as he angrily said, don't mention him. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't be in this mess. Wen Shen paused, then asked, what do you mean? Chu Qingfeng explained, I started gambling because of him. He took me to play, and I did win some money at first. But then I started losing, and when I asked him for money, he lent it without hesitation. After a few times, he claimed he was broke too and told me to borrow from loan sharks. It was because of this high-interest loan that I completely collapsed. The more I lost at the gambling table, the more debts piled up with compounding interest. Borrowing 20,000 meant having to repay 50,000. I was truly at my wit's end. That's why I came to seek your help, brother-in-law. After listening to Chu Qingfeng's description, Wen Shen probably understood the situation. Chu Qingfeng, this fool, was likely caught in a trap set by Sun Zilong specifically tailored to him. His purpose in doing so was not to destroy Chu Qingfeng because this guy was already rotten to the core from head to toe, so ruining him wouldn't make much difference. His real intention was probably to use Chu Qingfeng as a breakthrough point to deal with the entire Chu family. This matter involving Chu Qingfeng was like a time bomb, exploding at a critical moment. Obviously, it was all deliberately arranged by Sun Zilong, because the burdened Chu group only needed the final straw to crush the camel, causing it to collapse like a house of cards. And this final straw was none other than Chu Qingfeng. If the Black Mud hadn't reported this matter to him just now, Wen Shen wouldn't have connected these dots. It was because he already knew that the Chu group was facing a huge crisis financially, and some malicious individuals had colluded and were ready to launch a fatal blow against Chu Qingda. With this information, the massive gambling debt hanging over Chu Qingfeng was also a crucial part of this conspiracy. It was like a domino effect, with the formation all set, waiting for one piece to fall and trigger a chain reaction. Originally, Wen Shen had no intention of saving Chu Qingfeng. This guy was just too stupid. Despite his past arrogance and recklessness, he actually had the brain of a pig. People like him were a waste of resources in this world. However, if he didn't intervene, Chu Qingda would definitely be dragged down by his brother, leading to a direct collapse. Therefore, in order to save Chu Qingda, he had to first save Chu Qingfeng. After making up his mind, Wen Shen's expression turned serious as he looked at Chu Qingfeng. This time I can help you, but I won't give you money to repay your debts. Instead, I will help you achieve self-redemption. At the first half of the sentence, Chu Qingfeng was about to smile with joy, but upon hearing the second half, he froze, looking bewildered. Brother-in-law, can you please explain it more clearly? I don't quite understand, Chu Qingfeng asked. Wen Shen didn't offer any explanation but reached out his hand, demanding, how much money do you have left on you now? Give it all to me. Ha! Chu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Stop dilly-dallying, Wen Shen sternly ordered. Chu Qingfeng didn't dare to delay. He searched his pockets and then handed over 370 yuan to Wen Shen. Is this all you have? Wen Shen frowned. Chu Qingfeng explained, I had 500 yuan left, but I spent 130 yuan on fruits just now. What about your designer watch and other belongings? Wen Shen inquired. Chu Qingfeng looked crestfallen and said with a troubled expression, the debt collectors have already come to me. I gave them those things as collateral so they agreed to give me half a day to raise funds, otherwise, they would bring IOUs to my parents' house. Wen Shen rolled his eyes, completely speechless. So you only have this 370 yuan left in your pocket? Yes, that's all I have. Chu Qingfeng nodded. Wen Shen didn't know what to say. Seeing this guy who usually flaunted his wealth and status as a rich kid, who would have thought that he would be so broke that he couldn't even come up with 1,000 yuan? Well, forget it, 370 yuan is 370 yuan. Although it's a bit less, it's better than nothing, Wen Shen shrugged. Chu Qingfeng curiously asked, brother-in-law, why do you ask me for this money? What do you need it for? How did you end up owing 50 million? Wen Shen asked. Chu Qingfeng replied, I lost it in gambling. Wen Shen waved the money in his hand, then I'll gamble and help you win back that 50 million. As soon as he said that, Chu Qingfeng was petrified on the spot. His expression turned as ugly as it could get. He looked at Wen Shen as if he was looking at a fool. Brother-in-law, you're not joking with me, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Wen Chen said seriously. At this moment, Shu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. Brother-in-law, it's not that I don't trust you, but the situation is too complicated. Winning tens of millions with just a few $100 sounds like a fantasy. It was clear that Shu Qingfeng's tone was restrained. In the past, he would have definitely cursed Wen Chen out, probably insulting his family lineage hundreds of times. But now, he was in need and Wen Chen was his only hope. So, even though he was confused and speechless, he had to speak kindly. Where there's a will, there's a way. If we put our hearts into it, we can definitely succeed. Believe and we will achieve. In that moment, Wen Chen turned into a motivational speaker, passionately stirring up some inspiration. Shu Qingfeng's eyebrows twitched, and he lowered his voice. But what if we lose this $370 too? Wen Chen said, then there's nothing I can do. You'll have to rely on luck and divine intervention. Wang Fan, are you kidding me? Shu Qingfeng couldn't contain his anger and was about to lash out at Wen Chen. However, before he could speak his mind, he closed his mouth. His fingers, previously broken by Wen Chen, hadn't fully healed yet. Provoking Wen Chen again at this moment would not be wise. So, even though he was burning with anger, he had to suppress it, forcing a smile and calling Wen Chen brother-in-law. Without giving Shu Qingfeng a chance to speak, Wen Chen quickly ordered, you have half a day. Time is of the essence. Take me to the gambling den where you lost the money before. We'll make a big play, win back the 50 million, pay off the debt, and then we're done with gambling. Shu Qingfeng wanted to resist, but a cold stare from Wen Chen shut him down. Do you still want me to help you or not? Yes. Then stop dawdling and lead the way. Shu Qingfeng felt helpless and despondent. Inside, 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have come. Not only did he not get the loan, but he also had to endure this humiliation. It was just his luck. In Shu Qingfeng's eyes, Wen Chen's offer to win 50 million with $370 was not genuine help but a way to insult him. Because no sane person would believe that a few $100 could turn into millions. Seeing Shu Qingfeng's lack of enthusiasm, Wen Chen arrogantly said, back then, Chen Daozi won 37 million with just $20. Today, I, Wang Fan, can win 50 million with $370. It's not impossible. Shu Qingfeng fell silent but cursed internally. You're just a nobody, a small veterinarian. $370 to win 50 million. Do you really think you're a gambling god? Shu Qingfeng approached Wen Chen mainly to connect with Fu Tianxiong through him. Little did he know that this guy had some screws loose in his head, wanting to pay off his gambling debt through gambling. If he had a few million to gamble with, his words might have been somewhat believable. But boasting with just a few $100? That's just absurd. The key point is that he took out these few $100 from his own pocket. This guy is really stingy. Shu Qingfeng also understood. Wen Chen had no intention of helping him. Of course, seeing Wen Chen so resolute, Shu Qingfeng still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. He asked in a low voice, brother-in-law, have you ever gambled before? Although this was a rhetorical question, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Wen Chen shook his head, no. Never? Shu Qingfeng pressed on. Wen Chen's expression changed, and he asked seriously, does playing landlord count? Shu Qingfeng's expression froze. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. The last trace of hope in his heart dissipated completely with the other's answer. All right, stop beating around the bush, hurry up and take me there. Wen Chen urged again in a stern tone. Brother-in-law, my car has been mortgaged, I don't have a car now. Shu Qingfeng tried to find an excuse to avoid. Wen Chen said, it's okay, I have a car. Shu Qingfeng's eyes lit up, feeling quite surprised. You bought a car? Wen Chen took out the car keys and pressed the switch. Then, a small electric scooter parked at the door made a beeping sound. Shu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He really wanted to slap Wen Chen, but the thought of not being able to beat him made him swallow his pride and fall silent. Brother-in-law, shall we take a taxi then? Take a damn taxi, you only have $370 for gambling, spend a few bucks on a taxi, what if you run out of money halfway through? Wen Chen scolded impatiently. Every penny counts, wealth requires effort and accumulation. Shu Qingfeng was speechless. He, a wealthy young man, had actually stooped to riding an electric scooter. If this got out, his reputation would be ruined. He was unwilling, but he couldn't resist Wen Chen's fierce gaze. Stop dawdling, get on the bike. Okay. Shu Qingfeng's heart trembled, like a wronged little wife. He sat on the back seat of the electric scooter, sticking out his big butt. Since the electric scooter was too small, the sight of two big men weighing over 300 pounds sitting together gave the impression of an ox pulling a cart. Put on your helmet, obey traffic rules, let's go. And so, Wen Shen rode the electric scooter with his brother-in-law. At a steady speed of 50 miles per hour, they swayed towards the casino. About an hour later, outside the Royal Casino No. 1, Wen Shen stopped the scooter. Chu Qingfeng quickly got off the scooter as if his butt was on fire, keeping a distance of 3 meters from Wen Shen and the scooter, looking around in panic as if afraid of being seen. In the casino parking lot, there were only luxury cars worth millions, at the very least, top-of-the-line BBA models. Not a single electric scooter could be seen in sight. "Sir, I'm sorry, this parking lot is exclusively for casino guests and not open to the public." As soon as Wen Shen parked the scooter, the casino security guard came over, speaking politely but with a hint of disdain in his eyes, as if saying, "You, riding a small electric scooter, dare to come here to park, don't you have any shame?" Wen Shen adjusted his clothes and said, "I'm here to gamble at the casino." The security guard looked puzzled, furrowing his brow. "Sir, you're quite humorous. You may not be aware of our casino's target market." Ahem. Chu Qingfeng, who was pretending to be invisible on the side, couldn't help but cough twice. As soon as the security guard saw him, he felt a sense of familiarity. After scrutinizing for a few seconds, he realized that the other party was a frequent visitor to the casino. "Feng, young master." Seeing that the other party recognized him, Chu Qingfeng felt quite pleased. "I haven't been here for a few days, and you don't even recognize me anymore." The security guard looked embarrassed and said repeatedly, "Oh, it's just that I didn't expect young Master Feng to be so humorous, not driving a sports car but riding an electric scooter instead." Chu Qingfeng's expression noticeably became somewhat unnatural, and he said in a deep voice, "The joy of the wealthy, what do you understand?" Then, Chu Qingfeng said to Wen Shen, "Brother-in-law, let's not mind these lowly scum with dog eyes, let's hurry up and go in." He just wanted to leave here quickly, to preserve the last bit of his dignity. Before he could finish speaking, someone nearby shouted, "Hey, isn't this Master Chu?" Chu Qingfeng turned to look. When he saw the newcomer, his expression became even more unpleasant. It was his two drinking buddies, one named Zhao Yuntian and the other named Zhou Yuan. When Chu Qingfeng had money, he often played with them. Now that he was in trouble and sought their help, not only did they make various excuses to refuse, but they also mocked him. Chu Qingfeng swore at that moment to cut off all ties with them and never associate with them again. "Master Chu, you're here to play again?" Zhao Yuntian asked. Chu Qingfeng snorted, "None of your business." "Master Chu, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just because I didn't lend you money? Why are you so angry?" Zhou Yuan beside him said with a smirk. Zhao Yuntian said, "Wait, Master Chu, didn't you lose all your money before? How come you still have money to gamble? It turns out all the excuses you used to borrow money from us before were fake." Chu Qingfeng didn't want to deal with them and tried to enter the casino directly. However, the two of them wouldn't let it go. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes and asked nonchalantly, "Master Chu, I just saw you coming in on an electric scooter, where's your Audi R8? At this remark, Chu Qingfeng was socially dead. He tried every means to avoid this situation, but the more he feared it, the more it happened. Now, he probably lost all his face. Even so, Chu Qingfeng remained defiant. "There was traffic on the road, delaying my arrival for gambling, so I came on the electric scooter." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" No, we wouldn't dare have a problem." Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan exchanged a smile, their faces filled with even more mockery. Obviously, they had seen through Chu Qingfeng's predicament. And Chu Qingfeng also realized that they had seen through his predicament. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable and embarrassed, he had nowhere to hide. Seeing this, Wen Shen patted Chu Qingfeng on the shoulder. "Little nephew, are these two your friends?" Chu Qingfeng just wanted to leave with Wen Shen quickly, but as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of the two. Zhao Yuntian turned his gaze to Wen Shen and said, "Master Chu, is this the brother-in-law you mentioned to us before, the country bumpkin? You said he looks like a toad, but I think he looks like a talented and handsome man. In comparison, you seem more like..." Zhou Yuan's voice abruptly stopped. However, the meaning he wanted to convey was already evident. From his tone, it seemed like he was praising Wen Shen, but in reality, he was deliberately belittling Chu Qingfeng in this manner. The tables had turned. Chu Qingfeng deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. In just 2 days, he had gone from the lofty Chu family's wealthy young master to a street rat that everyone could trample on. Clap, clap. The two of them were laughing at Chu Qingfeng without restraint. Wen Shen retaliated with 2 slaps, hitting them hard across the face. Due to the excessive force, their front teeth were knocked out. They spun around like spinning tops, dizzy and disoriented. Chu Qingfeng was stunned when he witnessed this scene, staring wide-eyed at Wen Shen in shock. The two who were hit were equally stunned. Zhao Yuntian covered his bleeding mouth and shouted sternly, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Smack! Shin placed his hand near his ear. Didn't catch that, say it again? Zhao Yuntian struggled to speak, but habitually blurted out a curse, damn it. Smack! Shin slapped him again, turning Zhao Yuntian into a pig's head. Zhou Yuan, who was about to react, hesitated when he saw Shen's fierce actions. He swallowed the curse he was about to utter. Keep your mouth clean in the future, don't curse so easily, after all, I have a bad temper, Shen said, shaking his hand after the fight, exuding a strong presence. The two dared not speak out of anger, hung their heads low, and avoided meeting Shen's eyes. With a wave of his hand, Shen, accompanied by the astonished Chu Qingfeng, walked into the gambling den. After Shen entered, Zhao Yuntian was furious. Damn, this bastard dared to hit me? I must make him pay. Zhou Yuan said, Yun, didn't Chu Qingfeng say before that his useless brother-in-law was like a coward? How did he suddenly become so powerful in the fight just now? Before Zhao Yuntian could realize it, after Zhou Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Yuntian's face changed drastically, looking terrified. Yes, although we are not top experts, we have trained in martial arts for a few years, we should have been able to dodge that bastard's attacks just now. It seems this guy is skilled. Zhou Yuan concluded. Zhao Yuntian clenched his fists, coldly saying, I don't care if he's skilled or not, he dared to hit me, so I will make him pay. It's perfect timing to deal with Chu Qingfeng as well. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. In the past, we would have had to think twice, but now the Chu family is on the decline. Sun Xiao is about to make a fatal blow to them. This guy is asking for trouble at such a time, he's just looking for death. Later, Zhao Yuntian took out his phone and dialed a number, preparing for retaliation. Meanwhile, the security guard at the entrance returned to the security booth and dialed the exclusive number of the casino's management. Brother Shanji, Chu Qingfeng is here to gamble again. Oh, does he have money? He probably doesn't have any. I saw him coming on a small electric scooter. The person on the other end laughed heartily. Really? That bad off? It seems the debt collectors are really pressuring him. The security guard continued. Besides him, it seems he brought another person, probably his brother-in-law, who was quite skilled. He beat up Yun and Zhou at the entrance. Brother-in-law? The person on the phone was stunned. He seemed to have no impression of this person. When investigating Chu Qingfeng's family, there was indeed a sister who was already married. However, it seemed she did not marry but rather brought in a son-in-law. The other party seemed to be a veterinarian. At that time, because the situation was too absurd, it even made the local news. Okay, I got it. As soon as Shanji finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He shook his head. He didn't take this matter seriously at all. Given Chu Qingfeng's situation, even if he called his brother-in-law, or even invited a powerful immortal, it would probably be too late to reverse the situation. Moreover, what could a veterinarian brother-in-law do? In the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, could he really stir up any trouble? After entering the casino, Shen squatted down to tie his shoelaces. Chu Qingfeng said, Brother-in-law, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for standing up for me just now. Don't flatter yourself, I didn't stand up for you. If those two idiots hadn't insulted me, I wouldn't have done anything, Shen replied nonchalantly. Chu Qingfeng pursed his lips, expressing concern. Brother-in-law, those two men have a significant background. Although they come from a nouveau riche family, they are quite powerful. In case they seek revenge on us. Fear what? We'll face them head-on. I'm not even afraid to hit you, let alone a couple of pests. Shen straightened his back. Chu Qingfeng's hand, wrapped in bandages, began to ache faintly again. However, this time, he harbored no negative feelings towards Shen. On the contrary, he was very grateful. Leaving aside everything else, at least in his time of need, the other party did not look down on him but instead offered help. Even though this form of assistance was somewhat demeaning, it was still better than nothing. Betting 370 yuan to win 50 million seemed like a far-fetched fairy tale. Brother-in-law, why did you pick up this thing? When Chu Qingfeng felt something was amiss, he saw that when Shen was tying his shoelaces earlier, he had picked up something from the ground and held it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ant. Can we win money with this little thing? Shen looked at the ant as if he were looking at a naked beauty, his eyes suddenly shining brightly. Chu Qingfeng was at a loss. The surge of excitement he had just felt was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Alright, let's quickly lose this 370 yuan and then go home to sleep. In his previous life, Shen was also well versed in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. His gambling skills were not extraordinary, but they were not bad either. However, if he were to gamble here based on his abilities from his previous life, it would be impossible to achieve the lofty goal of winning 50 million with a mere 370 yuan. So, he never intended to gamble seriously. He wanted to cheat directly. After entering the casino, he first exchanged for chips at the front desk, 3 100 yuan chips and 7 10 yuan chips. After obtaining the chips, Wenchen looked around. It was quite lively inside, with people playing cards, roulette, and dice. All kinds of gambling tools were available, and the gamblers here came from all walks of life. There were prestigious families, high-ranking officials, and professional gamblers who made a living from gambling. Of course, there were more novices seeking excitement and experience. Wenchen asked, "Which game is the simplest?" In fact, he already had an answer in mind for this question. But to fit his current rookie identity, he deliberately asked again. Without hesitation, Xu Qingfeng said, "Of course, playing dice is the simplest. You don't need any fancy moves, just rely on luck to bet on big or small, or guess the number." "Alright, let's go with that," Wenchen decided promptly. At this moment, Xu Qingfeng's face showed no extra expression. He could almost be certain that Wenchen had never been to a casino before and had never played these games. He really didn't know how a complete novice like him dared to speak so arrogantly. Oh well, probably just the bravado of a newcomer. Subsequently, like a walking dead, Xu Qingfeng led Wenchen to the dice table. There were quite a few people playing, most of them were beginners because the rules were the simplest. As Wenchen stood by without placing a bet immediately, the chips in his hand rolled up and down. His eyes flickered with contemplation. Xu Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head at the sight. "What are you pretending for? Such an enigmatic appearance. Just wait until we start gambling, I'll make sure to clean you out completely. Brother-in-law, why aren't you placing a bet?" Wenchen paused before replying, "I'm calculating." Next to the dealer, there was an electronic screen displaying the results and points of the previous rounds. Experienced individuals would use this data to determine their betting targets for the next round. Gambling boiled down to probability, which in turn was linked to mathematics. Those proficient in math would undoubtedly have an edge in gambling. However, whether one won or lost ultimately depended on luck. Xu Qingfeng asked in astonishment, "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you've never played before?" Wenchen replied, "I haven't, but can't I calculate?" Xu Qingfeng's expression froze. He cursed inwardly. How could he pretend like that? "Fine. You do your calculations. I'll see how impressive you really are later." After several rounds, when the sixth round arrived, the dice were shaken, and betting commenced. Wenshen's gaze sharpened, no longer hesitating. He placed all his chips on the square grid for betting on the dice numbers. Xu Qingfeng was taken aback. He had assumed Wenshen, being a novice, would start with simple bets on big or small. Although the odds were only 1:1, with a 50% probability for each, it was the safest choice among the options. To his surprise, Wenshen went straight for betting on specific numbers, and he chose 666, a big number. "Oh my god!" Xu Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. He quickly shouted at Wenshen, "Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Choosing such a rare number, 666. Wenshen calmly replied, "Didn't you see the odds are 50 times? If we win, we'll instantly get 18,500. Upon hearing this, Xu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. Numbers like this rarely appeared, maybe not even once in a night. Even if they did, most people wouldn't hit them unless they had extraordinary luck. It's over. Completely over. All 370 yuan gone. Just waiting to lose and go home." Xu Qingfeng rubbed his forehead, no longer wanting to speak. It was just a few hundred yuan anyway. Winning would be nice, but losing wouldn't matter. Others were surprised by Wenshen's chosen number but didn't pay much attention since he hadn't bet much. Such actions were not uncommon, as there were always some dreamers willing to take a chance, even if it meant throwing money away. Clearly, they had mistaken Wenshen for one of those people. Not only did the bystanders think so, but even Xu Qingfeng felt the same. Seeing everyone at the gambling table ready to roll, the dealer picked up the dice cup with one hand. Everyone looked up. The next moment, someone shouted, "Damn, 666." Xu Qingfeng was already prepared to leave, not even looking. But upon hearing the shout, he immediately squeezed into the crowd. Indeed, he saw the 3 dice showing sixes. He was dumbfounded, speechless, muttering, this, how is this possible?" Wenshen remained calm, seemingly expecting this outcome. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, he retrieved his winnings from the dealer. 18,500 yuan. Adding to the initial 370 yuan, a total of 18,870 yuan. Wenshen held 8 chips in his hand. 1 chip worth 15,000, 1 worth 3,000, 1 worth 500, 3 worth 100, and 1 worth 50, as well as 1 worth 20. The chips were held in hand, not yet warmed by body heat. He placed his bet. Still, it was a 666. This move immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Their faces all showed shock. Their eyes widened like copper bells. Onlookers? Dealer? Xu Qingfeng also? Who is this guy? His courage is too great. Courage? I think he's crazy. He won once by luck, and now he's betting the same amount again. Isn't he just giving away money? The dealer hasn't even rolled the dice yet, and he's already betting. Isn't he a bit too impatient? Money earned by luck will eventually be lost due to bad luck. Young people are just too young. The crowd discussed. Amidst the astonishment, there was more mockery towards Wen Chen. It wasn't that the crowd had any bias against him, but his actions were truly outrageous, beyond belief. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't do such a foolish thing. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xu Qingfeng exclaimed in disbelief. Wen Chen said expressionlessly, gambling. You can't gamble like this, even if you want to bet early, but betting on 666 again. I wanted to bet on 888, but that number isn't available, Wen Chen said. Xu Qingfeng was speechless. He increasingly felt that Wen Chen's thinking was somewhat deranged. Just then, Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, who had been beaten up by Wen Chen at the door earlier, also walked in. Zhao Yuntian had already arranged for some thugs. After Wen Chen and Xu Qingfeng finished gambling and left with the money, they would teach them a lesson. If they didn't beat them half to death, they couldn't ease their hatred. However, to prevent them from escaping through the back door, they deliberately came over to monitor their movements in real time. Although they hadn't witnessed Wen Chen's performance just now, they learned some details from the conversations of others. Yun, it seems that Xu Qingfeng's brother-in-law really has some skills, Zhou Yuan whispered. Zhao Yuntian's eyes flashed coldly. What skills? It's just luck. If he really had skills, he wouldn't have done such a foolish thing as betting early. Seeing Xu Qingfeng persuading Wen Chen to take back the chips and bet again, Zhao Yuntian quickly said, "Oh, quite bold and daring, still daring to bet on 666. But this time, you probably won't win." "What if I win?" Wen Chen asked. Zhao Yuntian chuckled. "If you win, I'll kneel down and call you daddy." He did this mainly to goad the other party into losing money quickly. This way, when they ran out of money, they would definitely leave the casino. Then, he could bring in the thugs and seek revenge. As for whether Wen Chen would win, he never even considered it. The same dice roll twice? The probability is even smaller than being struck by lightning in the desert. Moreover, in a dice game like this, it's almost impossible for the player to cheat, because all tools and personnel are arranged by the casino, unless the dice dealer is working for the other side. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine a situation where the same result would appear in 2 consecutive games. Since cheating was impossible, it all came down to luck. And luck, that thing. It can be obscure, but not evil. "Alright, as you wish, I'll choose this one," Wen Chen said solemnly. Xu Qingfeng was anxious on the spot, wanting to advise, "Brother-in-law, he's clearly provoking you, you must not fall for it." "It doesn't matter, no matter what they do, I will win," Wen Chen said confidently, exuding a domineering aura of "who dares to challenge me." Xu Qingfeng remained unaffected. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse silently, "Idiot. Forget it, do as you please. Since you won't listen to me, knowing it's a certain defeat, yet still going ahead without hesitation, sigh." The dealer began shaking the dice. Everyone placed their bets. No one followed Wen Chen's lead, so he was the only one who chose the number 666. Obviously, nobody believed he could win this time. "Place your bets," the dealer called out. Seeing no more bets on the table, he lifted the dice cup. As the dice numbers were revealed in an instant, time seemed to stand still. Just a second ago, some were smiling, some were fully focused, and some were shaking their heads. Different expressions, different emotions. But in that moment, everyone present witnessing the scene was stunned, their eyes almost popping out. A gasp echoed through the room. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." A guy next to the gambling table exclaimed excitedly. He grabbed his hair, hysterically shouting, "This can not be real?" Following him were the screams of others. "Heavens, I must be hallucinating, someone tell me this isn't real. 2660 what kind of trickery is this? This is too bizarre, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This is outrageous. If I had bet along, I might have had a share of the winnings too." Some were shocked. Some were bewildered. Some were skeptical. Of course, many were filled with regret. Xu Qingfeng was dumbfounded once again. His scalp tingled, his mind blank. He stared blankly at the dice numbers in the cup, his frozen expression as if hitting the pause button, showing no change. It wasn't that he was numb. It was that he was completely shocked. 94,350 yuan, Wen Chen murmured. Xu Qingfeng asked incredulously, "What?" Wen Chen added, "I said I won 943,500 yuan this round. If I win one more time, it will be 47,175,000 yuan, getting closer to the goal of 50 million. Xu Qingfeng's facial muscles twitched violently. He swallowed hard, trying to suppress the storm in his heart. Before entering the casino, he would never have believed it. Wencheng winning money. 370 yuan to 50 million. This is beyond what even a novel would dare to write. However, within just 10 minutes of Wencheng stepping up to the gambling table, relying on just 2 rounds, he turned 370 yuan into over 900,000 yuan. This is not just a miracle. It's practically a divine intervention. Xu Qingfeng hugged Wencheng, ecstatically shouting, "Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. I apologize for my short-sightedness earlier. You are simply possessed by the gambling god, unstoppable in your path." Wencheng showed little change in demeanor, calmly saying, "Basic Operation 6. The most shocked person was not Xu Qingfeng, but Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, who had mocked Wencheng earlier. They were waiting for Wencheng to lose the money and then sneak away. Who knew that the inevitable would happen? But at the moment of revelation, such an exaggerated and earth-shattering reversal occurred. After excluding all the impossible factors, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. "Are you cheating?" Zhao Yuntian pointed at Wencheng's nose and shouted loudly. Initially, Wencheng ignored him. But at this moment, the other party jumped out, forcing his attention to focus on him. "Are you accusing me of cheating?" Wencheng asked. Zhao Yuntian shouted, "If you're not cheating, how could you hit the 666 leopard twice? Can't I just be lucky?" Wencheng replied. Then, he spread his arms and spun in place, saying, "Except for when I placed my bet, I never touched this table from start to finish. I even bet in advance. So, please tell me, how did I cheat?" This single sentence left Zhao Yuntian speechless. He had been staring at Wencheng intently, observing his every move. If there was any suspicion of cheating, he would have noticed it immediately. However, he saw nothing. Yet, his intuition still insisted that Wencheng must have cheated. Without cheating, such an outrageous event could never occur. The dealer was equally puzzled. He stared in disbelief at the dice he had rolled, his eyes filled with horror. Every dealer in the casino was a professional gambler. They could easily spot any cheating at their table. So, he concluded that Wencheng had not cheated. But even so, he found the situation increasingly bizarre. Luck. Perhaps the other party was just incredibly lucky. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other reason to explain this beyond logic. A seasoned gambler nearby voiced his opinion: if the bet was placed after rolling the dice, there is a possibility of cheating. But he placed the bet before rolling the dice. Could it be that the dealer intentionally cooperated with him? The dealer's expression turned grim. He wasn't angry because Wencheng had won money, but because Zhao Yuntian's words had inadvertently implicated him as an accomplice to Wencheng's cheating. "Sir, if you doubt my professionalism, you can request a different dealer." This was the dealer's response to Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian knew the casino dealer couldn't be at fault, so he coughed twice and backed off. He stopped pestering them. But Wencheng wasn't going to let him off the hook, bluntly saying, "Who was it that said they would kneel down and call me daddy after I won?" With this statement, Zhao Yuntian's face turned as red as a liver. He tried to walk away but was blocked by the onlookers. "Once you've said it, it's hard to take it back. Young man, you did say those words. A man should keep his promises and stand by his word. Although a man may have gold under his knees, if you can fulfill your promise, we won't ridicule you." People chimed in, standing on the moral high ground, launching a righteous critique against Zhao Yuntian. His face darkened, and he shouted fiercely, "I won't kneel, it's none of your damn business." Xu Qingfeng rolled up his sleeves and cursed, "Damn it, Zhao Yuntian, can't you handle losing? I won't kneel, what can you do to me?" Zhao Yuntian angrily retorted. Wencheng cracked his knuckles, making a crackling sound. Zhao Yuntian was startled. Without a word, he immediately knelt down. He had no choice but to kneel. At least this way, he could save some face. If he waited for the other party to act, he would not only have to kneel but also risk being beaten half to death. Just a while ago, he had received a few slaps from Wencheng. At this moment, there was still a lingering pain. Seeing the other party kneel down, Wencheng withdrew his hand, smiled slightly, and said, "You know what's good for you. Otherwise, I would have to give you a thorough healthcare treatment." Xu Qingfeng struck while the iron was hot. "Just kneeling is not enough, quickly call me daddy." Zhao Yuntian felt like dying. This time, being too clever had backfired. He had lifted a stone to crush his own foot. Hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and shamefully uttered 2 words, "Dad. Dad." "I didn't hear you clearly," Xu Qingfeng said condescendingly. Zhao Yuntian glared at him fiercely and shouted, "Dad." Xu Qingfeng sneered, "Don't shout at me, I'm not your dad. Your dad is my brother-in-law. If you want to shout, shout at him." Zhao Yuntian's anger plus 100,000, determination to kill Chu Qingfeng plus 99,999. Dad, 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 dad. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed through the floor. Wencheng watched everything with a calm expression. Alright, son, that's enough. Don't act tough anymore, or you'll only embarrass yourself. Zhao Yuntian's face darkened, his mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, let them have their moment of triumph. When they leave, if I don't chop them up and feed them to the fish in the river, I'll write my name Zhao backward. Zhou Yuan, who was watching from the side, felt angry but also secretly relieved. Luckily, he didn't say too much, or he would have ended up kneeling and calling someone dad too. After teaching Zhao Yuntian a lesson, Wencheng refocused his attention back to the gambling table. Brother-in-law, what shall we bet on this time? Wencheng didn't say a word but showed his answer through actions. This time, Wencheng won back all the chips he had lost. He pushed them all to the same place. Triple sixes, a leopard. Boom! The onlookers were shocked beyond words, unable to describe the tumultuous emotions in their hearts. Betting the same number 3 times in a row was unheard of, even for seasoned gamblers who had been in the casino for decades. However, the opponent had won the first 2 rounds. He's gone mad, absolutely mad. Once, twice, but not thrice. This guy is too crazy. How dare he do this? All the money he won this time will probably go down the drain. Luck can't be that perfect every time. This time, it wasn't mockery but pity. Winning tens of thousands from 370 was already impressive. If he had stopped in time or changed his strategy, he might have continued winning. But if he stubbornly stuck to triple sixes like a fool, wasn't he asking for trouble? Brother-in-law, don't act impulsively. We're so close to winning, don't risk losing it all. Chu Qingfeng was on the verge of tears. He didn't have a heart condition before, but the constant ups and downs were too much for anyone to bear. Wencheng remained calm and composed, as steady as a rock. Like a ruthless swordsman, his eyes contained no trace of impurity. Enough! Shut up and let me handle this. Rewind to 20 minutes ago. Wencheng was tying his shoelaces on the ground and picked up an ant. When he saw the ant, a sudden realization struck him, turning his confusion about how to make money into a plan. Help, help, I'm dying, I'm dying. The ant caught by Wencheng struggled frantically. Wencheng's expression changed, and he immediately initiated a telepathic connection. Little one, stop screaming. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will come to your rescue. His tone and expression were like a lecherous man about to reach out to a young girl. Hearing this strange voice, the ant turned to Wencheng, instantly terrified. Was that you talking just now? Wencheng chuckled, yes. What do you want? The ant timidly said, I'm too small to be tasty, and humans don't eat ants. Who said that? I happen to like them. Wencheng grinned mischievously. The ant panicked, pleading, please don't eat me, sir, I beg you, sob, sob, sob. Seeing the ant almost fainting from fear, Wencheng changed his approach. I won't eat you, but you have to help me with something. What do you need? The ant lifted its head, as if seeing hope. Wencheng said, I'm going to gamble here later, you'll be my inside man and help me cheat. What should I do? The ant looked puzzled. In its life, there were only 3 things: work, fight, and find food. It's simple, I'll tell you how to do it. Wencheng hesitated slightly, muttering, although your size is just right, your current abilities are too weak, they need to be enhanced. The ant Wencheng grabbed was small, even smaller than a grain of rice, with a red and black body, not a local ant but an invasive species known as the fire ant. Despite its small size, it was a formidable foe, with high attack power, strong reproductive ability, and potent venom. A bite from this creature would immediately cause swelling, pain, and itching that could last for weeks to a month, making it one of the world's top 3 venomous insects. It was a notorious invasive species, a nightmare for the local ecosystem. But for Wencheng, it was a good thing. Creatures with extreme base values, once modified, could become unstoppable superweapons. Of course, Wencheng wasn't planning to use this ant on a large scale yet, starting with this fire ant to test the waters. Ants were known as the strongest creatures on Earth, able to lift objects many times their weight. Despite their incredible strength, Wencheng felt it wasn't enough. So, with a thought, he infused the ant with a touch of beastly energy through his finger. In an instant, the fire ant underwent a drastic transformation. Its body turned transparent. The fire ant was already small, and now, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Its other attributes were significantly enhanced too. Its limbs became stronger, mandibles sharper, and unbelievably, it even evolved wings. Normally, ants only turned into flying ants during nuptial flights, a privilege reserved for reproductive males and females. Worker ants like this one, lacking reproductive abilities, spent their lives crawling on the ground. The power of the beastly energy was truly abnormal, allowing genetically flawed worker ants to evolve body structures that weren't originally theirs. This development surprised Wen Chang. If this ant gained flight capabilities, its agility would increase exponentially. However, what Wen Chang valued most was the ant's stealth and strength. "Sir, what have you done to me?" The fire ant looked at its sudden transformation with a mix of astonishment and fear. "I have turned you into the strongest ant," Wen Chang said. The fire ant quickly realized that its physical qualities had become incredibly powerful. "Thank you for your kindness, sir," Wen Chang said coldly. "Don't thank me too soon. First, let's do a test. If your physical abilities are not up to par, I will slap you to death." The fire ant felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. Then, Wen Chang took out a coin from his pocket and placed it on his palm. "If you can flip this coin, then you qualify to be my partner. If not, well, you know the consequences." Wen Chang's expression was a mix of amusement and kindness, with a hint of ruthless determination. The fire ant dared not delay and quickly followed the instructions. The coin was an ordinary 1 yuan coin, weighing about 6 grams. For humans, this weight was negligible, but for an ant weighing only a fraction of a gram, it was like lifting a 60-ton iron block for a person. The exaggerated weight difference was a challenge, but not impossible considering the ant's innate traits. The fire ant exerted all its strength. Under Wen Chang's watchful eyes, it managed to flip the 6-gram coin and even raised it to a 45-degree angle. Unbelievable. This strength is simply terrifying. Wen Chang's pupils contracted suddenly, unable to hide his amazement. If this ant were enlarged to human size, its punch could probably demolish a building. Flipping the coin was already beyond belief, but what followed was even more astonishing. The fire ant, at that angle, went straight from the edge to underneath the coin. Then, with its own strength, it lifted the entire coin like a king lifting a cauldron. Wen Chang was completely dumbfounded, feeling a tingling sensation on his scalp. "Sir, is that enough?" The fire ant's voice came. Yes, that's enough," Wen Chang hurriedly replied, inwardly amazed. No wonder this type of ant was one of the most troublesome invasive species today. Its innate attributes were indeed extraordinary. Since it could lift a coin, moving dice would be a piece of cake. And so, the next scene unfolded. Wen Chang made a fortune of over 900,000 yuan at the dice table, winning 370 times by betting on triple sixes. It wasn't just luck, it was all thanks to the fire ant's covert operations. When asked why he didn't bet immediately upon approaching the table, Wen Chang claimed he was calculating probabilities. In reality, it was just an excuse. The real reason was that he was waiting for the fire ant to find the perfect moment to fly into the dice cup operated by the dealer. Once everything was set, he and the fire ant collaborated to put on a mind-blowing magic show for the audience. Forget about triple sixes, Wen Chang could make any number he wanted appear. By giving the fire ant instructions inside the dice cup, it would follow his orders. However, the odds for other numbers were too low, so he went for triple sixes to save time. As a cheat, one would typically act discreetly to avoid detection, but Wen Chang did the opposite. He knew he was cheating, yet he flaunted it openly because he was confident that no one, besides himself, could uncover his cheating methods. No one would have expected that in this world, there would be someone who could control dice with ants. If we were to say who was the most nervous on the scene, it would definitely be the dealer. Logically speaking, he should be the last person to be nervous on the scene. However, just now, hitting 2 sets of triples had already overturned his own understanding. Because everything was just too bizarre. It was so bizarre that it made him doubt himself a bit. The first time, he didn't pay much attention. If the other party won, then so be it. After all, encountering such good luck, although not common, was not rare either. As for the second time, he didn't pay attention either. He thought to himself, luck was already unbelievable once. How could it happen again? It was with this kind of thinking that he watched the other party hit 2 triples right in front of him. As for the third time, no matter what, he couldn't ignore it. Because the stakes had now escalated to millions. If the other party won, the casino would have to pay out over 40 million. So, whether for himself or for the casino's benefit, he couldn't let the other party win again. He didn't care about the first 2 times, that's why the other party could win. But this time, he was ready to intervene. It's still that saying, those who can be dealers in a casino are professional gamblers. They can spot when others cheat, and their own cheating skills are also extraordinary. What this dealer excelled at was listening and discerning. As long as he listened carefully, he could judge what number the dice would roll. If the dice number was unfavorable for the player, he wouldn't do anything. But if it was unfavorable for the banker, he would make a slight adjustment to turn the loss into a win. The dealer looked up at Wen Chang. His originally calm eyes gradually turned sharp. Daring to bet on triples all the time, It seemed like he didn't take me seriously. Fine. Since you are so audacious, I will make you spit out all the money you've won. Wencheng noticed the dealer's unfriendly gaze. He locked eyes with him and responded with a smile. Obviously, he had already sensed that the other party was about to make a move against him. However, he didn't care at all. No matter what the other party did, it wouldn't change the outcome he desired. Unless the other party had discovered the fire ants inside the dice cup and killed them on the spot. Otherwise, the third round would still be triple sixes. The current dice cup was not shaken by hand but driven electronically. After the dealer pressed a button, the dice would automatically roll inside the cup. When all the players had placed their bets, he would open the cover and reveal the result. Wencheng hitting triples twice in a row had caused quite a stir. The gamblers at the surrounding tables all came over upon hearing the news, wanting to witness Wencheng's incredible moves. It's early betting again, and it's triple sixes. Should we join in? With a 50x payout rate, we can earn 500,000 by betting 10,000. We missed out on the last 2 times, we can't miss out this time no matter what. A guy was about to place a bet but was kindly dissuaded by someone next to him. Don't bet. Winning twice, how could he win a third time? Even if the heavens allow it, the casino won't. If you bet, your money will definitely go down the drain. There were over a dozen people who originally wanted to bet alone. But upon hearing this person's logical analysis, their restless hearts immediately calmed down. Yeah, winning 3 times in a row can't be explained by luck anymore. The casino will never let him win. If he keeps winning, the prize money will reach over 47 million. I'm glad you stopped me, otherwise, I would have really been confused. With this back and forth, the group of people who were so determined to bet with Wencheng before suddenly fell silent. Obviously, they all underestimated it. Wencheng can still keep winning. However, even so, there are still bold ones, taking out a few hundred or a few thousand chips, deciding to take a gamble. These followers, although they placed their bets, they didn't hold any expectations. If they believed Wencheng would win the third round, they didn't bet just a few hundred or a few thousand. They went all in, risking everything they had. Brother-in-law, why don't we play something else? Let's not do this. If we continue, we might lose everything. Even facing the risk of being scolded harshly, Xu Qingfeng still tried his best to persuade. Although the 90,000 was just a drop in the bucket compared to his 50 million debt, it at least gave him a glimmer of hope. But if he lost even this 90,000, he would truly be in despair. The dealer saw that Wencheng might change his mind. Without a word, he immediately rolled the dice. After shaking them, he shouted, "Place your bets." Seeing this, Xu Qingfeng knew the situation was lost and could only sigh in resignation. He couldn't help but say, "In the circle of the world, one mountain spares another mountain." Wencheng replied, "Why not see it as a new opportunity when faced with challenges? A village appears in the darkness." Xu Qingfeng felt desolate, unable to retort. As the dealer rolled the dice, he was completely focused, entering a state of trance. His ears twitched slightly, and he immediately heard the numbers 3, 5, 6. Finally, it wasn't 666, a sigh of relief. I knew it. How could one person be so lucky? Hitting 666 3 times in a row. Unless he saved the galaxy in his past life, there's no other way to explain this absurd luck. The dealer swallowed his heart that was in his throat, waiting for the moment of revelation. This time, he looked at Wencheng again. His lips curled up slightly, with a hint of disdain and mockery. Inside, he sneered. "Humph, greed leads to destruction. Winning over 90,000, one should leave gracefully. Wanting to win more is not my doing. It's your own demise." To avoid prolonging the agony, the dealer shortened the betting time. When the gamblers finished betting, he remained calm on the surface but hastened to pick up the dice cup. 3, 5, 6. Come out. Accompanied by a silent roar, the 3 dice under the cup appeared before everyone. At that moment, the whole scene fell silent, even quieter than before, as if the space within 3 meters of the gambling table was frozen. The surrounding noise and excitement contrasted sharply with the tranquility and stillness here. Zhao Yuntian, who suffered a great humiliation, did not leave. He stayed, waiting for the moment of revelation to mock Wencheng and Xu Qingfeng. However, his gradually ecstatic expression came to an abrupt halt. Damn it! How is this possible? 666, 3 of a kind. After a brief silence, the whole room erupted into an uproar. Everyone was completely stunned. No one dared to believe that the same number would come up 3 times in a row. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. What kind of reason could lead to such an absurd result? Holy moly, 3 of a kind again. Am I dreaming? It must be a dream. Oh my, even in my dreams, I wouldn't dare to hit 3 of a kind 3 times. Too fake, so fake that it's hard to put into words. I have nothing more to say, this. Each person's expression was more exaggerated than the last. Mouths agape, eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. Most of the people in the casino have been mixing in for many years. Logically speaking, no matter how absurd things are, they have seen it all. But something as absurd as this is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime experience for them. The dealer lowered his head, his eyes almost bulging out, staring fixedly at the dice showing 666. In that moment, he felt his heart stop beating. The first time could be attributed to luck. The second time could also be attributed to luck. But if it happened a third time and was still considered luck, it would be simply intolerable. Moreover, after throwing the dice, he discerned the numbers by listening to the sound, clearly hearing 356. But now it had turned into 666. There was no doubt, the other party had definitely cheated. The dealer raised his head, his gaze coldly fixed on Wenshin, not shouting loudly because although he knew the other party had cheated, he had no evidence to prove it. It wasn't until the results were revealed that he realized he had lost. Obviously, the level of cheating from the other party had reached an unbelievable and unparalleled level. Even he had not noticed. All of this was enough to show that they were not on the same level. At the same time, in the manager's office of the casino, the news of what happened here reached Shanji's ears. Shanji was originally lounging with a beautiful woman on his lap, smoking a cigar leisurely with his legs crossed. But upon hearing the news, he jumped up from his chair, exclaiming, "What, 1/40 million?" The casino's informant nodded, his face full of shock, saying, "Yes, this guy started with 370 and won 3 rounds of leopard in a row." Without hesitation, Shanji said, "This guy definitely cheated." The informant said, "Shanji, there's no doubt the other party cheated, but we reviewed the surveillance footage frame by frame and couldn't figure out how he did it." Useless. You all claim to be gambling experts, yet you can't even spot a cheater's tricks. Shanji scolded in frustration. The informant hung his head, not daring to speak further. With such a big incident at the casino, Shanji could not sit idly by. "I didn't expect Chu Qingfeng's brother-in-law to have some skills. The other party is actually a gambling expert. Why wasn't this mentioned in the previous investigation? However, no matter how skilled the other party is, daring to cause trouble on my turf, I will make sure he walks in standing and leaves crawling." A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Shanji went straight to the surveillance room, retrieved the video footage, determined to find out how the other party cheated. Without a second thought, he would rush out with his men and cut off the guy's hands and feet. Shanji was not only in charge of the casino but also a well-known gambling expert, known as the Gambling King of the North Sea. Countless unbelieving cheaters had come to challenge the royal one casino before, and without exception, they were all taken care of by Shanji. So, he had absolute confidence that he would make this ignorant guy pay a heavy price. However, after personally reviewing the video footage, watching it over and over again, slowing down the speed, magnifying the details, he still couldn't find anything. He even studied Wenshin's micro-expressions and psychological changes during gambling but found no flaws. The other party always maintained a natural and relaxed state, as if everything was under control. "It's impossible. Clearly cheating. Why can't I find any trace of it? Could he have supernatural abilities, able to produce any number he wants?" Mountain Chicken's heart trembled, his face full of astonishment. But upon second thought, he felt his speculation was absurd. How could there be supernatural abilities in this world? If the other party really had such skills, they wouldn't come to the casino to gamble. Why not just manipulate their bank account balance directly, getting as much as they want? Since it's not supernatural abilities, what method did the other party use? The dealer is trustworthy. As for the gambling table and equipment, they are exclusive to the casino, rigorously inspected daily, not likely to be exploited by outsiders. The surrounding gamblers also show no signs of suspicion. This is not it. That's not it either. Mountain Chicken's CPU was almost smoking from all the thinking. He hadn't figured out Wen Chen's cheating method. After a moment, his expression hardened, and he made a decision on the spot. "Go, tell this guy I want to gamble with him." In the video, there was no sign of the other party cheating. So, let's confront face to face. Mountain Chicken really didn't believe that, with him personally involved, the other party could continue winning. "Brother-in-law, you're truly amazing. I absolutely adore you." At this moment, Chu Qingfeng was utterly impressed by Wen Chen, almost worshipping him. He wished he could kneel down and kowtow 3 times right now to express his excitement. Wen Chen, however, looked at him disdainfully, saying impatiently, "Stop with the cheesy words. Brother-in-law, you're truly a hidden gem. I realize now that I was blind before, utterly foolish." Chu Qingfeng was like a rooster injected with chicken blood. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he rambled on. If I had brought you to gamble earlier, how could I have fallen to this state? Our Chu family would have been wealthy and prestigious long ago, ranked among the top families in the North Sea. Wen Shen rolled his eyes. Stop it. I already said, I'll stop gambling after winning 50 million. Don't get any funny ideas. Chu Qingfeng smirked. I'm not getting any funny ideas. We haven't won 50 million yet, let's gamble big again. Just a moment ago, Chu Qingfeng resisted, but now he was eager. Although they were still a bit short of the 50 million goal, but Wen Shen really delivered. He won over 40 million with just 370 yuan. Such a huge amount. The other party only used 3 rounds. From start to finish, not more than half an hour had passed. That's 10 minutes per round, winning 15 million each time. This is unbelievable. Faster than the world's richest man making money. At this moment, a runner approached Wen Shen respectfully and said, Sir, our casino's third master, Mountain Chicken, would like to invite you to the VIP room on the second floor for a game. Mountain Chicken? Wen Shen was taken aback. He thought, what a cocky name this person has. Just as he hesitated whether to go or not, Chu Qingfeng spoke. Brother-in-law, you can't go. Why? Wen Shen asked. Chu Qingfeng winked and said, This Mountain Chicken is the renowned king of tricks in the North Sea. Since his debut, he has never been defeated. The number of gamblers and cheaters who lost to him is countless. We've finally won so much money, we can't afford to lose it all back. Chu Qingfeng's advice had the opposite effect. Just with that, Wen Shen's mind was made up. He waved his hand grandly and shouted confidently, I rely on luck to make a living, why should I be afraid? When luck comes, gods and Buddhas can't stop it, whether it's Mountain Chicken or brother-in-law. Chu Qingfeng became anxious again. Brother-in-law, listen to me. You can compete with anyone, but not with him. The royal no. One casino thrives and endures because Mountain Chicken Gu is in charge here. Wen Shen cleared his throat and said to the errand boy, Tell that guy I'm not going up. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Chu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law, just listen to me. But upon hearing the second half, he was completely dumbfounded. Wen Shen said, Tell him to come down and find me. If we're going to gamble, let's do it here. I like a lively atmosphere. The errand boy replied, All right, I'll convey your message to Mountain Chicken Go right away. With that, he turned and left. Chu Qingfeng shouted to Wen Shen, Brother-in-law, are you really going to gamble with him? Isn't that what you told me? Let's make a big bet in the end. Even the most skilled gamblers from the casino are here. Isn't this big enough? Wen Shen asked confidently. Chu Qingfeng's expression froze, his mouth twitched. You're a damn logic genius, he thought. Seeing that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Chu Qingfeng compromised, Brother-in-law, if you must gamble, I won't stop you. Just don't bet too much. A few 100,000 will do to make a point. You seem to think I can't win? Wen Shen frowned, displeased. Chu Qingfeng chuckled awkwardly and bluntly said, Brother-in-law, you rely on luck, while others rely on gambling skills and tricks. The two can't be compared at all. If he really makes you lose, then you won't stand a chance at all. Oh, I see. Wen Shen nodded slightly. He appeared compliant on the surface but couldn't help sneering inwardly. Luck my ass. I cheat too. Since this Mountain Chicken Gu is also a cheating expert, the showdown later will determine whose cheating skills prevail. Shortly after, Mountain Chicken Gu came down from upstairs. Surrounded by beautiful women and bodyguards, he made quite an entrance. Mountain Chicken Gu walked straight up to Wen Shen and asked, Did you just hit 3 leopards in a row and win over 40 million from 370? Wen Shen casually replied, Yes, that was me. What's your name? Mountain Chicken Gu inquired. Wang Fan. What do you do? Veterinarian. Mountain Chicken Gu raised an eyebrow, matching the information from the investigation. How strange. A veterinarian who can't even see through his gambling tricks? Could it be that he was a con artist before becoming a vet? Hello, Mountain Chicken Gu, Chu Qingfeng greeted. Mountain Chicken glanced at him but didn't react. His attention was solely on Wen Shen. Wen Shen paused for a moment and slowly said, Mountain Chicken Gu, my nephew lost a lot of money at your casino, owing a total of 50 million with interest. How about this? I won't take a single penny of my winnings today, all will go to you. This will settle the debt between my nephew and you. What do you think? Mountain Chicken squinted, his face darkening as he asked, So you're here to settle his debt? You could say that, Wen Shen replied. Mountain Chicken chuckled darkly, No one has ever fooled me under my nose and walked away unscathed. Let's make a bet then. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, you'll have to face the consequences, and you'll have to leave behind your hands. Wen Shen didn't want trouble. After all, he was only here to help Chu Qingfeng, not to stir up trouble. If the other party could accept his request amicably, then all would be well. If not, there was no need to indulge the other party. If you lose, will you chop off your hands? Wenchen asked with a sideways glance. Shanji-gu said, I won't lose. I'm not asking if you will lose, I'm asking if you will chop them off. Wenchen's voice raised a few decibels, and in his rapidly contracting pupils, a sharp edge burst forth like a drawn sword. Shanji felt a twinge of fear in his heart. However, in an instant, he regained his composure. Looking around, he smirked lightly and said, I have never lost before. If you can defeat me, then I will give you these hands. As he spoke, he deliberately raised his hands. Wenchen asked, what are we betting on? Shanji replied, you're good at dice, right? Let's continue with a dice bet. How do we bet? Wenchen inquired. Shanji explained, each of us takes a dice cup, shakes it, and the one with the higher number wins. Okay. Wenchen agreed without a second thought. Shanji's lips curled slightly, revealing a tantalizing smile. Hey, brother-in-law, you're like a lantern in the toilet, seeking death. Chu Qingfeng despaired. The originally favorable situation completely dissipated the moment Wenchen agreed to gamble with dice. The other party was the gambling king of Beihai. When it came to playing dice, it was like Sun Wukong wielding his golden banded staff. Whether big or small, no matter how lucky you were, showing off in someone else's dominant field was no different from offering your head on a platter. The entire gambling hall erupted in excitement. Wenchen's feat of winning tens of millions with just 370 yuan had already caused a stir. Now, he was about to face off against Shanji in a high-stakes showdown, and it involved chopping off hands. Expectations were running high among the crowd. Many stopped gambling and gathered around to witness the spectacle. Who do you think will win? It's definitely Shanji, he's the gambling king of Beihai, unparalleled in gambling skills, who can compete with him? This guy is too impulsive, picking such a formidable opponent. I bet there's no suspense in the upcoming gamble. Hearing these overwhelmingly one-sided comments, someone couldn't help but ask, doesn't this guy have any chance of winning? Dream on, if he wins, I'll chop off my head and let him use it as a stool. Count me in. Me too. It's a pity, such a pity. Zhao Yuntian shook his head, sighing involuntarily. Beside him, Zhou Yuan, puzzled, asked, what's the pity? Zhao Yuntian solemnly said, this guy is doomed to lose, and his hands will definitely be chopped off by Shanji-gu. I was even thinking of chopping off his hands myself, but now, it seems unlikely. Zhou Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he said with a faint smile, actually, this is a good thing. This guy is quite skilled. The group of thugs we called might not be able to handle him. If he loses his hands, when he goes out later, won't he become our sacrificial lamb, allowing us to do as we please? Zhao Yuntian also smiled, his eyes flashing coldly, you're right. Since we can't chop off his hands, I'll just chop off his legs. From the sound of it, the two seemed to have already concluded that Wenchen was bound to lose in the bet against Shanji. This was not just their opinion but the prevailing view of the majority present, including Wen Xuan's nephew, Chu Qingfeng. From the moment he entered the gambling hall, his emotions had never been calm, rising and falling dramatically. During this time, he used the most vicious words in the world to criticize Wenchen. Yet, he also used the most beautiful words in the world to praise the other party. Just now, when Wenchen won over 40 million chips, it was definitely the happiest moment of his life. However, this emotion did not last long. Soon, he faced the most desperate moment of his life. Wenchen, this idiot, actually wants to gamble against Mountain Chicken. Chu Qingfeng closed his eyes and sighed, now, I'm really going to be killed by this stupid dog. If he gets taken care of, then I'm definitely finished too. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of the time to go to the bathroom, he ran to the side and made a desperate call for help. And this call was made to his sister, Shu Qingga. Sis, it's an emergency, please help me. As soon as the call connected, Chu Qingfeng shouted urgently, what's wrong? Shu Qingga on the other end of the phone asked. Then, Chu Qingfeng briefly told Shu Qingga about what was happening. After listening, Shu Qingga exclaimed, you went to the casino? Sis, I didn't want to go either, but Wang Fan insisted and dragged me here. I couldn't resist him, and now he's about to compete with the most powerful gambling king in the casino, and he's about to lose. If he loses, not only will he have to pay back all the money he won before, but he will also have his hands chopped off. Chu Qingfeng exaggerated. He absolved himself of responsibility completely and shifted all the blame to Wenchen, as if he was the mastermind behind all this. Chu Qingga panicked and said quickly, send me the address, I'll come right away. Sis, don't come empty-handed, make sure to bring enough money, Chu Qingfeng reminded emphatically. Chu Qingga was taken aback and asked instinctively, how much money do you need? At least 50 million, Chu Qingfeng said. Chu Chinga was shocked. Why do you need so much? Oh, it's because that guy surnamed Wang gambles big, and we can't stop him. Sis, just hurry over. If you don't come to save us, we'll definitely be doomed. When Chen was winning big, Chu Chinga was calling him brother-in-law joyfully. Now, seeing Wen Chen's situation turning, he suddenly became that stupid dog Wang fan or the guy surnamed Wang. In terms of changing faces quickly, perhaps even Sichuan opera face changing would find it hard to compete with Chu Qingfeng. While Chu Qingfeng was hiding in the bathroom making a distress call, Wen Chen and Mountain Chicken's gambling match had already begun. The two stood at opposite ends of the gambling table, each holding a dice cup. Mountain Chicken said, "Before we start gambling, you can check the gambling tools. If you have any objections, you can raise them now." Wen Chen lowered his head to look at the dice cup in front of him and the three identical dice. He calmly said, "I don't need to check mine, but you might want to take a good look at yours." Mountain Chicken sneered and shook his head. This guy's speech is really brainless. The things are mine. Why would I need to check them? After confirming that the gambling tools were correct, Mountain Chicken continued, "I am the host. Out of courtesy, you decide, bet big or bet small?" Wen Chen hesitated for a moment and casually said, "I don't mind." "Then let's bet big." Mountain Chicken's gaze sharpened as he muttered, "Whoever rolls the highest number wins this round." Wen Chen nodded in agreement. Mountain Chicken's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he shouted, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly picked up the dice cup on the table and began shaking it rapidly in the air. A flurry of afterimages. The sound of dice rolling inside the cup echoed loudly. Wen Chen took action. It was at the same time. However, he didn't make any fancy moves. He just shook the dice cup on the table for a moment. Then, he let go. With his hands crossed, he stood in place, looking calm and composed. Everyone was astonished to see this scene. If I didn't see it wrong just now, it seems like this guy only shook it once, right? Indeed, only once. With this technique, at most, he just scrambled the dice. To roll a high number, it seems like it's all up to fate. Although we know he's bound to lose, his lack of fighting spirit is truly puzzling. Since he can't win, why would he bet everything and even his own hands? It's over, completely predictable. With Mountain Chicken's skills, he can roll any number he wants. Mountain Chicken also saw Wen Chen's move. A question mark popped up in his mind. Did he just voluntarily surrender? Although that move was extremely simple and quick, he still discerned the opponent's numbers. 1, 1, 2. These were almost the lowest numbers. Apart from triple ones, there were no smaller numbers. Mountain Chicken didn't need to exert any effort at all, even a casual shake would easily secure his victory. Mountain Chicken was puzzled. His mind was filled with confusion. He saw Wen Chen as a hidden expert in sleight of hand, possessing skills even he couldn't fathom. That's why Mountain Chicken, who never acted rashly, decided to challenge the opponent face to face. His purpose was to restore the casino's reputation and uncover the opponent's cheating methods. By making the opponent take it seriously and go all out, he deliberately mentioned betting his hands. Originally, under pressure, the opponent would surely go all out and use their utmost abilities. However, the reality left Mountain Chicken dumbfounded. The opponent neither cheated nor used any extraordinary gambling skills. What was the opponent up to? Intentionally creating a diversion? Or pretending to be weak to deceive the strong? Could it be that the opponent wanted to lull him into complacency with such a clumsy move? Then, catch him off guard. And then, by some means, change the predetermined numbers in the dice cup for a surprise attack? When this idea emerged, Mountain Chicken narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering deeply, engaging in a mental storm. That's it. It must be like this. Otherwise, the opponent wouldn't behave so recklessly. A clever strategy of feigning weakness combined with an empty city ruse. It's a pity. If the opponent had encountered an inexperienced youngster, the plan might have succeeded. But unfortunately, they met the strongest opponent in history, me. Mountain Chicken, who thought he saw through everything, now only felt disdain and mockery towards Wen Chen. Under my watchful eyes, I want to see how you will manipulate the 112 points. If you dare to act, I will expose you on the spot. Let you fall from grace and regret it here. If you don't act, then get ready to lose everything and face the consequences. After a dazzling dice-shaking performance, Mountain Chicken slammed the dice cup heavily on the table. It was at that moment. The gazes of everyone present quickly focused on the two of them. Mountain Chicken asked with a half-smile, "Will you go first, or should I?" Wen Chen calmly replied, "I'll go first." "All right, then you go ahead." Mountain Chicken made a polite gesture of invitation. His eyes began to narrow rapidly, telescopes and magnifying glasses, and his hearing power was operating at its peak. Watching and listening simultaneously. With complete concentration, he monitored every move Wencheng made. In his eyes, the other party is definitely going to cheat. Without cheating, the other party can't win. Only by cheating can there be a glimmer of hope. But once cheating, one will definitely be caught. Mountain Chicken is absolutely confident, seeing through everything. Just when he thought that Wencheng would definitely cheat, the other party cleanly picked up the dice cup. When the numbers inside the dice cup were revealed, everything was exactly the same as the results he had eavesdropped on. It was 112. How is this possible? The other party didn't cheat. What was originally the number is now the number. Mountain Chicken was dumbfounded, completely unable to understand Wencheng's actions. He racked his brains trying to guess for a long time. But no matter how much he guessed, the other party remained still. The onlookers also saw this number. For a moment, the whole scene was in an uproar. Oh my goodness, how is it 112? This number is too small. If it was betting small, then he would have won half. But unfortunately, he just said he was betting big. I thought he was so calm just now, thinking he must have a trick up his sleeve, but it turns out to be this result, making me wait in vain for it too. I think this guy doesn't know how to gamble at all. It was all luck before, now that luck has run out, naturally, he has been exposed. With this kind of number, even I could win against him. Chu Qingfeng came out of the toilet and, seeing the number rolled by Wencheng, almost blacked out on the spot. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope. After all, Wencheng had already created so many miracles that defied imagination. Another occurrence, no matter how absurd, was not impossible. But when the results were already in front of him, obviously, what was in front of him was no longer a miracle. It was despair, as if the sky was falling. 112, it's hilarious. How did he roll that? Even if I rolled with my feet, I would do better than him. Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Before the results were revealed, they were actually quite nervous. They couldn't guarantee that Mountain Chicken would definitely win. After all, this guy was just too mysterious. And at this moment, they had no more reservations. 112. This was almost the smallest number. The other party's only chance of winning was for Mountain Chicken to roll 111. Can such a thing be possible? Not to mention the so-called North Sea gambling king Mountain Chicken. Even a newcomer who had never played dice before, with a casual roll, couldn't roll such a number. Brother-in-law, I have nothing to say, good luck to you. Chu Qingfeng, holding back the urge to curse, patted Wencheng on the shoulder. Wencheng smiled. Hurry up and prepare a sack. Prepare a sack for what? Chu Qingfeng asked. To collect the money, Wencheng said. Chu Qingfeng was stunned, looking bewildered. Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Look at the number you rolled. 112, what's wrong? This is betting big, not small. I know. Wencheng nodded. Since you know, then why bother winning? Chu Qingfeng burst out swearing, completely speechless. However, Wencheng remained as steady as a rock, with a faint smile. Follow my instructions. If I say I win, then I definitely win, no need to doubt. Chu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, looking at Wencheng as if he were looking at an idiot. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he silently turned and left. Arguing with an idiot is not a wise move. From winning 370 to over 40 million, and now from over 40 million to nothing. Even his own hands were at stake. All of this was so surreal that it was hard to believe. Mountain Chicken heard Wencheng say he would win for sure, and couldn't help but let out a sneer. Things had already come to this point. It was unclear on what basis the other party could say such ridiculous words. This is truly a boring and ridiculous gambling game. I have competed with many skilled gamblers before, but a trash like you is a first for me, Shanji sighed. I thought you were a top-notch expert, maybe not as good as me, but still competent. Who knew I misjudged you? Stop the nonsense and reveal the result already, Wencheng said impatiently, tapping his ear. Whether we reveal it or not doesn't matter, but since you are so eager, I'll grant your wish, Shanji said confidently. Earlier, you used triple sixes to win over 40 million at the casino. Now, I will use triple sixes to make you lose everything. With the final statement, Shanji removed the dice cup. Simultaneously, the 3 dice appeared before everyone. The onlookers gazed at the dice. When they saw the numbers, the entire casino shook. The dice showed ones across the board. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned and speechless. Their expressions were a mix of shock and disbelief. What's going on? Did I see it wrong? Someone slapped me. 3 ones? That adds up to 3 points? The crowd was bewildered. At that moment, the murmurs erupted like a tsunami, sweeping through the casino. What is this? I have no idea. How did Shanji roll a 3? I don't get it at all. Are they playing a trick, turning the game from big to small? Shouldn't be. Both sides confirmed it was a big bet just now. If it's a big bet, why are the numbers getting smaller? Those who were confident in Shanji's victory fell silent. They were puzzled and couldn't comprehend why Shanji did what he did. Did he intentionally lose? Or was it a mistake? Neither reason seemed plausible. Shanji lowered his head, staring at the dice with a shocked expression. The bright red dots seemed to pierce his heart like arrows. How is this possible? I rolled triple sixes. Why did I get ones when I uncovered the cup? This is unreal. It's not logical. What the hell happened? Shanji shouted in his mind, but no one responded. Wencheng seemed to have anticipated this outcome, his smile growing brighter. Ha! Even with a chance, you're useless. I gave you the opportunity, yet you still couldn't beat me. You look pathetic. Where did you get the courage to call yourself the North Sea Gambling King? Shanji suddenly looked up, glaring at Wencheng furiously. It's you! What about me? Wencheng asked. You're cheating! Shanji yelled hysterically. Wencheng burst into laughter, pointing at himself. I'm cheating? Come on. If you can't match my skills, don't make excuses. You set the rules, it's your stuff, your venue. I rolled a 112, and now you accuse me of cheating? Everyone here can do the same. With just a few words, Wencheng shut Shanji down completely, leaving him speechless and unable to retaliate. The art of gambling. Wencheng really couldn't beat the pheasant. After all, they made a living out of it. Challenging someone's livelihood with your own hobbies was clearly not a wise choice, but he agreed to the bet because he believed his mind was sharper than the opponent's. Wencheng kept releasing several smoke bombs in a row, deliberately feigning weakness, setting up a trap step by step, enticing the pheasant to focus all attention on him. This also planted a subconscious thought in the pheasant's mind that if Wencheng had to win, he must be cheating. And indeed, Wencheng did cheat. However, he didn't alter his own score but the opponent's. Normally, the pheasant wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. The reason he fell for it was that besides using the tactics of luring the enemy out of the city and feigning weakness, Wencheng also employed a diversion strategy, shifting the pheasant's focus. A person's attention is limited, always looking for others' flaws, neglecting their own. Dealing with a gambling expert like the pheasant, this was Wencheng's only way to win. He knew very well that changing his own score wouldn't lead to victory because at the pheasant's level, one could easily manipulate their own score at will. No matter how they compared, the best outcome would only be a draw. So, the only way to win was to make the opponent play abnormally. Luckily, everything went according to his plan. Until the final moment when the results were revealed, there were no mistakes. He outsmarted the pheasant and deceived everyone present. Oh my goodness, I actually won. Among those present, Chu Qingfeng was probably the most incredulous of all. He was ready to run away, but now they would share the good fortune and face difficulties together. Unexpectedly, instead of fleeing, a mind-boggling and earth-shattering reversal unfolded. Wencheng won. 2-1, just 1 point ahead. Yet, this 1 point turned the tables, securing victory. Brother-in-law, you are truly a god among men, invincible in all you do. I really admire you. Come here, give me a kiss. Chu Qingfeng hugged Wencheng without hesitation and planted a kiss on his face. Rolling his eyes, Wencheng pushed him away. Damn it, stop slobbering on me. They fought and joked around. Chu Qingfeng was not angry but rather ecstatic and overjoyed. As for Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan on the other side, their expressions were dumbfounded. They were completely stunned. This seemingly unbeatable gambling game had actually been lost, completely overturning their understanding of the past 20 years. Brother, Mountain Chicken, Wencheng called out. The pheasant, with a dark expression, said, I am the pheasant. Oh, Mountain Chicken, you accused me of cheating just now, so show me the evidence. If you can't, then it's sore losing to accuse others without proof, Wencheng said seriously. The pheasant's mouth twitched, his face darker than charcoal. If he knew how Wencheng had cheated, he wouldn't have fallen for it. The fact that the opponent dared to confront him so confidently meant he was sure that the pheasant couldn't produce any evidence. Used to playing with eagles all year round, he never expected to be pecked in the eye by one this time. The pheasant believed he hadn't underestimated the enemy but was always on guard against the opponent's moves. Yet, he was still outwitted. It wasn't that he was incompetent but that the opponent was too cunning. If he had been more cautious and listened to his own dice, he wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. I lost. Reluctantly admitting defeat, he had no choice but to acknowledge it. With so many eyes watching the scene, he couldn't find any evidence that Wencheng had cheated. Just relying on his words would not convince anyone. It might even tarnish the reputation of the gambling den. Since you've lost, stop the nonsense and pay up. Wencheng's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke indifferently. It wasn't until he heard Shanji admit defeat himself that the others dared to believe it. This high-stakes gambling match, with a surprising upset, came to an end. 112 wins over 111, is this a joke? This kind of outrageous move, I feel like even I could do it. I've imagined a million possible outcomes, but I never thought Shanji would lose in such a way. Yeah, if it wasn't for the bet on losing a hand, I would have thought he was fixing the match. It shouldn't be possible, even if he's not the gambling king, anyone else wouldn't roll such a low number. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Shanji felt like his heart was being twisted with knives. In his whole life, he had never suffered such a big setback or lost so much face. If there was a crack in the ground, he would definitely plunge into it without hesitation. He stared coldly at Wen Chen, pondering in his heart. Who exactly was this guy? How could he be so mysterious? Even his personal intervention couldn't solve the situation, and he was outwitted by the other party. Logically speaking, such a formidable person, why had he been silent in the Chu family all this time? What are you looking at me for? Stop staring and do as you're told. Wen Chen and Shanji locked eyes, and Wen Chen spoke in a low voice. Shanji waved his hand and instructed his bodyguard beside him, transfer 50 million to his account. Besides giving money, don't forget about your hands, Wen Chen reminded him emphatically. Shanji's face turned even uglier. The suggestion of cutting off his hand was his own idea. Originally, he wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Who would have thought he would end up as the unlucky one? Naturally, he didn't want to lose his hands. Without those hands, he would be nothing in his life. But before cutting them off, he had made a public agreement with the other party. To openly break that agreement would not only save his hands but also ruin his reputation and the reputation of the gambling den. Either outcome was unbearable for Shanji. After a long silence, Shanji seemed to make a shameful decision and said slowly, "Can we skip the cutting? You want to break the agreement?" Wen Chen asked. "I don't want to break it, I want to exchange something else instead. After all, these hands are too important to me," Shanji said. He had never bowed his head to anyone before. But now, he had to humbly plead with the other party. Wen Chen sneered, "I told you earlier, I would return all the money I won to you, canceling the debt between you and my nephew. But you didn't believe me and insisted on competing with me. Now that you've lost, not only have you not saved face, but you've also embarrassed yourself, a slap in the face." Hearing Wen Chen's sarcasm, Shanji dared not speak out in anger, only enduring it in silence. Shu Qingfeng, acting as a mediator, said, "Brother-in-law, spare others when you can. Why not agree to Shanji's proposal and let him off the hook?" His plea for Shanji was not out of compassion but to prevent a ruthless elimination of the opponent. They were still on someone else's turf, and if things went too far, they might find it hard to escape. Wen Chen naturally took this into consideration. He cleared his throat and softened his tone. "Since my nephew has interceded for you, I will spare you for his sake. You can buy back your hand with money, 50 million for one hand. Give me 1 billion, and you can keep both your hands intact." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was shocked. The fierce gaze of Shanji fixed on Wen Chen, as if he wanted to tear him apart. 1 billion for a pair of hands, isn't that too expensive? Indeed, it's quite pricey. Adding the 90 million he won earlier, it's almost like taking away nearly 2 billion from the casino. My goodness, how short a time has passed, not even an hour in total. Too fierce, I've only seen the casino devouring people, never seen anyone turning the tables on the casino. This guy has caused such a commotion, even if he gets the money, he might not make it out of here alive. Seeing Shanji's silence, Wen Cheng became even more resolute. "No bargaining, pay up if you agree, or lose your hands if you don't." Shu Qingfeng stood by, feeling a wave of fear. My goodness, this Wang Fan is like a fearless lion, daring to openly threaten Shanji, the third in command of the Royal Casino, in front of so many people. Doesn't he know? With just one command from Shanji, they could be chopped into pieces by the casino's thugs. "Brother-in-law, we've already won 90 million, more than double our initial target. How about we stop now and spare ourselves? Leave ourselves a way out," Shu Qingfeng cautiously suggested. At this moment, he completely regarded Wen Cheng as his leader. However, he only said the first half of his advice, not daring to say the last part. Not that he didn't want to, but he didn't dare. "I've already given you face. Otherwise, I'll have to chop off his hands," Wen Cheng said coldly. Shu Qingfeng coughed and dared not say more. It's natural to fear losing, but to fear winning as well. Oh, this wine guy, why is he so stubborn, unable to see the situation clearly? After weighing the pros and cons, Shanji ultimately didn't escalate the situation. Although 1 billion was a high price, it was acceptable. This money was just half a month's net profit for the casino. If lost, it could be quickly recovered. But if his hands were gone, they couldn't be regained, and even if reattached, they would be disabled. Choosing the lesser of two evils, he understood this principle. "Fine, I agree to your terms, 1 billion it is." Shanji said in a deep voice, his face devoid of any emotion, only a chilling coldness remained. Wencheng, however, remained unfazed. He always planned 3 steps ahead in his actions. Regardless of the opponent's moves, he had countermeasures. Seeing the turbulent eyes of the others, Wencheng knew this money wouldn't come easily. Nevertheless, he decided to take it. It wasn't just a small amount, but 2 billion. For him now, it was an irresistible sum. Among the crowd, Zhou Yuan said to Zhao Yuntian, this guy is insane. Winning so much money, not knowing when to stop, and daring to extort the casino. Doesn't he know who owns this casino? Zhao Yuntian's face darkened, infuriated. It's over. I was thinking we could settle the score with him after he left, but now he has angered Shanji. He won't let it go easily. When the time comes, we won't even need to act. The casino's people will take care of him. Wencheng exchanged the 2 billion in chips for cash. Then, he handed 50 million directly to Shanji. Brother Pheasant, this is the 50 million debt my nephew-in-law owes you. After taking this money, the debt between him and you is considered settled, Wenchen said to Brother Pheasant. Brother Pheasant's face darkened as he nodded slightly. His mood at this moment could be described as extremely gloomy. The other party won money from him, then took his money to repay the previous debt. It all came full circle. He didn't earn a single cent but ended up losing over 1 billion. This kind of situation, no matter who it happened to, would surely lead to an explosion on the spot. However, as the manager of the casino, he ultimately held back. What he needed to do now was not to retaliate against this guy but to preserve the reputation of the casino. As long as the reputation was maintained, they could still make a fortune after this incident, and the lost money would quickly be recovered. Chu Qingfeng was deeply moved by the scene. Before he approached Wenchen, he had never imagined that the other party would help him repay all debts in such a short time and in such a way. With an initial capital of 370, they made 2 billion in just an hour. This kind of thing, not even daring to be written in novels, actually happened in reality. And he himself was a participant and a party involved. However, after a brief excitement, Chu Qingfeng started to worry. After winning so much money at the casino, could the two of them still leave unharmed? Judging by Brother Pheasant's eyes, it seemed like he wanted nothing more than to tear them apart and scatter their remains. After settling everything, Wenchen didn't linger at the casino and headed towards the door with Chu Qingfeng. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up! Wenchen, seeing Chu Qingfeng hesitating behind, looking like he didn't want to leave, immediately became impatient. Chu Qingfeng, with a fearful expression, said, Brother-in-law, I'm a bit scared. Scared of what? We won so much money, can we still make it back alive? Chu Qingfeng trembled as he spoke. Who knows, maybe as soon as we step out of the casino, a group of people will grab us, chop us up, and feed us to the fish in the river. Upon hearing this, Wenchen remained unfazed and said firmly, Don't be afraid, this is a society governed by law now. Our money was earned fair and square. If anyone dares to commit crimes openly, they will be punished by the law. Chu Qingfeng's facial muscles twitched fiercely. Ha! Only a fool would believe such words. The law could only restrain ordinary people, not those powerful and influential figures. If they wanted to kill someone, it would be as easy as squashing an ant. Brother-in-law, do you know who is behind the royal casino? Wenchen asked. Who? The Black Tiger Gang. Oh, Wenchen responded indifferently. Chu Qingfeng continued, Do you know who founded the Black Tiger Gang? Wenchen asked, Who? The nephew of Black Tiger King Manhwa, Mangbadian. Chu Qingfeng said. Wenchen was initially calm, but as soon as he heard Black Tiger King Manhwa, his expression changed instantly. Chu Qingfeng thought he was scared and quickly added, Mangbadian has a strong influence, with his uncle Black Tiger King as his backing. Almost no one in the North Sea dares to oppose him. We won so much money from his casino tonight, we might be in danger. Not to mention the nephew of Black Tiger King, even if it was his son, Wenchen wouldn't hesitate to act. Mangbadian was simply beneath his notice. However, Chu Qingfeng was unaware of these facts. Otherwise, if he had revealed this information to him, he would have been scared to death on the spot. Seeing the whole picture, Wenchen had initially thought that Chu Qingfeng fell into a trap set by his good brother Sun Zilong. The purpose was to take over the Chu group for himself. Now looking back, the intricacies of the situation are far more complex than he had imagined. He couldn't be certain if the Black Tiger sect was involved, but the third master of the Black Tiger sect, Shanji, was definitely involved. Otherwise, he wouldn't go to such lengths to deal with Chu Qingfeng. Regardless of whether Shanji's involvement was an individual or team effort, this Black Tiger sect was destined for conflict with Wencheng. Firstly, it is well known that the Green Dragon Gang's biggest enemy in Beihai is the Black Tiger sect. Now, Wencheng has formed an alliance with Su Wanjun. Since they are now tied together, their enemies naturally become his enemies as well. Secondly, due to a previous conflict with the second master of the Black Tiger sect, Wang Meng, he had offended them. Given the vengeful nature of the Black Tiger sect, they would come looking for him sooner or later. Thirdly, by provoking Shan Ji, the third master of the Black Tiger sect, not only did he humiliate him, but he also won a significant amount of money from him. If the Black Tiger sect were to let this slide, something would definitely be amiss. Fourthly, the head of the Black Tiger sect is the nephew of Black Tiger King, Meng Badian. Wenqing seeks revenge, targeting both the tiger and the mosquito. He has stirred up trouble everywhere, leaving no stone unturned. It is due to these factors that a battle between Wenqing and the Black Tiger sect is inevitable. Moreover, it will be an irreconcilable battle of life and death. With so many lice, there is no fear of itching. Therefore, when such a situation arises today, even if he could turn back time and choose again, Wenqing would still do the same without hesitation. It's okay, I can offend the whole world for you. Wenqing patted Chu Qingfeng's shoulder and said firmly. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingfeng was stunned. Brother-in-law, are you doing this for me? Of course, if not for you, why would I come here to gamble? Wenqing said decisively. Chu Qingfeng was moved to tears instantly. Brother-in-law, why are you so good to me? Wenqing replied, because your sister is my wife, and you are my brother-in-law. If I'm not good to you, then who am I good to? Chu Qingfeng cried uncontrollably, berating himself, I am not a good person, I am a despicable scoundrel. Despite how I treated you before, you don't hold a grudge and even repay kindness with kindness. Compared to you, I am truly a despicable person. Wenqing smiled faintly and gently said, to err is human, to forgive divine. Don't mess around in the future, be a useful person. Your sister has it tough too. Yes, Chu Qingfeng nodded vigorously, promising, brother-in-law, I will listen to you from now on. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I will go over and beat them up. Wenqing's affectionate display was not genuine, but merely an act. In reality, he wished he could get rid of Chu Qingfeng, a foolish and wicked fool. However, because he was Chu Qing's brother, he had to endure, even though he despised him. There is a saying, what was it again? The leopard cannot change its spots. Dogs will always eat shit. He never intended to reform Chu Qingfeng. His words were meant to pacify him and prevent future trouble. However, what caught Wenqing off guard was that after the events of tonight, Chu Qingfeng now revered him like a deity and dared not offend him in the slightest. At the same time, he was determined to follow Wenqing's advice, repent for his past mistakes, and turn over a new leaf. Even Wenqing himself had not anticipated this. It was just a casual remark, but it led to Chu Qingfeng's true transformation. In the near future, a demon king will rise in Beihai, and that demon king will be Wenqing. And by his side, there will be a treacherous lackey, cruel and ruthless, committing all kinds of evil deeds, instilling fear in many forces. This lackey is none other than Chu Qingfeng. Of course, but that's a story for another time. Let's shift our focus back to the present. When Shen and Chu Qingfeng walked out of the casino's gates, as expected, as soon as they stepped out, a group of people rushed towards them aggressively, surrounding the two. Chu Qingfeng was startled and shouted, brother-in-law, Mountain Chicken really made a move on us. When Shen's expression hardened, whispering, they are not from the casino. How do you know? When Shen slowly replied, they are not that foolish to cause trouble at their own doorstep. It would be like lifting a rock to smash the casino's signboard. Who would dare to gamble here in the future? If they are not from the casino, then who are they? Chu Qingfeng asked. Just as he asked this question, a familiar voice could be heard approaching. Looking up, Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan were walking towards them with smiles on their faces. Zhao Yuntian, it's you! Chu Qingfeng exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yuntian's face turned dark, shouting sternly, of course, it's me. You two humiliated me in the casino, do you think you can just leave unscathed? You brought it upon yourself. Chu Qingfeng retorted. Zhao Yuntian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, humph. I admit your brother-in-law has some skills, winning 2 billion with just a few $100 is no easy feat, and he's quite capable in combat. However, he did something extremely foolish today, he offended me. As his words fell, the black-clothed men surrounding Wen Shen and Chu Qingfeng stepped forward, exuding a powerful aura. Judging by their attire, they were not a random group of thugs but members of a martial arts school. Their black clothing was not for stealth but the uniform of their martial arts school. Embroidered on their chests were 5 characters in a flowing script, Xingyi Taiji Gate. Zhao Yuntian looked at Wen Shen and sneered, I know you are also a martial artist. With my strength, I definitely can't beat you. However, I've invited Master Ma Bagua from Xingyi Taiji Gate. Zhao Yuntian stepped back, and a middle-aged man in white tang suit appeared among the black-clothed men. His white attire was truly eye-catching. Xu Qingfeng's face changed drastically. It's really Master Ma Bagua. When Chen was puzzled and asked, "Is he very powerful?" Xu Qingfeng replied, "Of course, he's very powerful. He's the vice president of the North Sea Martial Arts Association, mastering the Lightning 5 whip technique to perfection, reaching a state of profound mastery. With just a push, he can send a dozen strong men flying." Hearing this, Wen Shen couldn't help but scrutinize Master Ma with keen eyes. Master Ma had an ordinary appearance, medium build, and didn't seem particularly strong. Yet, he exuded an aura of transcendence. His demeanor seemed to proclaim martial arts master to the world. "Young man, being so aggressive and brave is not a good thing. I advise you to correct your ways early and not stray from the right path." Master Ma spoke with a strong and imposing voice. "Yuntian is my disciple. If you hit him, it's like hitting me. And hitting me is like hitting the entire Xingyi Taiji gate. Today, I, Ma, must demand an explanation from you." With his words, Master Ma exuded a powerful presence. Wen Shen observed and realized that the opponent was indeed a formidable martial artist, likely at the stage of internal energy. Compared to those who relied solely on physical combat, he was significantly stronger. "What do you intend to do?" Wen Shen inquired. Master Ma replied, "Young man, I know you are not my match, and I don't wish to bully the weak with my strength. If you have a repentant heart, now is the time to sincerely apologize to my disciple Yuntian. Otherwise, you may find it hard to escape the consequences of this physical ordeal today." Wen Shen looked at Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian said, "Since Master Ma has interceded for you, I can consider letting you off the hook. You just need to disable yourself and, in front of a video recording, eat a piece of dog feces. I can overlook your previous offense." In fact, according to Zhao Yuntian's truest thoughts, he wanted to kill the other party and then take all his money. However, considering that the casino side had not made a move yet, if he went too far, wouldn't the casino side shift its focus to deal with him? So, it was precisely because of this point that Zhao Yuntian didn't go too far. He could get his revenge and also leave room for the casino side to continue operating. "What if I refuse?" Wen Chen asked. Zhao Yuntian's face turned cold. "Don't offer a toast only to be met with a punishment toast. There is a saying, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Do you think that just by yourself, you can take on so many of us? Moreover, Master Ma is here. With one slap, he can crush you." Ma Bagua echoed, "Young man, I advise you to know your place." At the same time, on the 4th floor of the casino, Shanji stood by the window, overlooking the scene at the casino entrance. "Damn, what are you guys doing? I told you to act, not to fight in front of our own door. If the guests see this, they might think our casino is a shady place." Shanji cursed in frustration. His subordinate, sweating nervously, said, "Shanji, those below are not our people." "If they're not our people, then whose people are they?" Shanji asked. "They are sent by Zhao Yuntian. It seems he had some friction with those 2 guys before, so he specifically brought a group of thugs to save face." The subordinate spoke truthfully. "I see." Shanji nodded, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Does this count as interfering with our business?" The subordinate reported, "Zhao Yuntian has already informed us. He won't go too far." Shanji took a deep breath, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Tell the brothers to step back a bit before acting. I don't want these 2 to see the sun tomorrow." With that, Shanji clenched his fists, his expression gradually turning fierce. "Humph, daring to offend our Black Tiger gang, I will make sure they learn how to write the word death. Let's rewind time by 30 minutes. At that time, Wen Shen knew he would definitely win and win a lot of money. Regardless of how the situation at the gambling table changed, he was confident of winning. So, once he confirmed his victory, he began to plan how to escape. Winning so much money in one go at the casino, no matter how generous the casino was, they wouldn't just let them go easily. Even fools like Chu Qingfeng knew that the casino would definitely settle scores later. How could Wen Shen not anticipate this? That's why, while winning money, he had already started planning how to leave safely after winning. With Wen Shen's abilities and methods, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. However, using force was a lowly option and not in line with his style. After careful consideration, he quickly thought of someone, the chief detective he had met before, Yi Wushuang. The Black Tiger gang belonged to the underworld, while Yi Wushuang was part of the official force. No matter how powerful the underworld was, it couldn't compare to the official force. Just by inviting Yi Wushuang, with her standing by his side, those shady characters wouldn't dare to approach. Wen Shen and Yi Wushuang first met because of her dog, which was severely injured and on the verge of death. But the culprit who injured it escaped without a trace. Through a spiritual connection with the dog, Wencheng learned the identity and escape route of the culprit. So, he reported this to Yi Wushuang. Unexpectedly, Yi Wushuang was a very clever woman and immediately sensed something was amiss. She asked Wencheng on the spot why he knew so much about the matter. Caught off guard, Wencheng couldn't come up with an answer. To avoid revealing himself, he could only confess his feelings to Yi Wushuang, diverting her attention. This trick indeed worked. Yi Wushuang actually believed him. Wencheng sent a text to Yi Wushuang, "Leader Yi, are you free now?" Shortly after, Yi Wushuang replied, "What's up?" Wencheng texted again, "Didn't you say I could invite you for a meal?" "Oh, now?" Yi Wushuang asked. "Yes, but could you come pick me up? I have something urgent here and can't leave." A smiley face followed the message. Yi Wushuang quickly replied, "No problem, send me your current address, I'll come right away." Bringing the timeline back to the present, Wencheng checked his watch, thinking that Yi Wushuang should be arriving soon. Seeing this, Zhao Yunshan seemed to notice that Wencheng had called for help. He couldn't help but sneer, "Don't waste your efforts, surrender quickly. Not only will I deal with you, but Mountain Chicken Brother won't let you off either. So, no matter who you call, you both are doomed today." Shu Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat and asked, "Brother-in-law, did you call for help?" Wencheng nodded, "Yes." "Who?" Shu Qingfeng curiously asked. "A very powerful person, in Beihai, almost no one would dare disrespect her," Wencheng stated frankly. Shu Qingfeng's eyes lit up instantly, feeling a sense of hope in the midst of despair. "Really? That's great. Master Ma, stop wasting time with them, let them see the power of our Xingyi Tai Chi sect," Zhao Yunshan shouted. Ma Baoguo's expression turned serious, immediately assuming a stance. The surrounding men in black also became restless, ready to pounce and show the two a lesson. Shu Qingfeng was terrified, clutching Wencheng's clothes. "Brother-in-law, when will that person you mentioned arrive?" Wencheng remained calm and said, "Why are you in a hurry? She'll be here soon." "Young man, I don't want to trouble you. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I'll let you go." Ma Baoguo spoke. Wencheng raised an eyebrow, "Why should I let you hit me? How about you take 3 strikes from me instead?" Seeing Wencheng's defiance, Ma Baoguo instantly got angry. With a fierce look, he said, "If you won't accept a toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Since you're so stubborn, I'll have to make you taste some bitterness." As he was about to act, a high-powered motorcycle engine roared in the distance. Everyone's faces changed, turning to look in that direction. Soon after, a woman riding a Harley motorcycle came roaring in like a gust of wind. With a sharp brake, the motorcycle shifted from a straight line to a slant. The woman placed one foot on the ground and the other on the motorcycle. Gracefully, she stopped the steel beast 3 meters away from the crowd. The woman took off her helmet, shook her head, and her short hair danced in the wind. Beneath the short hair, her stunning and coldly beautiful face appeared before everyone. This woman was none other than the head of the patrol camp and criminal investigation, Yi Wushuang. "Leader Yi, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you so hard." Wencheng walked over with a smile. Yi Wushuang looked at the scene before her, furrowing her brows slightly. "What's going on here?" Wencheng turned to look at Zhao Yuntian's people and smiled. "These people are all my friends. We happened to meet just now, so we caught up briefly." At this point, Wencheng introduced to Zhao Yuntian and others, "Yun Xiao, this is the friend I mentioned to you, the leader of the patrol camp's criminal investigation team, Yi Wushuang." Zhao Yuntian was full of question marks, looking at Wencheng in astonishment. The other party had just mentioned finding someone. He had previously dismissed it. He thought, no matter who the other party brought, today's grudge would be settled. However, he never expected that the person brought in was from the patrol camp. This time, he wouldn't be able to handle it directly. He had naturally heard of Yi Wushuang's reputation. This girl was quite fierce. At a young age, she had solved numerous cases. Even the most wanted notorious pirates on the wanted list were wary of her. People like them, without official backgrounds, naturally didn't dare to provoke her. If the other party found a charge of disturbing public order and threw them all in for a few days, they would be in a tight spot. Shu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He probably hadn't guessed that the reinforcements Wencheng brought were actually official personnel, and the head of the patrol camp's criminal investigation team at that. "Yun Xiao, didn't you have something to discuss with me just now? Hurry up and speak, Yi leader is also here, maybe she can help a bit," Wencheng said with a smile. Zhao Yuntian's expression changed from joy to sorrow, as if he had lost his parents. He stared at Wencheng fiercely. He was cursing inside. Damn it! This guy was shameless. It was clearly a matter of Jianghu grudges, but he had involved official personnel. Did he have no shame at all? Obviously, with Yi Wushuang appearing here, Zhao Yuntian's revenge plan had to be temporarily put on hold. No matter how bold he was, he couldn't possibly disable Wen Chen and Chu Qingfeng in front of Yi Wuxuang. There's nothing to discuss, Zhao Yuntian said with a forced smile. Wen Chen then turned his gaze to Ma Baogua. Master Ma, do you have anything else to discuss? Ma Baogua's face darkened as he reluctantly said, I have nothing else to discuss. If you all have nothing else, then shall I leave with Leader Yi? Wen Chen asked with a smirk. Zhao Yuntian was furious but helpless. It was like punching cotton. He had to smile and say, go on, take care on the way. I will be careful. Wen Chen gave Chu Qingfeng a signal, and he immediately understood. This scene was also seen by the mountain chicken upstairs. Why did the patrol camp's people come? I don't know, maybe that kid called them. The mountain chicken slammed a fist on the glass, cursing angrily, damn it, this guy is really cunning. Knowing there's danger, he actually reported to the authorities in advance. A subordinate asked softly, Mountain Chicken, the patrol camp only sent one person, should we proceed according to the original plan? Proceed with what? This woman is Yi Wuxuang. She already doesn't like us on regular days. We barely avoid her, and now we're going straight into her trap? Are you out of your mind? The mountain chicken scolded. The subordinate hung his head and said dejectedly, so, are we just going to let this matter go? The mountain chicken took a deep breath, and his irritable mood gradually calmed down. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he said coldly, why rush? The cat will eventually show its claws. We already know who he is. We can't act today, so we'll come back another day. Zhao Yuntian came mightily. In the end, he could only leave dejectedly. The situation was intense, but nothing happened. Wen Chen was very satisfied with his bluffing move. Today's everything can come to an end here, a perfect conclusion. However, man proposes, God disposes. Wen Chen just exchanged a few words with Yi Wuxuang. A white Bentley stopped by the roadside. Wen Chen turned to look and found the car quite familiar. As expected, the person getting out of the car was even more familiar to him. It was his wife, Chu Qingga. Seeing her arrival, Wen Chen was quite surprised. In an instant, he glanced towards Chu Qingfeng on the side as if sensing something. Seeing his reaction, Chu Qingfeng immediately lowered his head guiltily. No need to guess. Chu Qingga must have been called here by Chu Qingfeng. Suddenly, Wen Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He had called Yi Wuxuang here as a pursuer. The other party had no idea that he was already married. Originally, Wen Chen wanted to find an excuse to send Chu Qingfeng away and then deceive Yi Wuxuang, but now it seemed impossible. Regardless of time or space, he couldn't avoid Chu Qingga and Yi Wuxuang meeting face to face. Chu Qingga hurried over and sternly rebuked Wen Chen. Wang Fan, have you gone mad? Don't you know your own worth, bringing my brother here to gamble? And losing a whole 50 million. Do you know how much 50 million is? Chu Qingfeng's forehead was jumping, half scared to death. He quickly went up to pull Chu Qingga. Sis, please stop. Don't try to stop me, this is none of your business. Chu Qingga shook off Chu Qingfeng's hand and continued to vent her anger at Wen Chen. I used to think you were useless but at least diligent and honest, but now even that one remaining virtue is gone. Before you were fooling around with other women, I could turn a blind eye, but now you dare to come to the casino to gamble. You've indulged in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. As she scolded, Chu Qingga trembled all over. Wang Fan, you are beyond redemption. You have disappointed me too much. Wen Chen stood still, his head buzzing from the scolding. He thought, is Chu Qingga out of her mind? Why is she accusing me without reason as soon as she comes up? Am I gambling just for the sake of gambling? Isn't it to clean up the mess for your prodigal brother? For your whole family? I've already handled everything. Dealing with the old man, then the wife. After the wife, it's the younger brother. Since Wen Chen was reborn, he had never stopped dealing with this mess. Of course, Wen Chen didn't mean to complain. After all, inheriting this body meant dealing with these accompanying troubles. However, while dealing with the troubles, not being understood was a bit playful. Chu Qingfeng couldn't bear to watch anymore. Without hesitation, he continued to pull Chu Qingga and shouted, Sis, you've really misunderstood brother-in-law, he's not what you think. Then what is he? Chu Qingga questioned. In the past, Chu Qingfeng would have run as far as possible upon seeing such a big trouble coming his way. Keep a safe distance, stay out of it. But now, having witnessed Wen Chen's capabilities and his kindness in return, he couldn't keep deceiving him. So, when he saw Chu Qingga scolding Wen Chen, he decided to take the blame upon himself. Brother-in-law, I came here to gamble just to save me. Chu Qingga was stunned and turned to look at Chu Qingfeng. You didn't say that on the phone before? Sis, I lied to you then. Chu Qingfeng took the initiative to speak the truth. The one who truly owes money is me. My brother-in-law came here to gamble in order to help me clean up the mess. He wanted to use your money to pay off the gambling debt for me. What? Chu Chinga was shocked and stunned. Smack, accompanied by a crisp slap. She fiercely slapped Chu Qingfeng and scolded him, "You really make me furious." Just as she scolded Chu Qingfeng, Chu Chinga turned her anger towards Wen Chen. "He owes gambling debts, and you still brought him here to gamble. Isn't that digging a deeper hole? I really don't understand what you're thinking." She took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Wen Chen, saying, "There is 50 million in here. You two hurry up and repay the gambling debt." "Where did you get so much money?" Wen Chen asked in surprise. Chu Chinga coldly replied, "It's none of your business." Originally, Wen Chen endured this unjust accusation. He was extremely angry. He was ready to ignore the Chu family's troubles. But when he saw Chu Chinga take out the bank card, he couldn't help but feel touched. Despite the accusations just now, Chu Chinga seemed to think that he owed a debt of 50 million from gambling. Considering the current situation, 50 million was not a small amount. Yet she still took it out. From this, it was evident that he held some position in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so generous. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take it," Chu Chinga urged Wen Chen as he hesitated. Wen Chen paused and said, "It's not needed now." "What do you mean?" Chu Chinga furrowed her brows even more. "If you don't take this money, how will you repay the 50 million gambling debt?" At this moment, Chu Qingfeng spoke up, "Sis, I forgot to tell you something. Just now, brother-in-law has already repaid the 50 million gambling debt for me." Chu Chinga's expression changed slightly, looking puzzled. "Repaid? How did he do it?" Hearing this, Chu Qingfeng became excited. His eyes lit up as he spoke animatedly. "I thought brother-in-law was just a veterinarian, but I never expected he is actually a gambling genius. Just an hour ago, he asked me for 370 bucks, then with that money, he miraculously won nearly 190 million, close to 2 billion in total. Not only did he pay off all the gambling debts for me, but he also made a profit of 140 million. With this revelation, Chu Chinga widened her eyes, her face filled with disbelief. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Chu Qingfeng said, "Sis, I can't lie to you. How could I deceive you? Brother-in-law really won so much money." Chu Chinga's expression froze. She turned to look at Wen Chen. "Is what he said true?" Wen Chen nodded, "Just lucky." With a confirmed answer, Chu Chinga was completely stunned. An expression of disbelief appeared in her eyes. 370 bucks won 19 million? What kind of magical script was this? If it weren't for these two people, swearing to her so earnestly, she would never believe it. Wen Chen had such ability. Winning tens of thousands could be attributed to luck. Winning hundreds of thousands could also be considered luck. But when it reached the million level, calling it luck was a bit hard to believe. As for tens of millions, hundreds of millions, that was not modesty, but arrogance. Chu Chinga narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Wen Chen from head to toe. Obviously, she was once again shocked by this man. This was already the umpteenth time he had made such a shocking move. She had originally thought that the last time was his limit, but before she could recover, he once again brought even greater shock to her. Chu Chinga was thinking, would the next time this guy bring about an even more earth-shattering spectacle? She couldn't see through it. She was becoming increasingly unable to see through it. The abilities and skills of this man far exceeded her imagination. In this moment, she began to doubt her initial judgment. She had always wondered why her grandfather had forced her to marry Wang Fan, a loser with no money, skills, or looks. This doubt had troubled her for many years. Until now, it was as if she had finally found the answer. Could it be that her grandfather had seen the hidden potential in this guy long ago? Chu Qingfeng grinned and said, "Sis, you should live well with your brother-in-law in the future. Being able to marry such a man is simply a blessing from 8 lifetimes of cultivation." Hearing such absurd words, Chu Chinga turned to look at her brother. In the phone call half an hour ago, the other party kept calling Wen Chen a country bumpkin. At this moment, such a dramatic change had occurred. She really didn't know which of her brother's words were true and which were false. Chu Chinga's face darkened, and she sternly reprimanded, "Shut up, don't think this matter is over. Wait until I get back, and see how I deal with you." Chu Qingfeng was speechless, and his smile on his face became somewhat forced. "Is this your wife?" Suddenly, standing silently beside them, Yi Wuxuang asked Wen Chen this question. Wen Chen scratched his head, looking extremely embarrassed. His seamless plan, his perfect operation loop, all fell apart because of Chu Qingfeng's stupid behavior. Faced with Yi Wuxuang's question, Wen Chen didn't know how to respond, so he just nodded slightly. "Since you have a wife, why are you pursuing me?" Yi Wuxuang asked curiously. There was no anger of being deceived on her face, but rather a sense of confusion. When Chu Chinga came over, she carefully examined this woman. Beautiful, driving a luxury car, either rich or noble, and very elegant. She found it hard to believe that this small animal veterinarian who ran a pet hospital could have such a beautiful and wealthy wife. If it were an ordinary man having such a good wife, he would probably wake up laughing from his dreams. However, from the conversation between these two, there seemed to be no sweetness or warmth at all. Their words were full of sarcasm and hostility, as if they had an irreconcilable feud. Shu Qingge was dumbfounded. Listening to Yi Wuxuang's words, her already restless heart couldn't help but surge with turmoil. Wang Fan, you're so impatient to find a new partner even before we've divorced? Wen Chen remained silent, not responding, because he also knew the current situation was like mud falling into his pants. Just explaining with his mouth would only make things worse. He simply said nothing, letting the other party think whatever they wanted. Brother-in-law, this is your fault. My sister loves you so much, how can you pursue other girls in front of her? Although this girl has excellent conditions and is a rare beauty, Xu Qingfeng said confidently. Wen Chen was at a loss. He really wanted to kick this guy to death. If it weren't for you making that call and bringing Xu Qingge over, would I be in such a passive situation now? You didn't even give me any cover. Surprisingly, you're still standing on a moral high ground to condemn me? If I hadn't called Yi Wuxuang, you would have been dismantled by Zhao Yuntian and the people from the casino, thrown into the river to feed the fish. At this point, Wen Chen couldn't help but sigh. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. With things pressing, Wen Chen couldn't contain his dissatisfaction and blurted out, Xu Qingge, what is the relationship between us? You know it well. For so many years, you haven't fulfilled the duties of a wife, so I don't need to report everything to you. If you find me unpleasant, then let's just get a divorce sooner rather than later. Xu Qingge also had a stubborn temper. How could she bear such provocation? Clearly, the fault was on the other side first. Yet, they shifted the blame to her? How could there be such unreasonable people in the world? With this thought in mind, she couldn't contain her anger and shouted, divorce then, we'll divorce tomorrow, whoever doesn't divorce is a bastard. After saying this, Xu Qingge left without looking back. Xu Qingfeng was startled and shouted, you can't leave. Seeing Xu Qingge getting into the car, he said to Wen Chen, brother-in-law, my sister was just angry, please don't take it to heart. Our whole family supports you, she won't really divorce you. I'll go talk to my sister now, calm down. After saying this, Xu Qingfeng chased after Xu Qingge. Wen Chen stood in place, watching the Bentley drive away. Aren't you going after her? Yi Wuxuang asked. Wen Chen shook his head and sighed, no need to chase, it's all a lost cause in the end, why bother with such pointless entanglements? Yi Wuxuang's expression changed, murmuring, I've seen your wife, she looks familiar, like I've seen her somewhere? Her name is Xu Qingge, Wen Chen said. The rumored #1 beauty of Beihai? Yi Wuxuang asked. Wen Chen nodded, yes. Yi Wuxuang was greatly surprised, her gaze quickly locking onto Wen Chen. So, you're the son-in-law from the mountains who looks like a toad? Wen Chen's face darkened, was it necessary to be so critical? Yi Wuxuang realized her mistake and hurriedly explained, it's not me who said that, it was how it was described in the newspaper back then. Oh, Wen Chen responded, feeling even more embarrassed. He hadn't expected that the marriage between the original owner of this body and Xu Qingge was so well known. Almost everyone he met knew about it. Yi Wuxuang said firmly, indeed, you can't trust what the media says, it's all hearsay and baseless rumors. However, what Wen Chen wanted to say was that the media wasn't wrong. Before his rebirth, the original owner of this body did indeed resemble a toad. Leader Yi, I'm sorry, Wen Chen apologized to Yi Wuxuang. Yi Wuxuang was puzzled for a moment and asked, why are you apologizing? I deceived you, I didn't tell you back then that I was already married, Wen Chen replied. I didn't take it to heart, Yi Wuxuang said indifferently. The reason she came over was indeed because she had a good impression of Wen Chen, but it was far from liking him. Secondly, it was because he had saved her dog and provided a clue to solve a case. It was precisely because of the clue he provided back then that they were able to catch the fleeing criminal. By the way, this is for you. Yi Wuxuang took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Wen Chen. Perplexed, Wen Chen asked, this is? Yi Wuxuang said, the clue you provided before helped us catch the suspect. This is your reward, there's a total of 200,000 in it. Wen Chen suddenly realized, chuckled, and said, I see, but I can't accept this money. Why can't I accept it? Because. Wen Chen only managed to say 2 words before trailing off. Take it, it's what you deserve. Yi Wuxuang forcefully stuffed the bank card into Wen Chen's arms. Wen Chen felt a bit uneasy holding this money. So, with a sudden inspiration, he proposed, Leader Yi, how about we consider this money as our dating fund? Every time I invite you out, we'll use this money for expenses. Yi Wuxuang was taken aback, you're already married, why pursue me? Wencheng shrugged, hands spread out. Leader Yi, as you may have noticed, there's no love between us. Our marriage was arranged by our families, and divorce is inevitable. Yi Wushuang had indeed sensed this. Wencheng continued, the union between us was a mistake. Not only does she feel that way, even her family despises me for my background, lack of ability, and worthlessness. You might not believe it, but in 3 years of marriage, we haven't even slept together. At this point, Wencheng couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Yi Wushuang, seeing this, felt sympathy for Wencheng's plight. Looking at Yi Wushuang, Wencheng said affectionately, Leader Yi, you are the only light in my dull life. Playing the whole act, emotions were running high. Wencheng had to put more effort into solidifying his image as a devoted lover. Yi Wushuang was deeply moved. Her calm heart couldn't help but race. Wencheng grabbed Yi Wushuang's hand and said affectionately, from the moment I first saw you, I couldn't help but fall in love with you. I was too weak and insecure at the time, too afraid to face you directly, so I could only sneak glances like a thief in the dark. If it were someone else boldly taking advantage of Yi Wushuang, she would show them what a fierce mother dragon in criminal investigation could do. However, faced with Wencheng's unreasonable actions, Yi Wushuang's body stiffened, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and excitement. Which young girl doesn't yearn for romance? After being single for so many years, Yi Wushuang also longed for a man who could see through her facade of strength. But she had never found one. Until now. Wencheng stood before her, becoming that person. Leader Yi, let's go. Wencheng said. Where to? Yi Wushuang asked. To a good place. Wencheng smiled mysteriously. Then, Yi Wushuang got back on the Harley motorcycle, with Wencheng sitting behind. Hold on tight. Yi Wushuang said. Okay. Wencheng eagerly complied. Yi Wushuang wore a leather jacket and pants that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Just a touch could reveal the softness and delicacy of her skin. Roaring the engine, the Harley motorcycle sounded like a wild beast. With a nod, it sped off down the road, heading into the distance. Meanwhile, the pheasant watching from the shadows withdrew his gaze and cursed, damn it. Initially, he had thought that if he missed his chance today, he could catch Wencheng later. But now, seeing the situation, it seemed there was a complicated emotional entanglement between Wencheng and Yi Wushuang. If he were to act against Wencheng now, he would likely face retaliation from Yi Wushuang. What's the relationship between this guy and Yi Wushuang? Holding hands and hugging, they seem like a couple. Beside him, his subordinate said, the mountain chicken shouted, but his wife just came by. This guy is really something, flirting with Yi Wushuang in front of the main wife, and the key is that neither of them got angry. It's really something. The subordinate was about to praise him, but then he saw the extremely gloomy expression on the mountain chicken's face. He could only swallow the words that had not yet been spoken. Just now, when Shen confessed to Yi Wushuang again, it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment thing, but intentional. This was still one of his tricks. The purpose? It was to show the mountain chicken, to make the other party wary and not dare to act rashly against him. Sure enough, this move was very successful. The mountain chicken was really taken aback. Apart from being furious and helpless on the spot, he had already abandoned the next deployment. At 3 a.m, after playing outside for a while, Yi Wushuang took Wenchen back to the pet hospital. You live here? Wenchen nodded, yes. Don't you go home? Yi Wushuang asked. After what just happened, can I still go back? Besides, going back serves no purpose. Wenchen shrugged, smiling bitterly. Your wife is the #1 beauty of Beihai. Countless men dream of becoming her loyal subjects. You are so fortunate and should cherish it. Do you really want to divorce her? Yi Wushuang asked. She didn't know if she was probing or genuinely curious. Regardless of the reason, Wenchen couldn't tell the truth. He could only casually say, everything is fate, beyond human control. Separations and reunions seem to have been arranged by destiny. All right. Yi Wushuang didn't continue to inquire further. She smiled brightly and said, I had a great time tonight. Let's meet again in the future. Sure, I'm available anytime and willing to accompany you. Wenchen crossed his arms and bowed in a knightly manner. Then you should rest early, I'll leave first. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Wushuang rode her Harley motorcycle and left. After she left, Wenchen entered the house and went to sleep. The night passed quietly, and soon it was the next morning. Upon opening the door, Wenchen saw a black ball lying at the door. Walking closer, he realized it was the black stray dog. Why are you here again? Wenchen asked. The black stray dog yawned and stretched lazily as he got up from the ground. Master, I have completed the task you assigned to me. The black stray dog boasted. What task? Wenchen raised an eyebrow. I unified the dog gangs of Beihai, spending a whole day and night to subdue all the stray dog groups, big and small. The black stray dog said excitedly. Upon hearing this news, Wen-shen was astonished. So fast? Actually, it only took 20 hours. I spent the remaining 4 hours lying here sleeping, the black stray dog said, with a hint of Versailles literature in his speech. Wen-shen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Impressive, truly impressive, you are indeed the dog I chose. Master, my next step is to recruit all the pet dogs in Beihai to join my dog empire. This way, I can become the first founding emperor of the dog empire, the black stray dog confidently stated. This revelation left Wen-shen dumbfounded. Praise you a bit, didn't expect you to be so good at pretending? A dog, still dreaming of becoming an emperor. Wen-shen cleared his throat and solemnly said, Dai, as a dog, you should stay grounded. Having ambition is a good thing, but having ambitions without the ability to achieve them is just wishful thinking. Master, rest assured, I, Dai, always keep my word. I won't act recklessly. Once I become the dog emperor, you'll be the supreme emperor. Together, we'll be invincible. Dai the dog declared with great ambition. With these words, Wen-shen was left dumbfounded. He finally understood why Dai could swiftly unite the stray dog groups in Beihai in such a short time. It was because Dai not only possessed immense power but also excelled in motivating and painting grand visions. Wen-shen tried to advise, but Dai simply handed him a big pancake without a word. If Wen-shen were a dog, he might have actually believed it's nonsense. Forget it, I don't want to be any supreme emperor. You can play emperor by yourself, Wen-shen shrugged. Dai grinned widely, looking utterly sly. By the way, how many dogs are currently in your dog empire? Wen-shen inquired. We have 3,000 more than expected. Dai replied. Wen-shen's face changed abruptly. How can there be so many? Dai indignantly explained. The surplus is due to some being confined in the dog meat market. Seeing my compatriots suffering, I decisively launched the dog revolution, leading a team to rescue these unfortunate fellows. As Dai spoke, his passion was palpable. He declared, I not only want to be emperor but also liberate all dogs worldwide. We demand revolution, we demand dog rights, we hope that people everywhere stop eating dog meat, that all dogs are treated equally, and that future generations of dogs live with dignity. Wen-shen scratched his head, unsure of what to say. He wondered, did Dai awaken to this on his own, or did he learn it from somewhere? At that moment, the TV in the room was broadcasting a morning news report. Last night, a strange incident occurred in Wancheng District, Beihai City. A group of stray dogs attacked a local dog breeding facility, not only injuring all the staff but also releasing 30,000 dogs from the facility. The patrol camp is currently investigating. Next is the surveillance footage from last night. After the female host finished her script, the footage was shown. Soon, Wen-shen saw the massive pack of dogs storming the breeding facility's high walls, with Dai leading the charge. Oh my goodness, you've caused quite a commotion, Wen-shen exclaimed, feeling a chill down his spine. Dai replied, I didn't send all my troops, this is just 1/5 of our forces. Even if it's not all your troops, deploying tens of thousands of dogs together, some might think you're starting a revolution, while others might think you've all gone mad, Wen-shen retorted. You're pushing humans to their limits. If they grab their guns, they might just shoot you all, he warned. Master, isn't this what you asked me to do? Dai looked at Wen-shen innocently. Wen-shen advised, you need to be more cautious in your actions. If you keep this up, you might cause a huge mess. Dai lowered his head. Oh, I see. Wen-shen said seriously, stand out in the forest, and the wind will break you. There's a limit to showing off. You can't be as audacious as you are, challenging everything. Dai nodded, realizing his mistake. Master, rest assured, next time I act, I'll destroy all surveillance first, so they won't capture anything. Wen-shen facepalmed, utterly speechless. Oh no, everything he said earlier was in vain. Of course, Dai's grand actions had both advantages and disadvantages. The downsides need not be elaborated upon. And the benefit of it all is that he truly witnessed the power of a pack of dogs fighting together. Tens of thousands of dogs moving out together. The scene was simply explosive. If all these dogs were upgraded and transformed, one can imagine what a terrifying armed force they would become. The key point is, they can easily hide. United they are invincible, divided they fill the sky with stars. Their footprints can cover every corner of the city, achieving a 360-degree surveillance and strike integration. With so many dogs, where do you keep them? Wen-shen asked. The big black dog replied, there's no need to keep them. They are all stray dogs with their own territories. If I don't interfere, they will continue living as they always have. Oh, then there's no logistical issue, Wen-shen said. Yes, just the leftovers produced daily in Beihai City are enough to feed them, and by unifying them, internal conflicts are avoided. Sometimes, they can even support each other in times of need, which contributes to the development and growth of the whole group. The big black dog said. Wenchen nodded slightly, increasingly convinced that this big black dog might not be a great dog, but as a leader, he was definitely qualified. The big black dog's eyes flashed, and with concern, he said, "Currently, our biggest threat is still humans, especially those who steal dogs or hunt them, and the security teams in the city, all of which can have an impact on our power. Don't worry, you just focus on expanding your power. I will take care of these matters for you. Also, select a group of dogs with good physical qualities from your team, not too many, about 100 or so. I want to upgrade and transform them." The big black dog was extremely excited. "Thank you, Master. In the future, I will lead the entire dog clan to expand your territory and sweep across the land." Suddenly, Wenchen remembered a sci-fi movie, Rise of the Apes. A chimpanzee born in a laboratory, enhanced by humans, gained superintelligence. Then, as the apocalypse approached, it led its tribe, breaking free from human constraints, heading towards the boundless nature. The content described in the movie, and the scene before his eyes. How similar they were. Just that in the movie, it was the rise of the apes, while what was happening now was the rise of the dogs. "Dahei, I was too hasty in giving you that name," Wenchen said with emotion. Dahei raised his head. "Master, why do you say that?" "I should call you Satan," Wenchen said meaningfully. The protagonist in Rise of the Apes was a chimpanzee named Satan. Satan is also a demon in Western mythology. Dahei said, "Then I will be called Satan from now on." "All right." Pioneer of the dog clan, the great liberator of the dog clan, the fearless and unmatched Huasha pastoral dog, Satan. Dahei must have been too enthusiastic just now. It even affected Wenchen's tone. It had to be said, Dahei was extremely efficient. Just as Wenchen had asked it to gather 100 strong dogs, it had already taken care of it. In the blink of an eye, what was once a deserted courtyard was now filled with over 100 fierce dogs, attracting the attention of passers-by. Seeing this, Wenchen was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He cursed, "Are you crazy? Use your brain when doing things. Bringing all these dogs here so blatantly, do you not realize what others might think when they see this?" "Master, didn't you ask me to bring them here?" Dahei said weakly. Wenchen was speechless. He was really going to be driven mad by this dog. "I asked you to bring them here, but not so openly. Don't you know to find a secluded place beforehand?" To avoid unnecessary trouble, Wenchen quickly closed the door and ceased business. With over 100 dogs in tow, he left the place. 10 minutes later, inside an unfinished building, Wenchen brought the 100 dogs and began the upgrade transformation. Having practiced this operation many times before, he was well versed in it. Although the entire process was seamless, it consumed a full 3 hours of Wenchen's time. These dogs were not like hornets, their size was massive, and their numbers were plentiful. The beastly energy accumulated within Wenchen was almost completely depleted during this amplification. The transformation he performed on them was not a first-level one but a slightly inferior second-level transformation. A first-level transformation would consume more beastly energy and make the target stronger. The Great Black Dog, the Hornet Queen, the Husky Tangyuan, and the Cream Cat Sangbia were all first-level transformations. The others were second-level transformations. This operation not only relieved his pressure but also better maintained the dominance of the Great Black Dog and the Hornet Queen. Even with a second-level transformation, these dogs experienced an epic enhancement, doubling their combat power and intelligence, undergoing a complete transformation in physique. "Damn, I'm exhausted." Wenchen plopped down on the ground, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The Great Black Dog approached and said, "Master, you've worked hard. Don't say useless things, go get me a whole bottle of water," Wenchen called out with a dry mouth. The Great Black Dog didn't move but gave a glance to the dog beside it, who instantly understood and dashed out. In no time, it returned with a bottle of water, placing it at Wenchen's feet. Wenchen was surprised. "Damn, you're quite smart." The Great Black Dog proudly replied, "Just routine, nothing special." Wenchen opened the bottle and drank, then remarked, "This taste feels off. Where did this water come from?" The dog who brought the water replied, "I found a bottle outside, filled it from a pond, closed the lid, and brought it here." Hearing this, Wenchen's expression froze. "Damn! I drank a whole bottle of dirty water? No wonder it tasted like dead fish." The Great Black Dog comforted, "Master, it's dirty but won't make you sick. Get lost." Wenchen slapped at it, but the Great Black Dog swiftly dodged. Wenchen was furious. Not only was the Great Black Dog unreliable, but its group of dogs was just as unreliable. They were even more deceitful than that idiot Chu Qingfeng. "Come here and let me kick you," Wenchen shouted hysterically. "Master, calm down." The Great Black Dog moved further away. "I have something more important to report to you." Wenchen's expression changed, frowning as he asked, "What is it?" "Master, didn't you ask me to monitor your wife?" Last night, I found out she did something outrageous, the great black dog said calmly. As soon as it involved Chu Chinga, Wenshin perked up, urging, hurry up, don't drag it out. She received a call from someone yesterday and borrowed a high-interest loan, totaling 50 million, the great black dog revealed. Upon hearing this, Wenshin was stunned. He had been wondering before. The Chu Group's financial chain was on the brink of collapse. How could they still come up with so much money to repay the debt? After some investigation, it turned out that Chu Chinga borrowed a high-interest loan. That high-interest loan is for me to use, Wensheng said. Dahaigu was surprised, then asked, Master, you already know about this? Wensheng replied, I didn't know about this money she borrowed as a high-interest loan, but I didn't use this money. By the way, did she return this money? Dahaigu said, I don't know. Anyway, after borrowing the high-interest loan, she left in a hurry without taking me along, so I went to do other things. All right. Wensheng paused and said, continue to protect her, monitor all her movements, and report to me immediately if anything changes. Yes. Dahaigu nodded. Chu Chinga was originally very averse to keeping pets. But ever since Dahaigu saved her last time, her attitude towards pets had a complete turnaround, treating Dahaigu like a beloved son, serving him all kinds of delicious food and drinks. So, Dahaigu suffered staying with Wensheng, but enjoyed luxury with Chu Chinga. It was more than willing to accept this task. In addition, manage your dog empire well, as I will soon have you all do something earth-shattering. Wensheng's eyes flashed with determination as he gave the order seriously. Yes, Master, I will definitely not fail the mission. Dahaigu said, truly loyal in this regard. Time passed quickly. A day soon went by. Approaching evening, Xu Qingfeng came again. Brother-in-law. He walked into the pet hospital with a smile, looking like a happy dog. As soon as Wensheng saw him, he frowned as if he had seen a plague god, and asked impatiently, what are you here for again? Brother-in-law, I'm here to call you home for dinner, Xu Qingfeng said. Wensheng was taken aback. Dinner? What dinner? Xu Qingfeng said, today is your birthday, my parents have specially prepared a table of delicious food at home, waiting for you to come back, our family will celebrate your birthday together. Upon hearing this, Wensheng was stunned on the spot. Upon careful thought, today was indeed the birthday of his original self. Since he married into the Chu family, every birthday was spent alone, neglected by his grandmother and unloved by his uncle. Over time, even his original self had forgotten this important day. You are so kind, specially celebrating my birthday? Wensheng asked incredulously. Brother-in-law, look at what you're saying, we are a family, blood is thicker than water. Although we had our differences in the past, now we already consider you as part of the family, Xu Qingfeng said confidently, completely forgetting how he used to mistreat Wang Fan. Last night, after my eloquent persuasion, my sister finally agreed not to divorce you for the time being, and she will also come back to celebrate your birthday. Oh, Wensheng responded indifferently. Originally, he didn't want to go back. After all, he knew very well what the Chu family was up to. Wasn't it just to take advantage of his acquaintance with Fu Tianxiong and Su Wanjun, thinking it was profitable, so they went to great lengths to set up this scenario? However, considering that he still needed to treat Chu's father's illness, everything was ready, he couldn't delay it, and the other party's condition couldn't be delayed either. After weighing the options, he had to go back to this family. So, Wensheng agreed to Chu Qingfeng's invitation. On the way back, Xu Qingfeng bombarded Wensheng with all kinds of flattery. Wensheng was dizzy and speechless. Among the exceptional individuals, possessing the qualities of a dragon and a phoenix, with the potential of an emperor, the golden-scaled talent that appears once in 100 years, has finally arrived in full force. Alright, focus on driving, no need for flattery, Wensheng retorted, rolling her eyes. Brother-in-law, my admiration for you flows like a river, endless and profound. Even if I were to speak for 3 days and 3 nights, it would not be enough to express it. Wensheng slapped Xu Qingfeng on the head, saying, you illiterate fool, is that how you use expressions? Xu Qingfeng, not offended, humbly corrected himself, my mistake, it should be beyond words. Half an hour later, the two returned to the Chu family villa. Before they could even enter, they were greeted like honored guests. The entrance was adorned with lights and decorations, brimming with joy. Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min, along with a group of servants, personally lined up to welcome them. Witnessing this scene, Wensheng, who had mentally prepared herself, couldn't help but be surprised. Damn! The Chu family really has no shame. They can pull off anything. However, one must admire them for it. They truly deserve their reputation as local elites, able to adapt to any situation. The once despised son-in-law of the Chu family, now transformed, is seen as a dragon among men by the Chu family members. Chu Jiangwo stepped forward eagerly, welcoming with a smile, son-in-law, you're here, please come in quickly. Seeing Chu Jiangwo's enthusiasm, Wen Chen had a moment of realization. Was he calling her? Shinmin, with a smile as bright as flowers, exclaimed, Xiaofan, Mom knows it's your birthday today, so I specially invited the head chef from a 5-star hotel to prepare a table full of delicacies for you. This family, they are all actors. Each one's acting skills have reached the pinnacle. Even without doing business, stepping into the entertainment industry could make them famous. Wen Chen remained expressionless, not giving them any special treatment despite their warm welcome. After being surrounded and led into the villa, Wen Chen indeed saw a table full of expensive delicacies, including fine wines worth tens of thousands. Xiaofan, you're back. Xu Laoyi sat at the head of the table, and as soon as he saw Wen Chen, he waved and called out, Come over here, sit next to me. Wen Chen did not refuse. He followed Xu Laoyi's arrangement obediently. He was the only person in this family whom he respected. Xu Laoyi found today's situation quite strange. In his memory, his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren never welcomed the son-in-law he brought in. They used to despise and make things difficult for him in every possible way. Sometimes, even he couldn't bear it. But for some reason, these younger generations in the family suddenly changed their attitude towards Wang Fan. They no longer spoke ill of him and even praised him. What surprised him even more was that the daughter-in-law who disliked Wang Fan the most took the initiative to organize this grand birthday banquet for him today. Although he was puzzled, he felt relieved in his heart. Seeing the family living in harmony and love, the only trace of regret in his heart vanished. Even if he were to die now, he could die peacefully. Shortly after, Xu Qingge returned with a birthday cake in hand. However, upon seeing Wen Chen, her face turned cold. After a brief glance, she walked over with a stern expression. It seemed that the conflict from last night had not been resolved. This is for you. Xu Qingge placed the birthday cake in front of Wen Chen. Wen Chen's expression stiffened, and he politely said, Thank you. Xu Qingge did not respond, deliberately leaving a space between them as she sat down next to Chu Qingfeng. The scene was a bit awkward. Chu Qingfeng, the prince of the night scene, quickly stepped forward to take control. Come on, let's wish my brother-in-law a happy birthday together. Let's light the candles first, and then sing the birthday song together. Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min echoed enthusiastically, more so than their own parents. Wen Chen saw this. Naturally, he couldn't keep a straight face all the time, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In fact, he didn't hate the Chu family, because that's just how the world is. The law of the jungle. If roles were reversed, if he were in their shoes, he probably wouldn't have a good attitude towards his past life in this body either. Ultimately, everything boils down to strength being respected. In the eyes of the wealthy and powerful families, only interests matter. If you're strong enough, you can be a loving father and son, living in harmony. Without strength, well, you'll just have to be a servant. Just as the Chu family was celebrating Wen Chen's birthday, an unexpected group of guests arrived at the door. Hey, looks lively here, seems like I arrived at the right time. With a loud shout, a burly, tall bald man, accompanied by a group of fierce-looking men, barged into the Chu family. Chu Jiangwo quickly stood up, his face dark, and asked, Who are you people, and why didn't you wait for an invitation? The bald man rubbed his bald head, grinned, and said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Song Wei, also known as Fei Tian Dachong in the martial world. I don't care what your name is, you're not welcome here. Leave now, or don't blame me for being rude. Chu Jiangwo shouted, Lao Huang, show them out. Standing on the side, Huang Wujin swiftly stepped in front of the bald man, glaring at him with sharp eyes. You better leave now. The bald man smirked, twisting his thick neck. I tried to talk nicely, but you guys have this attitude. Looks like I'll have to show you some skills before you listen. Seeing the bald man about to attack, Huang Wujin acted first. His iron palm struck out like lightning. It was a move from Bagwazang, the white ape presents fruit. The bald man sneered, You're overestimating yourself, kneel down. He didn't even try to dodge, taking the blow head-on with a punch. This seemingly ordinary punch packed tremendous power, even stirring up a gust of wind that made Huang Wujin's facial muscles ripple like waves. Not good. This person is skilled. Huang Wujin's heart trembled, shocked. Before he could react, he was hit square in the chest by the punch. Immediately, he flew back like a burst sack, crashing into the wall behind him, coughing up blood uncontrollably. With just one punch, Huang Wujin, the master of Bagwazang, was easily defeated by this unexpected guest. Everyone's faces paled at the sight. Chu Jiangwo was particularly terrified. Huang Wujin was his personal bodyguard, hired for a hefty sum every year. He had been loyal and flawless for so many years. However, he never expected that such a formidable expert would be taken down by this bald man in an instant. Anyone else? If so, come at me together. Saves me the trouble of dealing with you one by one. The bald man's eyes gleamed with malice as he scanned the people in the room. Seeing no response, he He spoke slowly, since there's no one else, you should listen to me now, right? Chu Jangwo tried to remain calm and said, Sir, you trespassed into a private residence and openly injured my bodyguard in front of everyone. Such actions might not comply with the law, right? Exactly. Just because you have strong fists doesn't make you superior. This is a society governed by law, everyone must abide by it. If we report you, you might end up in big trouble, Chu Qingfeng also bravely shouted. The bald man shook his head with a light smile and murmured, Since you talk about the law, then I will talk about the law with you. Debts must be repaid, it's only right. Chu Jangwo furrowed his brows, Are you mistaken? We have never owed you any money. Just because you don't owe, doesn't mean your daughter doesn't. The bald man's sharp gaze swept towards Chu Qingge. Then, he took out a promissory note from his body. Chu Qingge's face changed abruptly, and she stood up from her seat instantly. How do you have this promissory note? I was entrusted by Mr. Long to come specifically to collect the money, the bald man replied. Mr. Long? Who is this again? When Shen turned to look at Chu Qingge, a hint of doubt between his brows. Which Mr. Long? Chu Jangwo asked. The bald man said, Mr. Longge, the big boss of Hanyun Money House. With these words, everyone was shocked once again. The person known as Longge might not be familiar to ordinary people, but to those in the upper circles of Beihai, he was a household name. Beihai's richest man was Fu Tianxiong. The most assets, the greatest fame. But when it came to who had the most cash on hand, it was definitely Longge from Honyun Money House. He had access to cash amounting to as much as 10 billion at any given time. Sometimes, even banks had to borrow money from him. However, Honyun Money House was not a legal institution, but an underground money house with a shady nature. Qingge, did you really borrow money from Honyun Money House? Chu Jangwo asked Chu Qingge. Chu Qingge nodded, admitting it immediately. Why did you borrow money? Chu Qingge did not explain but went straight to the bald man, taking out a bank card she had prepared in advance. In here is the 15 million that Mr. Long lent me. I haven't touched a penny, and I will repay it to you now. The bald man glanced at the bank card, sneering, Miss Chu, I think you must be mistaken, it's not 50 million, it's 1 billion. Chu Qingge widened her eyes, shouting loudly, How is that possible? I clearly borrowed 50 million. The bald man smiled slightly and said, If you don't believe it, you can carefully look at this promissory note, where it's clearly written in black and white, the interest rate at which you borrowed the money. Chu Qingge looked carefully at the promissory note, her face suddenly changing color, exclaiming in shock, This can't be, this promissory note is fake. The bald man chuckled, Miss Chu, don't speak nonsense, your own signature is in the bottom right corner. Didn't you carefully read the terms when you borrowed the money? I did, the interest rate wasn't this high, Chu Qingge said. The bald man put away the promissory note, coldly stating, I don't care, anyway, I am just following orders, with both principal and interest. You owe Honyun Money House a total of 1 billion. Seeing this scene, Chu Jangwo walked over immediately and asked Chu Qingge, Qingge, what's going on here? Before Chu Qingge could answer, Chu Qingfeng became agitated instead, pointing at the bald man's nose and shouting, You are too deceitful, even if my sister borrowed your money, it's only been a day, 50 million can't double just like that with interest. The bald man's eyes flashed, murmuring, When borrowing money, we clearly stated in advance, this is a high-interest loan. It's not a charity organization. If you don't have the ability, don't reach out. Now that I've come to collect the debt, do you want to default? When Shen watched this scene, although he wasn't clear on what was happening, judging from Chu Qingge's reaction, she seemed to have fallen into their trap. The interest on high-interest loans is high, that's well known. However, doubling in one day is indeed rare. Anyone who isn't a desperate fugitive wouldn't borrow such money. With Chu Qingge's intelligence, obviously, she wouldn't do such a foolish thing. I don't want to waste time with you guys. I'll give you two options, either pay back the money or mortgage your assets. If you can't settle today, the amount will double tomorrow, day after day, endlessly, the bald man said sternly. If it were just a regular high-interest loan, the Chu family wouldn't have to fear. After all, they were one of the local powerful families, even though they were currently in deep trouble. But if it was the Honyun Bank giving the loan, then everything would be different. With the power of the Longde in the North Sea, he could easily crush a medium-sized family as if it were a piece of cake. The reason he accumulated billions so quickly was by using various shady means to seize the wealth of medium-sized families. Misfortune never comes alone. Even drinking cold water would cause a toothache. With the current situation of the Chu family, they were already facing internal and external troubles. Unexpectedly, a decision made by Chu Qingge had stirred up even bigger problems. When the old master Chu learned of this, he was so angry that he spat blood. He shouted, This is outrageous. Is there no justice left? The bald man replied, How are we not following the law? It's only right to repay debts, and we are acting according to the rules. Even if it goes to court, we are in the right. Rogues are not scary, what's scary is when rogues are cultured. The bald man's visit this time was clearly well prepared. Of course, besides these two options, there is another way, he said. As he spoke, the bald man's gaze turned to Chu Chinga, and he said softly, Miss Chu, Mr. Long has admired you for a long time. If you are willing to have dinner with him, perhaps this debt can be postponed for a few days. Ah, the trouble caused by a beautiful woman. A woman shouldn't be this beautiful, Wen Shen thought to himself. This Longa from the Hongyun Bank, like his grandson Long, was greedy and lustful. He had probably long coveted Chu Chinga's beauty, but hadn't found an opportunity before. It just so happened that last night, she needed money urgently, which led her to fall into his trap. They say big breasts mean no brains. Chu Chinga didn't have big breasts, so why was she so foolish? Chu Chinga was trembling with anger. Her brows furrowed, her face frosty. Even if she was stupid, she should have sensed something fishy. No wonder when she called Longa to borrow money, he agreed without hesitation, thinking he was a kind person. Who knew he was a wolf in sheep's clothing? She did sign the IOU, that was true, but the terms on the IOU were added by him later. At that urgent moment, Chu Chinga took the money and left. He kindly told her that as long as she signed, he would fill in the details at the back, at the lowest interest rate. Chu Chinga had borrowed money from Longa before, and each time he had handled it legally and properly. So this time, she didn't think much of it. It wasn't until his men came looking for her that she realized. The so-called lowest interest rate doubled every day. Furious after being deceived, Chu Chinga said through gritted teeth, "Go back and tell him I will never agree." Seeing the negotiation fail, the bald man's face darkened instantly. "If you don't agree, then pay back the money. This 1 billion may seem like a lot, but for the Chu family, it shouldn't be impossible to come up with. I think this villa looks pretty good. It should more than cover the debt." "You are going too far." Chu Qingfeng roared, grabbed a chair, and charged towards the bald man. But halfway through, he abruptly stopped, because the bald man's murderous gaze made his legs go weak. "I advise you not to act, or else, the guy I just knocked down will be your fate," the bald man said, pointing to the unconscious Huangwoji on the ground. At the same time, the group of burly men behind the bald man were all fierce-looking, cracking their knuckles in a threatening manner. Chu Qingfeng hesitated. He had to put down the chair. As for Chu Jiangluo and Shen Min, they were even more panicked. The couple were typical bullies who feared the strong and preyed on the weak. The weaker the opponent, the fiercer they became, and vice versa. Pfft! Chu's old man spat blood again. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted directly in his seat. The Chu family members were shocked and quickly rushed forward to check on him. Seeing this, Wen Shen felt he could no longer stand idly by. So, he took out a bottle from his pocket and handed it to Chu Chinga, saying, "This is my secret medicinal soup. Take Grandpa back to the room and have him drink it. Leave this matter to me." Chu Chinga turned to look at Wen Shen. "Can you handle this? If you don't trust me, I'll just leave. After all, they're not looking for me." Wen Shen shrugged. "Damn it! Don't you trust me? Do you think I'm willing to help you?" Chu Chinga didn't say anything more, took the medicine bottle from Wen Shen, and had people carry Grandpa Chu back to the room. The soup in the bottle was made from Polygonum multiflorum, which, when consumed, not only cured illnesses but also prolonged life. Chu Chinga knew about this. That's why she followed Wen Shen's arrangements without question. Immediately, Chu Qingfeng shouted to Wen Shen, "Brother-in-law, let's report this to the authorities. We can't let these outlaws run amok." "Report to the authorities? Shut up." Wen Shen glared at Chu Qingfeng and directly ordered him to back off. "You're the loudest one calling for help, and the quickest to back down. You're nothing but a complete coward." Wen Shen walked straight up to the bald man and locked eyes with him. The bald man looked Wen Shen up and down and asked, "And who might you be?" "I am Chu Chinga's husband," Wen Shen replied. The bald man's expression changed, and he sneered, "Oh, so you're the Chu family's useless son-in-law? Rumor has it that you're as thin as a stick and hideous, but seeing you now, it seems the rumors are a bit off." Wen Shen raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, "Rumors also say you can't even produce a son with an asshole." This remark instantly enraged the bald man, and he fumed with anger. "You looking for trouble?" Wen Shen stood with his hands behind his back and said with full force, "Many people want me dead, but no one can kill me. And those who try to kill me all end up in a sorry state. Do you want to be one of them?" The bald man snorted coldly, "You're just a dog raised by the Chu family, yet you dare to speak with such arrogance? Fine. If you seek death, I'll grant your wish." Boom! With a loud shout, the bald man suddenly struck, launching a fist like a missile towards Wen Shen's head. If that punch landed, Wen Shen's head would definitely explode like a watermelon run over by a car. "Brother-in-law, be careful." Chu Qingfeng shouted loudly. Seeing this, Wen Chen reached out and grabbed the punch. His movements were slow enough for the naked eye to capture every fragment of his action. In contrast to the bald man's fast punches, they formed two extremes. In theory, such slow movements couldn't possibly block the opponent's fast punches. However, with a muffled bang, Wen Chen caught the bald man's iron fist perfectly. The bald man was greatly surprised, his eyes showing an incredulous look. He knew full well the power behind his punch. Even in a fit of rage, this punch, even if not at full strength, was at 80%. When he defeated Huang Wuji just now, he only used 50%. Rumors had it that the Chu family's son-in-law was an ordinary, weak man who was constantly humiliated and had no ability to fight back. Trash like this. If he were to receive a punch with 8/10 of his strength, wouldn't that have shattered him on the spot? However, what he saw before him overturned his imagination. The other not only caught his fist but also emerged unscathed, not even a tremor in his arm. Didn't eat? Is that all the strength you've got? Wen Cheng raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "How is this possible?" The bald man was dumbfounded on the spot. It wasn't just him, Xu Jiangwo, Shin Nin, and Xu Qingfeng were all dumbfounded. The reason they changed their attitude towards Wen Cheng was not because of how skilled he was but because he knew Fu Tianxiong and Su Wanjun, two big shots at the top of the North Sea Pyramid. In their eyes, just like the bald man, Wen Cheng was a useless waste of space, someone anyone could step on. Although he had publicly broken Xu Qingfeng's finger before, no one thought he was that powerful. It was just a victory by surprise attack. But now, Wen Cheng's performance shocked everyone present. This Chu family son-in-law, who was looked down upon by everyone, actually hid such unfathomable strength. The scene before them was already shocking enough. However, everything that happened next completely overturned everyone's imagination and understanding. After catching the bald man's punch, Wen Cheng did not choose to strike back but calmly released his palm. Just as the bald man was about to attack again to confirm if what he saw was real, Wen Cheng shouted loudly, "Wait." The bald man paused, asking, "Are you scared?" Wen Cheng shook his head and said lightly, "You're too weak, not worthy of being my enemy. It was your life's greatest honor that I made a move just now." A series of question marks instantly popped up in the bald man's mind. He glared at Wen Cheng, angrily saying, "I am Feitian Dachong Songwei, roaming the rivers and lakes for 20 years, and no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. Your arrogant words today, if I don't smash your dog head, I can't vent my anger." Wen Cheng scratched his ear, dismissively saying, Is this your last words? Feitian Stinky Bug Songwei, I'll remember you. You're asking for it. Endurance has its limits. Provoked like this, even a clay figure would get angry, let alone a fierce man like the bald man. He raised his fist, ready to battle Wen Cheng for 300 rounds. However, Wen Cheng stepped back and shouted with a voice like a surging river and mountains, "Where is Dahe?" The thunderous voice was deafening. Everyone looked puzzled, including the bald man. Who is Dahe? Could it be a peerless master hidden in the Chu family? However, Wen Cheng's shout received no response. Wen Cheng cleared his throat and shouted again, "Where is Dahe?" The empty hall echoed with his voice, but still, no one answered. Xu Qingfeng asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, who are you calling?" Wen Cheng didn't answer but shouted once more that Dahe was still around. The expected figure did not appear. Seeing this scene, Wen Cheng felt puzzled. How strange. Why hasn't this much shown up yet? I'm almost hoarse from shouting. He had noticed Dahe following Chu Chinga back. However, Chu Chinga did not bring it in, so it should be waiting outside. Since Dahe had already arrived, why didn't it show up to respond to his call? Just as Wen Cheng was puzzled, he suddenly remembered that he had renamed Dahe. It was no longer Dahe but Satan. Damn! This mud is really straightforward. With this thought, Wen Chen changed his address and shouted loudly, "Where is Satan?" Everyone was stunned. Who is this Satan again? Before anyone could react, a dark figure rushed in from the door and pounced straight towards the bald man with lightning speed. What is this thing? Before the bald man could react, he was tackled to the ground by the dark figure. Suddenly, a gaping mouth came towards his head. In that instant, he saw clearly what the dark figure was. It was actually a big, strong black dog. Shiny black fur with a metallic gleam, powerful limbs like a fierce tiger. Its speed was like lightning, its strength like a landslide. The bald man panicked, trying to defend himself, but the black dog bit his arm with a snap. The bald man's arm, as hard as steel, was bitten off by the black dog. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the others reacted, the bald man's arm was already severed. He struggled to push the dog away, but realized the dog's strength was unexpectedly immense, like a mountain pressing down on him. The bald man was in excruciating pain, using all his might to break free. However, the dog didn't give him a chance. With a forceful shake of its massive head, the dog disconnected the bald man's arm from his shoulder. The previous bite had only broken bones, but this time, it tore muscles and tendons apart. The bald man's eyes bloodshot, pupils dilated, let out another heart-wrenching scream. This scene startled everyone present. It all happened so suddenly, their brains struggled to keep up with their eyes. "What are you all standing there for? Do you want to watch me get bitten to death? Hurry up and help!" The bald man cursed loudly. Hearing this, a burly man beside him finally snapped out of his daze. "Woof woof woof." The big black dog snarled, instantly intimidating the crowd. Normally, as professional fighters, they had seen all kinds of bloody scenes. Sometimes even with a gun to their heads, they wouldn't flinch. They shouldn't be afraid of a dog. However, the dog's displayed combat power was truly terrifying, completely subverting their understanding. Fei Tian Di Chong Song Wei, although not a top-notch expert, had already cultivated his strength to the late stage of body tempering. Whether in his own attributes or various combat skills, he had reached this level, the ceiling of his class. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Huang Wuji, the Bagua Palm master hired by Chu Jiangwo for a hefty sum, with just one move. Even so, such a formidable person was actually taken down by a dog. It wasn't a balanced confrontation but a one-sided crushing. Even though the dog had the element of surprise and the advantage of striking first, if the strengths were not equal, such an absurd outcome wouldn't have occurred, regardless of the surprise attack. "It's just a dog, there are so many of us, let's all attack together. I don't believe it can bite us all to death." While the crowd hesitated, a brave man saw an opportunity and immediately shouted out. Upon hearing this, the others found it reasonable and no longer feared, quickly pulling out their weapons, including knives, sticks, and even handguns they carried with them. Seeing this, Wen Shen remained calm, saying with a sense of urgency, "If you fight alone, you might have a chance, but if you gang up, it's just seeking death." "What nonsense are you spouting? I'll shoot you dead right now." The burly man with a gun aimed it at Wen Shen. Wen Shen raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "If you dare to shoot, I guarantee you won't leave here alive. Stop boasting. It's just a dog, can it really stop us, a dozen or so people?" Wen Shen smirked, "Just a dog?" He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Please turn around and see for yourself how many dogs there are." The group of men were about to act when they heard a thunderous rumble. They thought it was an earthquake, but when they turned around, they were petrified by what they saw. Countless dogs surged towards them like a bursting dam, overwhelming everything in their path. The scene was like a snowstorm in midsummer, majestic and unstoppable. What's going on?" The thugs were terrified, standing there dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. It wasn't just them who were scared, even Chu Jiangwo and his men were shocked. When they saw Wen Shen step forward earlier, they were puzzled. After years of knowing him, they had some understanding of their son-in-law. His reckless behavior, though courageous, couldn't solve the problem. Just as this thought crossed their minds, Wen Shen answered their doubts with actions. First, he posed a question that shifted them from doubt to confusion. Before they could make sense of it, another question arose. Then, a massive black dog appeared and swiftly dealt with the formidable bald man. The thugs tried to regain control, but more fierce dogs emerged, surrounding the villa in a formidable formation, like a million-strong army besieging a lone city. Anyone witnessing this scene would be left bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. One perplexity after another, one shock after another. Even those accustomed to grand spectacles would find it hard to remain calm. At that moment, the thugs dared not move. Even the bald man, who was loud and aggressive earlier, turned silent, too scared to speak. Despite losing a hand, he gritted his teeth and endured. It was terrifying. One dog was already formidable enough. With so many dogs suddenly appearing, just standing there without wetting their pants was already an act of bravery. Big Black, no, Satan, release this guy. Don't let him be bitten to death. We live in a society governed by laws. We can't take lives casually. Wen Shen instructed the big black dog, pinning the bald man to the ground. If he didn't intervene, the bald man's other arm would likely be bitten off in the next second. Wen Shen walked up to the bald man, took a promissory note from his pocket, glanced at it, and tore it to pieces in front of him. "You." The bald man's face contorted, veins bulging on his forehead. Wen Shen looked at him directly and asked, "What, do you have a problem?" The bald man dared not speak, the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. He knew his situation well. If he dared to resist openly, not only would he be finished, but the dozen or so brothers who came with him would also be in deep trouble. The wisest move at that moment was to say and do nothing, to comply with whatever was said. This son-in-law of the Chu family had far exceeded his imagination. His way of solving problems was not through fighting but through dogfights. The key was these dogs. Still so outrageous. Go back and tell your master, don't think about my wife. Although I, Wang Fan, am just a commoner, when I get angry, even a commoner's rage can leave a million corpses and rivers of blood. Wen Shen stared straight at the bald man, exuding dominance as he said, "Of course, if he doesn't believe me, let him try. I'm ready to accompany him anytime." The bald man swallowed hard, too scared to speak. His mind was blank, thinking only of grabbing his severed hand and fleeing to save his own skin. Thinking this, he glanced at his severed hand lying 3 meters away on the ground. "I'll give you 10 seconds. Disappear from my sight immediately. After 10 seconds, if anyone is still here, they'll end up like this hand." With a loud roar from Wen Shen, the severed hand spat out by the big black dog was kicked into the air, drawing a parabola before landing among the dogs outside the courtyard. The bald man looked up, watching in horror as his hand was snatched and devoured by the dogs, swallowed whole. In that moment, the bald man's emotions undoubtedly crumbled, but he had no time to grieve. Lifted by his brothers nearby, he fled like a rabbit chased by hounds, swiftly escaping the scene. Seeing the crisis averted, Wen Shen twisted his neck and said to the big black dog, "Well done. Lead your men away from here. Today is my birthday, and you've done me a great service, so I'll reward you handsomely. Wait under the Tianxiao Bridge. Later, I'll treat each of you to a big elbow." "Thank you, master." The big black dog wagged its tail happily and left. In the courtyard, the hundreds of dogs that had gathered also followed suit. Watching the sturdy black figure depart, Chu Qingfeng's pupils constricted sharply, a familiar scene playing out in his mind. Earlier, he had collaborated with Sun Zilong to stage a hero rescues beauty act, aiming for Sun Zilong to win the lady's heart and to strike back at Wen Shen. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until the appearance of a black stray dog disrupted their plans. Even though several days had passed since the incident, Chu Qingfeng still vividly remembered that night. He had been puzzled by the sudden appearance of the dog. Now, as he saw the big black dog again, all his doubts were answered in that moment. The dog wasn't there by chance, it was sent by Wen Shen. "Brother-in-law, are these dogs yours?" Chu Qingfeng asked as he approached. Wen Shen stretched and walked back, picking up an apple from the table and taking a bite. "What do you think?" Startled, Chu Qingfeng said, "These dogs are so powerful, and there are so many of them. I roughly counted, and there are at least 100. Hearing this, Wen Shen couldn't help but chuckle. These few dogs were nothing compared to 1/10 of his fierce dog legion. If all tens of thousands of his dogs were present, everyone there would likely wet themselves in fear. "What's my profession?" "A veterinarian," Chu Qingfeng blurted out. Wen Shen asked, "What do I usually deal with?" "Of course, animals." Chu Qingfeng paused, suddenly realizing. However, he was still shocked. There were many veterinarians in the world, but none like Wen Shen, who could casually summon over 100 dogs for a fight. It was unprecedented for Chu Qingfeng. Previously, he had looked down on Wen Shen's profession, dealing with animals every day, not earning much, no prestige or status, completely at the bottom of the social pyramid. Whenever someone mentions that his brother-in-law is a veterinarian, he feels embarrassed. That's right. He once thought that Wen Shen would never amount to anything in his life. He could only be a useless person waiting to die. However, today he suddenly realized how awesome being a veterinarian is. Raising a big black dog, invincible, like a top-notch expert. As for that group of dogs, they are like a mighty army, a divine force descending from the heavens. "Brother-in-law, is your pet hospital hiring? What do you want to do?" "I want to be a veterinarian too." Chu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke eagerly. His biggest dream used to be becoming a general. One above all, leading the army, guiding the nation. Now it seems that being a veterinarian can also fulfill his dream of commanding troops. "You're not worthy." Wen Shen rolled his eyes and poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Chu Qingfeng." At this moment, Chu Jiangwo ran over excitedly, with a smile on his face. "Son-in-law, forgive me for my short-sightedness before I misjudged you. I apologize for my previous arrogance. Compared to those useless playboys, you are simply..." Simply what?" Wen Shen asked. Chu Jiangwo was stunned, his brain couldn't keep up with his mouth, unable to find the right words. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, Shu Qingga came out from inside, looking towards the door. When she saw that the debt collectors had already disappeared, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. "Where are those people?" Wen Shen was about to answer when Chu Qingfeng interjected, "Brother-in-law already sent them packing." Chu Qingga was greatly surprised, looking at Wen Shen with shining eyes. "How did you do it?" "Sis, it's a pity. If you were there just now, you would have witnessed a spectacle comparable to a Hollywood sci-fi movie." Wen Shen didn't need to say anything. Chu Qingfeng animatedly recounted the events to Chu Qingga, adding artistic embellishments and sound effects. Listening to it, Wen Shen thought to himself, Chu Qingfeng not only has potential as a troublemaker but also as a talented storyteller. If Wenchen wasn't the one involved, after hearing Chu Qingfeng's description, he might have thought he saved the world. Chu Qing's face changed abruptly. Looking bewildered, she asked, Afeng, are you telling the truth? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Mom and Dad, and the servants at home, Chu Qingfeng said confidently. Chu Qingge looked at Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min. They nodded solemnly and said, Qingge, Afeng is not lying. Everything that happened just now is indeed as he described. Their minds were buzzing. Isn't a veterinarian supposed to treat animals? How could they make them fight? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. This is like a science fiction movie. What about the dogs? Chu Qingge asked. Wenchen replied, I was afraid they would mess around here, so I kicked them out.